हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो मेरे प्यारे प्यारे भाइयोस एंड भाइयोस के बहनों। हम वापस से आ चुके हैं अपना वही पसंदीदा गेम वैलोरेंट की वॉच पार्टी, वीसीटी वॉच पार्टी के साथ। और आज तो प्लेऑफ्स है। आज से मतलब धमाकेदार होता था, अब तो डबल धमाकेदार मैच होने वाले। ऊपर से आज डीआरएक्स है T1, दोनों गॉडली गॉडली टीम्स का मैच है भाई। पहला तो टैलन और जेंजी का है। तो टैलन जेंजी भी कोई कम नहीं है भाई। टैलन ऑलरेडी फॉर्म में आ चुकी है एंड जेंजी एज यूजुअल द ओजी टीम। लेट्स सी। बट सेकंड मैप भाई, सेकंड मैच DRX T1 भाई, हु इज द बेस्ट इन कोरिया नाउ होने वाला है, मैं बता रहा हूँ। बट हम आ चुके हैं आप लोगों को नहा के, सॉरी, हम आ चुके हैं नहा के आप लोगों को हंसाने। कैसे हो आप सब? कैसा गया आप सभी का दिन? अगर अच्छा नहीं गया तो ये रंगीन रूप आ चुका है आप सभी का। शाम, दोपहर और रात, थोड़ा उल्टा चलता है मेरा, रंगीन बनाने। वेलकम ईच एंड एवरीवन टू ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है मेरे जान के टोटो? बताओ गाइस, कैसे हो आप लोग? बताओ, तब तक अपन चलते हैं ट्विच की ओर। गेम स्टार्ट करेंगे। गेम बोल रहा है, मैच स्टार्ट, मैच शुरू नहीं हुआ है, ये अभी हो रहा होगा शुरू। गाना करते हैं बंद इधर ये। और आपको ठीक है, सही है। एंड तब तक मैं इंस्टाग्राम पे भी अपलोड कर देता हूँ दैट वी आर लाइव।
head coach from RyuK Valorant.
Hi, Alex from DRX.
농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀 감독 실카논이라고 합니다.
저는 젠지 발로란트 팀 감독 홀로 강윤철입니다. 반갑습니다.
I can say feels great because I mean me personally, like I achieved the milestone for the team already, which is like top 8. So far we can manage to lead the group stage 5-0 and then going into playoff. Like I just want to see like how far my team can go.
Of course, we're delighted to be first seed. Give us a bigger chance to make it to Masters. Of course, maybe not as clean as we would have liked it, but of course we're happy either way to have managed the first seed.
대진 받았을 때는 사실 젠지랑 PRX 있는 거 보고 진짜 힘들겠다 싶었는데 2위로 진출하게 돼서 너무 다행이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
플레이오프도 힘들 수도 있겠다라는 생각을 많이 했었거든요. 저희가 PRX도 이기고 그 다음 연승을 하면서 확정을 지었을 때는 기분이 많이 좋았던 것 같습니다.
Well, I don't feel great about our record because we were pretty inconsistent. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. So overall, we should be happy that we placed second given our inconsistencies, but we're looking to have a much more consistent playoff.
본 무대가 이제 시작된다 생각을 하기 때문에 좀 더 진지해지고 좀 더 승리에 목마르게 된 그런 감정을 느낀 것 같습니다.
플레이오프에 올라와서 기분은 정말 좋고요. 밑에서부터 이제 시작을 하기 때문에 그 부분은 살짝 아쉽긴 합니다. 무조건 도전자 입장이에요.
I almost didn't make it, so I mean the chief emotion I feel is just like oh thank goodness that we made it.
मैच कितने बजे स्टार्ट है आज का?
뭐 서정 선수나 원티케 선수도 분위기를
아.
띄우려고 하고 있고 물론 다른 팀들도 다 그렇게 해야 된다고 생각을 하고 있거든요.
베인 선수가 다들 아시다시피 팀 내 분위기 메이커를 잘해주고 있어서 팀에 한 명씩 꼭 필요한 존재라고 생각을 하고 베인 선수 같이 긍정적인 선수는 본 적이 없는 것 같아요. 처음 보는 좀 케이스고 특별한 선수라고 생각을 하고요.
Cruz is essentially a coach and a player. He's probably the only coach player in the league. Even right now to do this interview, he's conducting VOD review. So I did my own personal VOD review with him. I recorded like a
कोच प्लेयर तो वो भी है ना अपने
and
होप्स भाई,
listened, took his notes, my notes.
ओजी के ओरंगुटन टीम, ओरंगुटन के।
Cruz learns it, dissects it, then he's the one that teaches it to everyone else. So that's pretty much what we've been doing with this roster.
붐이랑 다시 하고 싶습니다. 저희가 또 새로운 로스터로 다시 준비를 했는데 이번에 다시 만나면 이길 수 있는 자신이 있어서 스테이지에서의 복수를 트로트에서 꼭 하고 싶습니다.
붐이랑 만나보고 싶고 잘하고 있는 거 알고 있었거든요. 근데 이제 1등까지 할 정도 솔직히 기대하지 못했는데 그 1등한 경기 내용들도 다 정말 훌륭했다 생각을 해서
I feel like 농심 kind of have like a mixed kind of play, which is like a structure and also like a high risk one. I don't know, like I feel like they are our kryptonite. Like the way they play, it's just like countering our play. I don't know, somehow. Frankly speaking, like it's much easier to play against structured team rather than auction.
저희는 저희가 변칙적이라고 생각을 안 하거든요. 아, 이게 좀 오해가 있는 게 그 담비를 던진다고 하는데 저희 던진 적이 없어요. 본인이 가는 거지.
레온이 혼자 들어가야 되는 경우가 있기는 해요. 있기는 한데 근데 일단 저는 그렇게 시킨 적은 없어요.
Genji, we're already playing them. We haven't beaten them before. We've gotten close, but we haven't beaten them before. And this roster is much better. So we have the perfect route to win Pacific. Good.
그분은 근데 항상 자신감이 항상 차 있는 분이라 네. 뭐 저 역시도 자신감은 항상 가지고 있습니다. 재밌는 경기가 되지 않을까. 네, 저도 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
My favorite player, I think, is Mako, aside from my team right now. Yeah, I really like the way Mako plays.
माको से मेरा भी
팀을 데리고 있으면서
एनीमे भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम हेलो भाई अभी अभी उठे क्या नहीं 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 मैं अभी नहा के आया भाई उठा तो मैं सुबह सुबह उठ जाता हूँ भाई
큰 선수를 한번 데리고 가.
कल एनए का मैच देखा फिर आज सुबह भी जल्दी उठा भाई तुम्हारा भाई पंक्चुअल है भाई डिसिप्लिन
I like Francis. I like Monty. If they can really speak good English, like they can come with the team within the team.
Maybe easier, flexibility. I'm not really looking to replace any of my players as of right now, so there's a lot of good players in left. But
चलो ये वाला जब तक होता तब तक अपन इंस्टा पे भी अपलोड कर लेते हैं अपना
이번 경기를 준비를 정말 잘했다 생각을 하기 때문에 보여준 것만큼 다시 자신감 있게 게임하면은 다시 또 충분히 높은 데까지 올라갈 수 있기 때문에 다 같이 열심히 해봤으면 좋겠습니다.
That I'm proud of them, and I think that we've turned a corner, and I believe we're going to win Pacific this year, especially in season 1.
work hard. We put in the time, put in a lot of effort to get here. Now, responsibility is on us. Pull it through. All the way through, we need to stay mentally stable, mentally solid, and confident and hungry for the win.
경기에 들어와서는 상대를 리스펙하지 않았으면 좋겠어요. 그러니까 우리가 항상 경기 너머로 봤을 때는 당연히 다 잘하는 선수들이고 뭐 당연히 그들만의 무언가가 있고 하지만 우리도 우리만의 무언가가 있거든. 그냥 내가 더 잘해라는 느낌으로 했으면 좋겠다. 지금도 열심히 연습하고 있는데 토론토 가자.
Keep humble. Don't overego. Don't overconfident. Don't overpick. Don't overhit. That's all. Yeah. So I think you guys can do it. I think
नाइस मी प्लेइंग वैलो with while watching your stream अरे एनीमे भाई शुक्रिया यार शुक्रिया loves you
저희가 상황을 겪고 있고 그리고 선수들과 감독 코치님이 굉장히 많은 노력을 하고 있는데 피그프에서는 우승을 했지만 스테이지 1에서 뭐 우승하지 못하고 혹시라도 와스프까지 플레이오프에 가지 못하더라도 선수들이 실망하지 않았으면 좋겠고 우리가 이 플레이오프 스테이지 1을 얻는 게 있으면 그걸로 충분히 잘해냈다고 생각했으면
वो क्या है
좋겠습니다.
भाई आज तो BGIS का फाइनल्स भी है भाई आज हेवी दिन है भाई आज और कल भाई स्टार्ट हो रहा है
Rise Pacific.
Talon Esports are out to prove that this all-tie roster is the strongest iteration for this team. They've had their ups and downs and adjusting, but with the victory over T1 last week, are we about to see Talon at their full potential and full power?
Yeah, for this team, it's all about finding consistency. They made it through in second place out of their groups, but it was win-loss, 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 and you can't afford for that pattern to continue. We just hear how confident Frost sounds, so let's hope that's bled down into these players, and they can look to really string some wins together now they're in playoffs.
Hopefully so, because they're up against Gen G. The Tiger Nation are back on stage, and this time it's playoffs time. Are we going to see a much stronger Gen G from here on out? They've missed out on Masters Bangkok, and you know the Masters Shanghai winners are not going to give that spot at Toronto away just that easily.
I think Gen G have really started to play themselves
Texture.
into they've looked better and better as they made their way through the group stage, and I think that if you looked at their playoff bracket run, they only have to make their way through Talon, then they've got to play against a Boom who has not got much playoff experience inside of Pacific. I think they would be feeling reasonably confident that they can make it to the international event this time that they missed out on in kickoff.
That's the thing. This is playoffs, right? And you see entirely different, phases come out from all of these players. You can see so many teams transform into something else entirely. Now that they know that that window of opportunity for Masters Toronto is just getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, the pressure cannot be any higher than this. It's not like the group stage where you get lots of chances to recover
Gen G
yourself. Here,
अरे भाई इतना जल्दी जीतना है भाई 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 भाई
eliminated, but
Gen
the
G
stakes, if you
Vito
win are so high,
फ्रैक्चर
this-
बैन
winning this
की
game
लोटस
today
बैन की
gets you
हेवन
one
पहला
win
नाइस
away from
आइसबॉक्स
Toronto,
नाइस
which is, of
तीसरा
course,
मैप
where
फालतू
all of these teams want to get to.
हेवन
There's a lot
आइसबॉक्स
of
वेरी
question
वेरी
marks in
गुड
this veto as well. Haven, for the most
Talon
part, we know what we're
defense
going to
लिया
get,
है,
especially from
okay.
Gen G. Over on the side of Talon, they've
Very
been
good.
swapping up their comp a little bit. Over on Icebox and even Pearl, there's quite a few question marks in this veto. Gen G have not played Icebox yet, and Pearl hasn't been a heavily repped map for either one of these teams.
Yeah, big question marks all around. Even with our predictions, we're actually, quite split. And I think for all of our audience as well, we can expect that every single map we're going to see right now, every single round we're going to see right now, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, it's such a 50-50 prediction. Myself and Pilski, of course, massively disagree. I think Talon are finally finding their form. I think they're finding their feet, and they can make it happen. But what are your thoughts on Gen G?
I think Talon are far too inconsistent for me. You have rookies that can be very up and down. Thai can carry the game against T1, but also completely go missing against Zeta. I think that's going to be very difficult for them to make a playoffs run here. I think Gen G, like I said, have looked better and better as they made their way through playoffs. I think they've landed on the best iteration of their roster. Ash continues to look better and better all the time.
Karen है ना Gen G में तो Karen texture भाई ये लोग बहुत ये दोनों बहुत clutch players हैं.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could definitely see this game going either way. I think both these teams have massive potential to make it to Masters Toronto, so they're really looking to convert this win today. Now we have the agent picks come in. We are seeing Gen G do what we know they do.
Yeah, for sure. I think Munchkin is the player to keep your eye on here. In all of the recent Haven games, he's been one of the better performers for Gen G, and the Viper is the defining agent of this Haven match for the side of Gen G.
On Talon, sticking with that deadlock, but it's all about how can you counter that
Those
Viper.
Sentinel.
When Gen G get across the defense, Munchkin rotates so fast to try and stop that execute. So if you can get the deadlock wall in the way of his fast rotate, I think that's how they're going to try and counter this. And of course, when Gen G are attacking, they love to burst with the bubble, with the molly into the...
देखो अपने Pacific के आसपास को देखो.
Yeah, I think that Yoru could actually be pretty important playing around the Viper wall and things like that, playing the off angle to disrupt some of Gen G's slower defaults.
Well, there are a lot of exciting matchups here. You have Premier and Texture, and you also have Munchkin and Cruz going head-to-head here. It's going to be an exciting one to kick off playoffs, so let's get into Haven. Let's toss it over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
It's that time of year, of stage, of whatever you want to say. Again, it is the playoffs, baby. Achilles and Paperthin coming at you.
Playoffs.
Jump into day one. Gen G versus Talon. Both of these teams looking to claw their way back to former glory that we were witnessing from them last season. Talon able to qualify over to Gems. Gen G, of course, on their complete tear throughout the year, going to every single event. They're looking to get back with Toronto on the horizon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And today's matches are mega important for every team here because if you win, then you only need one more win to make it to Toronto. If you lose here today, then you have to win 3 times in a row. So it is way harder if you go down into that losers bracket and you got to play, PaperX Nongshim are the other 2 teams that are going to be awaiting the losers of today. So it doesn't get any easier throughout this bracket. Every team in Pacific is crazy good this year.
They absolutely are. And like you said, these series absolutely matter. Every series absolutely matters. So take that, Sideshow. Suck it. All the games are good. All of them are important. But these ones especially, as we go ahead and kick off the playoffs, let's get things started. Gen G versus Talon. Haven to begin with Gen G on the attack.
This is going to be really interesting, how Gen G is going to dissect some of that double Sentinel util that's going to be popping up across the map. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle against Deadlock in Pacific. It has a pretty high win rate with between Nongshim and Talon running this agent every once in a while, but it is so frustrating to get through. You can see there's a sonic sensor on B, kind of the typical place where you'd see like a nano or an alarm bot. They're just going to burst right through.
TP in, Plant getting ready to come in. Kahlua lingering within the smoke, looking for a timing, goes on the push, is able to find Charon, takes a bit of damage in exchange, but Texture at the same time, able to find Jit Boys over here on the A site. Lobbing in the Nano, zoned away for the moment here by the Salvos. Talon are in, they're in somewhat control, but now Snakebite gonna be thrown down, taking a bit of damage. HP bars continue to get whittled away at a Texture, swoops around the back, but it's been noted
Nice
very
one.
intelligently there. Kahlua
Nice
turns around,
read,
able to find it
actually.
now, which is gonna be a spray battle. The smoke gets ready to fall, the wall still there in the way, the diffuse being stuck. He's not open yet, and there's the kill.
ओए स्मोक हट गया लास्ट सेकंड में
Able to pick up the pistol with 2 players.
लास्ट सेकंड में
You can
स्मोक
see that
हटा
Gen
बे
G already has
शीश
some ideas on how to deal with that deadlock util. Got the barrier mesh coming up at the entrance to a link. And Gen G's just going to plant their feet, throw a molly at the ground, and then spam through, send Texture to the other side. Even though that gets noted, still opens up an opportunity for them to set up a firing squad. And just, you know, there's going to be a gun down because Talon has to go for the defuse. They're going to use that advantage and get loud off the rip. So it's going to be a rifle for Texture. Munchkin with that Marshall goes for an opening shot, but is backed off by the Tejo Salvos. Fox9 with just a ghost is the low buy there. A couple Guardians, so just gonna open through to a clear C site and make their way in. Drone to check, but yeah, looks like right now Gen G getting the right read here on where potentially Talon might be set up. Just how much does Talon want to commit? And how much does Gen G want to push off the back of, you know, not wanting to give up those deaths to the spike?
What is see for now though? Munchkin getting a shot across. Cruz and Kahlua both tagged up. It looks like Talon widely content to just try to chill out.
Oh, attempted a combo there with the grab net and the salvos.
Yeah, but no way to push forward. Had a Nano blocking off his back side access. So Talon finally just going to go ahead and die to the spike, it would seem here. Gen G, I don't think they're going to pursue too much. Maybe you send Foxy into Garage, given that he has the Ghost. Try to see if he can finish off a couple of these players that you should know you've chipped away at, but seems like it will just be the full 5
चलेगा
player,
वो
the
लोग
full 5 player death.
उनको ऑर्ब नहीं मिला
Gen G will get a flawless answer.
and उनके guns भी नहीं गए तो good for either of the teams.
What does it look like?
Now this is the main round. अगर ये वाला talent मारती है
You've already seen that Gen G has some ideas on how to deal with the
तो
deadlock.
भाई
You know, one thing is you can use the neon to trip some of the
सेम
box
विंटेज
sensors.
जी आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग यार. क्या हाल है? PC Tournage doesn't bring in views at the moment, but one day India will also be one of the hub of PC titles. Okay, keep going. Surely one day, bro. उसी के लिए तो हम मेहनत कर रहे हैं भाई. But surely one day India will be one of those जहाँ पे लोग ट्रस्ट करें कि हाँ यहाँ से भी आ सकते हैं.
Creeping in towards the site, Sonic Sensor.
The main hub, you can say.
As Kahlua going to be forced away the salvos.
Not main hub, तो one of the main hubs. Like Korea is now one of the main hubs जहाँ से you know gaming scene बढ़ता है.
Still
Korea
and for both squads. Don't have to worry about those in the post plant quite just yet. Grimmy trying to open up a little bit of space here, but Ash is going to take it down. Salvos
ये कैसे?
over the site, able to go ahead and get a catch. Not sure if it was grab combo.
Yeah,
Cruz had it. You can see there on the assist. Solid kill to be found. Texture looking to try to hold the door.
लेकिन ये flash नहीं हुआ था. चाहता था तो मार सकता था.
Solid kill opening here from the side of Jit Boys. Now a 5v3 as they look for the retake.
Backside hack.
Back. Howron going to be flushed out. Munchkin trying
Nice
to
one. Flawless retake भी.
Wow. Fantastically done from Talon.
Wow, that was really
Flawless
well
retake,
set up.
flawless.
Very patient there around the B site. They didn't
सही
even
है.
have to
चलेगा
go
उन पे
through
guns भी नहीं
before
थे
they start
but
getting kills.
फिर भी.
It's util to find some early picks and then just kind of dissecting players who are trying to hold the angles, hold the entrances.
And it's hardly any damage dealt at all.
Jeez.
Just 2 players taking minor chip damage to the armor, but yeah, you can see here just netted in. That's one of the big things with this deadlock. For these retakes, it's going to be combos like that. Very well set up from Talon.
And so now my question is, you know, you're already seeing adjustments from Talon on how they want to approach the post plant. Same from Gen G there. But Talon just kind of immediately boxes Gen G in. Doesn't let them go versus the pistol where they let them push out through a link. this time not having any of that. But
Instagram पे भी
already
डालना
secured
है,
some
डालेंगे
conditioning, it
बस
seems
वो
like.
एक
Thinking about that B side.
पिक
Wow,
मिल जाए.
Karan
ओ
just
भाई
hits a
कैरन ने मारा.
banger onto Privy.
Very nice opening kill.
That's huge.
So yeah, the Yoru now.
चलेगा,
concern.
ड्यूलिस्टिक है तो डिफेंस में
So the big setup on
कोई
this A
रोक तो
site.
होगा
3
नहीं.
players lingering. It looks like Spike is going to be ushered across towards this part of the
तो
map.
इनका रीड तो अच्छा है. ये जा रहे हैं और
Trying to
उधर
execute
भी.
into this. Things can still get very rough, very sloppy here for Gen G. You've got double trips as well as a sonic sensor right here on the entryway.
But you saw Karan with the stealth drone there, and he's generally not the one who's going to be lurking by himself. So maybe, you know, with already the 2-player stack here onto the A site, seems like Talon's happy with their read that they've got. Just a matter of how efficiently can you get through this layered Cypher and Deadlock util. They don't clear any of it yet. Karan TP's past it though.
Himself situated here backside. It seems like they have no idea. Kahlua going to be taken down. Paranoia sent across towards that A connector. Shit boys. For some kind of timing here. Anything that he can find. Gets a ping reveal onto one. That's going to be texture taken down. And Ty is able to go ahead and collect the kill, but Jit Boys gets traded out as a casualty. So massive player advantage now for the side of Gen G. Cruz will bound up in towards heaven, but unless he can find an opening kill here, might just be an angle to save.
Just do whatever damage you can.
Wait.
Tries to go for the peek out the window, gets shut down by Munchkin.
Yeah, and for Ty, there's not much more to be done. He will be able to try to get the catch, and okay, eventually is able to readjust, gets the headshot there onto Karan. Finding 2 eliminations here is Talon, but not the round win, so tie-up not going to be coming through. It will be a 3-1 for Gen G.
Yeah, still the economic damage okay for Talon. They still have quite a bit in their back pockets for the next round, so they could afford to throw a few extra bodies at that before they decided to save. For Gen G, they should be okay going into the next round, but you know, trying to make it as costly as possible are Talon. But they're getting some info. They're not really trying to go for the reads, and it's a really smart play by Karan to just bypass all of that util. TP into the back, under health, gets the opening kill as well. So this is a beautiful round from him. Basically secures Gen G this round. Jitboy's trying to wait for Ash there to create some, or excuse me, not wait for Ash, wait for Killua to set up some crossfires, but not quite able to get there. Now Primy's gonna have the op. Big round for Talon here. A lot of investment into this. You have the Teho ultimate. Ash one away from his. So you might have kind of a duel with some of our big-time ultimates.
It is glass cannon here for Kahlua, forcing to get that op purchase here in for Primy. So needs to survive to be able to put that Armageddon to good use. Ash now grabbing that orb means that we could have dueling ults.
Yeah. But Gen G makes some presence known over at C to make sure they can grab the orb. Now maybe rethinking about Garage. I'm curious to see what they're going to do, you know, how they're going to react off of a deadlock wall. There goes. And they're actually just going to kind of sidestep it. Cruz
Coming down. They're suspecting a linger here. A lingering lurk around C long. They're correct, but Munchkin out a little bit further, but is not going to be fast enough to find the kill. Puts Cruz down to 45, but ends up losing his life. Very solid response here from the IGL of Talon. Gets him that opening pick.
And Primy TP'd right off the back of that. When you just get Munchkin, kind of assuming there isn't going to be much behind that. Jitboys gets texture.
Nice.
Let's get taken down. Minor readjustment to have Karan be the one go in to get the spike planted so he can TP out when the net comes through. He's able to do that, avoids it, but now Karan taken down. Armageddon going to be sent out. Ash trying to hold the door. The Nano from Foxy 9 is able to find one. With the Phantom comes up with another. Diffuse starting to be held. The shot gets the hit. Takes down Thai, but that is still going to be Primy standing, getting the diffuse here. Op should be nearby enough to get the recovery on that as well.
buy आएगा.
We'll scrape by with a round win.
Thai के पास
some really interesting reads
buy
by
आ
both
जाएगा.
sides. I mean, Munchkin reads it well that there's going to be a player
buy
pushing
आएगा.
out of C long.
इनके पास सारों के पास तो नहीं आएगा. हाँ लग
I
रहा
like
था.
the way that Primy immediately TP's back after Cruz gets this kill. They don't stick around. They don't anticipate that there's anything else behind it because it's just Munchkin there, and he loves to lurk. And then they use a great ultimate. The Teho ultimate forces Karan out into garage door right where Cruz is ready and waiting. And a nice quick trade there by Primy. Very ready for that window position. A classic Gen G style of play for those B hits to set up for those deep post plants with the mollies. So you're going to need to try to find some different answers. A few Guardians being bought down for Gen G. So they're trying to get another round in the books, because if they don't get this one, money behind it for a few players, pretty dire. Cruz again gonna try to make a push out of the doors, but thwarted, and there's Primi.
Primi able to find Munchkin dead in the same position. Just got on that deep line, immediately TP's back over towards the C site. Keeps himself safe, and now
ये वाला राउंड अगर जिंजी हारी तो मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली एक आएगा. Hopefully within this decade, considering how much the 4-second incident has pushed the scene backwards. Yes, yes. It will happen. Like next 2 to 3 years are gonna be like the most important
You still have car on there.
for Indian gaming scene, and it will rise.
Utility as
Trust
well.
the
Get
process,
trips.
it will rise.
It's one of the sonic sensors, but everything else is cleared. And Foxy finds one on the lurk.
Could you provide some updates on GE VCT, Global Esports? Like started the tournament well, like with a win, but eventually they lost all their remaining matches and they didn't qualify for the playoffs. Like the playoffs started from today. This is the first match of the VCT Pacific playoffs, and yes, out of the 12 teams, Global Esports is not among the 8 teams that qualified for the playoffs.
Actually getting a tap on this plan.
So maybe in the stage 2, hoping for the best for Global Esports.
Dai does manage to come away with one. His texture's
Oh,
going to be
nice
Primi
shot.
finding another, and he finds 3. 11 HP, be damned. Primi is on point, and we are tied up at 3-3.
Jeez, he's quick. That is crazy good. Gen G had a lot of opportunities and an odd man advantage, and Primi just not having any of it. Gets the first with the operator. Oh, nice work there by Foxy.
Nice shot.
Ash, quick to trade, and Texture watching the flanks nicely, but Ty up on top of the box gets one.
ये 3 shot देखने मेरे को.
Oh my God, that's so good. They go over the peak. They just get shut down. Primi out in the open, no problem.
He's feeling it. 7-2-2 at the moment. That op still carried forward. Gen G knocked back onto a bit of a half buy here. Just the one hero Vandal, as well as a Bulldog in alongside this Sheriff and the Stingers. And going to be able to find one. Garrett taken down. Does get suppressed. There's the stealth drone. Chases forward.
But a heavy
Gen
stack.
G, yeah, abandoning this.
Yeah, it was a heavy stack early from Talon off of any pressure, trying to thwart the quick hit from Gen G, and they do. And the B site is a real problem. You know, Talon is perfectly happy to funnel Gen G into that area. So you stack the Sentinel util onto A, you have Primi on op on C, and you go B, and that's where, you know, the Deadlock Teho combo can be really annoying. They've got so much util to clear that space. And it makes it really challenging for Gen G, no matter how good their post.
Thanks. Okay, Sam Winter, bro. Thank you for coming. I love you, man.
Swing the corner, snappy to readjust for texture. And Salvos absolutely annihilate Munchkin. Hope of a Thrifty very much gone, as it's just going to be the one casualty. Cruz giving his life for the retake, and Talon now gaining the lead.
Nice.
Yeah, I think you need to call a timeout here as Gen G to kind of figure out
Nice,
how you can find other ways onto the other sites, because it's been almost B every time, other than the anti-eco round where you went C. And this is, in my opinion, all according to plan. This was something I was worried about here for Gen G. Is
nice flick,
this is going to be an important site, I think, on both sides of the coin. I think when they switch over to defense, this is going to be a site that the Deadlock could be really frustrating to play against, because if you can get there, get that wall down, it's really hard to go for those retakes.
ये राउंड आ रहे तो जिंजी का आ रहा है.
Over
Time
here on
out.
this attacker side, seemingly solo, gonna trust Munchkin.
फिर इको आएगा इनका. इको को लेते हैं
Go for
फिर.
another quick one. Cruz just with a little bit of spam early. They used the salvos early, did Gen G to clear sewers. Just slow marching their way forward. I'm not sure if they know about this forward-facing Cypher trip either. This was here in the previous round, but it didn't get cleared, and I don't think it ever got noted by Gen G, so that might cause them some grief on this execute if they do commit.
And either way, even if it's not that, just the triple stack that they have.
That's not great either.
It's a very solid read here from the side of Talon.
Cruz knows. He knows they have to try something different.
Yeah.
He is just not working.
Well, the deep angle push, not spotting out too much of anything. And it looks like now Gen G is going to look to re-wrap around. Texture able to break that line of sight before the triple push. Sewers goes forward, but this is still so much info gained for Talon.
And they put up the wall. They're expecting this push out. They know
They
they've
are
got the
funneling
space.
them.
Yes, exactly.
Right now, reading them like a book. Grab net set, not getting a catch on anyone, I do believe. Sets are going to be cleared out, and Cruz is on a peak, able to find it. Now they strike in from behind. They are just
खेल दिए
absolutely
बे
in position.
कितना info मिला देखो ना
Does get taken down. He's trying to swing around, looking for a little bit more, but now the spike is going to be on the floor. Ty catching Ash.
रिस्क ले ही नहीं रहे वे
Munchkin in this round.
देखा ऐसे क्रॉसफायर सिचुएशन में आ रहा है पीछे भाग गया और देखो ये
and manipulating the movements
भाई
of
वो
Gen G.
चुम्मी खेली राउंड टैलेंट
Yep. This is great. I
स्ट्रेटेजिकली बहुत ही चुम्मी खेली हाँ
that Cruz and Frost
टाइमर
have put
स्टॉप
together.
हुआ है ये आया टाइम आउट आया
The way that they understand how they can toy with the tendencies of Gen G. And this time, it's as soon as they feel like they've got some extra space in the sewers, it's the wall up at the front of
अब
B.
ये
So
फोटो लूंगा फिर इंस्टाग्राम पे स्टोरी डाल ली है
take
अपने को
window control and create a crossfire.
हम लोग लाइव है
Really well thought out. This is extremely smart. Yeah, okay, now you track of it, and now they're moving it over to C. They're gonna, off of this timeout, anticipate an adjustment, kind of set the Cypher back to the normal side of the map on Haven that you would typically see.
And similarly, they're a little bit inverted, I suppose. Talon shifting Premier
VCT
across.
Pacific
Big Crash at the moment, just set up to go over towards the A connector. As oh, never mind, it's not C.
Of course it's B.
It's back over to the B site. Quick TP to readjust here from Ty, just make sure to not get caught. And he is, of course, the one who now. Ooh, catches a glimpse. Looking for the stun.
Nice,
Still
फिर भी एक shot मार दिया रे.
Take it down. Camera cleared out. Salvo sent both sides. Gen G control of the site here for the moment. Ash going to be left to stick around with Seam as Munchkin. You've been spotted and you've been sprayed down. It's just far too late. Swap to the shorty. Ty.
क्या खेल रही है
The
bro?
overdrive able to come away with one, but needs so much more than that. Yankara now trying to fight their way out of what looks to be a damn near impossible situation. The overdrive now expired. Sets the wall to try to act like he's repositioned.
Reload आ गया.
And it's just one kill. Is all that they can find. Some chip damage, some forced armor rebuys. But Talon are not allowing for any kind of thrifty business to come through.
Now what a decision here to move the op over to Ty, and he puts it to great use. That is so well thought out there to absorb the concuss. He had just gotten a spot of the players when he was looking away to maybe change positions. Munchkin there just gets too deep in the paint, anticipating that his Poison Cloud had bought him enough space to get that Viper's Pit down, but Talon was already there. They were willing to pounce. And they just have every read so far.
Talon, around.
Yeah, they're just ahead of the curve.
They get the Annihilation out, but commit two of their own to no avail. Still do have a lockdown available, but similarly, Kalua, he's got an Armageddon, so he can just clear that and disrespect it. Munchkin netted, but able to get around the corner here fast enough to avoid getting caught.
ये लाइव वाला डालते हैं लाइव.
Now Munchkin trying to be that anti-lurk guy. You know, in the back of his mind, he's got to be thinking about how Talon was able to push that space for free. Previously, he has to be the one to keep control of it while the rest of the team tries to find openings on B and C, but Talon aware of it. They're making aggressive moves towards that side of the map. They're just going to leave Primi on his own. He's got the op again to watch A.
This time, though, Talon, slight misread. Like you said, they have Primi situated. So they're not going to be spotting much of anything there. It's Foxy. Is prepared, gets the catch. Crew's going to be taken down.
ये है VCT Pacific. फिर Gen G.
They're going to catch him trying to find that opening for the lurk, and it's a misread from Talon. They think this is going to be A.
Genji Esports आ
Genji's
गया,
been kind of making contact and
TLN
rotating, but this time just going to barrel on in.
Make sure.
भाई जल्दी आ भाई, TLN Esports आ गया,
Here, prime for the
T1
taking. Is now just looking to play off the timing. Lockdown.
भाई नेट का ना भाई ये भाई बहुत
Not going to be seen here.
दिक्कत है भाई.
Talon realizing that they're just
डेक्स्टर भाई वेलकम वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम. क्या हाल है डेक्स्टर भाई, क्या बात है आज दोपहर को. डेक्स्टर भाई आपको पता नहीं है पर हम ऑफिशियल VCT का को स्ट्रीमर बने हैं, तो VCT के मैचेस हम वॉच पार्टी करते हैं. यस, बहुत बड़ी टूर्नामेंट है, तो रात को भी होता तो हम आ जाते मिडनाइट, because VCT के मैचेस मैं वैसे भी मिस नहीं करता. T1 हो गया, अब DRX. Nice.
Operator going to be saved as Genji finally able to break a very large win streak from the side of Talon. Was 5 consecutive wins in a row to get themselves up to 4.
Yeah, and you're thinking like, okay, this is a double sentinel comp. This is the defender side of comp. Not against T1, it wasn't.
Yeah.
They won 6 out of 8 rounds on their attacker side.
Instagram पे भी हम लोग लिंक डाल दिए.
Very annoying on that attacker side. There's still a lot of oomph behind it, especially in those post plans.
उठाता हूँ.
Get the deadlock set up, able to throw down the wall, get those sonic sensors in place.
Exactly.
Trying to flood retake, especially with a neon.
Have fun. Have fun being stunned and detected for days. Primi this time takes some sewer space.
लगेगा एक शॉट तो लगेगा, एक अभी कोई पीक नहीं ले रहा है ब्रो. कैरन लेगा, फीलिंग आ रही है कैरन लेगा.
No one given him the time there to go for the peak, so backs away.
Yeah, they're gonna use the drone.
That's just gonna be sent. They get a glimpse though. They know that the deadlock.
Whoa!
Spamming through the wall. Texture dead. Not looking to reposition fast enough. Now sonic sensor is situated here in garage.
Whoa! क्या मारा?
Hit a flick. Munchkin taken down. Wall set up in garage. No
Jod.
access here. Genji once again are losing the plot. Double face in towards long. Ty able to come up with a kill. Foxy9 dead. Swing in, looking for the hit. Ash
Nice,
babe. Just frantically spraying, is able to find Charon. And now it is just Ash all alone. Looking to try to clutch this out. Salvo's buying enough space to go ahead and get the plan. Salvo's in response, however. Get down to 60.
एक तो दिया है.
Swooping around from behind here. Now it's C long scoped in on the op.
Try to hold this angle again. See if he can trick Talon a bit.
But swap should have been heard. Oh, faces in. 2 players there. Will end up falling. Decent little run of it. At least get the plant money across. But that is going to be Talon now securing the lead at the half. At least 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, at every twist and turn, Talon has the read. You know, Primi can just hold sewers. He's got A under control. Cruz then
Nice.
senses the drone, knows the drone is coming, throws out the grab net to slow it down, sees the shots coming through the wall, and just wins the counter spam battle. And then the rest of the way through, they're finding some good double peaks. Killua, nice little drag. Ash trying to do what he can, but at this point, he's got players coming from every which way. Got identified, tried to swing, paid the price. Tejo's have ults. Still have Jit Boys' neural theft. This round, very important for Genji. This 5th would feel very nice. Feel like you could still get this done. 4 seems challenging.
भाई दो स्नाइपर. अच्छा वो गन चेंज करने के लिए रखा होगा एक.
Last round of the half. Armageddon's available on both sides. Jit Boys and Neural Theft is there. Foxy, he's ready for this push out. It's been happening consistently from the side of Talon, but
भाई देखो अगर योरू वहाँ से एक कदम नहीं आगे बढ़ा रहा, वो बस वो एंगल होल्ड कर रहा है. उसे पता है कोई ना कोई उनका तरह से भी एंगल होल्ड हो रहा होगा, आगे जा ही नहीं रहा. देखो ये डिसिप्लिन चाहिए बे, ये डिसिप्लिन. लोगों को लगता है कि भाई हम 3 राउंड आगे हैं तो थोड़ा आगे स्टेप फॉरवर्ड कर लेते हैं. This is the mentality a T1 team should need.
No push coming through sewers again.
A little bit wider. Foxy just not fast enough.
कभी-कभार ऐसा भी कर देना चाहिए, वो अलग बात है. जब तक kill मिल रहा है तब तक everything is fine.
RGNG. Talon taking the right steps towards securing that 8th round victory here in the half.
Quick rotate after clearing the barrier mesh. Now they want to try to find a way through towards A, but
30 seconds left.
Ty, also seemingly aware, hasn't seen anything over at B. Jit Boys.
Has the cam situated, slide across texture. Able to find Jit Boys, just sprinting through the cage. Swoops around the back, 2 players now lingering within the smokes. Karen pushing forward, able to find one, the spike. Need to get planted here. Ty still looking to cause chaos here on the side. Gets the spot out, pushes forward, ends up getting taken down with 2 seconds to spare. The plant now being stuck is Primi. It's the last one standing. Looking to try to clutch it out, but Karen off on the flank angle. Has the headshot.
5-7.
It's going to be Gen G narrowly making their way up to 5-round wins.
Yeah, I mean, that was really tenacious
भाई
defense
समोसा खाएं
from the
क्या?
side of Talon. Tough nut to crack for
अभी नहीं
sure.
खाते.
And eventually Gen G able to get there. That's good paranoia to set up texture on the entry by Karan. And then Karan able to push deep into the back of sight again. Finds the angle where Primi's not expecting him. And
Half
preventing him
time.
from getting another nasty clutch. Let's see what the other side of the coin looks like. I mean, again, Talon look good on their attacker side against T1. It's really annoying if they can find that open space. I mean, they have a lot of these same kind of util to sort of clear angles and get information that Gen G does. You have a Teho, so a lot of those ideas are going to be there.
Intense feedback session एक तरह.
The same kind of play.
I think, yeah. Something tells me this is a bit of a lopsided question.
Yeah, this is a little unfair.
Do we not have a, I guess we don't have the score tracker to see like which one wins out in the vote. But...
yeah. Oh, solo?
Okay. She's going to go with solo.
Okay.
That's a scarier situation.
I imagine that would be a little intimidating too.
It could be.
We know he's a pretty intense guy sometimes.
Maybe if you don't have the strongest understanding of what Frost is saying, it might not be that scary as well.
Yeah, he's just
not to make assumptions, but
yeah.
you know, like if he's just yapping at you and you're just like, I don't understand any of this.
Yeah.
I'm unbothered.
Yeah.
It's like when you're taking a taxi late at night in Seoul and the guy's like yelling because he's like upset about like where you're going, or it's like, oh, the trip isn't long enough, but you're just like, I don't fully understand what you're
not my
angry
problem
about, so I'm just gonna chill back and put my earpods in.
Yep, exactly. Just this guy's yapping, and I don't know.
I'm unbothered.
Yep.
Just get me to my destination.
In my
Let me
lane.
swipe my card.
Yep. Oh, they're ready for this.
Paranoia, Primi, blinded up. Damage not suffered though, and we'll just go ahead and take a quick little exit. They get the snake bite out as well. Now it's going to be a pivot across over towards the garage. Stealth drone going to be sent through. Munchkin able to find a bit of damage, but suffers some in kind.
But they got the wall deep, so the 2 players stuck on B have to clear that before they're going to be able to help.
Primi's able to find one. Ash going to be
Yeah,
taken
main
down.
pick
That's the
था
full
भाई,
HP
Ash
player
का.
there at back sight. Texture now arriving, sliding forward. Calhoun able to find one. Kahlua going to be dropped, but Cruz trades it back out. The swoop around the back. Primi looking for the timing to try to swing out from the smoke. Does so and eventually drags the shots across.
1v1
Munchkin's
fights
head.
निकल नहीं रहे तो ये round तो
Foxy now the last one standing. Primi
pure
Cruz
1v1 fights हो रहे हैं.
both tagged up. Jit Boys, however, full HP.
मतलब side से
full
थोड़ा help आ रहा है,
ghosts,
but
full pressure.
ऐसा नहीं कि
on the
3v1
shoulders of
pick
this
ले रहे
Killjoy.
हैं वैसा. इनको देखो अभी 3 लोग एक साथ pick लेगा तो
grab
इसको
net
मारने
though
के
for
chances कम हैं.
And there's the catch. Finds the first one. And needed to hit every single headshot from there and cannot. That's going to be Talon taking the pistol here in the second half, tying that up in a 1-to-1. Further stretching the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, again, going back to what I was talking about earlier, this comp to me really feels like it's well set up to put pressure at B and C. Because if you can get those walls deep from the deadlock, you could cut off a lot of the rotation angles and really make it easy to read where and when your opponents are going to be, because they're either going to be clearing that wall at that one spot or they're going to be pushing from C-Link or something. So you have so much ability to manipulate the map here with this comp that Talon brings, and to understand where and when your opponents are. It's going to be really difficult for a lot of teams. Gen G here today on their map pick, also already struggling. Now they're trying to set up crossfires with the classics outside of the door. Sheriff for texture. Is this going to catch Talon off guard? Drone's not going to spot it. It's going into the garage. They don't like it.
Yep, they're not going to play around with this. Ball falling. Potential catcher on a Kahlua. It's out in mid. That's maybe a weapon eventually recovered in the round, but looks like it will just be a re-aggress from Talon into mid, try to keep that weapon protected. And does get scooped up there by Cruz, in fact.
Yeah, that's... Oh my god.
He's just donk walking into garage, and he ends up getting taken down. Primi quickly trades it back as Jit Boys on the linger up in towards A. He's able to find Ash. Gen G, though, really scratching their heads, have a strong understanding that this is going to be a seaside plant, especially now that they hear it coming through. Get themselves into a 3v3. Some more damage dealt from Gen G would start being costly to Talon. Dai doing well to find that kill, though.
Oh, shot.
And that one. Maybe the third one, yes.
Oh.
I did well. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah. Man, he was on point for sure. That's very nicely done again. I mean, Talon has a great read. Again, they're not actually going to A. That's where Gen G expects them to. They cover the gun. Gen G anticipates they were going to rotate off of that. Instead, Talon finds the open space, finds the open site. Able to hit some nice shots along the way, so looking very, very nice right now. For Talon, up by 4 rounds. Into the bonus, have some Guardians, a shotgun for Cruz.
And that's a great way to start working towards a conversion.
क्या मार रहा है भाई ये?
Hell of a shot from Jit Boys. Ash dead, and now this scrambles the forces from Gen G across the map. Meantime, it's going to be an exact forward here onto the B site for the side of Talon. Wall set up, cutting off that A connector. Texture getting the bad news, just trying to spray that wall down. As Munchkin has no idea. Right in between the shoulder blades. Finds the kill. Texture dead. This round is as good as done.
Got to save. No
They
choice.
Absolutely do. And Cruz could just throw himself at them. He's got a bucky.
Yeah.
Knife हो गया अभी. VCT Pacific playoffs के पहला knife.
Get up to 10 rounds with a bonus conversion. Gen G left
भाई लेकिन पहले वाले मरा नहीं था तो घूम गया था वो. मार देता ना. लुल हो जाता.
They're winning so many of these opening duels. They're so on point with their reads on the timings. The deadlock util, so annoying. All of this for Talon. Just incredibly well put together, incredibly well executed.
Hey, you don't know Mariki.
Not sure why Ty went down, but
the memes.
It's fine. He's got 7,000. They're up by 5 rounds.
He's 15-6.
Yeah.
it's. Oh man.
For a sec, when the first knife swing didn't kill, I was like, oh no, he's beat it. Munchkin's got a 180 and just head tap, but nope. Got it done. It's been a very, very rough go here for the side of Gen G. And Foxy only one at double-digit kills.
Who's next?
I mean, they're just having such a struggle reading the map.
They are just storming their way forward now. Foxy just getting absolutely overwhelmed. Primi will get taken down there as the snake bite is enough to go ahead and confirm the kill. That slows up the approach from Talon. Gives them pause for the moment. Jit Boys still lurks forward into window, but Munchkin seemingly aware of this, but cannot find the shot. Jit Boys is absolutely devastating. Caron too late to try to find the punish here on the tie.
Wait.
I mean, this is actually a pretty good read by Gen G. And you got the ult out of the Yoru when you traded it. It looked like it was going to be good, but then Munchkin loses the 1v1, and all of a sudden you're scrambling to try to control the map.
Caron, okay, I was going to say Cam Toggle is set up. Jit Boys keeps himself safe. And now looks for the punish, and will not be able to find it.
यही तो दिक्कत है.
Overconfidence for Jit there.
Caron able to go ahead and secure them a 3v3, but the plant now gets ready to come through. You still have this deadlock. 2 sonic sensors and a grav net available for Cruz to try to prevent a retake.
Can't go through heaven. That's cut off by the barrier mesh. And then there's sonic sensors at the door. What do? You got to rely on a lurk. You don't have one.
Looks like they are just going to go ahead and clear this one out. Kahlua, position ought to be noted. Got grav netted there by his own teammate, but no punish to be found. Wall going to be set up. Texture dropping down. Out from heaven, able to find one. He's out wide, however, and Kahlua will just massacre all 3 players. 11-5, Talon running away with this map, and it's Gen G's pick.
This is a treat to watch. Talon in full control here.
जेनजी तो गलत पिट रहा भाई,
Again, this
बहुत
isn't a
गलत
bad
पिट रहा,
start
अपने ही
at
मैप
all
पिक
for
पे
Gen
गलत
G,
पिट
but
रहे
this
हैं
right here
भाई.
is devastating. Losing Munchkin when he's got the read, he saw the player
टैलन
there.
ने ना अपने प्लेइंग स्ट्रेटजी थोड़ा सा चेंज की है, और वही वो लोग रीड नहीं कर पा रहे, cause टैलन हेवन पे ऐसा नहीं खेल रही थी मतलब नॉर्मल लीग मैचेस में, ग्रुप स्टेजेस.
I mean, you know what to expect, where to expect it, when to expect it, and on top of that, you're winning your duels. Now they're going to try to slow walk their way up. A really far forward alarm bot, early pop of the nano, so some time bought for rotations. Poison Cloud.
Oh.
Ooh, that.
Yeah, tiny touch of damage on the Cruise.
Yeah, looked like it might have caught a little bit more, but.
And mostly connecting into the legs.
Foxy, though, took some damage as well.
Yeah, he gets the worst of it by a pretty large margin. Those drones just saying hi to each other.
Hi to each other. सिद्धांत भाई, by the way, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है सिद्धांत भाई, कैसे हैं?
There's been so much contact on the other side of the map. And they're so quick to rotate. TP's going to go back behind the box. The salvos to cut off the corners.
That rings out the bad news. Deep in the back side, the flash connecting.
अरे थाई ने मारा भाई, यही देखो 1v1 ना थोड़ा सा हार रहे हैं.
So much here for the squad. Does well to come away with a second kill, but there you have yourself a 2v3 attempt at a retake here for Gen G to stop Talon from getting up the map point. Primi going for the plant, going to be forced away. I should know that he got a bit of connection there. Spots out Jit Boys, knows the position of two, spots the head of one, and cannot find either. Jit Boys collects them both. Good to see that one back, but Talon now up to map point.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Let me see that from Jit's perspective. I thought Primi got one, Jit got the other. This is just so beautiful. From the side of Talon. I mean, the play off this concuss. Oh, so good. But this is such a good play off that concuss by Jit Boys, to be patient, to not swing, to try to cover his teammate, to just wait until the concuss is going to wear off and they can swing together. Just phenomenal work here on the Cypher. He has been mostly very, very good. I'd say other than that peek up through courtyard against Karan and a couple rounds ago, he's been near flawless. He has been reading the map so well, playing this Cypher so effectively. Great lurks. They are just on point. Let's see if Primi can be, if he's going to be ready for that player up in the, tucked into the corner. Haven't seen that yet. Seemingly thinking about it, but Karan knows that he can hide in that angle and there's enough space. That toxic screen and Talon, I think, getting a sense that there's a trap behind that wall.
Foxy in a committed spot. We'll find one, but cannot get any damage across on the Cruise, in fact. He's now one away from having that annihilation on line. Munchkin finding
Cruise अलग मार रहा है.
again. The trade exchange, the annihilation going to be sent out. That gets a banking shot into the corner?
What?
भाई वो तो सिटी में मारा ना.
That one hit, but Karan, he's dead. Cruz has got 3. Primi's looking for the rest, and Texture now in a 1v1. The push in, and Texture barely stays alive. Gen G will get up to 6, but they need 6 more in a row just to take it into overtime.
Oh man, I want to. Do we have like a wide view of that annihilation? Yeah. I want to see like the bird's eye view of that.
Cruz can hit shots like that. I mean, give Minnesota Fats a run for his money. He should be hustling pool.
He did that on purpose. Yeah.
Okay.
Incredible. We didn't get to see it quite, but he just at the end.
It looked like it was going in towards the alley.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But he. Time. for the most part. A few glimpses of hope here and there, but once again, Primi has the outlaw, sees the economic situation that Gen G is in. Only Texture can get the full armor through. So he can continue to abuse that weapon. And they have a ton of alts.
4 half armors.
They're 1 away from Primis.
Primi just strafing in. Disrespects all the util. Ash blinded up, dead on the jump.
What a play.
Salvo sent, they flush him out. Foxy picked apart. Texture as well, tagged.
Genji is cooked away.
As this is the end of Haven. Ask will go
भाई
on.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये लोग अभी वो लिए ना टाइम आउट लिए ना, टाइम आउट में ये डिसाइड वैसे खेलना है इनको?
As he is just strafing in along his back. Jumps out.
अरे भाई ये तो अब तो जो मजाक करने लग
over
गए.
his HP bar, secure the kill and Texture. You're a damn good player, but I think this is a bridge too far. 13-6, Talon looking absolutely electric. Have every correct answer.
क्या खेल गई भाई
Every
ये?
problem thrown to them here by Gen G on Gen G's map pick of Haven. Now we get ready to go in the ice box where Talon will be looking to send Gen G down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the desk was talking about the improvements that both of these teams have made, but Talon is starting to gain a lot of distance ahead of their opponents. They are really coming together nicely now. With this all-tie roster, it is starting to fire on all cylinders. They're getting ready to lap their opponents at this point. And they're fired up too. And you know, they're having fun in there. You can see some of those moments with the knife and some other plays. You know, a lot of times Chip Boys, when they got his camera on down in the bottom corner and he's lurking around the map, he's got a smile on his face. He's just ready to go. He knows they've got the reads and he knows he's gonna get impact kills. I mean, just tremendous. Nothing else to say about Talon right now. They look phenomenal.
Excellently done. Great preparation. Heard Frost talking about it, giving his notes, passing that over to Cruz, and then having Cruz basically issue it out to the rest of the team, teach them what the game strategy is going to be. And right now it seems like the system is absolutely working, firing on all cylinders. Meanwhile, for Gen G, it is looking broken down and dysfunctional. The players themselves not looking like what we're used to seeing from them, but that's Haven done and dusted. We'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst to break down all the action from map 1.
Hello, आवाज आती?
And that's Haven going
Moji,
over
Sprite.
to Talon for our first match for playoffs. And this was just back and forth when it came down to reading each other's strategies. We saw how much Talon was able to catch on to Gen G's strats here on Haven.
I mean, this was such a dominant game. If anything, I think 6 is generous on the side of Gen G this game. Talon, so well prepared, just shut down everything Gen G wanted to do.
This was peak Talon. Every single player performed above the margins. You know, Jet Boys has been having some rougher maps, had really, really good performance here. Thai was playing fantastic, particularly in that first half. Every single player on Talon performed. The game plan was phenomenal, and they just absolutely slapped Gen G. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke before this game about how high Gen G's first kill conversion is at 80%. But that doesn't matter when you're only able to get 4 first bloods the whole map. They're never in an advantage. Talon shutting them down. Primi topping the scoreboard there with 5 first kills just for himself.
Yeah, Talon literally just says, convert these. Like 15 of 4 opening kills. It's ridiculous. Like, they dominated the opening duels. And it wasn't even in the fashion of like individual pop-off or anything. It was constantly like they're able to read exactly how Gen G wants to play. They know where they're going to find those lurk timings on the map. Primi was just walking up and finding opening kills. You had Killua there at the end of the game, even with some salvos just flushing players completely out of position. They would just die for free. Like, it felt like Talon knew exactly how Gen G was going to play. And that's because you always know exactly how Gen G is going to play. They don't change very much, and Talon is known for having good prep and good game plans. And with this Haven pick coming out for Gen G, not any change in the comp, not really much of a change in the approach. Talon just walked all over them.
Yeah, absolutely. But we did see some good plays from Gen G, right? We did see some, you know, a little bit of aggression coming out from Karon, for example, in a few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, so this was clearly sort of Gen G's idea of how to beat all of that Sentinel util, right? They just want to send Karon.
Yeah, look at him. Double TP into the backside of the B site. He's able to hide behind the fast lane, and for all those Omen players in ranked that never get in on the entry, that I'm playing Enit, I'm off my Soba drone or my Teo drone, and I come off my drone and you're still standing right next to me looking at me. Please, for the love of God,
You
get
can go in.
the site, man. Get in the site.
Yeah, I respect that he's getting in the side. That was, you know, Karen is at his best when he's aggressive.
Sorry, yeah. Good
So-
job, Karen.
So many
That's what
people
that's
could
what it
relate
was
to you
about. It
in
was
that
about
point in
Karen.
time.
Thank
Yeah,
Get in the side.
Karen heard you at that point in time, and that's exactly what he was doing, right? But let's be real. This was all on the side of Talon Esports, especially since, you know, Haven was a big question because there was a turnaround coming into this match, right? They did have those little breakthroughs that happened in their previous match versus T1 that they were able to apply here.
I mean, this win is on the prep. If you ask me, I have some highlights where we can kind of break this down for you just a little bit more. So we can see on this defender side that Talon understand how grouped Gen G are so consistently around the map. So they move, they take this space together, and they're able to just restrict. They force them and sort of funnel them into Primi. You know, they're in so much control of this round. Gen G aren't able to really play that fast, and they love this kind of 4-1 approach. So we see how consistently Talon are able to kind of push out. Now this was a separate look where they lock Primi on this A line. Again, dominating all that space. They have 3 people on that left-hand side of the map, and they're able to just use the util, stall them out so consistently. Honestly, I know this game must have been so frustrating for Gen G to play, because it will have felt like Talon had a UAV, had a map hack, because they were always in the right positions, because the read was so good. The anti-strat was so good from this Talon side.
But you even see it from those two like minimap highlights that the timings are always the same for Gen G. It's around the wall cycle denying information over on the A line, and then very standard timings, 50 seconds to a minute 10. They're going to go and run their default. They're going to drone something, you know, every single time, and it reveals a lot about their intentions playing the Teo there. Primi given the map MVP, but I would love to give it to the coaching staff and to all of Talon. Like, they all played phenomenally. There was no carry in that game for Talon. They literally got 100% out of their roster. All 5 of the players played perfectly, and the coaching staff had a fantastic read. You literally could not have dominated harder there as Talon. Like, this is what peak Talon looks like.
This is my problem with Gen G, right? I'm sort of getting stressed out about this because these two teams are very polar opposite, where Talon change everything. They all the time are reinventing, pushing the meta, and Gen G love to do what works for them. But then I think in this kind of matchup, Talon are always going to have the edge. That's why I predicted them today. This was the same Gen G running the same composition that we've seen for years with exactly the same gamepad. Literal years. So it's no surprise that good coaching staff are able to pick it apart.
I mean, they've had good run on Haven so far in Pacific, as have T1 and Talon, playing against both of those teams that just run the same thing over and over again on Haven and have a lot of success doing it, have absolutely smashed both of them. They smashed T1 with this Deadlock comp, and then they've adapted it to be able to smash the Viper comp here from Gen G. Like, they are very good at figuring out opponents that just does the same thing over and over again.
And speaking of that, I just want to take a moment and glaze Cruz for a bit for being able to adapt so quickly. I mean, in the press conference, Frost was saying how a lot of the development on Haven when they had that match versus T1 was thanks to Cruz actually adapting or tweaking what the strategies were for Talon on that map. So major props, and this really comes out. I mean, Munchkin, come on, he is definitely one of the best IGLs in Pacific, and Cruz was able to outplay him on this map.
I think Cruz is thoroughly underrated as an IGL in this region. I mean, something Frost talks about so consistently in his interviews about how he feels like Cruz is the best IGL in Pacific, and I think we're slowly starting to see a lot more of that. I feel like his calling is consistently good, the anti-strat is consistently good, and he's holding his own in the server. So I'm very high on Talon right now, and I think if you're Gen G, you're a little bit worried about this map too.
I mean, going here into Icebox, right? We're gonna see the data up in just a bit. This is a map that we haven't seen Gen G on since Champions Soul. That was the last time when they lost versus Sentinels. So we haven't seen them on this map for a long time. I highly doubt they're gonna run that Gecko KO once again.
You can see it there. They banned it a handful of times as well. Have not really wanted it to be pushed into the veto very often. Over on the side of Talon, did recently play this up against who was it? Was it
T1?
T1. Yeah, that they got a really good win over. So you can see defense win rate 100%, and again that might be a good little anti-strat, recognizing that T1 is a little bit too one-dimensional on that map and doing the same thing on attack over and over again. So I think for Talon, this is going to be a little bit of a different look for them, where they have something in particular prepped, but there's nothing to look at for Gen.G. This is not going to be a game plan W this time around.
Yeah, that's almost a good thing for Gen.G in a way, that they haven't shown anything on this map, because I think that would be an even bigger worry for them right now. But ultimately, I think Talon are still feeling very good. They're clearly taking it to a map where Gen.G are not comfortable. Gen.G have been looking to ban out this map, so I think Talon are going to be feeling so good heading into this map too. So it's really on Gen.G to show up now. Show us something a little bit different and have this well prepared, because if you're banning it, you probably haven't put a ton of time into it before now.
Well, maybe you haven't put a lot of time on the stage, which is also another factor, right? You might have been maybe saving it for a moment like this, for a moment like playoffs, but how many reps have you had on that stage, which is such an important factor?
Alrighty, let's see what we're going to get from these teams in terms of agents. Talon are taking one step ahead here. They are going to swap to the
Harbor.
They were running Teo in this slot before, and this really changes.
Jit Harbor खेल रहा है.
Some teams running Harbor.
पहली बार VCT Pacific में हुआ है. Stage 1.
That's a bit of that NA
Harbor
flavor into Talon once again.
Yeah, I love Harbor. Great for the retakes and getting that spike down. Over across on the side of Gen.G, a fairly simple, more standard comp. We are seeing them stick with that KO, but Munchkins has a real strong record on that KO. Texture
ये
on
दो
the
initiator
Yoru.
खेल रहे हैं, वो दो
Yoru,
controller
last week,
खेल
I
रहे
believe
हैं.
it wasn't entirely convinced, so he needs a better performance there today. But ultimately, not too many risks on this Gen.G side. Only small adaptations on the current match.
I mean, texture on the Yoru on a map that you don't see Yoru as a core agent a lot is an interesting one. He must really be backing himself on this agent lately.
I don't know, he's smiling. He's smiling over there, just like our audience are smiling right now, because we're about to step into Icebox, our second map here. And does this go over to Talon, or can Gen.G come back? We're going to find out as we toss it on over to Achilles and Paperpin.
Thank you very much. Well, some new sights here, it would seem. Harbor, something that we have not seen at all in Pacific this year. Comes out, bit of a classic one here from Jit Boys. Granted, has played it in the past, not to a huge amount. I think it's his 7th game on it. And for Texture, similarly, 2nd game on the Yoru. So some big changes. But for the side of Talent, curious to see how they pilot this. You and I were talking about it as we saw this come through. They don't have any flashes.
None. And you've got a bunch for Gen.G. So you got to find those timings.
Well, that is a huge reveal. Shoot the dark challenge, impossible. Texture, however, able to trade one back. Foxy and Primi both going to be left on the floor.
You can already see some of the ideas with the cascade there to try to cover the retreat after the pick, but too quick for Gen.G to respond. So not bad so far. Scaling their way up towards A. Our Gen.G has to be left open by Killua. He is the only player there. Good read by the open space here for Gen.G. Nano popped, but Gen.G still hadn't made their way through. This is buying time for the rotations at the very least. The Viper Wall as well helping out. So Gen.G gonna have to find some good value out of those flashes, but Talon seemingly aware they're just playing outside the site.
Shock darts at the ready here for the plant. Lands right in Ash's face. And that is going to be a huge chunk of damage as he falls down to 25 health. His flank being noted and dealt with. Karan snapping on the shots, is able to find Kai. As screens and Jit Boys will fall as well. Gen.G looking well poised to close out another pistol here for themselves, as Cruz will still be able to put that Sheriff to good use. Finds one, finds the timing on the Munchkin as he turns back. Suddenly, it's all being undone.
ये क्या हो गया? कैसे मार दिए भाई? 2v4 कर दिए.
Cruz has absolutely saved them. 1000th kill accrued as well.
भाई 2v4 कर दिए.
Congratulations as Talon collect another pistol round win, stealing this from Gen.G.
Oh, what a round to get it. Cruz hits the 1,000 mark. Great opener by Primi. Reaction from Gen.G there, but the delay with the Nano Swarm and the Toxic Screen.
ये round
Give
कैसे
them enough time to get
जीते?
the place to shoot, send out some shock darts.
Well,
ये तो timing हो गया यार.
Oh, above on the rope too for the final.
That one's on me, gang. That was definitely my
1000 kill.
this time around.
Congratulations,
I can't really point
Cruz.
the finger at Sliggy here.
You've been borrowing some of Chronicle's
एक
powers
second,
over in
मैंने
the LCK.
Yeah, apparently.
छोटा सा काम कर रहा हूँ.
Chronicler,
yeah. Sorry, Chronicle is the player.
Yes.
Yeah. Chronicler is the caster.
both goats in their own right. And it's Premi up and over the top, able to find one as Texture Will can take it down. And Kahlua just holds it down this under 2 position. Foxy9 not able to get a lurk through.
Quick clear by Karan with a Sheriff. I believe Foxy had a Sheriff that he dropped as well. Below the tube. It's a little bit of an investment on the side of Gen G. Oh, Kahlua so far ahead of this. Is anybody on Gen G going to be ready?
और क्या था?
Karan for now just tucked into the side here.
They're scared to push.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so locked in position. Unfortunate for them, Cruz has just got a stinger playing from Snowman.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the Toxic screen to come back up before they make
Chalo,
the move.
nice.
Shock Darts, however, still can find value as Munchkin nearly
Bhai,
gets
1
picked
HP
apart.
बचा है.
Push in, Karan on the swing. Does manage to come away with a second kill, so some damage starting to be dealt here. As Ty, though, quickly with that Guardian in hand, be able to massacre.
चलेगा, 2 मरे हैं,
the remaining
चलेगा,
two
चलेगा.
players. Arms them up nice and quick. And that is going to be, you know, Guardian, Outlaw. Looks like Cruz is going to be stuck with a stinger carried forward here as we go into Talon's bonus round.
Yeah, this is not bad damage done by Gen G in the long run. Karan with some snappy shots onto the Sheriff. That Outlaw continuing to find value for Primi. And with a couple Sheriff spot, that Outlaw still in play. Going to be interesting to
Karan
see
ने फिर भी 2
what the
निकाल
buy
दिया
looks
वहाँ
like
से.
coming out for Gen G. How much do they have?
क्या लगता है 2-0 हो जाएगा क्या?
With the
पहला
regen
ही
shield.
मैच.
Foxy9, so everybody else able to find the full armors. It's good management, a couple Sheriffs otherwise for Talon.
At least 2-1 होना चाहिए. एक मैप तो जीतना ही चाहिए यार
Now
जेनजी को.
shots do end up connecting here as Munchkin able to get the transfer.
भाई,
Talon to
2
find
निकाल
2
दिए उसने.
before getting traded out. Still close to being a 3v3
Dodo,
position
Dodo.
here, but given the weaponry, Gen G a bit more of a comfortable position for now.
Pretty quick to move over though. Off just a little bit of contact, especially with that drone, not seeing anything. Cruz as well now. Sliding a bit further back. See if Talon can do any more damage here. Texture so low after getting hit by the Outlaw. Alarmbot's gonna give it away here. Stealth drone as well to clear. This needs to be pretty clean for Gen G. Primi in position.
भाई कितना डिले कर रहे हैं लोग
No one
प्लांटिंग.
there for the plant to receive the damage.
अरे यार ये ऐश को मारना
Offset a
चाहिए
bit there by
था.
the movement, not quite prepared for it, so Ash is able to collect 1.
Spike planted.
Spike now planted.
ये अच्छा प्लान दिए
Guardian
भाई.
and Sheriff here for Kahlua and Cruz. I see if they can spot anything out, but everyone from Gen G disconnected back over behind yellow and around green. As up and over the top, spot out on the 1. Does get a headshot across on the Foxy9, at least will force potentially an armor
Fair enough.
rebuy. He's got
Nice
the regen
try.
shield. Either way, solid cleanup, just the 1 casualty here for Gen G as they deny the bonus conversion.
Okay, starting to be a little bit more methodical here, our Gen G. Very ready for that push out off to clear the knife. Munchkin able to find 2 very impactful kills. Karan there, swings out at the end, so okay. Not bad from Gen G, but I'm still seeing good reads from Talon.
I think you could just take Karan's yells and just put him over like anything.
Yeah.
It sounds like he could be getting horrendously injured,
I mean,
or he could just be excited. Like,
yeah, well, and,
it's
you
the
know,
same sound.
if this was EMEA, it'd just be highlights of him screaming after the matches, which is a choice.
My internal dialogue every time I see a tech pause. It's just that scream.
Or Texture malding after not getting the ace.
Yeah.
Okay. Drone caught. Orb secured. Ult online for Munchkin. So maybe going to be able to bully their way to a plant. Foxy has to be diligent, making sure that he's tracking the lurks, but he's got the turret as well to make sure if they push through tube, just got cleared.
0 point to B, though, pretty much confirms that this is where the hit's going to go, so now the wall gets set up. Strafing across, Karan trying to lead the charge here, take some space forward. As Ash is able to find 1. Ty going to be noted, Ash turns sights up above, and Jitboy's taken down as well. Looked like Jit was going to be able to find a solid time to get some damage through. Gen G now in a good spot as A blind shot connecting onto Primmy. Not much damage going to be dealt, but given that they have the op committed here, it looks like the call to save is already going to be made. So Gen G will tie things up at 2-2. Cruz, quick little peek back in, trying to see if he can find any extra punish, but widely, Gen G are now well poised to go ahead and secure a flawless round.
Yeah, what a round for Ash. Gonna have his ult for the next round too. Just breaks things open for Gen G. The map control, though, pretty well under Gen G's purview for most of that round, especially with Foxy being able to watch for the lurks, whether that be through mid or across the belt. He had that under control, so Gen G able to scale forward very nicely, use that Munchkin ult to get themselves through, so the ult cycle looking good potentially here for Gen G as well. It's encouraging news if you're a Gen G fan after how rough things went for them on Haven. But this is a map that you haven't seen from Gen G yet this year. So we weren't really too sure what to expect. Kind of starting to see some of the ideas formulate. And they're able to keep the op though. Our Talon, what does the buy look behind this is my big question right now as we get a quick look at all the players. So a couple Guardians had to be bought down by Talon. And able to hang on that very important op, trying to set up for it. Do clear the knife at least. But, you know, Gen G already doing a little pre-fire to check. But that angle held. Gonna need some good flashes to clear that. Or a drone potentially here from Ash. Might be able to get that out early. Jitboy's right there to back up Primmy. Throw out that cascade if necessary. They're just gonna hightail it out of there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just burning the tailwind. Backpedaling here as quickly as they can. All coming up, and it seems like Gen G relatively happy with that pressure, but the lurk from Charon is gonna be noted. Weapon swapped out, as Ty just gonna be looking for the quick little exit here.
They've done such a good job with this of Talon. Get the one and dones. Don't overcommit, don't overheat.
Ty on the swing out, finds the headshot. Extra dead. Solid damage dealt, ensuring that they maintain that player advantage, at least for the moment. But Foxy9, this time, able to linger forward, finishes the job there on a Kahlua. Now we go into a 3v3. Armageddon, clear out over towards Snowman. Holds Jitboy's back, plant now, getting dropped in. No further ults to speak of.
Gonna have to be really good with this Harbor util and the Soba util, and a shot from Munchkin.
Pop flash.
Nice.
Absolutely perfection. Or absolute perfection, one should say. As Jitboy similarly going to be taken down, and now Primmy is looking to hold on to the operator, see if he can find anything additional here. The round just a bit out of touch, and they are in position to go ahead and find this punish as well. Just trying to confirm presence as Foxy, the gun barrel just not quite spotted. Won't be able to see him, but now can turn his sights back, and as he goes for the updraft to exit, Foxy is there to shoot him out of the sky. 3 in a row, Gen G now in the lead.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. Let's see when Talon wants to think about a timeout. Been pretty quick to pop him, especially with Killua.
भाई दो निकाल दिए थे यहाँ पे 3v4
Ty and
कैसे
Killua, I should say, finding a kill apiece, but a good lurk by Foxy9 finds a ton of value under 2.
ये
But
वाला
that
देखो
gives Gen G the confidence that they need, the safety that they
कुछ
need
भी
to
लगा
push forward on towards the B site. The very thing was across both groups.
Coming back.
And, you know, poor Talon, just, at least they've gotten the first map jitters out of the way. They've been able to win a couple of those now.
Very true.
Early flash to try to counter that lurk we saw in the previous round from Gen G.
Needing Jip Boys to start getting activated though. Not on the board quite just yet, which is why it's such a huge delay on trying to get that reckoning online. Still one charge off of it. It's triple stack to defend B. It seems like whether it's Haven or Icebox, Gen G favoring the B site today. As some noise made. Alua on the timing, looking for the hit there, unable to find it. Turn back from Texture, able to find one as Munchkin also gets a piece of the action. As Jit Boys able to avoid the stun, avoids the fragment, stays tucked away, just the classic in hand, but now does have that reckoning with that kill.
Did drone miss him?
I don't think he's been spotted by anything. No one is lending any credence to his position at all until that very moment. Sorry, Jit, didn't mean to curse you. As Foxy is trying to readjust his Cruz good for the wide swing. Eventually finds it. Timeout call not going to lead to a thrifty, but let's see what plan Cross looks to enact here as we go into the next rifle round.
Sure, got the reckoning for Jit Boys now. Finally able to get that online, but back into the op as well for Primi, it looks like. And just a delayed push out from Talon. Gen G playing very, very patient today. I mean, that is one thing I can say is Gen G is being very slow at the beginning of these rounds. They're looking for aggression. They're looking for those players. They were just losing a lot of those lurk battles. The 1v1s, you know, if you saw the first kill stats from Haven, it was so heavily in Talon's favor. Texture though, on the exploration mission.
Spotted out 3, and that basically does clear the site. Doesn't even check over towards 410, so doesn't even necessarily have that confirmed. As Falvos will flush him out into the open, but instantly hits the headshot. Does eat a big chunk of damage here in response, but the flash is out. And Kahlua dead, just trying to strafe in from the Raptors.
अचानक क्या हो गया टैलन को?
Committed, now that the pit is in play, I think Talon is going to have to save.
Yeah, you could try to use the reckoning to clear it, but numbers already not in your favor.
They're going to swap over. Texture pop flash going to be sent, gets a full hit onto Jit Boys, and now the reckoning cannot come into play. Shorty, a bit of damage, just under the shoulder there of Ty, so for the most part, not too much found. But they're still playing up into this. They've got the money to be able to afford another purchase here to Talon, but it seems like in the end, updraft just to go for the exit. Munchkin gonna go on the hunt, see if he can try to catch anybody in transit. Spots him out, has the headshot onto one. A one-way setup from Primi as he bounces out towards safety. We'll be able to hold on to the weapon, but Gen G staving them off, not allowing for the timeout to lead to a win.
And now you're seeing those flashes really come into play. Munchkin and Texture using them beautifully in the post plant and to set up the plant. This is a great one right here to set up Texture for his second. The third is found. No fourth there though. He goes bounding out of the smoke.
How is he?
He's just a kid.
I can't believe his energy.
He's having fun. He's so into it.
We'll get pinged. Or going to be picked up there by Cruz. I didn't even necessarily hear exactly what he was begging. But I heard him saying, please, please.
Yeah.
There's no op that you were trying to get.
I think he wanted to, yeah.
Maybe he was begging them to kill Primi.
Yeah, I think that was it. That's my guess. I would have loved to have gotten that op out of their hands. Couldn't quite get there. Now being a little bit tricky on the map are Gen G. Showing some looks towards B. But again, Talon has to play off site. Too dangerous for them to try to contest around 410, around Nest because of the flashes. I mean, Cruz is taking a peek, but has the safety of the screens. Nanos popped, one on top of the box there. That forced players away from the plant site, at least momentarily. Gen G, though, trying to figure out what's going on around them. Pop flash from Texture just in case there was an interruption attempt. Did not come through this time.
Reckoning and the lockdown to try to attempt the retake here. Honestly, all three ultimates could just end up being invested here from the side of Talon. As there is the lockdown sent. Swing out
nice
Texture, trying to find any kind of damage that he possibly can before disconnecting back away from this lockdown, but ends up falling. The fragment to delay. Salvos sent. All of Gen G flushed back, and Primi looks to fill that space, pushing forward. Cruz trying to get the defuse up to half, I believe. Ends up getting taken down, and now the firing squad gets opened up. As the defuse is held to half, but this is starting to get away from Talon, and it's been absolutely wrest from their grasp. Jitboy sprinting as frantically as he can, will be able to avoid the blast radius. But Gen G
अचानक क्या हो गया टैलेंट को?
6 in a row. They're so diligent. They're being very smart about this too. As soon as that reckoning is in play, you know that Talon is going to be kind of scaling those ultimates, so they can try to take control of the site. Oh my!
Off the rope into the fragment.
Oof. Maybe just a little bit of whoopsies there from Cruz. Blade Storm for Primi. Still has the op. This is the end of the cash though for Talon. If they lose this round, they're going to be very broke. Cruz trying to take some mid control. A little bit of presence shown through his opponent's Poison Cloud. Munchkin again with his ult. So Gen G continuing to just find value in every round, no matter the situation. Against their opponent's ults, they get the win. That's a huge one. Now you've got your own again to clear some site space.
Enemy tag.
There's nothing confirmed on that drone. Not much information that Talon is able to work off of right now. Now they're going to start hearing the drone cleared. Gen G trying to scale up. Grab the orb. Get the Poxy's ult. Looking really nice for Gen G.
Get in a forward spot. It's just back in spawn. Catching this flank. Cruz now dealt with. Jitboy's in a committed spot. Is able to find one. Looks to exit. Cannot. Foxy will strike him down. Interrupts the plan here for a moment. As some time going to be bought. Trying to get back into a retake spot. Fluid dropping down. Catching Texture off guard. Able to find him there at close quarters. Up and over the top goes Primi. The knife now pulled out. Foxy 9 going to be taken down. 2 players remaining from the side of Gen G as Ash gets spotted. He gets flushed out. Karan now with everything to do. Tries to set up for the bite. Tucks back into the corner. Needs to hit the headshot and cannot. Kahlua with a 3K. Will finally break the win streak here. 6 in a row for Gen G as Talon find themselves a 3rd round win.
Oh man, Kahlua getting so aggressive in this round. Gen G gets that 1 kill. Tries to get the plant down. And Kahlua is just right there around the corner waiting. And then some good patience shown by him as well after he gets the first to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Start finding some damage, and then Primi with the knife. So clean. Again, they're able to work those crossfires around 410 very nicely. The more important side of the map for them, and they really need to get these wins.
Probably feeling like 6 would be enough, but time will tell. There's op still in hand here for Primi. Just the pit available from Thai. Munchkin with an ult command. Texture, if he can get an orb, will have a dimensional drift.
Like this 3-2 split changeup for Gen G. Kind of a counter lurk setup.
Keeping it quiet for the moment. The peek's about to come in from the operator, and Munchkin has already swung out wide. Has the headshot now. Null command in play. Kahlua down below here at backside. He's trying to stay tucked away, but Ash scaling forward. Finds one. Plan's going to be interrupted. Kahlua able to find the transfer there. Gets rid of Texture, but he's down to 8 HP. Technically still resable. 4 players alive, and if they can find the Killjoy, then that gives them the opener to go ahead and bring Munchkin back to the fold. So Rez is in. Jitboy's able to find one more of those. Karan will fall. Salvo's sent his way. They nearly all line up. As for a moment, I thought we were going to be getting a 100 Thieves v PRX moment.
Yep.
I forget which player it was. I want to say it was like Asuna. Either way, Gen G.
I believe you're right.
Scraped by with the victory. Kahlua continues to try to make this as close as humanly possible here for the team.
Well, he's being so aggressive.
Yes, खाना तो आ गया है.
The timings here, they've been so passive in the beginning of the rounds. You know, for the first 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they haven't really scaled forward that aggressively. They're able to catch Primi completely off guard. Killua, though, with a decent response, but it's too little too late. Pass to Salvo is Primi, and he's dead.
And he is. Texture put him down very quickly. Munchkin finding Jit Boys and Cruz just kind of sitting here being like, well, I don't know what to do now. Swings the corner, gets some good damage onto Ash, but they need High to really deliver and going to be able to find the one. So Kahlua now, Sheriff in hand, rotating over. Armageddon going to be picked up here for the final round of the half. As Karan not quite able to lock down this kill. Foxy9 will be able to do so. And a team ace as Gen G get up to 8.
They're just really starting to feel themselves. Our Gen G able to secure another ult off of that orb for Ash. And this is just clean stuff. Another nice flash, anticipating pressure. Now Munchkin really starting to get the download on his opponents, really starting to anticipate their reactions. This is when Gen G gets scary. And this is something I talk about a lot, is if Munchkin has good reads on you, it is really, really difficult to figure them out, because he's going to be throwing the right util, the right people at the problems. Didn't see it on Haven, but certainly starting to see it. Ooh, there's some spam damage.
It's a really good amount. Poxy down to 42. No regen armor behind that, so we'll just be stuck at that flat number.
Miss Sage on this map sometimes. Just want to see a little heals, some walls, some reses. But anyway.
Well, Pit is here. Dimensional Drift from Texture can try to get the spot out. They also have an Armageddon in force position on the Viper.
That's what I was just thinking about. I mean, you have a lot of tools to clear this pit. It's quite early. They're going to go for it.
खाना खाएंगे, लंच खाएंगे, लंच ऑन स्ट्रीम लंच करेंगे.
Now going to be sent out.
आज मेरा वेज वाला दिन है, समझ रहे हो? तो घर पे जो चिकन बना है मैं वो चिकन खा नहीं पाऊंगा, इसलिए बाहर से ज़ोमैटो.
Shoves them away. The site gets opened up. The flank, however, coming through. Primi swinging around the backhand side. As Hunter's Fury goes across, looking to interrupt, but Plant is already through. Karan escapes, gets himself up and above. As Texture finding a nice shot. We'll take down Thai. Double swing out though, the drop down. Ash, dead to rights. Primi finding Karan. It's all on Texture. To try to clutch it. Gets himself up to 3. And honestly, he's going to be happy that he wouldn't, as it would have been an ace clutch. But that is going to be Talon now finding themselves a 4th round win. But the question is that enough with this composition as they move over to the attack?
8-4 हाफ है, चलेगा. 6-2 था ना? 6-1 के बाद 8-4 is not bad.
But like the way that Talon plays off the Reckoning this time, it's just a game of timing. The last couple of rounds, who can find the right one to catch their opponents a bit off guard. They have a lockdown as well, and Talon able to just kind of storm their way through. But you know, a big part of this so far for Gen G has been their ability to limit Primi, especially when he's the operator. I don't know if he found a single op kill that I can remember. Can you remember any? You've got a better memory than me.
Not off, well, clearly.
Yeah.
But not off the top of my head. No, I can't. I cannot actually recall whether or not he really was finding impact with that op. It wasn't regular enough for us to have it stick in our minds. That's for sure.
Correct.
Feels like he had to have got at least a kill in there somewhere.
I'm sure, but I just don't remember any. That's how crazy it is.
Had some outlaw ones. He had, I think he had.
By the way, Neo YT जी, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग. क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हो आप, बताएं.
This fan wants to see the 4-kill reactions. I do too. Can you tell by the picture if Texture won the round or lost the round? Some say an impossible challenge, because he's always reacting one way or another.
Well,
Ash 10-4 though, what a half.
Yeah, it's been having a decent one. I mean, all of Gen G pretty tight knit.
Yeah.
Now Foxy down there, 7-6-1, still playing positive at the moment. But for Talon, needing to find the opening pistol, needing to show us what this comp is going to be about. And they're going to be able to get themselves into sights without having these flashes. Obviously, the walls are going to be the solution, but how do they utilize them? That is the question. Foxy able to find two, though. They just lurk down two.
मैं दो कैसे निकाल देता है भाई वहाँ पे?
2 players dead. Damage dealt to the remainders. Swooping forward, Cruz is able to find Caron, but now Texture up above comes away with 2 more, and that's Kalua.
फिर से दो निकाल दिया.
1v3.
Oh boy.
No Neto here from Foxy9 to try to interrupt. Kalua does have 1. And Stealth Drone just going on the chase, trying to spot out anything that he can, but nothing really identified.
1v3 थोड़ा मुश्किल है.
Possible positions.
Although उनका एक बंदा लो है.
Surely not another talent clutch
तो
on the
position भी बताया.
The 0 point, you should basically have a very strong idea of where he's at. Salvo's now set to try to flush him forward, and Foxy9 will be good for a third, try to fast track that lockdown. So Gen G tie it up 2-2 in pistols across the series, and they take that first step towards sending us to a map 3.
Oh, this is just a phenomenal hold by Foxy9 down the tube, just winning against 2 different players. Meanwhile, the rest of Gen G was aggressively pushing out towards A. I mean, Texture, you can see him on the map. He was already all the way up on the belt. He was almost in their spawn. And by that point, it didn't matter because Foxy had gotten the kills anyway. So you're able to just rotate the other direction, counter the B hit. Texture's on his horse to get there. Helps when he has the TP.
Horse by now. Talon feeling the pressure. One of the teams that will, with regularity, pull this out.
Yep.
So Jinji should have this in the back of their brains, that this is a possibility, as Texture is himself forward here and does get scanned out, so quickly we'll have to exit.
Showing a little
मेरे 102 subs हो गए. अरे congratulations. Wait.
Ash and Munchkin say Arslingers hit a little bit harder.
भाई मेरे को लगा जीत जाएंगे.
2 players dead, decent damage dealt.
By the way, ये अपने वाले न्यू भाई हो या लाइक पहली बार आए हो चैनल पे ऐसा? क्योंकि एक हमारे भी न्यू भाई जिनका YouTube में वाईटी का चैनल है. YouTube में वाईटी का चैनल नहीं, वाईटी चैनल है. By the way, congratulations आपको भाई 102 subs. Nice, great, good going.
Buy-ups, I'll call him. But things get very, very challenging. Ash with a full rifle. You've got an outlaw for Texture. Only 1 player with even half armor for the side of Talon. Munchkin does not care.
Just kind of using the wall against them.
Yeah.
He's able to go ahead and scoop up that orb before they can get a position. Cruz actually falling down. Away dash at the ready, looking for the exec. Stingers in hand. As a drone going to be cleared out. Primi arriving, dropping down. Munchkin finding 1, Karen finding another. Jin able to trade 1, but Foxy9 instantaneous.
ये क्या था bro? Flip. हो गया. Third map जा रहा.
Looking to similarly deliver a beat down here on the Talon, just like they suffered in the map before.
भाई ये जिनजी अपने map pick पे कहाँ था भाई?
You know just how different it can be map to map, and on each other's picks. Both teams have great reads. One way, it's Talon. This way, jeez, Foxy. He is really starting to heat up. You know, he's been, depending on whose ratings you look at, one of the best rated players in Pacific for Stage 1 as Foxy9. He has just been so
2023 में 100 7K plus views आ गए थे, उसके बाद कुछ अपलोड ही नहीं किया. अच्छा.
Texture has an op, but he's put into good use.
Primi just not having much of a game here.
तो अभी आप रेगुलर अपलोड कर रहे हो या क्या सीन?
Picked apart here off the rip. Gen G look to lock in.
भाई मैं स्प्राइट लाया था ना, मैं स्प्राइट लेके आता हूँ. भाई स्प्राइट के बिना घुसता नहीं है खाना.
The desk was talking about. It's not the most popular map for both of these teams.
No.
So very curious.
करेक्शन, स्प्राइट के बिना बाहर का खाना घुसता नहीं है. यूजुअली मैं स्प्राइट पीता नहीं.
So, I think that's going to be a great kind of gambit between these two with the IGLs. Looking so good across both different maps.
Ooh, okay, Munchkin not quite ready for the push. It's a slow creep up there from Jit Boys, able to find the opener. Gun barrel, I don't think was spotted by Caron, but obviously they're only going to be coming from one direction. He's able to find the first, but cannot get the second. So amount of tap there on the Jit Boys as the plant now gets ready to come through, and that's going to give him the reckoning, and given the scoreline, they might feel the necessity to go ahead and invest that, but now he's all alone. And just from behind, Texture slowly creeping forward, up to the back. And that is going to be Gen G now getting up to map point. Pearl looking like it's very much going to be on the horizon. Unless we can see an 8-round run back here from Talon, but it's a reminder that they have no timeouts.
It's very, very difficult now. Money's going to be bad for Talon. They're going to have to scrape together some buys here and there. I mean, Jit trying to barrel his way forward. Ash accounting for Ty's lurk very nicely. That's another thing that Gen G has done is they've started to win some of those 1v1s that we weren't seeing on Haven. They're winning.
वही मैं बोल रहा था कि 1v1s वो जीतने लगे.
Those were not coming through at all.
Heaven में नहीं जीत रहे थे वो 1v1s.
Jitboys has an ult, but so does Gen G. They have 2.
Null Command can just go ahead and stop him from using it.
Exactly.
Get themselves into a post plant.
You can use texture to figure out what's going on. This is going to be tricky.
Texture's going to be peeking. Turns over to the right-hand side. What a timing from Texture. Just finds one. Foxy forward. Tucks back, gets around the corner, looks to escape. Widely chooses to go in behind the storage unit rather than jumping across towards the site. This Cruz headshot is going to be found on a Munchkin.
To start, you're really deep, but Jitboys.
The third map जा रहा है, confirm.
Gen G aware of what's going on over on the A site. Just going to be happy to give that overplay for retake with the man advantage. And there you go. Texture gonna rip the ult pretty early here. A lot of the other players not able to play off of this, so kind of curious what the plan is on the back of this.
As a flash through the cove. And tucks back, gets around the corner. Does still just have that operator in hand. Hunter's Fury going to be sent in. Cruz hunting, looking,
nice.
tagging. Finds Ash at screens, now a 3v3.
Oh, shot!
Ty a little bit faster, able to find that kill. Jitboys sights up towards the Raptors, finds one. Texture swaps over for the Vandal. Running low on bullets, running low on time. He's not ready for the close angle. Cruz in pole position, able to shut him down. As Talon will get themselves a 5th round win, now needing 7.
Yeah, this one, a little bit uncomfortable for Gen G. Munchkin going down early.
अरे भाई बाहर का खाना हमारे लिए भी कुछ ऑर्डर कर दो.
Maybe just a little bit ahead of the curve on this. Maybe he was looking for Cruz. That's another thing I haven't.
भाई आपका एड्रेस एड्रेस नहीं पता
Hunter's Fury to see if he could find a isolated play to pick, but never really able to scale deep enough to get that info. And then Talon able to set up those crossfires nicely.
और आज वेज है ना, मैं आज नॉन वेज नहीं खाता तो इसलिए मेरे को वेज वाले दिन मैं बाहर से ऑर्डर कर लेता हूँ. बिकॉज वेज खाने के लिए मुझे टेम्पटिंग फूड होना चाहिए और टेम्पटिंग फूड मैं घर पे बना नहीं सकता वेज में, तो बाहर से ऑर्डर करता हूँ.
Another first death here for Premi. As the turret will finally be taken down. Texture holding underneath the angle here at Tube.
Yeah, I love this. Trying to make sure that Ty has no ability to dictate the flow of this map.
Coming out, Munchkin able to drop back. Kauran looking for the kill, can't find it. Lua does take a bit of damage, but elimination not going to be found out. Munchkin going to be bleeding out on the floor. Foxy arriving, able to find the first, cannot readjust. There's Munchkin no hope in hell for a res to come through here. Ash, however, good for another. The peeking on the op, just a hair off. There is Texture. Lockdown now, going to be invested. So even if Gen G don't close out the round, given that they have a deep flank from Ash coming around the backhand side, they still get rid of one of these critical ultimates here from Talon. Oh, and this timing could be absolutely devastating. Oh, shots, whips.
Absolutely
beefed it.
Oh no.
Now on Texture's shoulders.
ये क्या whiff था, bro?
Lineups at the ready. As there goes the first dart. Here comes the second. Swap onto the Vandal. The tap, just looking to try to bait them forward. Cruz now dropping down, and Texture says, yeah, no, I'm going to hold on to the operator.
ये क्या whiff था?
Will be given a second lease on life.
A few moments here that this round could have gone very differently for Gen G, but not able to stabilize. The aim is Ash. I mean, this is a great start again.
उनको लगा शायद से लगा फॉक्सी को कि वो मर गया तो वो और ऐश को, मतलब फॉक्सी बोल रहा हूँ, ऐश को लगा वो मार दिया.
Very different story. Same here for Ash. If he finds Cruz, it'd be a very different story.
I mean, he found him.
Well, the hard way, yes.
Just
not, you know,
slippery. Just couldn't get a good hold of him.
Yeah.
Unreal.
नहीं बस ऐसे ही बोला. अभी तो चैनल डेड हो गया. सोच रहा हूँ कोई दूसरा चैनल बनाने का. अभी तो पता किस बारे में चैनल बनाऊं.
Odds in Genji's favor as I think the drone should have seen him. Primi
भाई
was ready, checking the angle.
Bait and switch.
फ्लैश नहीं है क्या इनका?
Texture finds a
हो गया,
follow-up.
GG हो
He
गया.
was going to be taken out.
फ्लैश नहीं है
Three
इनका.
peeks, Jit Boys back around the corner, the swing out.
वही दिक्कत है.
Sets up for the wall, goes for the timing shot, but Ash is there to collect. And then starts getting away from him. A 3K from Texture. Munchkin finding the last kill on the opposite side of the map. It's going to be 13-6 this time at Gen G's hands to go ahead and send us over into a third and final map.
This is pretty wild. Such dominant wins on their opponent's map picks for both Talon and Gen G to send us to Pearl. God only knows what this third map is going to bring. I mean, I figured today would be close, but it's kind of weird to see it in this way where it's just dominant from one team or the other.
Map.
Yeah.
Seems like maybe some over prep on their opponent's anticipated picks, perhaps. Either way, hard to say, but Pearl is a relative unknown for us as far as what we can anticipate. And I think it's damn exciting for our first series here of the playoffs. It does not get any easier from here. You win today, you play again tomorrow.
Yeah, no. This is a grueling playoffs, no matter what happens in some ways. But a win today can certainly relieve a lot of that pressure. So both teams going to be fighting on Pearl, no doubt about it. Just have to see who's got the good reads. To me, it's been an IGL battle so far. You know, yeah, it helps when players like Primi and Jit Boys are fired up for Talon, and then, you know, Texture, Foxy9, Ash having some good moments. But it's a lot of just finding those timings were a big part of it. You know, who could get ahead of who could be in positions where their opponent wasn't expecting it. Was really the big name of the game on Icebox.
Yep. Wow. Back-to-back 13-6 score lines, perfectly balanced between these two teams. But Pearl will tip that balance and send one of the teams down to the lower bracket. We're going to find out who it is when we come back, but first we'll send things back over to the analyst desk. Take it away.
मेरे लिए अगर कोई नॉर्मल राइस एंड कोई भी मिक्स सब्जी ऑर्डर कर दे तो मजा आ जाता. ओके, वैसे बस मजाक कर रहा हूँ. कुछ ऑर्डर करने की जरूरत नहीं. वैसे आपको एड्रेस भी पता नहीं, जाने दो. एड्रेस तो आप बोलोगे ना, हमें पता भी कैसी होगी.
I mean, Talon, they had, you know, a little bit of momentum at the very beginning, but it just came snowballing down once Genji were able to actually put their strats into place.
Yeah, I mean, the shoe's on the other foot now. This looks like the total inverse of map 1. Talon obviously not coming into this game with any prep because Genji haven't shown their Icebox before. Genji playing, you know, probably a slightly different comp than Talon would expect. And this was just a domination the other way, right? We just saw Genji run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, Talon tried to change up their comp going into this and shift the roles around a little bit. Jit Boys back onto a controller, and then you put Killua over onto the Killjoy. Killua doing a pretty decent job for himself, but this has got to be one of Primi's worst maps I've seen in Pacific.
I've not seen Primi shut down this hard.
Yeah, 3-1 in opening duels from 10. That is not a good way to go, and particularly towards the end of the game. I felt like those last 4 or 5 rounds in a row.
Gamers, bye, welcome to the stream.
I felt like there was, especially in that second half,
क्या हाल है Gamers भाई, कैसे हो?
so little
Welcome.
because he was so
कैसे हो?
routinely picked off, and I mean, you can't have that happen to your star player. We saw in map 1 just how effective Primi was, so now he's just not even in the server in this map 2 because he's constantly dying first. Of course your team is going to be massively handicapped, but big props to Genji for being able to shut him down because that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and I think also compositionally, like this is just one of the things about Valorant compared to other kinds of attack FPS that makes things closer to like a MOBA or something like that. It's just the fact that you've loaded into Agent Select, Talon's changed up to a Harbor comp, and you're loading in against a KO Yoru, which we'll touch on a little bit more in depth when we get into some of the replays. But like, honestly, this just feels like a bit of a counter comp in a way, like not a hard counter or anything like that, but I feel like the comp for Genji plays very well into what Talon tried to switch to here.
And that's one of Genji's specialties, honestly. I mean, we did see good rounds from both, especially when, you know, they were fresh into the map here. But I don't know, I just feel like on the side of Talon, they just could have prepped a lot better. I mean, you're right. Primi, it was absolutely painful. I'm so sorry to see those last few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they can't prep when they don't know what's coming, right? And as you say, I think Genji's comp was such a nice counter. If we take a look at some replays here, we'll break this down just a little bit more. But it's all about that double initiator, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Yoru as well as the
बे उन पे फ्लैश ही नहीं था बे, तो वो घुसेंगे भी तो बिना फ्लैश के कैसे घुसेंगे, कितना ही वॉल के सपोर्ट में घुसेंगे भाई. लाइक एक पॉइंट पे ड्रोन एग्जॉस्ट हो जाएगा, एक ही इनिशिएटर है तो रिवील चलो पहले में डाल दिया, फिर दूसरे साइड पे एंट्री के लिए कहाँ से आएगा, ना ड्रोन है ना रिवील है, रिवील को आने में टाइम लगेगा, और स्मोक में कितना ही तुम स्मोक्स के थ्रू जाओगे, कहीं ना कहीं तो एक फ्लैश एंट्री चाहिए होगा, या तुम्हारे ड्यूलिस्ट को फ्लैश एंट्री दिलाना पड़ेगा ना, तो थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है कभी कभार. हार्बर के जगह मतलब मे बी वाइस, नहीं वाइस तो नहीं, लेकिन कोई एक फ्लैशर वाला एजेंट ब्रीच में भी पता नहीं. आपके चैनल में 4 मिलियन व्यूज है, वाह भाई. यस यस बढ़िया भाई. अभी गेम खेल के उठा था तो देखा आप स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो. कौन सा गेम खेल रहे थे? पंकज के क्या हाल है? पंकज बढ़िया है. पंकज रात को आएगा, सो रहा है अभी पंकज थोड़ा सा. अभी वॉच पार्टी चल रहा है ना, तो पंकज सो रहा है. जब वॉच पार्टी खत्म होगा तब पंकज जागेगा, फिर गेम खेलने आएगा पंकज. पंकज क्या भाई, RyuKin बोलो, RyuKin भैया. पंकज तो कालीन भैया थे, RyuKin भैया. रुकिन
I came from Ascension that big time
है गेमर भाई.
nowadays
WWE 2K25 खेल रहा था. अच्छा,
fantastic. I think Icebox is a map that
तो मतलब कैसे कंट्रोलर में ना कीबोर्ड पे खेलते हो आप?
rotate on defense a lot and change up what your setup is. It feels very rigid. It's like I'm going to play Senti on one side of the map, or I'm going to play like retake A on one side of the map, and then my Jet is on a B long info line, or I'm playing Jet on A or tube walk or something, and it feels like the whole setup revolves around where is your duelist playing with the op. But I feel like with the Yoru, you can be everywhere. Yeah. You can be taking a pick B long, I can TP back to spawn and B and A in like 5 seconds, and then the whole setup shifts, and it's impossible for the other team to read.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest thing. The rotates on Icebox for the defenders is one of the longest in the game. So Yoru lets you just kind of skip all that, so you're basically always able to be in the fight, which is something we saw from Texture. Routinely, he's able to get that first pick with the operator, and then move to the other side, get on another line, mix it up. So I liked how he played it. I thought this was a much better showing for his Yoru than we saw last time out.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot on the side of Talon that we really didn't get to see because they didn't get to put those strategies in place, right? On paper, this composition, there's something there. There's so many rounds that they should have won with what they had, you know, just on their hands.
Yeah.
But it just didn't work out. There were just so many chances that were missed. There were some awkward rounds as well from the side of Talon that, you know, they should have had.
I mean, Genji just played really well. That's how I feel about it. I mean, Talon, it's a little bit of a lackluster game, I think, in particular from your duelists, like not really putting up the numbers that you wanted from him. He's been very consistent, but just the way that comp from Genji played into Talon's comp in a lot of those rounds, it felt very hopeless. Like that Harbor comp is fantastic. You see it in a lot of different regions, and it is a comp that has been mixed in for a long time on Icebox at this point, but it just feels like against particularly that KO and Yoru being your duelist as well, it's like you're creating all these little pockets of play that the other team can just flash through. Like classically, you'd used to see like Loud and teams like that run the harbor with the Sky so you could flash through the wall, and when the other team's abusing your own walls against you, it is very demoralizing.
Now going into map number
3,
वही
देखो मैं जो बोल रहा था वही बोल रहे हैं.
How are we feeling about this, especially since
there should be a flasher भाई.
They're quite notorious when it comes to slow starts.
नहीं तो ओमेन ले लो, एक फ्लैश एंट्री.
I mean, the Genji loss, it's something that might even be expected. Does this mean that they ramp up all the way into Pearl?
4 bans for Talon. I mean, you're looking at that. Their loss was to Team Secret.
RyuKin भैया की जय हो. Yes.
With a whole lot of confidence in their Pearl here.
तथास्तु.
Something that's been heavily repped. But the
RyuKin भैया अभी सो रहे हैं. समझ रहे हो? साइड में सो रहे हैं अभी. जागेंगे.
And they lost versus T1 back in kickoff.
अभी तो कीबोर्ड पे ही खेल रहा, बट उसमें बहुत दिक्कत होती क्योंकि बहुत कीज एक साथ प्रेस करनी पड़ती है. हाँ वही मैं इसलिए पूछा कि भाई कैसे खेलते हो आप. कंट्रोलर लेने की सोच रहा हूँ.
do make
वो सब
changes to
गेम
this
जैसे
competition that we
Mortal
see,
Kombat,
it won't be big
फिर ये
changes, which again
WWE,
does play into Talon's hands. We
फिर
saw
वो
what
इनजस्टिस, ये सब
Matt
गेम ना
Norton's
कंट्रोलर पे बहुत
preparation
बेटर,
was. So
ये
I
बोल
think
सकते हो
they will
बेस्ट,
be
क्योंकि
able to
इतने सारे
look at what
कॉम्बिनेशंस
has
होते हैं
happened before. The
कीबोर्ड में
question is,
कभी
how
मुश्किल हो
Gen G
जाता है.
gonna really change? But who knows what Talon are going to do? They have the potential to play lots of different stuff on this map. It's a very versatile map.
Yeah, you think they're going to change something?
Gen G?
On this? No, Talon.
I would like to see it. I mean, I would be.
They might as well lean into it, right?
It would, because if you want to build a proper anti-strat, the same way that they did for the Haven against T1 and against Gen G today, they were okay to make changes. That this is Talon's biggest strength as a team, is they're so flexible. So if you want to make changes to be able to counter effectively, then do it. Talon are not a rigid team. They're not locked into this kind of meta idea. They're not locked into roles. You know, they're a loose team. They're jazz. They are the jazz of.
I love your description of that. Going now into Pearl, though, as we mentioned, you know, Talon, they have the whole spectrum to play with. What are we seeing right here? Ooh, we are seeing some changes coming in.
So Gen G, they are going to play the double init here, so it is going to be a little bit easier for them to kind of play
डबल इनिशिएटर इनका डबल
first. So it's really about Talon and what kind of pace they can bring on their offense.
Yeah, Talon, we're seeing double Senti with Vice
Excuse
and
me.
Cypher, solo initiator Fade, and of course Primi back on the Yoru. Now this is a slow
भाई ये
start.
हेवी मैचअप होने वाली है, क्योंकि
But they're looking to just push and pull these rotates from Gen.
अगर बाय चांस जेन जी अभी इधर डिफेंस पे ज्यादा पिक नहीं निकालती है, अटैकिंग में दिक्कत तो होगी जेन जी को.
Areas of the map you can clone, as well as both of the prowlers and the haunt coming off cooldown is going to help you kind of simplify the map control.
ये न्यू रूम में नेचुरल लाइट का सोर्स बढ़िया है. यस यस यस. इनफैक्ट ये जो कर्टन है ना, ये कर्टन को भी मैं साइड नहीं किया हूँ. ये कर्टन को भी साइड करूंगा ना तो बैकग्राउंड में भी मस्त लाइट होगा. अभी थोड़ा डार्कर शेड्स आ रहा है, देख रहे हो ये वाले एरिया पे, तो थोड़ा सा बॉडी बैकग्राउंड और इसको ना टेक्सचर दे रहा है और डिफरेंशिएट कर रहा है, इसीलिए मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ. तो बहुत अच्छा नेचुरल लाइट सोर्स अच्छा है.
I don't have to tell you anything.
Maybe.
You can't force me.
No, I have no idea.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I liked it though. The description of talent.
मनी ग्लिच भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बड़ी. क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हैं? कौन सा रैंक है भाई आपका? भाई मेरा रैंक तो डायमंड है, बट हम दिल से रेडिएंट है. पीसी भी न्यू बिल्ड किया है क्या? पीसी अपना तो नया ही है, मतलब नया ही बिल्ड करवाया था ना. क्या लग रहा है ये मैच कौन जीतेगा? भाई मैं चाहता हूँ टैलेंट जीते, बट अगर जेनजी जीती तो पीआरएक्स के जीतने के चांसेस ज्यादा है. भाई किलोआ को देखो, डैमेज देखो. ओए दो बंदे दिख गए, दो बंदे दिख गए, चार बंदे दिखे इसको भी.
Good damage in reply though, as Munchkin will fall down to 13. Jit Boys at the same time creeping forward, tries to open up the site.
Nice.
It's a one tap to put down Foxy 9. Now the plant can come in.
Yeah, that's huge. They were lurking on a couple different areas of the map. Were Talon, so even though they lose that mid fight, they were able to take a lot of map control. Primi was pretty deep towards A, so they had a great idea of what was going on and how they could quick rotate to the other side. Now Gen G has to set up for a big retake. You've got some flashes, you've got the Teho util. Can you get the job done? Cruz still has a haunt.
प्रेमी को देखो लेट आ रहा है कैसे.
Timing's going to be important.
Be a bit of a death ball.
अरे ये तो लेना था.
That shot finds Jit Boys. Cruz now dead. Site widely opened up. Still this flank coming through from Primi though can find some solid damage, some solid impact here in the round.
भाई हाउ डिफ्यूज कर रहा है.
Widely all alone, but Munchkin holds the angle. He winds to it. Gen G with a very solid read. Pick up another pistol, taking the lead.
भाई वो साइफर को अबे मारना था बे.
Yeah, they had this round
वो साइफर को अबे मारना था.
From the beginning and the end. The beginning, great play there to find that isolated player. Cruz was trying to get back in time, was throwing a prowler, but by that point it was too late. Gen G was already accelerating up into the shops. And this is, well, all's well that ends well. But what a read by Munchkin there, anticipating that a player is going to come out. A great smoke that covers that spike and sets up Munchkin for that positional play too. Again, those salvos.
Oh, that is so much damage. Ash immediately collecting 2 of them. Now a third, now a fourth. As it's a flawless average pack round, baby. Woo!
Woo!
भाई लेकिन एक चीज मैं देखा
Making
कल
similar sounds
मैं
down at the
2 दिन
stage
से
before the
VCT
match
NA के
started,
मैचेस
and
देख
I
रहा हूँ
honestly had no idea if it was Talon or
उनके
Gen G,
मतलब
because
नो
they both kinda have
डिसरेस्पेक्ट
that
या ऐसा नहीं बट
sort of whimsy about them, I
VCT
suppose.
NA के जो कास्टर्स है ना पहले लास्ट ईयर या लास्ट ईयर के उनका कास्टिंग बहुत अच्छा होता था
Well, this round is, yeah,
थोड़ा सा ना
this round- I'm
एनर्जेटिक
talking
होता था
about
भाई
the
अगर भाई कुछ ऐसा
pre-map,
शॉकिंग वो कर दिए मतलब शॉकिंग
noises.
क्या बोलते हैं क्लच कर दिया या कुछ ऐसा भाई कुछ अलग हेडशॉट मार दिया तो भाई रिएक्शन वो मैं VCT NA में आज ये इस बार ना कुछ थोड़ा मिसिंग देख रहा हूँ लाइक इतना कोई एनर्जेटिक वे नहीं है जबकि हमारे इस बार VCT पैसिफिक के जो कास्टर्स है बहुत ही सेक्सी कास्टिंग कर रहे हैं लाइक लिटरली वो जो जोशीला भरा समझ रहे हो तो कंपैरिजन में इस बार मेरे को पैसिफिक का कास्टिंग अच्छा लगा
Maybe let's set up. Oh, that's
देखो 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 हैक्स लगाए हैं
pushed
हैक्स
across on the 2 players of Talon. 52 health between Kalu and Tai.
That could be a difference maker, especially against a bonus. Some of those other guns that might not normally get the kills.
Judge.
Yeah, this is bad.
Cruz needing to find anything, but he cannot. Now the Nebula gets popped, he pushes forward. Jit Boys is there. Yep, gets into that smoke a little bit faster. Finds that punish. Texture. Eventually able to line him up. Is Relay Bolt not going to connect onto these players? No, actually does find one. Drop down though. Premi coming away with a kill, but Texture able to find the first. Premi finds a second, but now Munchkin finds Kahlua, and even if Premi gets this clutch, this is so much damage dealt by Gen G. With the spike across the opposite side of the site.
He doesn't have time.
And he doesn't have it. He doesn't have any util.
Ash just needs to watch.
Yeah, he's just playing stuck back here. Premi has to get this elimination. Run for the sprint for that plant. He cannot. That is a bonus conversion here at Gen G's hands.
I mean, Gen G just has so many little traps in this round. They've got that smoke where they can find a bit of an angle, get a ton of damage, shotgun around the corner, and even though Jit Boys plays it nicely off the fake out through the smoke to get the kill, everybody else just doing a really nice job of swarming swarming in through, yeah. And a great play there by Texture with his fast lane to set up that push into halls as well, cutting off those players that were in his sight. He's got an outlaw.
Just imagining listening to nice jazz and that's the backing vocals. It's just the screams. Oh, that Texture gonna be out way too wide. Gets overwhelmed. Classic from Primi able to find that kill, and that's potentially a weapon recovered. And with the smoke, yep, we'll be able to grab that quickly. Exits back across the opposite side of the map. Does also have a dimensional drift available. It'll be a hell of a way to get themselves on the board here for Talon.
Yeah. What a start there. You know, maybe Texture anticipating that maybe one player was there, he could just grab info instead. He was overwhelmed. So now it's on to Munchkin. Karan over there towards A, but they're wrapping all the way back. They're playing deep.
0 point going to be cleared, knows that they're in, catches a shoulder. Fragment delays the rest of the team. As the Prowler gets cleared out, the jump out from Premi, looking for the shots there. The Outlaw, however, will be felled. Munchkin re-swings, looks for a little bit more, ends up overstepping as Ty scoops up the weapon, able to find a little bit more.
Nice.
It is a bloody brawl, one that Gen G narrowly gets away from here.
दो निकाल दिया ऐश ने, नहीं तो निकल गया था almost.
A hell of a go from Talon to nearly pull off the Thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if that can get a fire lit underneath this Thai team, because that's a ton of damage done on an eco. The problem is that you've already lost the bonus. So things get a little bit messy behind that. And good delay from Munchkin there off the rip, using that fragment to divide up the Talon forces. Set up for the rest of the Gen G players to get there. And Ash comes through, clutches it up, having a whale of a day is Ash.
We'll ignore the icebox moment.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Everything else has been good. You know, one beef, it's okay. Primi just sees the site open and says, come on in. Water's warm.
Scouts it all out for him.
Munchkin's
All
got his
command
ult.
available for the retake, yeah. But for now, plant in play. As Ash just looking to scout around here, stealth drones to try to check, and not sure if it was able to catch a glimpse on Primi, but it does force him to go ahead and evacuate all the same.
Look how far back Talon's playing on this.
Jit Boys lurking his way around the back. All of Gen G now forward here into the site. Kalua maybe looking for timing to try to swoop forward. It's about to be
जल्दी आओ वहाँ पे मर जाएगा Jit Boys जल्दी आ
Jit Boys now
डिफ्यूज हो रहा है
starting to swing around towards Flowers, but it's already too late. The defuse is just being held around. It gets away from him.
इतना भी लेट थोड़ी आना होता है
Needs to hold
bro
on to the weapon. Question is, can he do so? Tag down to 52, and they will leave him to his own devices.
बैठा हुआ है वाटर्स में वहाँ पे
Yeah, they're playing
जल्दी आएगा ना bro
away our Gen G. This is just a mess. I mean, the timing there for Killua couldn't have been worse.
कब तक खींचेंगे रोकेंगे भाई कुछ ऐसे यूटिल भी नहीं है रोकने के लिए बस एक एक्स्ट्रा का पुल होगा
I don't know what Jit's doing. He took quite a while to get through water.
देखो देखे ये वही भी बोल रहे का कास्टर्स भी वही बोल रहे भाई
He's just a kid.
Oh, good God, it's so funny. Armageddon going to be used aggressively here, forcing them forward out of club. I can't even find my words yet.
Nope.
I mean, this is basically the round done. The spike is now stranded.
हो गया भाई जेनजी को मूड में ले आए मोमेंटम दिला दिए अब क्या
B long push out. This time they've got numbers to back Texture up, and he dies again, but that's okay. You won that battle. The war for the rest of the round continues, but a man down. Our Talon looking into this. They've got some ults, but two of them are out of their hands. Ty has the Cosmic Divide. Are they going to be able to use it? You have to use it to grab the spike. You can't. Just use the smokes, but look at all that util.
You know, they try to nano it. The spike's still on the floor. Back screens. They just spam them out. They say, well, we have a suspicion. And it is confirmed. Primi now here alone to try to play recovery. Deep, long flank from Dai once again. Trying to make his way through. But he can't make any noise. It's a grab well. I mean, this is like cringe post plant from Gen G, but they're just protecting a spike. And with Primi dead, now it's absolutely over because this whole slow walk up attempt from Dai to try to get into a position to keep his flank unknown means that he is in no spot to find the impact, and he cannot get there in time before Primi falls. Now will just be the save.
Yeah. I mean, just crazy stuff from Gen G. Doubling down on some of what we saw a few rounds ago. This time it works really, really well. Just Talon scratching their heads. The lurking player ineffective again. So Gen G playing with some confidence, playing with some pace, shutting Talon out of the round. Oh, the Nova Pulse back there too, yeah. Cringe post plan is correct.
There's the timeout call.
I would just love to torture you with that, so maybe I'll do it.
How did they miss that one during the production of the song?
Yeah.
How did Gravis not go, oh, you know what we need?
Well, you see, I could record it, and then you could use it on like your TikTok reels and your Insta reels and stuff to put over like fail plays in Valorant.
See, I have an ocarina back in New Jersey.
Yeah.
I bought that
because of Legend of Zelda.
when I was 12.
Yeah.
And yes, because of Legend of Zelda.
Thought so.
Though, if you go to, I'll have to hold that thought. Tempted the exciting exec coming through here from Talon, Nightfall. Wiley's going to be used, though, and then they're going to back away.
Yeah, they can't do anything off of that. And Gen G just backing up towards spawn, looking for those aggressive pushes, those lurks.
Look down, yep. Texture able to find it. And now they're committed. Stealth drone basically tells them everything they need to know. Flash set up, dodged. As Relay Bolt looks at further delay. Steel Garden going to be invested here. Texture no real route of escape. Gate crash going to be faked, but Texture able to confirm that it's not for real. Miner zap and nearly finds some damage. Overdrive and play gets the transfer. Woo! 3K from Texture, looking for that fourth. Swing around the side, and can he get it? Yes, he absolutely can.
13-0 तो नहीं जाएगा ना?
And that might just be the final nail in the coffin. This Gen G move up 7-0, just swatting Talon aside round after round.
Mr. 4K has done it again. Just giving the people what they want. I've already seen a couple signs in the crowd looking for the 4K, and they get it. That first two with the overdrive. Disgusting. Disgusting, those headshots. That was phenomenally played by Texture. What a awesome counter to that Vice ultimate to have. And Talon invests a couple big ones in that round, and they get butt kiss in return. Still have Ty's ult, still have Jitboy's ult, but those were two big execute ults that you wasted in that round. Primi went away from his at least.
Texture finding the one, quickly
अरे
slides away.
भाई योरू का फ्लैश है, फ्लैश पी लो भाई.
This is going to be another early player advantage here for the side of Gen G.
They just can't get a good read, can Talon. Texture's been holding long B, so they
नहीं
thought
तो
they'd try some
क्रूज
hard
का
aggression.
प्रॉलर
Shake
है,
it over.
प्रॉलर को भेजो
Munchkin
भाई.
one step ahead of his opponent in the positioning of his chess pieces. Cruz though? Ooh, almost.
अरे लगा नहीं.
Close but no cigar. And Ash, he's just going to look to jiggle out a bit. Nothing else going to be spotted here. Just an orb grabbed up here for Cruz. Work his way back over to join him with the rest of the team that's encroaching on this A position. Primi getting noticed by the 0 point.
That's dragging Texture over to back up the defenses on A.
Mask goes on. Primi looking to lead the charge and spot things out. Caron caught. Does end up getting taken down as there's the neural theft reveal. I think the turn from the flash there is Munchkin. Not getting spotted out, but Texture's position now going to be noted here. Dugout. Foxy9 strafing forward. Jitboy's going to be found. Munchkin peeks in from the window, says hello. He was able to take him down. Lockdown now going to be committed here from the side of Gen G. The flank coming in from Cruz, needing to deliver, but it has been read like a book. And now the two remaining players are forced out of the sight. Primi does manage to find one, but them swiftly will be dealt with. And Ty! Oh, it's a catastrophe. So anyway, what I was going to say is that if you go to, I'm going to butcher the name, it's Chufan in Taiwan. It's a city, lovely, gorgeous city. They, for whatever reason, specialize in making ocarinas. Because I feel like right now, it's better to talk about that.
No, that's where my Korean teacher bought it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
It's a little duck. Which I found to be funny because we have a quack on our casting team.
I see.
She does not know that.
Well, you should harass him with it.
I will. I will. I'll harass both of you. You can't hold me back. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God.
Oh, no, 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 no.
I was watching the lockdown and...
I'm watching this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, looks like we're being told it's just a gear issue on the side of Gen G. Hopefully. Just, you know, a little too much excitement. Maybe slammed a mouse. Something like that.
Just yank that keyboard out
Check
of
the dongle, check the polling array. Let's hope that everything's good to go.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get it resolved pretty quickly here. But, I mean, what a pace Gen G has set here on Pearl. And
Being told that it's going to be a very fast turnaround.
Trust.
I'm knocking on wood.
Trust. Thank God this desk is made out of wood.
Yeah. I bet that Munchkin gets MVP. I bet that Foxy9 gets MVP. Loser has to pay for barbecue. What if you both lose?
Yeah, what happens then?
Is it just a split?
Just yeah.
Just do it Dutch?
Yeah. You might be on that trajectory with the way Texture's been playing.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want to see Gen G play again tomorrow, for sure.
Well, they are 5 rounds away from making that happen. 5 round wins away, I should say.
I mean, it's just so fun to watch some of these teams, but Gen G is just having a blast. I mean, obviously, but they're so loud, they're so fired up. You know, you gotta love the energy that both teams will bring, but
Hey!
and we're in.
Alrighty.
That's how you do a tech pause.
Ash has not died. It's worth noting.
Oh my god, he hasn't.
9-0-3.
Okay, so maybe Ash MVP, we'll see.
He's had performances to try to back it up, so. We'll see which way the votes end up. For now, 4 Guardians, a Phantom for Jit. Talon about to face in towards this judge. It's going to be Kahlua on the opposite side of the map. Is actually able to find that kill, but Texture does manage to find Kai. Pivots back across towards A, which has not yet been taken.
Just a smoke dissuades them from this. They set up the Vice Wall inside of it, so if there's any lurks from Gen G, they'll get identified. But you don't have a ton of information on this map. You've lost mid control. You've been spotted. Just the Cypher, though, so that's some good misleading information.
It's not the tell-all.
Yep. Gen G hasn't bitten on any of this. Yeah, that's going to make it a little obvious.
Salvos to go ahead and delay. Page lobbed forward as stun maybe just narrowly avoided there by Primi, but Charon has now moved forward to further reinforce this site, and they are tearing them apart.
भाई मेरे को 13-0 का डर लग रहा भाई.
You know,
no idea. She didn't tell me that. But it's very cute.
Well, 3K from Charon, 9-0. I would recommend going there, though. It's a very nice, gorgeous city.
I would like to. I really would like to go someday. That's a good shot.
I went when it was rainy, which was less ideal, but was more idyllic for like photos.
Yeah.
But it's just imagine like just old, just like night market type. You know, there's all these like paper lanterns lining the streets, and you're like going up these staircases and stuff that lead to the top of the top of the town and everything. And there's just shops and restaurants everywhere.
Oh, you know me, I'd love that.
It's very, very beautiful.
Absolutely.
And do a taxi tour, and they'll take you all around the northern side of the island.
You know, I'm okay with that too. What else has been beautiful? That Texture's op been just stellar on this map. No answers to be found by Talon.
None whatsoever. Now needing a Thrifty just to try to get the first round win on the board. And Charon is just got him lined up here alongside Munchkin.
10-0.
So he takes away the kills. Primi spotted out. It's got to be scratching his head.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking so far. I mean, there's still a world where Talon turns this around, but okay.
Okay, Primi finding the first. Ash peeks in, finds the kill. Yeah, back away. You haven't died yet.
Yeah. Can't wait for everybody else.
Go for the perfect run, the undefined KDA.
Yeah, I mean, the spike's down anyway, so yeah.
Don't fully have eyes on it. Primi does get a gun. Spike now picked up. Tap to try to see if he can bait out any close peeks. Retaps. Texture just dropping down. And now he's completely surrounded. Primi, what a transfer for the third. We'll say, kudos. A very nice and clean 3K. But still a 10-0.
Yeah.
12-0 and 3.
Have we ever had a 13-0 in a playoffs game anywhere in VCT? I mean, I know we had them at international events.
Well, I think the Paper X Talon Lotus was not, I think it was like the first game back after an international.
Yeah.
I don't know that we've ever had it in a playoffs game here.
I don't think
Pacific.
Maybe in another region, and I just don't know. Maybe like EDG smoked somebody in China.
I don't remember, yeah, maybe that. I don't remember when the Loud EG one was. I don't think that was a playoffs, but maybe it was. Okay, Jip Voice is just getting tapped down. Cosmic Divide opens up the side a bit, and Munchkin just going to go ahead and strafe out towards safety. Best possible setup here at the moment for the side of Talon, closest that they've been to getting a round win. 5 players set up here.
Right along
Gen
the wall.
Have to look for this retake.
See a couple of them. No ults other than Charon's Cosmic Divide. Is Gen G just going to throw that out? But this retake actually very tricky now. You're going to have to explode out of this heaven position.
Well, Jip Boy's able to find one. Munchkin put down Texture. He can't see a damn thing. He's just straight to the opposite side of the site. Ash is still clicking heads. Comes away with 2. Now a third. as the defuse is being stuck. Primi, noted here. No, not noted. Now in a position to try to go for the clutch. The hold on the defuse, and Ash will finally be felled as Primi comes away with a Red Bull clutch to go ahead and pick up Talon's first round victory. The 13-0 not to come to fruition, but it takes them and costs them everything just to get the 1-round win.
Exactly correct. And just looking at their buys, they have to go down to 2 Guardians. They lost so much in this retake. I mean, it looked like this was going to be so difficult for Gen G, but Ash just walking out, popping people, drops down, finds the third. Primi there to clutch. Flash at the end to make sure. Ash just spinning, hoping that he can't get there in time, but Primi not going to fall to that. Cruz does have another Nightfall, but got some counter ults available for Gen G. They scoop up another one for Munchkin. So that's 3 in the bag. The ult cycling, everything going so well for Gen G. There's A+, no notes for them so far, really, in this half, other than that last round.
Peek this. See, oh, gun barrel hasn't been spotted yet.
See it.
Kahlua, they're getting closer and closer. And there's the final shot coming through right as the Nightfall goes across the site. Ash connected, caught by it, does still manage to take one down with him. Primi on the floor as Jit Boys bounds forward into that smoke. For 5 Flowers to peek out, shot quite connecting. Overdrive immediately going to be popped, but still is wary about this potential flank. But now it seems like they can just turn their sights forward here to the players remaining. And that will be them melted down 11-1 at the half. Gen G so far out in front.
That's incredible how
रहे
good these 2 teams looked on the first 2 maps respectively. I felt like we were in for some kind of craziness here, but Gen G just all over them. There is, I don't even know if Talon brought the instruments for their Jazz performance today. This is tragic, frankly.
Yeah. I mean, considering how it started, too.
Yeah. No, I thought after Haven, I'm like, oh, they look good today. Woohoo. But just for that one map.
It's very quickly running out of steam. A 1-11 score line to try to run back, just given how things have looked. I mean, it just feels impossible.
It does. It's hard to imagine that world where Gen G can't find 2 rounds on any side of a map. Especially with how good it's looked. And I mean, it is sure the defender sided comp that you're attempting to run as Talon, but it's hard. It's hard no matter what. You can't lose the pistol, period.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like, you know, this had to have been an 8-4 at, you know, at the worst. We'll see, though, what they have left in the tank. Gen G, 1 pistol in the lead, 3-2, looking to make that 4-2 and bring this map to a very swift conclusion.
They're once again lined up for some mid pressure on the pistol round for Gen G. Nobody from Talon there. So they get the space. There is the Vice Wall at the bottom stairs of Art. So that could be
पिस्टल जीतेगा क्या? पिस्टल हार गए तो गए तो हो गया पूरा खत्म सीन.
All over the map. Getting a read anywhere, so it has to be mid.
Wall set up here. Base of Art stairs. Primi. He went to try to play off a bit. No, just goes for the peek and is able to find Foxy 9. Spike gets dropped. That's going to be a good amount of information here for the side of Talon.
Now let's see if this is going to be a reroute for Gen G. They're just going to keep pressing forward.
Needing to find that similar impact, and with Primi,
Nice.
oh, they are able to find it. 2 remaining players locked off away from one another. And the wall will go down. Texture and Caron try to be the difference makers here. It seems highly unlikely as shots on the Ghosts. Damn crisp. Flawless pistol here for Talon. 3-3 in that regard. Needing 9 rounds to get us back into a tie.
Yeah, this is a good set of protocols for Talon off the back of not receiving any contact at the extremities of the map. It's a quick rotate back over to the wall for Prim, and he's very ready for players to be there. Wall popped or not. He takes Foxy in a heartbeat, gets himself up to positive in the KD in that round with 3, 14 and 11. Still though, a long, long journey for Talon if they're going to make this a map.
RyuK bhai, कैसे हो? मनप्रीत भाई, welcome to the stream.
Anything more than a kill.
बढ़िया है यार, आप बताएं कैसे हैं?
Little bit of economic
कैसे
damage
हो?
felt.
Welcome.
Classics across the board though, aside from Foxy9. As just around the corner here is Karan in that astral form. Primi continuing to scale forward. There's the swoop out. He's going to be on the hunt, looking for a little bit more, and eventually gets rewarded with the shot. Damage not suffered either, and that's going to be smokes down.
Yeah, nicely played by Primi. Doing what he can here. Try to resurrect.
आज किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो रात को? मतलब
Swing out, high. Good for 2, good for 3.
किस चीज में कौन से मैच?
Seems like the odds of finding any real damage fairly unlikely.
Bot coming back.
As that should be Talon getting themselves a very clean anti-eco. Getting a 3rd round win.
I think.
Okay, 4K. Another flawless. Gears starting to turn a little bit, but now we'll go into the bonus. Talon, if they can get that conversion here.
अच्छा, वो एनए का बात कर रहे हो क्या? मुझे लगा VCT नहीं, VCT तो पैसिफिक तो अभी हो रहा है.
What's crazy to say is this almost feels like a must-win bonus for Talon.
Oh, it is.
It is. You know, how often do you say that? They have to keep the momentum going. Still some good vibes going.
MIBR crew में MIBR को सेन और G2 में सेन को एनए का VCT एनए में.
Actually only able to put together 3 guardians because they have to go for full armors.
भाई अगर कमबैक हुआ ना मुश्किल लग रहा है, लेकिन अगर हो गया Genji will be cooked.
The orb just trying to funnel Munchkin in towards that null command as he frantically sprays through the screen.
ये तो Genji जीत गया लग रहा है, पता नहीं.
Trying to see if they could cut it off the wall.
अभी ये राउंड में है, अगर ये राउंड TLN जीती तब तो 5-11 हो रहा है.
A lot of util you have to clear as Genji. You're trying to identify the open areas of the map. You know, there could be a wall somewhere, whether it be right at the entrance to the B site or at Art. There's going to be tripwires. Oh,
goes on the peak, Primi.
पहला ही पीक नहीं देना होता है.
Critical kill to be found. Cyber Cage set up here on the one-way. Texture relay bolt does connect as salvos go across. Jit Boys able to get away from them. Avoids taking damage here for the time being. Kalua a little bit here as Jit Boys now on the angle, just being overwhelmed.
Okay.
From
हार गए TLN.
Possible.
प्रीमी भाई आज नहीं खेल पा रहा है. प्रीमी मतलब बहुत ही डिसअपॉइंट किया भाई.
Ty now needing to deliver another 4K, but Ash will instantly find the headshot.
प्रीमी बहुत डिसअपॉइंट किया भाई आज.
Allow them to convert the bonus, and now they are up to match point.
I mean, you know, just a great opening shot. You know, on the other 2 maps, it was the first kills were the kind of part of the story. You know, with Talon dominating on Haven, Genji dominating on Icebox. And that opener for Karan breaks things apart. Great push and pull from Munchkin and Texture and Alley to make sure that Jit Boys couldn't do any more damage. Texture comes dashing in, Munchkin around the corner being patient until his duelist had made contact. Texture already finishing the job. Primi gonna go aggressive, has his ult. So, let's see if he can keep Talon's ults alive for another round.
कुछ तो देते यार फाइट करने लायक. क्या स्कोर लाइन है बे? फर्स्ट हाफ 11-1.
Still John denying the lurk. Cruz watching. Tiny bit of damage across. It's just going to be a trip to the wall.
Like the diligence here, early baiting of the util by Genji. See what reactions come through from Talon, and also make it a little bit hard to read. They're just going to double down off the back of that 3-man push, although the spike's still sitting in mid, and they're actually going to go all the way into connector.
I think Munchkin really wants to try to keep the interest over here. They're pushing around the back. Dimensional drift to come out. Munchkin potentially at a risk here. But Primi's going to be able to spot out. Yeah, there's not much else over here at long. Jumps back. Texture looking to try to lead the charge to open up the site. Sliding forward, able to spot out one, but not before Karan gets taken down. Ash, however, finding Jit Boys. Foxy finding Kalua. Player advantage now here for the side of Genji as they look to bring the series to a conclusion. And jump forward in the bracket.
They slip the defenses. Genji gonna close it out.
Cosmic Divide called in. Cruz Here on the corner, Texture tagged down to 52, and they lined up for him. It'll end in the blink of an eye as Texture picks up a 3K, and Gen G look dominant on Pearl.
What a bounce back today for Gen G. It looked like it might be a rough go of it after Haven, but they came storming back, only allowing 9 rounds in the last 2 maps to Talon. Fantastic work by the Masters Shanghai winners, and they are on the hunt for another appearance at an international event. Got to tip your cap today to the whole squad, but especially Texture and Ash, who were just forces to be reckoned with, especially on the last 2 maps. Got to see the classic Texture operator plays, but Ash was just
well played, Genji. Nice try, Talon. Reverse sweep हो गए बे Talon. Genji के map pick पे इतना dominant win के बाद.
For Gen G, a large victory, but they are still far from qualified to Masters Toronto. They will go against Boom tomorrow to see whether or not they're going to be able to punch their ticket to another international event. Missed out on the first one this year, obviously. They want a chance at the second. If they can take down Boom and play like they did today, well, then we will be seeing them back on an international stage. Very well done here for the side of Gen G. Commiserations to Talon. We will see them still in that lower bracket. Their road is not yet over. But for now, we'll send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing by.
Let's see.
Interviewing one of our winners.
Interview होगा. बेला जी आए हैं आज. बेला जी.
It's Bella. Hello. 포쿠짱. 나니가 스키.
젠지.
젠지. 나이스.
감사합니다.
Alright.
감사합니다.
I'm standing with Gen G's Foxy9, the man of the hour. Congrats on your win, and today was the Gen G Way reverse sweep. Started out on the icebox, but I wanted to ask you, you had the icebox in secret mode, and then you decided to open it for Talon. What was the backstory on that? Was it specially for Talon? 이제 오늘 너무 승리 축하드리고요. 오늘 젠지식의 패승승으로 승리를 가져가셨는데 올해 아이스박스를 꼼꼼 이렇게 숨겨두셨다가 오늘 탈론 경기에 공개를 하셨어요. 탈론만을 위해서 이렇게 숨겨놨다가 오늘 특별하게 공개하신 걸까요?
탈론만을 이제 위에 공개하는 건 아닌데 이제 뭐 애초에 작년부터 해가지고 아이스박스는 애초에 젠지 엄청 강했잖아요. 그래가지고 저희는 뭐 탈론뿐만 아니라 다른 팀을 만나도 아이스박스 만약에 픽한다, 픽 당한다 무조건 이길 자신 있습니다. 정말 자신 있는 맵이기 때문에.
그냥 플레이오프여서 공개한 거다.
맞습니다.
It wasn't especially for Talon. I mean, Gen G has always been strong on Icebox, so you know, regardless of which team we face, we just thought it would be appropriate to open it up for the playoffs. And Foxy, did you know that you are the #1 KD across all this year's VCT regions? 올해 시즌 통틀어서 폭구 선수가 그 전 지역 KD 1위예요. 혹시 알고 계셨나요?
그 자다 일어나서 갑자기 알람이 떠가지고 봤는데 제가 1등이더라고요. 근데 이제 정말 감사하지만은 저는 이제 라운드랑 해가지고 맵 뛴 게 별로 없어가지고 네.
겸손 나인. Very nice.
감사합니다.
I woke up and I found out that I was the #1 across all regions, but hey, this might be me being just humble, but I didn't play that many maps, so I think I got lucky with that record. And next is the undefeated Boom Esports that you're going to be facing right tomorrow. And Coach Perry mentioned that you guys might have something that you might reveal in the playoffs. Do you have anything special prepped for Boom tomorrow? 이제 다음은 무패 붐황을 만나게 되거든요. 페리 코치님이 플레이오프에 가서 좀 새로운 거를 공개할 수도 아닐 수도라고 전에 언급을 하셨는데 내일 바로 이어지는 붐과의 경기 특별히 공개해 주실 게 있는 건가요? 스포 가능한가요?
저는 젠지에서 가장 나이가 어린지라 뭐라 말을 못 하겠네요. 네. 하지만 이제 붐이 전승했던 것도 상대히 제가 없었기 때문에 내일 꼭 이기겠습니다.
I'm the youngest, so I don't know if I can actually put out a little spoiler, but hey, Boom is only undefeated because I wasn't at the Gen G's last game. All right, thank you, Foxy. We'll see you tomorrow. And I'll be back after match 2. 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고요. 재밌었습니다. 내일 또 뵙겠습니다.
오늘 와주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다.
저는 내일 또 매치 투
감사합니다.
하겠습니다. 얼른 가셔야죠. 내일 껴야죠.
अरे ये लोग आ गए हैं अभी। सबसे हाथ मिला रहा है भाई, कितना मस्त बंदा है भाई। देखो सबसे हाथ मिला के गया और ये लोग आ भी गए फट।
We really had to take some time to make sure Foxy9 got to greet all of his
Hey,
friends on that stage.
Where's my fist bump, dude?
I know, Foxy.
What the hell?
Foxy, can you come over here?
I gotta say though, ice cold in the interview. We were only undefeated because I wasn't there.
He's got a point.
Yeah.
He's got a point. That's not wrong.
I mean, after this performance throughout this whole series, he does make a really good point. But as you can see, Genji looking like the
Texture being texture,
having a lot of
bhai.
fun on the stage, shouting in very good ways.
Starting way too slow in map 1 and looking absolutely useless, and then
suddenly
becoming
steamrolling.
amazing in the next 2 maps. This is
Classic.
the most classic Genji game I've ever seen.
That's why predicting this region is just impossible, man. How are you supposed to... It's 2 different teams that played each other from map 1 to map 2 and 3. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
But credit to Genji, they came out swinging here. At times we thought this might have been a 13-0. So, you know, huge respect to this Genji team. That Pearl was so prepared.
The stereotypes really did apply to this series, where the inconsistency of these teams, whether it be slow starts for Genji into really warming up over the next 2 maps, or Talon really dominating pretty much anybody when they have a good read and where they're feeling it, and then being very inconsistent map to map. I mean, this was pretty much par for the course from what you were going to get from this series, and I think it really does come down somewhat to the veto. I won't put it entirely on the veto, but you know, in the maps where you had too much stagnation from Genji and Talon was able to take advantage of it, Talon absolutely smashed them. And then on the next 2 maps where there was a lot less to read into for Talon, they had a bit of a tougher time there. And I think it wasn't only the read, but also the individual players a little bit inconsistent on the side of Talon as well.
Yeah, I also feel like them having to start attack with this comp is very difficult. You know, as soon as they get onto that other side, things could start to look a little bit better for them. But by that point, the game was pretty much already
They didn't even get to play defense, dude. With this comp, they didn't even get to play defense.
Yeah,
like, this is a dream defense comp. You got the double Senti with the Cypher Vice. The Cypher going to help you keep the middle of the map clean. The Astra as well. You got the Solo Fade and the Yoru playing the off angles. This is a nightmare to attack into, but when you don't even have to play attack into it, then the game gets a lot easier.
Yeah, there's probably a lot more that they could have shown, you know, if this game was to go a little bit longer, but this game was over in the first half, you know. We saw them, that game plan just was not working. Genji were not rotating, they weren't rushing too much and just consistently finding those kills on them. So big respect to Genji, of course. We will be seeing them play again tomorrow, and Talon head to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Genji specialize in, right? It's the same story from last year, all the way to kickoff as well. So I feel like Genji, hey, this is where they belong. But going over to Talon, there were so many rounds where you could tell, hey, good game plan, good strategy.
Yeah.
And then it all just comes falling down at some point. There's so many rounds like that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we wanted to highlight is how the team's using their ultimates in this game. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful Yoru ult. You have the TP already set up over towards A main. You clear all of R, and then you TP over and clear A main. So you've got everything with a Yoru ult, follow-up Prowler to take the A site for free, and then you get yourself the spike down very easily, and Genji has a very one-dimensional retake all the way through spawn side. Now, you talk about the fact that Talon didn't get enough done on their attacking side. Those are the rounds that they had to close out, and they got demolished in the post plant.
Yeah, now this one here from Genji, a nice little B long trap, forcing them forward with that Armageddon into the waiting hands there. So I think there was a lot of good from both. Even Talon, I think, had the right ideas. It just wasn't great in execution. Like that round we just saw with the Yoru, they're able to get into a stable post plant, and then they lose the post plant.
I mean, they got wiped in the post plant, and it was all players coming from spawn. That B-long trap is ridiculous, by the way, because Ash is standing in double doors. Yeah, that's
so
3 players
far away.
committed to B-long, and he's on almost the other side of the map,
just
holding
it.
his bloody aircraft carrier ready to go, just dropping a carpet bomb across B-long. Like, how do you attack into that? You're attacking into 3 people in a bloody carpet bomb.
Yeah, but then there were also times where it didn't work out so well for Talon. So if we roll the next replays here, I think we can see they're trying to bait these rotates. Like I spoke about before this map, they have to be slow, they have to push and pull. So they try and fake with the Fatal, but Texture doesn't move away from B, gets those kills. Even the Steel Garden isn't enough because Texture is able to pop these lightning hands and light up the server. So when you're forcing two ults into a round like this and you're not able to convert, you're not able to pull rotates, this attacker side is going to be nigh on impossible.
Your lurkers have to be able to convert those kills when you're able to create gaps, first of all, but second of all, just how slow the comp is. Like, if your Fade Prowler or your Yoru TP doesn't get you space and you aren't actually able to crack into the site, you're not getting in. You basically have to try contact for the rest of the round or it's not going to work for you. And when Texture's popping off like this is one of the better games I've seen from Texture so far in this stage. He was phenomenal.
Definitely. And we got to enjoy a lot of his, most famous moments as well. But yeah, on that neon and everything with the finger guns out, Texture was just absolutely in his element today in the series.
Yeah. Also Ash as well. I mean, I think these two in tandem really got the Gen G team across the line today. This is some of the best play we've seen from Ash. And of course, Texture, this is what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Ash, to touch on him first, I mean, I was looking at the stats trying to, create some comparison.
मेरे तरफ से नहीं है भाई, मेरे तरफ से बिल्कुल नहीं है भाई, मेरे तरफ से पूरा प्रॉपर चल रहा है, ठीक है।
Ash has. Like, his individual skill and mechanics are definitely on another level. You can see him coming off the duelist role, playing in it here. This is the perfect example of an Ash pop-off game that can add to Gen G's ceiling, and this is a perfect example of a Texture masterclass. I mean, it's a match MVP here for Texture. Yoru on Icebox was phenomenal. The Neon, he's been playing it more than any other agent at the moment, and again, here on Pearl, he was fantastic.
Yeah, and I feel like this is Gen G back on track. We were probably perhaps doubting them just a little bit in the group stage. Maybe they weren't feeling like their old selves, but now I say, hey, this is looking more like the Gen G that we all know and love. Hey, perhaps this is them making that run. Oh no, hope I didn't.
Well, they're close.
Maybe, perhaps.
One more game.
It's looking good. It's looking good so far, but that next game for them is going to be very, very interesting. Speaking of next games, don't go anywhere because we still have one more series to go. We have T1 versus DRX. You know you don't want to miss that. We'll be back right after this quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
अच्छा, Valorant के लिए अलग से बनाया है क्या? देखो, वाह,
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये भी सही है भाई।
Red Bull gives you wings.
अर्नव भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है अर्नव भाई, कैसे हो? टेंस का नया माउस ले लो RyuK भाई। भाई टेंस का नया माउस थोड़ा सा देखना पड़ेगा, मतलब थोड़ा पैसा वैसा का भी सीन है, थोड़ा देखना पड़ेगा। टेंस का नया माउस ले सकते हैं या नहीं, देखते हैं। क्या यूट्यूबर पैसा कमा पा रहे हैं? हम्म, 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 हम्म।
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are on to our second series of the day, and it's going to be between T1 and DRX, both of these teams. Our Masters Bangkok reps, will they both be going to Toronto this time around? That's a more tricky question, because it's looking more likely that it'll only be one of these teams.
Yeah, it's a grand finals rematch, but in the first round of playoffs, so one of these teams will be sent straight to the lowers today, as the other one advances that one step closer to Toronto. We're seeing DRX here, of course the Pacific champions, but they couldn't quite get it over the line like T1 could in Bangkok.
लाउंड पैसा भाई, मतलब समझा नहीं अर्नव भाई।
You know, you can end
लाउंड
up with
पैसा
these as
मतलब
your first round matchups. All it takes is a couple of upsets. All it took was for DRX to drop against Boom and for T1 to drop a couple of series, and all of a sudden we get the two teams in the grand finals who were our international representatives taking each other on in the very first round.
जेंजी जीत गई ना पहला, ये जेंजी जीत गई पहला। अभी DRX और T1, ये है हेवी मैच, ये है हेवी मैच भाई। Who's the best team in Korea now वाला आज होने वाला है भाई। इंडिया पाकिस्तान कैसा राइवलरी होता है ना, पैसिफिक टीम्स के इनका राइवलरी है, समझ रहे हो? इंडिया पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट मैच होने से कैसा होता है, बोल सकते हो इनका भी वैसा ही है। DRX T1
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that nobody's underestimating anymore. So we've seen these other teams actually come out swinging and take wins off T1. They're not untouchable.
My vote goes for T1.
But their ceiling is so high if they're able to deliver.
Yeah, they're one of the shakiest teams to win an international event. Domestically, I think they're map-wise 19 wins, 17 losses.
Yeah.
Like they're barely cracking a 50% win rate in maps here in Pacific. So, you know, this is a team that is far from bulletproof. They are not some kind of domestically dominant team that's going to win absolutely every map and slap the other teams despite how much individual skill they have on this roster. But I don't know. I'm sensing some aura from the uniform change.
Yeah,
like,
it's blue.
It's blue.
What's going on there? What do you mean it's blue? I think if I was DRX, I would take that offensively. I would say, what are you doing? You don't wear blue. Blue is our color.
That's us. That's us. Is the DRX cosplay? Is this kind of, you know, a mind games of some sort?
भाई आपने सुना क्या, पाकिस्तान की टीम BCCI ने बैन कर दिया?
DRX has to have a red version just in.
नहीं भाई, हमने नहीं सुना।
The colors inverted, but they have to sync up quite substantially to be bringing that into this game.
पाक अभी वर्ल्ड कप वगैरह का BCCI क्या ICC ने बैन किया? BCCI तो इंडिया की है, इंडिया की BCCI पाकिस्तान को बैन करेगी तो क्या हो जाएगा? ICC तो इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट काउंसिल है।
Look, we'll see what they're going to be bringing here, but you know, question of who is going to be the best team inside of Korea. I mean, DRX have won the head-to-head over T1 here in Korea every single time. It's only over in Bangkok that we saw T1 actually best them. So when it comes to playing domestically, DRX as an org has been beating T1 a lot, but specifically these two lineups, both of the series that we saw in kickoff, DRX was able to beat them in their hometown.
Yeah, I think DRX will be happy about this head-to-head again. I think this is a team that they understand very well. And even though T1 did come out on top in Masters Bangkok, that's a different place, that's a different stage, that's different pressure. DRX have won here so many times now that, you know, we saw it even in kickoff. They know how to win this game. So I really think that it's a big test for T1 today.
Yeah, saw at the bottom of the stats there that T1 has the best timeout conversion. I know it's our favorite stat, big time. And for everyone who says that Coach Autumn is a fraud, best timeout conversion, amazing stat, guys. Trust me, it's fine. Even if you take it going into an eco or something like that, it means he's the best coach ever.
I mean, listen to these guys, right? But hey, I do want to talk about DRX.
चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी भी नहीं खेलेगी, BCCI ने भी बैन किया, ICC ने भी बैन किया, T20 वर्ल्ड कप भी नहीं खेलेगी।
It was announced that Flashback would be moved to the academy roster, right? So
अभी न्यूज़ सुनी है, पता नहीं, मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा ऐसा। क्या पता? Not sure.
Not picking him. He's banned from my fantasy team. I will never pick freeing again.
Don't take that personally, freeing. He's over there. He's over there.
100%
Just give me over there.
Who picked this guy?
Give me that. You did. He's in your heart. I'm just gonna put him here just so that the shadow of freeing is just hovering over.
You're not a believer.
Here's the thing, like you've seen the double duelist out from DRX in 8 of the 12 games that they played, I believe, here in stage 1, whereas previously they never played double duelists. So I think that the solution to their role crisis that they've created for themselves with Flashback going out of the team is just to go back to what was working for them. But not only that, I think freeing can flex into Senti. Australia plays plenty of Enit, so you could see a lot of double Enit. I think that they just got to go back to double Enit, which was what they were playing all the way through kickoff and Masters Bangkok. It was 19 out of 19 games of double Enit and 19 games of Teo for freeing. So I think that's the style you're going to see from DRX. But role-wise, I think they can be a little bit more flexible. You've seen Baines flex onto secondary controller. You've seen freeing can go on the Teo, but he could also go on a Senti and chuck Estrella on the secondary Enit.
Yeah, I do think one of the most interesting changes is now we've seen Estrella take over the mantle as, the IGL.
Yes.
They spoke about this last week. He's the one calling the shots now, and Mako is a little bit more free. So that does change a lot of things. I was very surprised to hear about that change.
अभी वर्ल्ड कप और चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी के फोकट के 2 पॉइंट्स गए।
Onto the sort of initiator type players.
ठीक है, फोकट के वहाँ पे वेस्ट इंडीज वैसे टीम्स आ जाएंगी। समझ रहे हो? वेस्ट इंडीज नहीं तो आयरलैंड आ जाएगी, या एक आध और टीम आ जाएगी। देखो मैप वीटो है, देखो T1 ने एक्सबॉक्स बैन किया, DRX ने आई गेस फ्रैक्चर बैन करेंगे, पर्ल बैन किए, लोटस DRX क्या लेगी, हेवन लेगी, फ्रैक्चर लेगी।
Splits, so no surprises there. And then the picks coming in of Lotus and Fracture. What are your thoughts on this Lotus pick?
Well, it's an interesting one. I think it's a map that DRX has gone
Heaven.
head-to-head against them. The most recently, I think the
DRX फ्रैक्चर खेलती थी, फ्रैक्चर बैन करती थी, मेरे को याद सा नहीं आ रहा है थोड़ा सा। सच में बैन हुई क्या देखना भाई, मेरे को कैसे देखना पड़ेगा? वो तो अब मीम पेजेस आएंगे, इस पे बताएंगे, तो या तो लोग स्टोरी में डालते हैं, मैं तब पता चलता है, मैं ऐसे देखता नहीं।
For all 3 of these maps, we're going into Fracture afterwards and potentially Haven. Each of these teams, they have their own styles on each of these maps. And I would say that this is another map that is going to be incredibly close, a bit of a roller coaster ride on both sides for both of these teams, especially since it's playoffs. And for these players, they do have something else inside them that comes out when the stakes are high.
I can see why T1 would pick. I can't really see why T1 would pick Lotus here. Like, it's kind of a question mark for me because I'm looking at their last 3 games on it, and I'm not really feeling too confident. They lost versus G2.
Yeah.
They lost versus RRQ. Then Buzz had to drop 30 to beat Team Secret. So I'm really questioning why they're picking Lotus into DRX here when it's a comfortable map for them, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, I think they just like this ISO. I think it's all about, for them, it's about enabling their individuals. That's a really big thing that they want to
स्प्लिट और एसेंट पहले ही बैन कर दिया। स्प्लिट और एसेंट, हाँ तो अच्छी बात है ना, वो मैप खेलनी भी नहीं चाहिए।
His ISO does not look bad there at all.
Yeah. I mean, these could potentially happen. I feel like it's going to boil down to how these players are feeling on that stage down there, because we do know that stage, it can be transformative, right, for all of these players. And sure, the group stages were just a little bit of a warm-up, but now it's playoffs, baby, and we're going to send it to the stage for DRX and T1.
भाई पता नहीं साला ये ऑर्डर कब आएगा, मरे जा रहे हैं ये ऑर्डर। एक साला इनका, एक तो कोई शिपिंग डिटेल्स नहीं कि भाई कहाँ है ऑर्डर, क्या है। स्टार्ट हो रहा है गाइस।
the current kings of Pacific, even despite all the adjustments they've had to make, they are still in top form with this roster locked in. The role
Nice.
set, the big question is this DRX ready to step into playoffs?
DRX narrowly missing out on that top spot in the group, just losing to Boom. So now it means they have a gauntlet to run. They have to face T1 and then potentially, if they win, into RyuK. The road can't be any harder, but if there's one team that's up for the task, it's DRX.
Really, just one team up to the task? Because I feel like T1, they are also up to that task. They may be coming off of a couple of losses, but make no mistake, T1 is the type of team that does not let that go that easily. First day into playoffs, you can bet the Masters Bangkok winners are going to come out swinging.
Yeah, we want to see them just hit a different level of form coming into playoffs here. They have been very shaky here in Pacific in particular, dropping maps all over the place, but this roster still has a lot of talent, and you know that when they lock in, they are the very best in the world.
Oh yeah, best team in Korea is the question though for this series, right? Especially since you have players that know each other so well, and it's always so fun when you get these players that, you know, get to interact on stage and get to be so comfortable in the game and on that stage. So coming out over here, of course, our coaches who also know each other so well. So these mind games that are going to
महिला कहाँ है? महिला तो हो चुका है, अभी ये मैच के खत्म होने के बाद होगा महिला। महिला जी आ चुके हैं, इंटरव्यू भी हो चुका है, सब हो चुका है। आप लेट हैं अर्नब भाई, आप लेट हैं।
But that means you know how they like to play, you know the compositions that they like, you understand them so well, and that just makes for some very high level Valorant, which is great for all of us here watching.
Yeah, the mind games are a bit deeper when it's somebody that you know like the back of your hand, right? Especially since there's so many layers to both of these teams. Of course, you know, when Mako went, or rather when Buzz and Stax went over to T1, the big storyline was that they would be playing up against their former team, right? So again, it is looking like it's 50-50. Pulling up our predictions, we feel like it's going to be the same as well, as we are evenly split here.
This is another game for me that's so hard to call. I'm slightly leaning in the way of DRX just because I don't trust T1 to be consistent when it matters. But honestly, this is another series where I really think it's a coin flip. It could go either way.
That Mercedes sponsor haunts me, bhai. Mercedes भाई Porsche sponsor की है. Porsche, Mercedes, Lexus, इतने बड़े ब्रांड स्पॉन्सर करते हैं.
Quite frankly, despite the fact that these might be the top two
एक टीम के 6-7 स्पॉन्सर है भाई.
I could see both of them capitulating here if some things go wrong or they don't find the right approach, whether it's individuals
DRX players की hairline खराब है भाई.
roles and approach and things like that.
तुम वही देखो.
I wish we had that percentage, by the way, when we predict, because sometimes you can't really tell with just the prediction how close it actually is. It could be 49-51, right, in favor of one team. Right now, stepping into Lotus, we have our agents. Ooh, this is priceless.
Huge changes for both teams. For DRX, this is what I was saying. Freeing can be thrown on that Senti. We've gone double controller now with Yeonmin back on the Raze. Estrella, I've been asking to see him on the Viper. It's a role that he played a lot in RRQ, so I think that's going to be very comfortable for him. And a big problem that DRX had was that Flashback was not great at this agent on this map.
Yeah, but for T1, new jerseys, new style, new compositions coming in.
Duelists.
We're seeing Meteor on the free... I was going to say Meteor on free.
That is freeing, by the way. That's
Meteor's playing Teo. So,
Lexus Japanese teams को sponsor करी होगी नहीं. Lexus Japanese को नहीं, American team को sponsor की है.
All of the anti-strat from DRX is thrown out the window.
Yeah, that's what makes this so interesting and going to be so exciting as well as we step into our first map of this series. We are heading into Lotus 2, and both teams, they do have their own kind of, you know, special histories on this map. So we're going to toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin, to take us through it.
Well, things are already getting a bit spicy here off the rip. No ISO for the first time in forever for Meteor, and he's playing Teo. So this is some interesting adjustments from the side of T1, but as it was highlighting, DRX also making some changes.
It's pretty back and forth in terms of, you know, both teams trying to make some adjustments here for the playoffs, trying to show some new looks. I think it makes sense, especially for T1, who's kind of struggled on some of the maps that were really dominant for them. The ISO stuff seems to have been figured out by a lot of teams, so let's try something different now. I didn't have Meteor playing Teo on my cards for today, but here we are.
पर Lexus brand तो Japanese है.
A very
अरे
big pivot here
तो
from
इससे
the
क्या
side
फर्क
of
पड़ता
T1.
है? वो
No
कोई भी ब्रांड
Sentinel
हो.
in sight. Solo duelist in the hands of Buzz with that Yoru. Let's see how this operates. Granted, of course, the Viper there can basically function as a bit of a sentinel, but
this is a bit more what
splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah, for sure. But this is a bit more what you're seeing internationally.
हाँ तो हम कहाँ थे?
T1,
हाँ
the
तो
Breach Teho, a lot of teams love
लेक्सस
to do this.
ब्रांड जापानीज है तो
Buzz on
इसका
the
मतलब ये
Yoru,
थोड़ी कि
he's been
जापानीज को अभी
piloting
कोई
that quite a bit this year.
अब
Some
मर्सिडीज
level of success for
जर्मन
sure.
कंपनी है.
So let's see if they can kind of string
तो
together some attacking
वो
side. I think this comp
इधर
has a
क्यों
lot of legs on
पैसिफिक
the
रीजन में
attacker
क्यों
side,
स्पॉन्सर कर
even
रही है?
against the double sentinel that DRX is
हैं?
going to be bringing, essentially with the Viper.
क्या
but
लॉजिक है अर्नव
it's
भाई?
just a matter about how well have they been able to get this fleshed out here in the last week for T1. Just checking some boxes, but this is all just a bit of a ruse here by T1. Map exploration, but with a rebel control for DRX.
डबल कंट्रोलर डबल इनिशिएटर फॉर
Trying to
T1.
just plant their feet and wait to see what happens.
Still a paranoia and a paint shell over on this
वो
side.
बिना सेंटिनल के ही खेलते हैं लोटस तो.
Mako just setting up a smoke in case that C hit
मेरे
comes
को लगा था
through.
डबल
Paranoia now
ड्यूलिस्ट लेंगे.
at the ready. Sends it as the salvos get ready to fly. Swings out, looks for a couple shots across. Buzz does manage to find the headshot, but Paint Shells will be able to take down Sylvan, and Henneman double dips for a little bit more and just barely escapes.
And that was all a setup for T1 to clear that back corner where Mako was, and that part worked, but Hyunmin not able to be dealt with. That's going to give a numbers advantage for DRX. Bane spotted.
Yeah, caught, does get fault lined here, tucked in around the corner, however, still able to find the headshot to finish off Stacks. Both players on site, dangerously low, but Hyunmin hits one hell of a shot. As Meteor gets taken down, and now it is all on Izu, finds the first. 3 more to try to deal with, and Bane still firing back. We'll go ahead and secure the pistol for DRX.
चितले बंधु should sponsor GE. देखो.
Finding its timings for sure. And T1 trying to set DRX
क्या
a little bit off
बोलते हैं
balance with
भाई
some early
ये?
rotations and a delayed hit. Just finds the paint shells there. My goodness. 10 HP, no problem. Swing the corner. Izu's looking up. Bane is down. And he's got his opponent on the floor. So, okay. So far, so good for DRX. But T1 has really struggled on pistols this year. They are like 9th in Pacific right now in like pistol win percentage.
Yeah, it's not been great.
No.
Saw them running it back when they were over at Bangkok.
Yes.
But then they came back over here and it's just like, well, let's just revert.
Just go back to being cheeks at pistols. I mean, still a strong team even behind all that, but
4 Bulldogs here for DRX. And a Ghost, so change up on the usual buy.
This is old school DRX.
Yeah.
This is back, you know, Zest is on the team and everybody's got Bulldogs. And
Not sure if the desk covered it as we were coming back upstairs to get ready for this matchup, but worth noting, Estrella apparently is calling again today.
Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely something that we need to be thinking about. Part of probably why he's feeling a little bit more comfortable to be over on that Viper. Suits him a little bit better potentially. Bane out with the haunt.
And
what?
Trying to find something. Granted, he is the one player with the Ghost, so overall not too much weaponry going to be handed over, but Hyunmin now also dead. Mako swooping forward, able to find one, but this is starting to get a little bit too scrappy as weapons are going to be picked up, and T1 have player advantage. Buzz, in the meantime, is just completely keeping Estrella distracted as freeing on the hunt here on the site. Looks for a little bit more, but now he's going to be taken down, and that is going to be a thrifty for T1.
निकाल दिए.
Even things up off the rip. The eco goes their way.
Well, this is another thing that was a big part of T1's game in kickoff and into Masters Bangkok is winning ecos. Did it all over the place and showing no signs of letting up. I was kind of curious about how T1 was going to approach their lurk game. And I don't know if it's going to be consistent that you're going to have Buzz out there lurking on his own, but certainly kept the opponent's IGL in check during that round. You know, with Meteor usually being that guy, and he has been for a long time. Kind of curious how that was going to play out. So just a couple Sheriffs and Classics for DRX. See if they can turn the tables a bit. Some Bulldogs, a couple rifles. T1 though, being a little bit cautious over towards the C site.
Freak is just not backpedaling fast enough.
Nope.
They just run him down. Buzz coming away with the kill now, 2 charges away from having the ult. The C side completely opened up as DRX are all in transit to try to get over towards this side of the map. Hyunmin does have a showstopper. Feels like it would be a bit wanting to try to commit it here in this round, unless they can find some very solid opening kills.
I was gonna say maybe he found one with that Sheriff, but gonna need to do a little bit more work. Sylvan wary of a Mako TP, I suspect.
Yep. There's Buzz pushing forward. It's going to be Mako with a headshot that you have to be worried about. Back this young man. Now, yep, those are the kills that they needed. Showstopper, however, a bit too shallow. Sylvan at 64, still alive. Time getting away here from DRX. Now need to make a go of this, given that they had the ult committed. But seems like the call is for them to stay contained back. Just play for some exits perhaps here. Now starting to try to flood back forward, but that Showstopper not being able to secure anything additionally for them means that DRX
वो इतना जल्दी मारना नहीं था, थोड़ा सैचल आउट करके आगे जाके मारना था.
now have the lead 2-1.
Yeah, that's a toughie for DRX. It looked like you might have a window into echoing your opponents like they just did previously. Buzz with a nice opener. God, Mako. That's so good. Gudman as well, right through that smoke too. Then the crossfire's too strong. The salvos and the snake bite before that as well to corral DRX towards the back of C site. Making things much, much trickier for them. Good delay, good patience from T1. Now both teams able to mostly have the big rifles. Stacks still on a Bulldog, but things looking good as Yoru is into another realm. Still seeing where these players are.
There's the trap play. There's the execution. Buzz able to find one, but Estrella just around the corner, able to go ahead and get the punish. So decently well read and countered from the side of DRX. Some smoke dissipating. Shots through. Bane just fishing for anything that he can get, but players from T1 get away with the spike planted unscathed.
Just a matter of shutting down Mako here. Being watched by Meteor. Might be right in range of that paranoia. Oh, he dodged it.
Izu holding at the box. It's again just a trade. Viper for Viper, tap of the door. Mako still trying to fight his way in to join in with the rest of the team. Sylvan at the same time going to be taken down, but the time is starting to tick, and Stacks holding here. Comes away with two. Mako dead, and Stacks will find the third. T1 3-1. Was looking decent for DRX for a bit there, but Stacks starts going crazy.
I said only one player still had the Bulldog. Stacks putting it to darn good use. Estrella there barely ahead of that flash. That was almost great timing for Buzz to get two, but just a step behind it. And Stacks ready for that last push through. Obviously the paranoia gave away Mako's position. And so far so good. I mean, you're seeing some of the classic ideas. A dimensional drift to set up the breach into the Tejo combos. So T1 kind of looking at what has worked for other teams and implementing it themselves nicely so far. One-way setup. Immediately, every time these smokes are pinged out. I mean, we've seen it too many times this year where Mako will just TP up into him.
Yep. Well, look at the pain shell out. Get the Kate crash away from Buzz. Noise being made around B main. That draws a lot of eyes from DRX to that position. Well, Mako still just strafing around, sending out the paranoia, but Izu out in front of it. He clipped to the very last moment. And Buzz is there for a little bit of added capitalization. He hasn't been able to find one there with the Stinger. There's Estrella not falling for the fake. Does he try to scale forward though? Yes, he does. Sylvan is noting it, watching the walls. And will be able to find the last two kills.
ये निकाल देता ना तो हो सकता था.
T1 off to a very good start here with the comp swap.
Yeah, that was really nice by Sylvan to be on that backside, watching for those lurks. Prevented any further damage coming through. It's like, okay, they get one when we're trying to flood into rubble. That's not that big of a deal. Cleaned up nicely. Good patience from T1. Wait out that initial util and then make their move. So far, so good. Now you've got some ults too. You got a Rolling Thunder. Bane does have the Nightfall. Izu has a pit for a post plant. See if T1 can continue their success. I'm about to check. T1 though, actually just gonna rotate back off of that. TP was set up, but didn't really find their window for the initial move. Now back over towards C. Cleared immediately. Not wanting to have to deal with that at all is freeing. And not on his kind of usual Tejo on Lotus. every time they ping these smokes. It is. I like the diligence. I mean, just making sure they don't fall for Mako shenanigans. Oh, how does he win that?
I don't know, but he does. Izu clearly very warmed up coming into this. Mako catching a glimpse of the shoulder, but just not quite finding the timing. Swings out, does manage to win the fight, doesn't take any damage. Strafes back across, wins the fault line, sends it the Paranoia, just trying to buy some time. Nightfall going across, that's going to connect on damn near everyone on T1. Maybe only Buzz being able to avoid that.
30 seconds left.
For now, the players going to be working without the audio. Rolling Thunder about to come across, and that does not hit anyone either. Mako now trying to push forward, fully blinded up. However, Buzz able to find him. Now Meteor gets involved. Even though they have the read, they have the setup, they do not have the round. 5-1. T1 starting to run away with this.
That was really well handled by T1, not being scared of the Nightfall. They just keep pressing forward, and I think that timing made Mako feel like he had to press a little bit. Got blinded himself, started walking forward. Good throw by Sylvan with the Paranoia, and everybody on T1 just storming in together and able to find their shots very effectively. Not really much of a response from DRX.
Mountain Dew का taste पूरा खराब कर दिया भाई.
Showstopper again for Hyunmin on an eco, but
अलग हो गया पूरा
some other
Mountain
big
Dew.
ults to contend with. The cycling starting to really ramp up for T1. Now you have the Armageddon. Izu's still on the pit. Buzz a couple away from his ult. So things starting to get very, very scary for DRX. And there's just, even with map control, I mean, DRX has been taking Rubble control pretty consistently, but T1's ability to refight for this space has been really nice.
Mitchell try to delay, gets a glimpse and a couple shots across, and that will be Buzz dead. Meteor just juggling the weapons back. There's Izu. Not quite clearing the alarm bot, but no one there. Continue the pressure and find a punish with the vulnerable.
Wow, but this delay, so impactful for DRX to get in positions.
Again, to try to clear things out. Just another nano cycled forward here on the smoke. Bite as well. Lobbed in. It's Estrella, knowing that this player is going to have no audio whatsoever, just runs down Sylvan. Manages to clean up that kill. Now player advantage here for the side of the DRX, expounded upon Bane, able to find Meteor. Izu dropped.
भाई flawless round निकाल दी.
Stacks in a 1v5. Sprinting over for the plant. DRX prowling in just behind him.
Huge turnaround for DRX.
Big upgrades. Stabilize the economy a bit. Swing out. Stacks able to find the first. Finds the second. Fault line at the ready. Sends it. Spots the player here at drop, but doesn't read that Bane had hit the floor. And that'll be DRX find themselves a second round win.
What a time to come through, but it's just phenomenal delay on that C site, and T1 gets a little bullheaded trying to break their way in. And they're just getting cut down piece by piece. And the initial loss of Buzz, pretty devastating there as he's trying to TP out. Mako catches him right beforehand. Estrella ahead of the curve. Meteor tries to disrespect the Poison Cloud, pays the price. Stacks putting up a couple nice kills there. But in the long run, it is really, really well thought out by DRX. I thought maybe T1 would make a pivot towards B a little bit quicker, but didn't feel comfortable enough to do that just yet. This time they're going to use some util. If there was that alarm bot there, wouldn't be happy. But it was a delay from freeing. He holds onto it now, places it a little bit further back. That alarm bot spotted Izu earlier kind of gave the early read for DRX so they can make those rotates. Like the change up from T1 just to be sure that their plans aren't going to be able to be thwarted as quickly. So back to kind of standard contact shift directions. It's the very stack style of play. Izu looking to do more damage over towards Rubble. This time they're setting up for the B hit. TP right outside in the cubby.
Who's next? Oh, dimensional drift, but Gunman pushing forward, gets the spot out, and that's going to be Izu. Basically sold out by Buzz. TP forward, Sylvan completely watched and noted. Buzz, however, around the back, gets into upper and Bane. Up, does get taken down. Buzz able to find a second. Hyunmin Gonna get dropped as the aftershock forces Estrella's reposition, but he sees the bullets flying, tracks the tracers, and Meteor gets caught up. Once again, Stacks asked to try to clutch this time. Mako ahead of the curve a little bit. As Wall blocks off the approach, the players significantly closer by. Swings out, spots out one, knows that he's running out of time, and Mako is right there on top of him. Takes him out, DRX. Now 3 rounds accrued, looking to try to stabilize here in this opening half.
Yeah, that's a painful one for T1. You use the Yoru ult, you lose your Viper early, so that cedes a lot of map control over. Bane catches Sylvan trying to TP in combination with Buzz coming out of the dimensional drift. The timing just a little bit off there on that B execute. And DRX. In that affair, but here today, see if we'll have another DRX win in Pacific, or if T1 going to be able to replicate what they did at the global level.
Who's the best team?
Estrella has an ult, but he's sitting way back in spawn. I think they're looking for a TP play. They're pinging it out. DRX is wary that out of that timeout, Sylvan might try to use his ult.
Mako just spraying across, finds Izu. Once again, Viper dead outside of A here. As Hyunmin, I think, slightly noted there on that jiggle. It's going to be him grabbing an orb, just looking to try to cycle up a third and final showstopper here in the half. Salvo's forced to reposition, gate crash over across towards the door switch, and Buzz able to go ahead, stabilize the aim, finds Hyunmin in the head. Takes him down, but still more work to be done to try to open up the side. Bane plunking in from the side here, approaching the main, catching the timing and catching Buzz there at the back of the skull. Stacks that, dodging around some of these bullets, but Mako steady. He's able to take him down. 5 rolls remaining. He can continue to push forward, finds himself a fourth, swaps the gun. Looks for a little bit more here. And it's going to be freeing from the top rope to find Meteor to keep DRX in the driver's seat. 3 rounds now consecutively, and within touching distance of tying this up.
Now you can see some of the struggles T1 is having with this change-up of composition. They're not really able to gain the rubble control the way they like. I mean, okay, that's just an angle. That's just Mako. I mean, that's painful for sure, but even then, the answers are there for DRX. That's the bigger thing. And it's a great adjustment in position from Mako to move that far back, to have a safe angle to spray. Not going to be anticipated by the opponents. Izu way out ahead.
Off now. Brought forward here from Hyunmin. See, win percentage, pretty good. So, let's see if T1 gets a read on this at all. Their last round before the economy gets fully broken. Estrella trying to see if he can find any timings here.
Almost. He was darn close. They're just going to keep scaling forward towards A. The door tap doesn't mean much. A little bit of a panic maneuver here.
Hit going to be sent, but should get the scout out. TP going to be interrupted, and Snakebite cannot come through as he does get suppressed. Know roughly where he's at, and there you go. The spam eventually will find him. Pit now fallen. Site opened up, T1 in with the player advantage, and Rolling Thunder also online. Their own pit invested, freeing, however, he can get a good angle. He's got that lockdown to try to flush them out.
It's great util by T1 to clear out their opponent's pit. Now it's their job to play defense. So far back, our DRX.
They're just saving.
I think you're right.
They see no way into this, and they don't want to try to commit ults into the round just to have it result in a loss. I think that maybe if they had access to a weapon swap for Hyunmin, get another rifle in hand rather than having that operator into a pit, they probably try to make a go of this, but it's just stacked against them. So T1 will go ahead, break this little win streak from the side of DRX and get themselves up to 6.
This is a really nice pit, though, by T1. It basically eliminates where you can put the lockdown. Like, covering that spot is really nice in a couple different ways. But, yeah, that's really smart by T1 to get there and get that pit down quickly. Able to find some really good value out of that ultimate. Secure yourself a round win. DRX, with their new IGL of Australia. I almost said Australia, and I was like, no.
All of Australia is coming.
Oh, yeah. It's like when, you know, Twitch plays Pokemon. You know, everybody in Australia gets to make a decision.
Those are the good old days.
Yeah, it was good. I do miss that.
Okay, well, off is going to be passed over to Freeing. Trying to hold down that C site. Sylvan swinging out, and Sylvan dead.
Oof.
Now gets the bad news. In the meantime, Chaos over here at Rubble. And T1 continuing to try to fight their way forward, and Zax is able to find one. Hyunmin going to be taken out. Rolling Thunder now sent across towards the A site, but backpedal and Mako. They just re-swing the door again, get him right before it closed. Comes away with 2 kills. Meteor still trying to push forward. Mako wall bangs him. Dude, if Mako cannot see you, you are as good as dead.
He's got X-ray vision.
He's Daredevil.
Yeah. The man with X-ray vision. My God.
Unbelievable. And with the push out, Bane is there at the ready. A weird round, to say the least. But DRX threatening to tie things up at 6-6.5.
Spam battles. Yeah, very odd indeed. Let's see this.
Yeah.
Oh, what an angle he finds. Oh,
unreal.
Oh my God.
ये क्या मार दिया रे माको ने?
He's just using those doors so effectively. It's like he's been studying how teams play that position, and with that toxic screen down, he's found those angles. Unbelievable. Just, it's a magician. Was trying to show some presence over at A, but the real bulk of T1's forces are on C. Operator moved back.
Fall on a timing sent here. But Bane now getting the bad news, realizing that it hadn't connected on anybody, and Izu this time is able to win out the fight. Takes out Mako, Freeing alone on C here for the moment, being hounded. Once again, the salvo is going to be sent to try to flush him forward, and Freeing, tries desperately to bounce over them. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Kill comes in. T1 now decently poised to try to secure a lead here at the half. After shock to delay, the approach of Waterfall. Bane eats a burst of damage, but knows that he has the C, so wants to scale forward to try to get the pick. Goes for it. Buzz comes away with 2. Estrella now last one standing in a 1v3. Just a bite to his name.
Yeah.
The spot out on the 1. Buzz looking for a timing. Flash goes in behind, but Estrella still a bit panicked, a bit frazzled. Cannot find the punish. Now 2 players disconnected. This is
the last round of the half.
Estrella, this is the last round of the half.
Just trying to pad those operator stats before.
All right, well.
Someone let him know.
Look, sometimes it's hard to, sometimes you lose track.
Sure.
You know?
I've been there, yeah.
You think back to Shanghai. You had Lakia sending the Nightfall in round 11.
That's true.
Thought it was the end of the half.
That's a good point.
Estrella didn't think it was the end of the half.
Huge win here for Izu. Had a couple nice 1v1s that he was able to best. Combo again with the Yor ult into the Tejo salvos. Breach stun, very, very effective. Stacks. Not having any of it at the end. Well, a kind of wild half. I mean, it just felt like for DRX, it's like, can Mako kill through odd angles and smokes? Yes, then win round.
Kind of. It feels that way. Let's see. Who would you want to grab coffee with? Mako, Stoic but a good listener, or Stacks, the biggest chatterbox? Most people probably say good listener.
I'd rather hang out with Stacks. just being honest. I like Mako. He's very, very nice, but Stax is hilarious.
No.
No.
Yeah, I'm glad that other side is covered up. You know what it says.
Yeah.
It said something about a tech pause.
Yeah, let's just not let that be. Let's not will that into existence, please. Also, liking the T1 jerseys they're sporting today. Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
Foundation ones. Those are really nice. They got like the lettering on the back was really cool too.
Reminded me of like a very vintage kind of style font.
Yeah.
Almost like a Fallout
Yeah.
type, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like something you'd see out of like a old fantasy movie almost. To me.
I'd have to take maybe a harder look at it, but I was kind of getting like a
Wait, ये कहाँ से shot मार दी?
TV ad type font is what I was.
Oh, that old. Okay.
Well, freeing, able to just find a very nice shot here. Wonder if that was on a jiggle. Either way, hell of a shot.
Might have just been a timing thing, or who knows. Meteor sees that B is kind of clear. There's the turret, so Stax is going to go clear that. Buzz trying to do everything he can to keep them from going this way, and actually he seems to have done well enough. That turret clear. Maybe DRX. Feels like they can confuse T1 a little bit. But it's a 2-2 split. They're just going to leave B open, and if it's B, they'll play for a retake. It's actually going to be over on A. Izu and Meteor need to hold the line. I'm not sure that
भी जाएंगे हाँ.
super concerned about this. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be B.
Yeah, just a quick little pivot through the door.
Yeah, just
Leaving
enough.
Estrella back, lurking, swing from freeing, and okay, a little bit of whippage, but still a good amount of damage. Buzz and Stax both tagged up. 99 health between the two of them. Aftershock to try to flush Bane out of the corner. Does so, but has the kill on that swing. Goes right back into the corner.
Estrella, big lurk.
Gunman, big kill. Does go down as Izu's able to find one. Bane redraws Meteor. Not fast enough. Now it's all on Izu. Tiny bit of damage there onto Estrella, but so many angles to try to clear out. It seems like widely Izu may be content to just stay tucked here in this position, go down to the spike. That will be DRX picking up both pistols. We'll see if any of them can escape as Izu is trying to find the punish and will be able to take Estrella down with him. So Spike will swallow up on Bane, gets the destruction there, and Mako will be the lone survivor.
You don't see that every day on the pistol round.
Let's see this. Okay.
Oh, yeah, just the timing.
If it was a jiggle peek, that would be gorgeous, but it was just a slow little creep out from Sylvan that gets punished with a headshot.
Yeah. Great lurk from Estrella. Keeps Buzz from being able to open up that extra angle onto DRX.
Mind you, though, it is 2-0 on pistols for DRX. They just happened to drop the eco round of the follow-up.
Yeah.
So it was a solid 50 from T1. They can do that again. Still going to be in a good spot to try to close this out.
Now Sylvan's doing a little jiggling. That one way there, but DRX uses the bot, gain a little bit of space. Push out just being shut down.
Freeing, find the hit. Sylvan gone. And I don't think we're going to be seeing a Thrifty this time.
A bit of a timing play there for T1.
Then again. Stats.
Wait.
Oh my god. He's trying to make a go of this Meteor.
दो कैसे निकाल दिया भाई?
Nearly online, but Hyunmin is into the site with the 3K. Now it's down to Izu. Already damage dealt. Only one player with a pistol, so the outlaw for the moment going to be left on the ground. Let's see if Izu can make that even more costly here for DRX.
Just gonna have to read the angles.
Slow creep forward, Hyunmin. Snappy. Instantly locks on, gets the headshot, and we are tied up at 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, some ideas by T1, but just pulled the trigger on that push out a little bit too early, and with that outlaw there to cover the long range, not going to get hit by any of that util. Safe initially. Stax just crazy good stuff with the classic. But that was all it was for T1. Going into this bonus, 7-7. Very crucial round here for T1 on this defender side.
2 players vulnerable to this outlaw.
This is their map pick too.
Yep. And naturally.
Of course, yeah. It's either Haven. They decided not to go for Haven, which is interesting. They saved it for last, but.
Curious if we do go that distance, which I think is fairly likely. If they bring out the ISO there still, or if there's going to be even more swaps in the compositions. For now, though, Hyunmin pushing forward, able to go ahead and get a showstopper behind this outlaw, so even more deadly. As DRX slowly start working their way across towards C site. Meteor wrapping around, reinforces this alongside Sylvan.
They're really, once again, trying to take as much space as they can. Stack's about to clear the turret. Last time the reaction from DRX was to pivot the other direction. Instead, send the showstopper to try to get in towards C. Sylvan
pretty shallow, but Sylvan's still going to be taking a decent chunk of damage. Down to 55, as that's going to be the C's now also connecting onto him. Kill, however, not going to be found as the regen shield, so a bit more health behind.
Not ready yet.
It's up to 80 smoke, dissipating, and I think Mako should have seen him here. For the push out, but crossfire setup looking good. Bane strafing backwards, still able to find one. Looks for a little bit more, but Meteor cuts him down to size. Freeing now, last one standing. Grabs the spike, can get the plant in. 1v3. Just that outlaw in hand. Nope, swaps over to the Bulldog. Gonna prove to be difficult, but finds the first. Fully flashed up, stuck in behind the box. Buzz. Next closest, trying to find the kill, and does. Narrow margins, but T1 will reestablish the lead.
Yeah, this is pretty nice work by Sylvan to really hold the line, change the position on the C after the showstopper and the C's. Don't really allow DRX any access into the site. Tucks in behind the box. Him and Meteor set up a nice crossfire here. Really nullifies that hit. Almost maybe looked like Freeing was going to get an opportunity to do something special, but shut down in the long run. Buzz just holding the line here at the top. You know, have to take the 1v1 there. Try to see if you can get that first before Stax is able to get close enough to set up for the pinch. Buzz gonna have his ult. Bulldog for Sylvan. Otherwise, it's rifles, the normal rifles all around. Haunt cleared. TP across.
Buzz revealing that he's out wide, and Mako able to capitalize, takes down his former teammate. Sylvan, however, looking for a punish and is able to pick one up. Mako
उधर कर क्या रहा था
so in
लेकिन
the end, a 1-for-1, but a Yoru that no longer has to concern DRX.
Still, and you have the Viper smokes.
Oh.
Freeing. That is, so he's been so good in those.
Very crisp with it. Still playing at a deficit, but the kills that he's gotten have been impressive.
Yeah, he's been really on point in those 1v1s.
Lockdown, a bit of a fake here. As the cluster up, Izu at a glance finding one, but eventually he's going to be forced out into the open here. Wall raised, paint shells sent, redraws the weapon. He's unable to find Bane, but Stax is there at stairs to go ahead and capitalize. And Freeing now once again, left to try to clutch this out. Sylvan at 26 HP if he can find the kill onto Stax.
30 seconds left.
Be in a good position to make this work.
नहीं कर पाएगा ये round.
He's going to pivot back in, holding the door, however, is Sylvan. Has the headshot, and T1 now stretching that lead by 2, 9-7, with DRX's economy in the dumps.
Yeah. This is what looked like it might be a bit of a disastrous start, but still Sylvan finds a really nice timing. Catches Mako trying to get out of dodge. And Izu as well, finding a good timing for his first peek, waits for the smokes. Buys some time. Stax and Sylvan playing that very diligently at the end, especially Stax, not
Meteor playing the Vice there.
Kind of expect them to go back to kind of stock standard on Fracture, maybe, but I mean, it obviously hasn't been their best map. It's been one they've been kind of avoiding. Buzz does have the op. He's over at C Mound. The Rubble fight goes the way of DRX. Stacks tucked into the tree behind the door. Haunt not gonna, well, he does clear it, okay. Thought for a second there he might be able to dodge it, but now he has to fall way, way back. Difficult positions. It's the pivot being made. Prowler, Boombot, good paranoia though from Sylvan. Stun there.
Held at bay for the moment. The showstopper sent and
Wait.
decent amount of damage. Splash across on the Buzz, takes him down to 55.
अच्छा जगह बनाने के लिए.
Children try to assist, but now the pit here in their faces. T1. How do you try to get yourself back into this? Counter pit.
That's what I was just thinking.
Doesn't particularly feel great. Sylvan TPing forward, just looking to try to scout. His flashes go flying. Estrella tucked in on the side. Finds one on the peak. Sylvan dead. Izu gone, and they're just going to be picking him to pieces. Buzz will find one. He'll get out, but he needs to hold on to this operator. The only bit of weaponry that they're going to have going into the next round, because everyone else is damn broke.
Yeah, this is really, really smart from DRX. They've been not going B much. And this time, they find a great window. Have that showstopper available to clear sight and get the pit through. So that's a good way to leapfrog your ults into a very safe post plant, especially when there's no ults on the other side to really clear it. No Armageddon, no Rolling Thunder, nor no Dimensional Drift. That means it's just hold down your angles and don't get caught. Keep Estrella alive. Protect the VIP here.
Oh,
that's.
I was wondering how he had. I
jump spotting it. Yeah. That was really smart. Stingers, Sheriff, and an op.
I mean, given that they pulled off a 30 before, it's certainly within the realm of possibility. But Buzz right now is not on the correct side of the map to try to really find impact. Gate Crash is just arriving over towards A.
And again, though, I mean, DRX is just having their way with this site. I mean, having very good control over this space, even with the Tejo breach.
He's not connecting, but Hyunmin in around the back here. Looking for the peak, and then finds the timing. Izu, nothing coming through that door fast enough. Stacks just plants his feet. Puts one right between the eyes of Hyunmin, but the follow-up from the remaining players here on the side of DRX, once again, is just too damn good. The Stinger's not finding value. The op going to be lost on the floor, as it's going to be damn near flawless, it would seem here, barring Sylvan finding some very solid impact here, which will not be found. DRX now back into the lead with 4 rounds consecutive, 2 away from taking away T1's map pick.
Man, they're just doing a great job scaling into sight.
I want to see this shot from Stacks.
I do too.
I mean, he was, I think it was like the millisecond that he stopped moving.
It was good. Good timing. Van's been watching some Rays players and how they land and shoot. That was nice, but yeah, like Hyunmin in particular has been really impressive on this attacker side for DRX. Back up into positives for the KD. Tied with Mako with total kills, but he's been leading the charge. And he's been set up by good control of space. And then with finally T1 taking control of A Rubble, the response as well from Izu to set up the pit at C, really try to funnel DRX into B if possible. At the very worst, you can go back, shift your weight into A, try to shut down this hit. Buzz and Sylvan though. Buzz dodges the Nightfall. Sylvan definitely can't.
Just on the one. Spots out the TP now, looks to try to reposition. Hyunmin on the hunt, just sending himself forward. It's a tiny bit of damage, caught a glimpse of a couple players, but cannot find anything realistically here. Not found quite just yet. Tuck in behind from Meteor, just staying stagnant in position, hearing all this movement, waiting for a timing. He could try, turn back, find some impact. Finds it there as Bane will get taken down. Stacks at the same time, coming away with a couple kills. It's Mako now, last one standing, having to back off.
30 seconds left.
Tiny bit of damage going to be taken, but it looks like T1 well set to go ahead and continue to tie this up. Mako with the attempt at the wide swing, but cannot find the shots. 11-11. Make a wish.
That was good. Since they're wearing the Make-A-Wish shirts.
That was the point.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
I'm complimenting you. Just take the compliment.
Okay, but it sounded like you were being condescending.
Oh, no.
So,
not in this case, sorry.
Okay.
Normally, you're right.
I misread.
Yeah. Normally, I am condescending. You're not wrong. This is one of those rare exceptions, so okay, I understand.
In that case, thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, well, you've got some big alts. T1
1 second, guys.
maybe could get themselves up to map point, but like these rolling thunders and dimensional drifts haven't been super effective for T1, especially on this defender side. They need to find some real value out of it. DRX has had good answers to those alts, even if it's just losing one player, or in the case of the rolling thunder, tucking a player and drop. Gonna use the lockdown. I don't think there's any hope in hell that T1 can clear this, so they have to run.
Yep. Everybody push into the back corner. No detains. No minor jumps forward to get caught, but oh my god, gentlemen on the swing. Able to find one, looks for a little bit more. Tiny bit of damage going to be there onto Meteor, but he is able to hold his ground. Buzz trying to lead the way. Flash up for the moment, jumps out of it, shorty in hand. Mako going to be taking down player advantage now here for the side of T1 as they scale their way back in, gaining control of the site. Everyone from DRX pushed back, disconnected here at Mount. So they're waiting for the taps. Buzz just goes strafing through the smoke, is able to find one. Spray now coming through, but Meteor holding for the defuse, and he is going to hold it to success. T1 take the round away, 2 players surviving as they get up to map point.
That's great by T1, saving that Yoru ultimate for the right moment on that retake, smothering Mako with util, stunning him up. I mean, Hyunmin trying to get ahead of the curve, and had that timing meant a little bit sooner, maybe he could catch Meteor off guard, but Meteor ready for it. Then they know they have to get out ahead of this, make sure the plant is safe. Distract at Mountain. There was no post-plant mollies or anything like that left for DRX at that moment.
Yep, okay, able to go ahead and get everything nicely together. Still had a decent amount of cash behind.
Yeah, not too bad. A couple away from another showstopper already for Hyunmin. Meteor, love to get that Armageddon in there. Oh my god.
That's a seize on to Buzz.
It's okay.
Wait this out. Oh, TP. Okay, wall still raised. Mako just strafing in and winning the fight. Stacks.
Thank God.
Shut down. Oh, captain, my captain no longer. Mako, with a very solid opening kill. Stun sent Buzz swinging onto the corner, able to find 1-3 and backed through the smoke. Buzz absolutely destroying the shorty again. Looking for the kill, but Estrella somehow able to come away with that. But Meteor swoops in, finds it,
1v1.
and we are just down in the mud. Freeing brings us now into a 1v1. The door being watched. Sylvan strafing, freeing, shooting. A 3K of his own reply, and there it is. The timeout call, I don't think it meant a damn thing. But we're going to overtime all the same.
लेजेंड भाई, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। भाई 3 साल नीट सुसाइडल थॉट्स आ रहे हैं। लेजेंड भाई यार अब एग्जाम में तो पास फेल तो होती रहेंगे भाई. इट्स ओके इफ यूर लाइक एक्सपेक्टेशंस के अकॉर्डिंग अगर रिजल्ट्स नहीं आ रहे ठीक है, मतलब अब इसके लिए सुसाइड थोड़ी कर लोगे आप. मतलब ये सुसाइड कोई ऑप्शन होता है क्या? लाइक ये अगर कुछ नहीं हुआ तो सुसाइड कर लेंगे भाई. इज इट सो? लाइक सुसाइड ऑप्शन भी होता है क्या? है लेजेंड भाई. Like,
T1 off to a roaring start here in overtime.
2 huge reads on both sides of the map by T1.
इतना पहले तो इसमें दो चीज है कि भाई अपना माइंड को मेकअप कर लो. लाइक अगर नीड नहीं तो ठीक है कुछ और कर लेंगे, लेकिन लाइफ में ये सुसाइड विसाइड क्या है भाई?
Going crazy with a 3K. And Buzz will find the finisher. T1 will find map point once again.
अपने आप को ऐसा समझाओ ना कि आप डरपोक हो गया.
Probably feeling a little bit grumpy that he couldn't get that
गांड
last
में
kill.
मतलब ऐसा समझाओ, मैं आपको ऐसा बोल ही रहा हूँ. गांड में कूदा है तो भाई कुछ और करके दिखा अगर ये नहीं हो रहा है. लाइक आप किसी और चीज में अच्छे हो गए. इफ नॉट नीट, इफ नॉट स्टडीज, किसी और चीज में अच्छे हो गए आप ब्रो. जरूरी थोड़ी है कि भाई आप पढ़ाई में अच्छे होना चाहिए या लाइक नीट 3 साल दे दिए तो मतलब आपको नीट क्रैक करना ही चाहिए. ऐसा जो भी
Yeah, that's a good point.
बहुत फालतू चीज है भाई. पहले तो ये सुसाइडल थॉट्स वगैरह एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा
An early one, but
बहुत ही फालतू चीज है ब्रो. मतलब मन में आता ही कैसे है ये ऑप्शन को समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
just let it go.
हाउ कैन समवन इवन थिंक अबाउट ऑल दिस?
Good to go.
Yeah. The bounce, the TP forward, the fight now in towards Baby Door. Mako able to win this one out. Hunman. It's Hunman's kill. Mako comes up with some nonsense from time to time, but that was not one of them. But he will be able to find a follow-up as Buzz can take it down similarly. Izu, for one of the approach, taking quite a bit of damage. Sylvan still firing back, but this time it's Mako's turn to pick up a 3K, as that'll be the reset. 13 to 13. Maybe T1 and DRX saying, you know what? We want our record back. We want that longest OT series in VCT.
Yes.
Obviously, the
in franchise.
Yeah, the first strike series.
Sylvan, pretty good, but Mako just coming alive. Not going to let a repeat of what happened in the previous round, where he just goes down without much of a fight. Comes swinging. Buzz having a good map, 24 to 18 on the Yoru. Pressure again from DRX early, wanting to challenge that double stacked angle that Meteor and Sylvan were holding. They're going to back him off, but Buzz has gone way out towards A. And that's pulled a ton of DRX players over, so is T1 going to have the confidence? Oh, the
timing.
Oh my god.
And that is the tip of the spear.
एक सेकंड थोड़ा सा देख लेता.
Stacks trying to creep forward. Just a glimpse there on the Bane. Continues to scale up, and Hyunmin ready with the crossfire angle. Not sure why Stacks thought he was going to be able to get away with that.
That's very uncharacteristic. Freeing again, good for another.
DRX now looking to get themselves map point for the first time, potentially in flawless fashion. Just Sylvan and Meteor try to be the difference makers. Misses the timing to catch the glimpse from above, but Bane is also holding the angle, and this round is completely sideways here for T1. Barring an ace clutch from Sylvan.
Done it before.
Which he has.
30 seconds left.
We all remember that split. A 1v5.
No ult
like
though.
A bridge too far.
Yeah. It's OT, so no ult. Might have seen the leg.
Just doesn't have the time.
No.
Realistically. Flawless. It's the RX. We'll gain this lead. T1. Question is, do we see a timeout call from Autumn to try to extend this even further? Right now, timer continues to tick down.
I probably would pull the trigger on it here. This one looked a little bit too isolated for my likes. You know, a lot of players trying to work the map by themselves and just getting outread by DRX. The timing's there for Buzz, just a great read by Freeing. I don't know what Stacks is doing. That one's ambitious no matter who you are. We'll see. DRX on the attacker side. They're out their moment. Sylvan tasks to hold Mound down by himself.
Buzz. Ooh. Pulls back, sees Estrella. We'll just go their separate ways. Meantime, DRX aggressively scaling forward over towards C. Smoke out orb picked up here by Hyunmin. 2 away from having a showstopper.
This could be one of those rounds where you play for 2 orbs. Pretty aggressive positioning by Meteor. Not much he can do. Has to just back off.
Stun and salvos at the ready.
Imagine they just hit all of them on the entry. Yeah, a little early.
Salvos going out. Full line from Stacks not really connecting. Has this decent follow-up though. Seed Days looking for any kind of damage that they can get, but all of it for now avoided. 36 seconds remaining here. DRX, the clock starting to dwindle, but Freeing finding an entry, swoops in, finds Izu, and Sylvan's only going to be good for 1 before getting taken down. Meteor will go ahead, notes the flank, deals with Mako, brings us now into a 3v3.
उधर मार देता ना तो खत्म था गेम अभी भी हो सकता है.
So Hyunmin still not yet having the showstopper online, but it's 1 charge away. Aftershock to try to clear it. Elbow position. Salvos as well. Sent Bane flushed forward. Veil stuff there. On a Stacks, the showstopper now. In hand, Meteor backpedaling frantically over towards Waterfall. Paint Shell now at his feet. Damage avoided, but needs to try to clutch it out. He is just tagged up and about to be taken down. The shorty of that distance, not going to do a damn thing, but he's got 8 bullets left in the mag. And Freeing from Mound will find it. 15-13, DRX. Extended to OT and take down T1 on their map pick of Lotus.
Oh, you just have to be so impressed. You know, DRX bringing new players in, having to swap things around quite a bit in this stage, and it is still just business as usual. Yeah, it's close, but you just took the map pick away from T1 here in the playoffs. That is a big, big deal.
And now you have your pick of Fracture, one that has been up and down to say the least for T1 overall. A very solid start here for the side of DRX. They look to reestablish themselves as the best team in Korea.
It's been a challenge for them this stage. You know, you see this.
चलो मैं आता हूँ थोड़ा सा 5-6 मिनट में.
International event, and then they come back, and it just doesn't seem like they've got that same magic. They've got that same kind of confidence and preparation, and all of those things seem to be starting to kind of bite T1 in the butt. And this is, again, such an important match. You win here, then you only need 1 more to get to Toronto. If you don't, then you got to win 3 in a row.
All the way down to that lower bracket. Things are not going to get much easier down there. So DRX off to a good start, but we said the same thing in our opening series of the day. That ended up going the distance, that ended up going to 3. Could very well still be the case between these squads. For now, though, before we get into Fracture, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
Absolutely right. We could be on another roller coaster similar to the one that we had earlier today between T1 and DRX, though I feel this is a lot more closely tied together as we saw in those last few rounds and even up into overtime.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen in this crazy, crazy region. I feel like anything can happen, but DRX do manage to steal T1's map pick away in overtime. I think this game was about as close as you could get, real back and forth.
Yeah, DRX, I mean, they change up their comp here. They are a team that does like to just change things up by a couple of agents. They're very confident and comfortable just changing up their approach map to map to map. You've seen it. If you go back through their agent comps on plenty of different maps, and even the next one coming up of Fracture, you'll see them continue to tweak things. And once again, they looked quite comfortable. Moving into this comp was phenomenal to see Mako back on the Omen, finding all of these little timings and things like that. I kind of pointed out, we've seen in the past when they ran the Viper on this map, Flashback not looking very comfortable, but it's something that Australia has played plenty of coming on from RyuK. So I think this is a comfortable looking adjustment to their comp. Freeing really started to get it together a lot more. He had a bad start to this Lotus game, but he started to put things together as we headed deeper into it, and we know what we're going to get for Hyunmin. More so, I'm surprised at the change up for T1.
Yeah.
This is finally the first time we're seeing them kind of move into a different style and start to play double in it and play the meta in terms of Teo and Breach, and the Breach was quite good for Stacks. What I'm more surprised about is that you saw Meteor on the Teo instead of Izu, because I would have expected them to play Meteor on something like a Viper, where he can just play a little bit more lurky. And you can see this is his first time playing Teo this whole year, or playing Teo at all, but also it's the first time not playing ISO this year. It's the first time they haven't run that double duelist comp with the ISOs, and look, he looked a little bit uncomfortable on the agent. I can see maybe why they might have thrown it in, because you saw it from Freeing actually when he used to spam the Teo before. It is this agent that you just throw out your missiles, or you throw out your Teo drone, and then you're put into a lot of aim duel situations where you're actually able to kind of play out the mid round with your gun out. And maybe that's something that could have fitted Meteor, but it didn't really look like it translated into what they wanted to execute in this game.
Yeah, I feel like stylistically there's a bit of a clash there, right? So he's either going in first and he's sort of leading that pack as the duelist role, but you get a lot of setup when you do that. Or you're on a Sentinel where you're allowed to take your own aim fights, take your own space.
That's true, actually, yeah.
This Teo is somewhere in between the two, which I don't think was natural. But if we have to talk about someone who did look natural on this map, it's got to be Bakao. He's back! He's back, baby! The GOAT of controller!
So good. Mako was just owning this entire map. He was just in his element every single time. Just look at these rounds.
And I mean, I think this is a nice change, especially when we consider now Estrella has taken over the IGL. A big part of that has got to be to unleash Mako again. I mean, he's been back and forth between that IGL role or not, but he needs to find the consistency that we've seen from him in the past, because everyone knows this guy can be one of the best controller players in the world, and I felt like he was showing shades of that in this first map.
I mean, going into kickoff, this was the thing that people theory crafted, is that Freeing was going to IGL and Mako was going to be unleashed. That didn't end up happening, but with Estrella coming into this lineup, I expected the same thing, and then we heard that he wasn't IGLing there initially either. So look, now you're actually starting to see a little bit more of a transition to Estrella in the IGL. This is the second series in a row, I believe, that he'll be IGLing, and Mako, you know, to see him on his, for me, his signature agent. I love watching him play the Omen. It's fantastic to watch him play that agent. Don't mind him on the Viper on certain maps, but particularly here on Lotus, the way he's able to find these TP timings, and you know, the round towards the later end of the game where he snuck into door. Like, there's very few players that have such a good intuitive sense for how to find those timings.
Yeah, that just comes so naturally to Mako. And speaking of TP timings, we did have some interesting ones on the side of T1 as well. I mean, there was one very memorable one with Buzz, I believe.
This round, I mean, this is what
a
it's
bit of
like
a hunt.
to play against Yoru, Teo, Breach. It's like, you're the site anchor as Freeing, you're trying to run away, you're getting paranoid, you're getting a util thrown at you from the other side of the map. What, choose your path here. Do you
know
run
that
into...
meme? You know the meme, just hold the site, bro.
Or are you going to run into a Yoru coming out of ult with a shorty in his hand, or two missiles? It's like, pick your poison, you're screwed either way,
I mean,
man.
this is why Freeing had such a slow start. I felt like he was getting bullied by this T1 composition. It was so hard to hold the site as that Killjoy there. So props to T1 for making it hard, but also props to Freeing, because he got himself back in that game and managed to look a lot more solid, especially when we get to that overtime.
Yeah. Are you making any regrets right now? Any second thoughts?
No, I think everything's going okay right now. Like, I think most of us have got Meteor.
Yeah.
For Killua, yeah, Freeing's doing okay. We'll see. MVP's gone to Hyunmin, though. I do have him on my team. But you could have definitely given it to a lot of different players. Shout out, I think Stax had a pretty damn good game on the Breach. Been a while since he's been thrown back on the Breach, on this map in particular. So that's good. I love seeing Stax on the Flash init. Like, he's decent on the info init. That's fine for me, but I love seeing him on Flash init.
Yeah, I think Stax on the Breach is his home, to be honest. I think that
Breach
is
and
where
KO for me, I love seeing Stax playing those, or even Sky. But
yeah.
Why would you play that agent right now?
What? Who?
Like, Australian agent?
Hey, I do miss seeing a lot of Sky plays lately. But, you know, maybe she'll have her time once again. Blinded.
Did
I pass?
Out.
Did you do the voice acting? Wow.
Yeah, they just pitched it up a lot. Yeah.
They probably tweaked it a little bit, and then, you know, we have Sky right here in front of us. Anyway, going back into this, you know, you mentioned, right, T1 kind of shifting a little bit here and there, but it's not looking quite as comfortable, right? And of course, it's on Meteor, and we know that he can frag, we know that he can be this player, but it's just that this is something that is new, and obviously there's an adjustment period.
I mean, I get that they want to make changes, right? I don't think Double Duelist is sustainable forever.
No, definitely
so
not.
I'm okay with them making changes, but I'm not sure that was the change I would have necessarily gone for. I mean, I'm not in the team. I have to trust that Autumn knows more than we do, and there's a reason he's down there on that stage. But it's definitely strange when you look at the way you have to play Teo compared to the way you have to play those kind of Sentinels that he's so good on. it is a very different. It's a very different vibe. So I don't really want to see him on Initiator heading into map 2.
Yeah, especially when Izu has shown already that he can play a perfectly serviceable Teo. So, look, I don't think it's going to happen on Fracture. I think that was something that cooked specifically for Lotus. I don't expect those to be the roles going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting going into Fracture because, as we know, once upon a time, DRX on Fracture, they were owning this, especially with Teho on the freeing, as you would say, right?
Teo on the freeing.
Teo on the freeing.
Teo on the freeing.
Yes, that is what we're saying now. I mean, that agent, that's freeing right there and there.
Yeah, I mean, Teo is free. Look, honestly, for this map in particular, the map stats say, look, not a lot going on, but what you're seeing at the moment is 2-1 overall in this matchup, and none of those are represented here on the map stats, but these two teams have played Fracture against each other 3 times. The 2 times in kickoff both went the way of DRX, and then over in Bangkok, it went the way of T1. And you saw T1 a little bit less flexible at changing up their agent comp a lot. This is what they've been rolling with here. The last time you saw something drastically different from T1, I think, was at the start of kickoff when they were playing Izu on the Raze, and they were playing Raze Neon. And that was specifically, I feel like, a little bit of a read into what they wanted to do against the Breach Teo meta at that time in particular. Over on the side of DRX, though, I mean, if you go back through all of their Fracture games, they keep changing things up. They'll constantly swap out what duelist they're playing, what sentinel they're playing. So I feel like they're quite flexible in terms of what agent comp they're actually bringing into this map. I don't know if that's based on opponent or not. It's been asked to them in interviews. I think Freeing's been asked this question in an interview. It's like, why do you guys keep adjusting things over time? And he's just said it's just what we think is best at the time, which is interesting because they change a lot. They change almost every other map.
Every week you go in and go, guys, I got a new read on the meta. We're shifting
I don't
it
think
up.
that's possible.
Let's try
dude.
this. No, you play this time around.
As a coach, I would be losing it if, like, my players, or if I was a player, my coach is telling me, you're playing something different today, buddy.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen Termi ever like lose his cool in the same way some other coaches might. He's always been quite reserved. But going right now into Fracture, we have here some interesting drafts.
Yeah, again, DRX is the team that is going to change up their comp. Estrella back on the
back.
bench. She's going to call on the flash in it. You've got Brimstone for Marco, as you would say, and Teo on the freeing. But Hyunmin on the Neon is the biggest change here. He's been playing Yoru lately on this map, and I think Neon is a big pick right now against Breach Teo because it's so easy to be able to bait out the util, try to beat things. You stay alive with your fast lane.
T1 sticking with what they know on this map, but we are seeing Meteor go back across onto the Vice and Izu play the Teo. So this is more what we were hoping to see coming into this map. So I would expect a renewed performance from Meteor heading into this Fracture.
For sure. He's definitely a lot more comfortable on this. So hopefully those stats do pick up, especially for all of us who have Meteor on our teams. But of course, we are about to step into Fracture. So let's toss it on back over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. We can only hope that Fracture is going to deliver on all the same fronts that Lotus did. Maybe another overtime, perhaps. We'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, T1 expectedly back to something a bit more stock standard, a bit more comfortable and known from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with DRX having the confidence to pick this map against them, not having played at this stage, I don't think. So this is going to be quite interesting. Hyunmin on that Neon. Curious to see what he can do with that. He was doing such a good job on that Raze. Just opening up angles, setting up his teammates, setting up himself. Beautiful stuff from him. Freeing as well, back on that classic Teho. As they as Big Time said, Teho on the freeing.
Let's go.
Quick little slide.
ये मैच देखने लायक होगा.
Hearing that stealth drone, anticipating a push behind it, is able to go ahead and escape. Leaves Buzz now. Lone on the north side, will slowly start drifting back over towards the A site, though, where the exec is getting ready to come through. Stacks looking to slow things up, sends on the fault line. Ping not finding anything, and Bax hitting a hell of a shot onto Hyunmin. Denies the entry and very much shuts the door here in DRX's face.
Yeah, DRX thinking they'll have time.
Ooh, Mako.
Ooh, took a ton of damage.
Tagged up, I have to assume there's maybe Izu. Now Stacks is able to find a second. Takes Mako down, and things are looking very good for T1 to find their first real pistol win here of the series, as Sylvan will find two. And that is freeing now all alone with just a ghost in hand. We know that he could be very deadly with this gun for reasons like that. But he doesn't know that all three players are stacked up in this position. As the salvos check in, Couple shots flown his way. Makes the wise call to slowly drift across towards that B site. Wall and Thorns, however, are still set up.
Yeah, so he's going to be delayed enough. T1 going to be able to make their rotates over.
So there's the wall pop. There's Thorns, and there's quite a bit of damage taken. 60 remaining. Gets the plant in play. Cuts across over towards Arcade. Worried about any kind of push around from this north side, and now can just try to stay tucked back in here behind the boxes and set up for the salvos.
It's going to come down to some timings for him. Heard the footsteps.
Here crossing, gets the final shot there, tries to strafe back over towards the sewer, cannot make it out to
Nice
safety.
try, nice
T1
try, nice
go ahead
try.
and get the defuse and get their first pistol.
Yeah, this is a great read from T1. You know, they see Bane leaving early, and they're expecting that rotate back towards A, and Stax hitting that opening shot. Very important that he's able to shut Hyunmin down there. That stalls up everything for the side of DRX. Sylvan, nice work with the classic to find two. Brain trying to do what he can, but just a little bit too much of an ass there. Couldn't get the kill quickly enough on the Meteor. Got caught trying to switch over to the salvos. Let's see if T1 can keep this going. There's a Stinger and a Sheriff.
Stinger and a half armor and the Sheriff on Bane, so okay. Players buying down about 1,400 here. As Orange is going to be lobbed out, popped. Line getting the hit here, swing onto the corner, and Hyunmin, those bullets connecting, buys enough time. Bane to push forward, they lose Mako in transit, but still are able to find the trade up. So now player advantage in their hands. Buzz pushing, eating some damage, finds the headshot, gets the transition across onto Estrella as well. Just like that, T1 are back in the driver's seat. Guardian recovered, however, from Bane, still an opportunity to do some damage. But he himself tagged up to 35 in the first couple shots, not quite connecting. Buzz eating a little bit more there. Noting the player out from tower. Both player positions should be known. Bane taken down, freeing now, needing to do it all, and for a second, looked like he was going to be able to find a little bit more, but three players surviving. T1 will
Again,
close out
nice
the
try.
anti-eco.
Yeah, a lot of damage done there to T1 though. Armor's gone for both Stax and Buzz. So, all in all, not bad at all for DRX. Able to find those early util connections that keep the players of T1 off balance. Meteor stunned up, able to be taken down. A quick trade there for Bane, but that's a nasty, nasty flick. Buzz continuing right where he left off on Lotus, having a very strong day as the duelist for T1.
Yep, he and Stax.
Yeah, Stax too had a nice map.
Near the end of that, I have to look back, but he was top fragging for the longest time, so might have even finished it out that way. For the moment, it's going to be deathless at 3-0 and 2. Halfway towards that rolling thunder. Estrella only just the 2 charges from his deaths, I believe.
A little bit earlier on the change of direction for Bane there. Trying to be a little bit further ahead of that stealth drone. Same reaction as we saw in the pistol round from T1, right back to A main. A little bit further ahead of it this time though.
Oh, for shots. Flying through and freeing. Able to just break things open. And then aftershock going to be disrespected and ignored as Wall dissipating. Hyunmin wanting to try to scale forward, but it's going to be Mako who's able to find it. Hyunmin widely just drawing their attention here.
Spike planted.
Phenomenal covering fire from freeing. Let's see if Derek can close this out flawless.
Still drone identifying. It's DRX looking for a flawless anti-bonus. Sylvan eating some damage there on the drop down. Hyunmin still untouched, just dancing around. Spots him out again. Meteor with the Guardian. To be some very clean shots to try to get some damage through, and there you go, 1 to the head. As everybody just backpedaling away, Mako going to stick around to look and see, make sure that they can't try to get any kind of knitted fuse going through. Gets the kill onto Meteor, and will be able to escape. So a single casualty, DRX get themselves on the board here in round number 3.
Yeah, just really well prepared for T1 to be where they are. Just holding that angle the whole time is freeing, and Buzz just kind of walks right into it. Mako there, able to back up Hyunmin nicely. This time around, ooh, not much HP left there on Mako, but got out all the same. And he, okay, I was gonna say, for a second he had a Spectre, but able to get that Phantom in hand, all Phantoms for the side of DRX. Seen a few players kind of swapping between the guns. Meteor, I noticed.
A Vandal.
Oh, you're right, freeing as a Vandal.
Yeah,
you're right.
One apiece. Bring it easy.
I was gonna say Meteor was swapping on Lotus. Didn't seem like he was comfortable on the Vandal. Switched over to the Phantom eventually.
Well, Armageddon now to try to open things up. T1 can just try to fill space on the back of this, and Buzz just
भाई क्या spam?
timing sprays down in towards A main, finds one as Spring falls. Mako similarly dead. I mean, only able to trade one out, but Bane finds another, brings it back to parity, a 3v3, but HP bar is relatively in tatters here for the side of DRX. Everyone tagged up, no one at full HP. Just quickly trying to pivot their way across over towards the B site. Sylvan quickly gets into position, looks for the jump, but Estrella draws down, eats a ton more damage, down to 15 health, but is able to find that kill. He'll get stunned in position, he will die. But he gets a plant in play. It's now a 2v2.
It's gonna be so tough. I mean, look how far back DRX is playing. Gotta push these angles and win these fights.
Shock should tell him that it's gonna be on the right-hand side, but Bane just goes crazy. What a snap at the first. And mows down stacks for the 3K overall. DRX tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it might be T1's round. You get a bunch of kills off the rip.
3v5 it.
Yeah. And then DRX able to punch right back, win a couple fights, shift over to the other side. Estrella wins a huge one against Sylvan. Sylvan there, 100% the right play to try to challenge that, but
it's a smile of a man who just pounded his way through a round despite having appendicitis.
He has looked pretty solid today overall. Buzz trying to follow up off the stealth drone, seeing if they can catch a change of ideas from DRX off the back of that. But Meteor's dead.
That he is.
Nice one.
Up, flashed, gunman in on top of him, outgunning him as well. Plant coming through, Estrella dodging out in the bullet spray.
The Bane's going all the way across the rope.
Riding towards that north side. As Buzz just dropping down. Overdrive going to be popped. Gentleman fully flashed up. Does end up falling. Easy. Able to find that with the Sheriff. Swing onto the door though. Stacks. A headshot. Putting one back in kind. Diffuse now held up to half as the Molly hits the floor. T1 somehow get this back in a somewhat winnable position. Still odd stacked against them. And yeah, with that spray shot connecting, that'll bring it to a conclusion. But
nice one.
Solid effort in the thrifty attempt here from T1, but DRX not
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, but you know, T1 is constantly applying pressure at the other side of the map, at the north side in the beginning of the rounds. And DRX is kind of aggressively taking space now. And they're just, I mean, yes, weaker by for T1 in this one, but plenty of damage done. Maybe even a world where Diffuse gets a little bit closer, but you know, Bane felt like he had enough time to go for the wraparound. Didn't end up mattering, but now you've got the operator for Buzz. Izu one away from his ult, Stacks has his, Sylvan has his. Seemingly be a tricky round for DRX.
Double reclear up into Arcade. And that's going to be free and caught. Do they know that Hyunmin's in position? So the answer is no, though. So it's able to find one. Jiggles on the corner. Finds Sylvan. Now knows that they have him dead to rights as things start getting absolutely chaotic. Smoke dissipating over here at main. Stacks able to find one, but Kenman comes away with a third as Stacks will fall. Kenman currently on for an ace. Buzz around the back, clearing out the cam, clearing out the trip, but it's just an op in hand. Try to re-clear and get them way forward here to the site. A lot of this is going to be on the shoulders of Izu.
Aye.
He does get the jump on Bane. Has the salvos, has the Armageddon. Does he opt to send it? The answer is going to be yes. That flush is straight up forward, but the flash fully connects. Now into the 1v1. Stuns exchanged. Connects onto Izu. Estrella holding the corner and has the shot instantaneously. Close but no cigar. Economy broken. DRX
Nice.
now up by 2.
That's brutal for DRX. That's a round again where you have a bunch of ultimates and they don't really find enough effect. And instead, you're just getting picked apart. A couple good moments, but what a flash from Estrella. And then the cleanup as well. That last one, yeah, very nice. Bane has the neural theft. Meteor has the garden, but it's accoutrement by 4T1 again. Trying to do something.
Oh, trying to get a catch. It's going to be a repeat confidence play from Meteor.
Why not?
Picks him apart. It's moments like that from Meteor, and that's why he has 2 trophies.
Yeah, he's so good with the Sheriff. That's why he has all that confidence. He is better than most. Slow push up, just Buzz over here at A. Again, a lot of these defensive ideas for T1. Not really holding true for them. We're gonna get closer to the Armageddon. DRX slow creep up.
Next around the corner, dead.
Nice one.
Spray through as Estrella finds that kill. Fast lane now set up, stuns out. As Buzz being focused here a little bit by the salvos, but as the smokes are dissipating, T1.
क्या कर रहे हो भाई? ये ताश के पत्तों की तरह कैसे निपट रहे हैं?
Buzz just absorbs all of the damage.
30 seconds.
And that is going to be T1 pulling off a thrifty. I mean, Mako, 25 seconds, try to make anything happen, but it looks like it's just going to be the call to save. Checks back in around this attacker spawn, nothing to be seen. He'll try to hold on to the weapon. The T1 bringing it back to touching distance.
That is madness. I'd love to see some of that back from T1 player angles, because that is crazy spicy. Buzz is going to go down to Mako, but
I don't think you care too much.
No.
Pull off the thrifty and get one away from tying it up.
Not at all. That's just all of a sudden, it looked like this was going to be not too bad. I mean, yeah, you lose Bane early, but clear stacks out. You're executing on the site. Sylvan just finds a great timing to hit Estrella in the back. And all of a sudden, there's 3 T1 players barreling down on top of you as DRX. And it's a thrifty. Just one of those timing trap plays that T1 loves to run. And you're just stuck as DRX. Plenty of money, though. Still both ults for the same players. Buzz has an op again. Gonna be forced off by the stun.
I think it's can get back onto the angle, but Smoke's now called in to obfuscate. Still thrown, checking, not spotting.
Those are Sylvan smokes, so they're trying to play for another push across the ropes. It's kind of been DRX's MO, so T1 gonna lean into it. See if they can shut this down.
After Shock holding back the Sands position. Buzz the peek in the mid, nails a shot. Jiggle peek out, sending the relay bolt, catches a glimpse there as well of Freeing. As a tiny bit of damage going to be taken, tries to go for the reposition, and I don't think he's going to be ready for this one. No, he is not. Freeing able to get in on top, coming away with 2-3 now as Stacks falls. Meteor needing to answer back in a huge way. The double face out, isolates down to 1. Mako draws the ghost,
Almost.
the sidearm, delivering the final shots. DRX reestablishing a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure at this A side. I mean, util after util after util, and DRX just can't find a way to add some extra numbers over towards that A main battle. So Buzz is on a really tricky position this whole time where he's got a couple different angles to worry about. Does a decent job in the beginning, but nobody else on T1 is able to get into a spot to help him comfortably. They're trying to push through from A-Link, but they're stalled up. That kind of gives DRX the advantage they need to claim that space and open things up. T1 fought tooth and nail, but back to the ecos. I mean, granted, they've been having some success with them today. Seen a couple big eco wins for T1. This is not a position you want to be in on a consistent basis. Now Freeing as an Armageddon to boot. They're going to go all the way through sewers. They haven't done this yet, so trying to catch T1 a bit off guard.
Bit of a change up, but that peek from the north side about to come through. Izu steadily making his way closer across, and that jiggle peek tells all. Spots out multiple players. Meteor now reinforcing this spot as well. Flash not connecting.
Arey.
Looks for the transition there. Stun does come through, and Fring able to peel off a kill.
Very nice.
Now striking in from behind it. Main Sylvan caught off guard. Buzz arriving frantically, just dashing around with just a classic in hand. Ends up falling, but this is DRX gaining control of the site. Sax will take the rope towards that north side, where a weapon can be recoverable. Freeing. Might just look to try to protect them here.
क्या सही ड्रोन है.
Scrappy. Everybody just running around like crazy people with the neons. See what these last two players can do. A little bit of util for Izu. Grab the Phantom.
Stun connecting. Question is it going to be cosmetic? The answer is no, it is not. Or rather, yes, it absolutely is. Sorry, I mixed it up. Because my brain's about as scrambled as both of those players as Fring comes away with 2 headshots. I can't believe it.
Neither can I. Just looking forward to Esports Doug Malding. I mean, it's just madness. Izu plays this really nice in the beginning of the round.
How does he get?
Even he can't believe
yeah.
it.
Hello.
I did it. Thank you.
The permanent core 5. Bane is playing with appendicitis.
Yeah.
Like, it's been blow after blow. Right now, DRX doing pretty well to handle it. Bane's still going neutral here in the K&E department. As Meteor
Way, nice one.
Against the smoke, but Estrella catching a glimpse, and as that stinger point blank range is able to put him down.
ये बहुत important है.
Lower investments, still looking to try to get this one across the
चलेगा
line, but
2v3.
Sylvan does come away with 2. Estrella freeing, both going to be eliminated. Bane
Guns मिल गए.
picks up another, is clear on the tripwire, gives away Buzz's position
ठीक
as well. It's
जाएगा.
just him sprinting forward, and Mako is not ready for it. Stun out Bane, just lingering here within the smoke.
smoke के अंदर play बना दिया.
Picks up a 3K. Buzz now. Last one left, the overdrive to expire. The wraparound being threatened here. Buzz completely surrounded, is dancing, and it's going to be Bane through the box to find it, a 4K to guarantee DRX the lead at the half.
कैसे कर रहा था?
I mean, it's just crazy how some of these rounds basically come down to timings. I mean, if Estrella...
There be noise when he was sprinting.
यहाँ पे दो मस्त निकाल दिए इसने.
But still, at timings like that, where if
भाई
Meteor's
बेन दो
maybe
निकाले
a
यहाँ पे,
second
वो बहुत
earlier, he
important
finds
है.
that
मेरे को
kill
लगा
and it
सिर्फ
could
वो
be a
एक
completely
निकाला
different
है.
round. They're coming at you from a bunch of different angles. I'm waiting for someone from DRX to hold in B tunnel, because Buzz has been kind of ignoring that. He's been able to find some pretty quick flanks. I mean, even though DRX still wins the round, if they decide to go B again, let's see what they do. This time a heavy presence from DRX on the north side of the map. There's going to be the Vice Wall, though. They're going to be tripping, so giving some info over.
Oh, no. Sliding forward, looking for it. Mako.
No.
Does end up finding the kill as orbital strikes are going to be stacked on top of each other, and Sylvan comes away with 2 once again. This time Bane, Mako going to be taken down. T1 desperately looking for this thrifty, and now it's looking likely. Hyunmin's backpedaling away, Estrella just stuck with a shorty in hand.
क्या कर रहे हैं ये?
As the Steel Garden took away his weapons, and Hyunmin is just going to be pushed to oblivion by the Rolling Thunder. Still, maybe a little bit
भाई फिर भी
cosmetic.
stacks को कैसे मार दिया वो?
Things get chaotic again, and now we go into the half with DRX up 7-5.
It's just madness. Both orbital strikes here. Trap him in. I mean, nice play by Sylvan. He's always feels like he's always good for 2 in these rounds. Just can you get a little bit more consistency from the rest of the squad? Well, Steel Garden, great. I mean, that was
hell of a half.
Yes, it's been just so chaotic. That's not what you usually expect out of these two teams. It's usually a little more, yeah.
Oh, I think they very much know what's at stake in that desperation of sticking to that upper side of the bracket, being 1 win away from Toronto. It's starting to set in. DRX especially wanting to be able to get their way back.
Frings Theo.
Perfect synergy. I think you got to go with Freak's Tail.
Oh.
For me, it's just...
It's Freak's Tail, yeah.
Because Hyunmin, like, I don't really...
He's good on everything.
Yeah, I don't really think about any particular agent with him.
No. I think he's really solid on most agents that he plays.
I did. What kind of option is this? I crave this win versus who's the best team in Korea.
I mean, I always take who's the best team in Korea now myself.
Yeah.
But that's kind of an odd second choice.
That's like, would you like a gourmet meal or a pile of dirt? Which one would you like to ingest? There's not much of a decision to be made.
No, I tend to agree. Well, T1 trying to keep the pistol success rolling. Again, it has been a real pain point for them. Huge push out over towards A main for DRX. This doesn't really tell them a ton, but now they're starting to be a little bit suspicious that either the players are north or they're in B main. Buzz is starting to make his way into Meteor, or excuse me, Hyunmin's starting to make his way into Meteor's back. Meanwhile, Buzz is all the way up on the dish, almost in a drop.
Meteor trying to stay tucked. Tagged up. Oh, not quite checking for the angle. He's able to find the kill. Stun here onto Estrella as it gets awkward, and Meteor capitalizes in the chaos.
A panic moment there. And that cost DRX 2 players. Meteor just no fear. Continuing to storm into the back lines of DRX. They have no choice but try to go for the spike.
Mako and Bane now needing to deliver in a huge way, but site is completely surrounded with Meteor scaling forward through the defender spawn. Smoke called down, aftershock sent here.
नहीं रहना था.
Mako will catch a timing, finds the headshot. Stack's gonna be put down. Looks for a little bit more, does find Meteor. The salvos come through and the time is just not gonna be there. T1 taking that first step forward towards running back this map and taking us to a third. They will go ahead and close out another pistol.
This is just a little bit of an unfortunate timing for DRX. I mean, Meteor reads it nicely, anticipating that there might be pressure behind him with the stun. Catches Estrella and Hyunmin as he's trying to jump around and dodge Meteor. Meteor is not gonna make it easy for you. Mako trying to do what he can, but very nice for T1. Again, pistols desperately needed for them, and they get both here on Fracture.
Mako with the 3 kills, though. Already halfway towards that orbital strike. Something to keep in mind for the future. As Bane, okay, situated in tower, just has a shorty here. Spot out the camera.
That's pretty typical. Player's going to be up there on an eco with a shorty.
Meteor v Mako about to come through. Okay, never mind. Just a couple shots to the box and will opt to back away. Meanwhile, this side of A site completely opened up.
If Green were to trip that wall, yeah, Meteor was right there.
Meteor, once again, going on a bit of a walkabout as the plant comes through. Potential 1v1 versus Bane over on that side. Looks like Bane's still maybe a little bit wary of it. Silva taking a forward position, pushes up, does still get stunned. He hasn't been able to collect one, but will die in response. As Estrella similarly going to be taken down. And it seems like from the rest of the round from here can play out pretty smoothly for T1.
Certainly seems that way, especially Bane having that shorty. Trying to find the opportunity to use it. Just going to wait the timeout. Hope maybe a T1 player comes their direction. He might get Meteor here. Oh, never mind.
Up and over the top, Meteor will go ahead and find one. Mako willing to make this a little bit more costly. It gets an extra kill in, but 3 players surviving here from the side of T1. That will tie us up at 7-7.
It is pretty crazy how back and forth this has been. I mean, it's pretty similar scenes to what we saw on Lotus. Both these teams just so good. A bit of damage done, but Stack's just watching the long angle. Position revealed. Bane goes down. So far, Meteor being a real nuisance by himself over on the B main side. Is there going to be an answer for that from the side of DRX? I can see Hyunmin maybe lining up to get that cam a little bit deeper, checking to see if Meteor's over there, but this time on his own over at A main. Orb ult grabbed 4 stacks. And now they've got a rolling thunder. So this could be pretty tricky for DRX. Really far forward though is Bane.
Rolling thunder, pushing Bane back. Cage coming up, but Buzz on his heels, spraying through, trying to find what he can, but it's going to be Silva there to collect it. Hyunmin drifting forward, runs out of bullets. Easer strikes him down. Guardian shot to the head, and suddenly T1 in control of the site. Spike planted and up by 2.
Oh, okay. Estrella finds a stray.
Picks up 1, decent damage on the Stacks and Sylvans. They're both down to 66. Salvo's to try to open up a bit of space. It's 3 players. Push back over here towards his arcade side with Buzz slowly drifting through the sewer, but DRX, they're not going fast on this. They're opting to go for the save. They're gonna backpedal away and T1 is gonna gain the lead.
Just a great rolling thunder there. And the follow-up from T1. Perfect. They just go storming in off the back of it. They don't want to let the opportunity slip. And try as they might, DRX players just could not find any safety. Sure, you get 1, but that's got to feel good. T1 converting their bonus. All of a sudden, DRX kind of maybe wondering, ooh, was this the right map pick?
uncertain. That is a huge win. I mean, obviously 3 weapons carried forward, but for Bane and Estrella, not going to be having too much going into the round. You can see just a classic full armor here for the Breach. Passing that weapon over to Hyunmin.
Just grab the gun off your fallen comrades, maybe, but a little bit of info there. Buzz, he's often going to be tip of the spear, but you do see him kind of run around on his own. But DRX, with just that one player there, Freeing says, I don't really think I can comfortably hold this, especially against a Neon. Gonna need a little bit of reinforcements. Gonna notice that Vice wall again. The real question is do they want to just fake trip it? Yep. And then just go back in towards A. Buzz is all the way in spawn.
Oh boy. He made noise. Yeah, Ping's coming down on his position. Seems like they have this well read. Bane, with just a ghost, is going to be a bit more trepidatious to try to go for the attack here.
This is such
time. Double face forward on the Meteor. He's looking for timing, but he's unable to find it. And then will collect. They had Mako in from behind as well. To at least guarantee a trade out. In the meantime, though, B site being taken.
Oh boy.
As Plant comes through bottom of the stairs. 4 stacks. Ult's unavailable here from either side. This Izu trying to scale forward, take that fight. Freeing ends up getting taken down. Sylvan trying to recover here on the reload and from being blind. It's unable to find it. Buzz now striking in from behind, however. It will find one as Mako will get taken down. Stacks here on the verge, right on the edge of that smoke. Buzz is now the last one standing. He tries to set up for the relay bolt, but it's his head taken off. The fuse is in. DRX, they tie us up now 8-8.
This is really nice recovery for DRX because, like, looking at the map, T1 is all over the place. Buzz is on his own over at A site. He gets all the way into your spawn. Meteor's lurking around A, the bottom side of A and B. And then the rest of them are just kind of slow pushing through Arcade, and then you're able to get this retake to go quite cleanly. So that is a very solid round for DRX, and now you're back to 8-8. Hyunmin's got the overdrive. See if he can continue to be a nuisance. Izu is gonna let go, try to look for some of that Cypher util. Will catch one of the trips. The other one's still at the front of B there. Drone. Yep. So shocker, the Vice wall in the exact same place, but there's an Arc Rose on the other side.
Good hit. Blast trap destroyed. Wall tripped.
Okay. I mean, she said everything for me. I didn't have
she
to
did.
Yeah. The Vice just doing the commentary. This Buzz forced away, but Sylvan covering fire comes up with 2, then the third. Just using Buzz as a bit of a distraction. Now the Plant in here, 14-1. Bane still a world away. Mako, the only player nearby. And it's going to have to be another save as T1 will once again gain the lead.
It's just so back and forth. I mean, just looking for these little advantages, these round-around changes that you see. They're all over the place, and that time Meteor tries something a little bit different, but DRX still able to dissect it, not get caught in the trap, and yet when they try to make a move back towards the site, Sylvan's already there, and he's letting Buzz do some of the hard work for sure, but he hits some nasty shots. Gets 3, and on the hunt now, T1, just seeing if there's anybody lurking around, but it is a, oh, never mind. Caught Mako.
It's the one-gun save.
If they try something, I'll see it.
That's painful.
That it is. I mean, Mako, maybe enough to pass over something like a Guardian or a Bulldog going into that next round, but now it's not going to be able to do that. Sylvan, lighten him up here. Huge 3K from him.
some of that initiator util to be thrown at you to start thinking about making the reactions, and a lot of rounds it's been a little too late. This time, gonna use the salvos. Buzz looked like maybe he was gonna try to accelerate, but takes a pause, waiting to see if anybody's around the corner. Getting pushed forward by those salvos. Just making some noise, some distraction. Kind of the name of the game here.
Fault lines out. So freeing hovering the Armageddon there for a brief little moment, but economy need to be absolutely certain.
Not in this economy.
Just gonna be push up there in the main, tripwire closed out. Estrella somewhat nearby to try to offer some support here to Bane, who's alone in tower for the moment, but he just has that stinger at range.
You have to go huge
Bane
here.
now starting to be pressured out. Hits back around, swings in, is able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down, but eventually Buzz.
भाई वो एस्ट्रेला कैसे मर जा रहा है बार बार?
Similarly dead. He's still
वो भाई अपना बेचारा बेन भाई कितना मुश्किल से एक पिक भी निकाल रहे हैं दोनों तरफ से प्रेशर होने के बावजूद। ये है कि एस्ट्रेला है कि भाई
peeks and finds the enemy Neon. Point blank Buzz. As Vine's freeing, Mako dead. T1 now up to double digits. And it feels like DRX overcooking and overcommitting.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't mind obviously throwing the overdrive when you're on an eco, but the Armageddon to try to push players into it. Bane finds a nice little safety spot there to spray down the players coming up ramp, and then but T1 is just coming at you from so many different angles, and they're toying with the timings. Like Meteor's clearing the trip, and then they're looking to see what the reaction is going to be off DRX. They don't just clear the trip and go. Trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen, and Bane throws up a smoke. They start scaling in off the back of that. Going to use those salvos once again to bully this arcade angle, but last round it was kind of a slow push up. Now it's over towards Dish, where there is a tripwire waiting. So spreading the map a little bit, our DRX, to try to get a little bit more info, to try to get ahead of this game. The T1 has been plagued, which is go all over the map and try to guess where we're going to come from. Buzz is just going to wait it out. He hears it. They're going to wait for their moment. Yeah.
Do they just try to fake this? They just send the Steel Garden, but so he's just going to slowly creep across over towards that arcade side. Sun sent, salvos out. Sylvan eating a tiny bit of damage. As Rolling Thunder going to be sent, looking to try to re-clear in towards halls, but no one there to receive it as they try to go for the pinch. Little strike. Oh, splitting them apart. That Stacks isolated and dead. The spike now stranded here on the site itself. Swing around the Rosie here. Sylvan going to be able to find one, but Mako quickly trades him out. 4v2. Meteor's position noted. Isu should be known as well. Finds a hell of a shot. Puts the operator on the floor. Smoke now dissipating as his own Armageddon going to be called in. Mako forced to try to reposition. Finds the shot. Drops down and with 5 HP survives. Recovers the op and gets DRX a round win. We are back to Crazy Town. Things are getting weird again.
Absolutely. And this time, T1, instead of planting right when they get to the site, they want to try to clear because they know that orbital strike is there. They don't find Mako. They don't find much in a main. So they come back, and Stacks is still like, okay, I know Mako's around there somewhere, so I'm going to plant somewhere in kind of an unusual spot. It's not a default spot in the back corner, and Mako still reads it.
They're never going to see that. I'm in the middle of
I'm just out in the open. Yeah.
Well, Youngmin goes for the peak. Meteor taken down. It feels like the first time that we have a solid advantage for DRX at the start of the round in quite some time. T1.
उनका वाइस मेन था ना, अल्ट था उस पे, ये राउंड उसके अल्ट पे निकाल सकते थे.
Now this opens up space for freeing to quickly clear through spawn.
Oh, wide swing out, Buzz finding the headshot and gets taken down as fast lane going to be sent. Hyunmin in danger. It's going to be freeing actually out from tree.
Huge.
Who spares him his life. Oh, Mako just doing his normal stuff, fighting Sylvan inside of a smoke. Hyunmin will get taken down, but it's now all on Izu. The salvos and a stun, all that he has to work with. Comes from the flash. Stun going to be committed here. They clear up close. Tries to swing out, Straya holding the line, able to find it. Operator can be recovered, and DRX tying it up 10-10.
And this is why it's so big that they find Meteor early and get that pick, because it opens up the space for Freeing to make that quick rotation through attacker side spawn to save Gunman's life, potentially save the round. Big opener. I mean, Buzz finds a great one. That is so nasty. Dude, Freeing is, when he's on Teo, he's just different. It's just different.
You mean when Teo's on Freeing?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How can I say? How could I have gotten that wrong? And now you've got the Rolling Thunder, the Cypher ult. T1 does have the Steel Garden still. Not able to.
Lets him know.
Yeah, not able to find the timing though. They're still gonna keep pushing forward. Are they gonna challenge this?
Reposition coming through. Meteor trying to approach. In from main, into the back, and Freeing again has Buzz's number. Rolling Thunder gonna go cross, as well as the Steel Guard and everything in the kitchen sink being thrown here at the site. Straya, dead as the Aftershock. Able to catch him, we can only anticipate that he was stunned up. The fight now, the action grinding to a halt. As Noise gets cut. 4v4 with still Bane across the opposite side of the map.
With Meteor creating that extra angle, T1 still keen to try to break through. It's going to come down to timing and util placement. You have Stax' fault line. Izu's salvo's off cooldown. Sylvan, no more smokes though.
Trying to flush him out, but fast lane saved. Gunman keeps himself covered. Big tight angles here to try to use that operator, and he's losing teammates. Does manage to find one, swaps to the shorty, takes down Sylvan. Stax. Last one alive here for the side of T1, brings it now into a 1v1. Bane does have the neural depth, could try to go for the reveal, but should have a pretty good idea of Stax' position. As there's the swing out, and Bane will shut him down. DRX reestablish the lead, 11-10.
Yeah, this is so back and forth. I mean, when it looks like one team is kind of found themselves an advantage, might be able to take the round. The other one just punching right back, and this time DRX trapped in a corner. The initial entry, you know, Buzz just sacrificing himself to try to clear space, and Stax and Meteor able to follow up someone, but then Hyunmin, operator shorty, just doing a great job behind that pillar. And it's gonna have to be a timeout for T1. They need to figure out a way to get this attacker side to find the success they were having at the beginning. You know, now they're trying to get a different level of trickery where they'll make some contact somewhere, take a pause, and then try to set up for their execute. And again, setting up those crossfires, but by the time they got to the site, the biggest problem was Sylvan is out of smokes. They couldn't find that opening, couldn't create that easy entry that they really needed. You had to rely on Buzz just throwing himself out there and figuring out where your opponents are based on that. And just all the players from T1 wants to see them do well.
The last timeout call here from either side. The players now left to their own devices as T1 looks to try to get themselves back into the driver's seat. Down by 1. Still some key ultimates they're able to utilize. Looks like, okay, they do manage to pass a weapon over into Izu's hands. They get him a Bulldog. Rolling Thunder there. Just a neural theft for the moment here for DRX. Given one more round of play, you're looking at potentially having that orbital as well as that Armageddon online.
That's going to be very favorable ult cycling for DRX. T1 obviously needs this round, but
Toggle on the camera, Buzz riding the rope, and instantaneous with the headshot. Takes out Bane, Izu. And that Bulldog to good use finds Mako. Just like that, T1 in with the advantage.
Buzz is just doing a great job up in tower.
They're just calling a save.
Yeah, you have to.
Yep, they're just gonna be sprinting away.
Almost out.
It's okay, T1. Timeout call working a treat. They'll make it 11-11.
And it's nothing fancy. It's just go for the B hit. Go through arcade. See if you can punish Bane up in that tower. And then you find that second kill and you're off to the races. Easy peasy for T1. God, what a match. Both these teams just so good on their adjustments.
We very well still could be going to overtime here.
Certainly feels like it.
So just wait and see. So yeah, well,
that's
fine.
Yep. Nobody's there. It's okay.
Flawless round. As T1 tie things up. Don't have to commit the ultimates here. Managed to maintain those.
A little bit of stress there for Termi. They are
been having a lot to deal with.
Yeah.
A lot on his shoulders, a lot on his plate. But still, I think with overall a very good approach to this playoffs here, considering everything that's happened, saying, look, even if we don't make it to Toronto, if we are able to become better from this playoffs, from this stage, that's still something to be proud of.
Oh, they should 100% be proud of the way they're playing. To me, they look very, very solid. Rolling Thunder only connecting onto freeing.
When it pushes him into the open and into the salvo. Izu there to capitalize with that util. Player advantage now coming through. Bane quickly trying to rotate over. Hyunmin trying to watch over towards this dish side. No one on the north here from T1. Just a stinger from Mako. A neural depth available if they can try to find a corpse. Flash out, meteor fully blinded up. Regains vision. Mako can take it down. Easy with the peek out from the door, able to find the train up. Estrella now dead. 2v4. Bane dodging out the stun, the aftershock, forcing the reposition from Hyunmin, and it seems like once again the call to save has been made. DRX gonna have to try to play this out in overtime for the victory. T1 will get up to map point.
Again, just another kind of quick hit. Set play, execute off the back of the Rolling Thunder. You kill a player on site, get that spike down ASAP. I think that might have been something that Autumn had to say is, don't overthink this. You guys are, we saw that one round where they came up through dish, went all the way through A main, back into the hall, and didn't plant when they had the opportunity to. Kind of cost them around. Just be decisive here. Have some confidence. That's been one of the big things that Autumn's been saying a lot in some of the post-match interviews. It's that the team needs confidence, the players need confidence. And that's something that T1, if they have, he feels that that is a key to victory for them. As simple as that.
Well, it's certainly been warming up, but take a look. That neural is still available. Mako now in orbital strike online as Hyunmin swings out, finds Buzz. First kill going the way of DRX as they look to take us into yet another overtime.
No drone to check that way this time. Instead, they're going to use it to check arcade. They're not going to see too much.
And no one playing here within the site itself.
It's just a reaction from DRX based on the conditioning from the last couple rounds where it had been quick hits from T1. And instead, T1 wisely changes directions. See if they can get this plant down cleanly.
Trips cleared out. Smokes starting to dissipate, and there's a stun into the orbital, and Stax is able to escape. Take it down to 30 HP. The plant interrupted here for the moment. Crossfire set up attempt here from the side of T1. Is now Armageddon sent to try to counteract the positions. Meteor, however, taken down as Hyunmin is able to find one. Overdrive going to be popped. Stax dead. Looking for a little bit more freeing, finding Sylvan, and here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Izu gonna look to try to pull off an absolute miracle, but he cannot. Mako swoops around from the back. The defuse will come in, and that's gonna be us going to overtime once more.
Just unbelievable. The back and forth between these two teams is just incredible. And this time, DRX, even though they get that pick, they don't quite read the bigger picture well. They're able to delay enough with the orbital strike that they can get into place to start fighting. Once the smokes drop, they're starting to cut T1 players down one by one. And that extra player is certainly helping, but DRX doing a great job. Now we go to OT. No operators to speak of. Like it's just going to be the rifles. DRX starting on the attacker's side. Gonna try a north side hit, leaving Mako all on his own down towards A main. Seemingly okay. Bane coming back. Just trying to figure out what they wanted to do. Wanted to get a tripwire set up on that northern side. 'Cause that's where T1 was putting a lot of pressure on their defense. And then flashed up. Continues to scale forward, looking like a B crunch.
There.
Somewhat aware though, RT1. They throw the smoke down right on top of the orb. They're coming from the other direction too.
And now starting to scale forward, slides in, Meteor immediately assassinated. Stax is able to trade it back, so Hyunmin dead on the ground. 4v4 now, push out Estrella. Not able to capitalize there for a brief little moment, but eventually he's able to find the kill. Buzz answering one back. Player advantage is here for the side of the DRX.
Go, go, go.
Pass lane on the setup. Izu with the timing. Kitchen freeing. A bit off guard is stunned. Not quite connecting, and Izu's down to 7. The salvo sent to try to make a go of it, but Flash at the ready. Both players disconnected back in towards main. Plant not in for them. Mako just looking for the slow creep up as there's the stun. Izu says, I guess I just try to hold this one to completion. But DRX did not allow for it.
Switching sides.
Match point is theirs.
Match point.
Yeah, just a really nice play there. Being a little bit more diligent at the north side of the map. Setting up for something we didn't see a ton from them on their attacker side. That's this B crunch. Bane finding a nice timing to pop through the smoke. Coordination. Utility great here at the end. Just not a lot that Izu could do in that position. Gunman will grab an op. Found some success on it. Looking for that early pick, but Sylvan maybe over here to back up Meteor a bit. T1 remembering what happened last time.
Meteor on the jiggle peak. Gunman going out a little bit wider, and this time the shot not going to connect. In the meantime, Buzz is going to try to push through, but Bane's going to judge the changeup here in OT, catching him off guard. Shorty does not win that fight.
Oh, that's so frustrating for T1, I'm sure. You've been bullying him up there, so what's his answer? Just grab a shotgun. Good luck.
And now they're forced to flip around the north side. Over towards this A site, you still have Sylvan lingering back, trying to make his way through the sewer. The judge of that range, if the peek comes through from Bane, obviously not going to do much, but DRX are getting a good sense of this. 3 players in position to get the punish. The op about to be set up over at the rope as they have to come down one by one out of drop.
Look at Mako.
To try to Goomba stop Mako. Fault line not connecting. He tucks back over into the smoke. Hyunmin on the peak, able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down the gun barrel, spotted, but Izu able to find him. But Hyunmin finding a second, freeing from stairs, gets rid of Stacks, and it's now all on Sylvan. 25 seconds, a 1v4.
Okay, GG. DRX
T1 have asked this man to clutch in the past, and he has delivered, but right now it seems like it is going to be a bridge too far. The time dwindling, DRX playing around with their numbers, with the clock. And Sylvan will only be good for one. 14-12, DRX reestablish themselves as the king of Korea.
Just a great back and forth today, but DRX just a little bit more in the tank. T1 can't quite get it together when they need to. They had some opportunities, they had some chances at map points, and they could not convert. DRX fought tooth and nail the whole way through and just had a few more answers. And Estrella comes over to DRX and they get a big win. What a show for them,
Nice.
and continuing to make T1's lives a nightmare here in Pacific.
दोनों मैप ओटीज गए हुए, इसका मतलब ये है कि टीम अच्छी है, फाइट भी अच्छा हो रहा है. वो टैलेंट जैसा 12-3, 11-1 वन साइड नहीं हो रहा है, पूरा वही टक्कर का मैच है.
It doesn't matter what's going on. I mean, Stack said it, that Pacific is basically seemingly a Masters in and of itself with how good the quality is of players. And who knows, maybe it'll be DRX's turn to go to an international and take a trophy.
Very well could be. That's got to be a bit of a relieving victory, you would think, for the org. And for Bane in particular, kudos to him for persevering through it all. But it's time to send down to Bella.
The hero of today. 하빈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. I'm standing with DRX's Bane, that Lotus OT, Fracture OT. It was like a deja vu of the kickoff finals, and it's DRX again with the win. What's your take of today's intense game of it being so neck and neck? 킥오프 결승전 보는 듯한 그런 치열한 경기를 오늘 보여주셨는데 오늘 경기 승리 소감부터 간단히 부탁드릴게요.
그냥 일단 이겨서 기분 너무 좋고 확실히 T1 정말 잘하는 상대여서 이렇게 계속 연장전 가서 이긴 뭐 어쨌든 이겨서 기분 좋고요.
बेन भी heavy clutches किया है.
I'm really happy that we came out with that win, and T1 is a great team. I think that's why our games maps all today was all neck and neck, and I think it's just that my team actually pulled through for the day. And we all heard that you're not feeling well, and the physical and mental stress burden to play and come through for your team at such a crucial time must have been very heavy on your mind. I wanted to ask you, was there any extra motivating factor that made it possible for you to come through as well? 오늘 몸이 좀 안 좋다고 들었습니다. 그럼에도 오늘 정말 멋진 경기력을 보여주셨는데 좀 특별하게 끝까지 집중할 수 있었던 그런 요인이 있었을까요?
그냥 지금 몸이 조금 안 좋긴 한데 여기서 제가 만약에 빠져버린다면 정말 팀한테 엄청 피해도 되고 제가 그런 건 원하지 않아서 그냥 대회를 하겠다고 했고요. 그래서 그냥 1인분만 하자라는 마인드로 했는데 한 그래도 1.2인분 정도는 했던 것 같고 그냥 끝까지 이기고 싶다 열심히 해야겠다 생각에 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I'm not feeling my best, but I thought it was my choice to, compete because I didn't want to be a burden to the team. I said, hey, let's just play my deal. Let's play one man's portion. But I think today's result, I maybe did 1.2 portion for my team. And tomorrow you'll reface RyuK. Is this going to be revenge time? 내일 RyuK 다시 만나시잖아요. 복수 준비되셨을까요? 한마디 해주시죠.
일단 RyuK 근데 왜 복수죠? 저희 안 만났는데 리그 때.
만났다고 그랬어요?
리그 때 상대조여서 일단 만난 적 없고.
오 마이 갓.
어쨌든 뭐 RyuK 일단 봤을 때 정말 잘하는 팀이고 정말 총을 잘 쏜 선수 너무 많고 끝까지 집중을 해서 오늘처럼 이겨내야 될 것 같고 월요일 날 수술하게 되는데 그 전에 마스터즈 확정 짓고 지으면 수면 마취할 때 웃으면서 마취 담지겠습니다.
Well, I didn't have any reface with RyuK, but hey, we might as well take that win. My surgery for my appendicitis is on Monday, but I'll secure that ticket to Toronto and get my surgery. All right, thank you, Bane. I'll let you go. That's all from me on the stage. I'll be back with tomorrow's interview. 베인 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 저는
बंदे
내일
का
다시
तबीयत
인터뷰
खराब था
돌아오겠습니다.
फिर भी मैच खेला और T1 के अगेंस्ट जीता. भाई सोच रहे हो और वो भी मास्टर्स चैंपियन का टीम को हराए भाई. ये डेडिकेशन चाहिए बे, ये डेडिकेशन चाहिए.
So the man says he's gonna get just a couple of wins over the weekend and then he's gonna go to surgery on Monday. What on earth, Bane? Oh my god!
I'm pretty sure they're going to set him up with like a Ace of Predator gaming laptop on the hospital bed. He's going to be scrimming with the boys. No issues at all.
I hope so.
Oh my gosh. You have to give it to this guy to say that, like, oh, I don't want to be a burden on the team, so I'm going to postpone my surgery.
What burden?
Yeah, frag. He was a carry.
He was actually he wasn't carrying the team, but he was kind of owning. Like
He can't do that. He might, he's hurting, so
that's
he
his
can't.
second game of Cypher ever. And he's doing that.
I mean, fair play. It didn't look like it. It looked very comfortable today. I mean, this game was about as close as you could get between these two great teams. But DRX coming out on top, especially in their second overtime. I mean, they must be happy to get the win today, even if it's in a very close.
Yeah, it's very hard to separate these teams right now. It was a fantastic series, even though we only got 2 maps. It's hard to find a weak spot in the map pool for either one of these teams, especially with how well they know each other at this point. That's their 4th series of this year, but inside Korea, DRX is 3-0 against T1 now.
Yeah, and all jokes aside, best wishes to Bane, and we hope that that surgery does go very, very well. Of course,
Sure.
we need to see him back on the stage as soon as possible.
I mean, DRX has had enough roster issues. Like, let's just fix it up. Let's get 5 players to the server.
Termi's hair is gonna grow like white by the end of this.
Oh
He's
my
like, well,
God.
what else do I have to deal with at this point?
I feel like Tommy's going to perfect cloning software. That's the only way he can get through this.
What is Bro cooking? Some new players.
Well, you know what?
I've grown.
If that's
keep
the
finding these guys.
if that's the way to do this, Matsuri might find a way indeed. But this series against T1, of course, every single round, right? You just had so many clashes that could go either way, which is exactly what we expected from these two teams. But hey, overtime's in both maps for this.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, you can't get any closer, so this has to sting so much if you're T1, knowing you were 2 rounds away from a 2-0 going in your direction. So I think there's still positives for them, but of course now they have to head down to that lower bracket where they can't make any more mistakes. It's a tough run for T1 from here on out.
Another great game from Hyunmin. He was solid in both maps. 7 first kills here. A little bit of a neon diffage going on, which is not easy against Buzz.
Yeah.
For T1. You know, I don't know, this was definitely a winnable series for them, and I shouldn't be too worried with how close it was, but at the same time, this is their 3rd best of 3 that they've lost in a row now here in Pacific, and they will have to grind their way all the way through the lower bracket, and I think it's actually very difficult for the teams that have had to play this initial match to go down into the lower bracket, because they will have to play the same amount of matches as the team seeded in the lower bracket, but they've had to show more having to play this opening match here, and they're going to have less practice time and less prep time and less lead-in than Nongshim or Paper X will do waiting down there in the lower bracket.
See, it's that burden of the Masters Trophy, right? Suddenly, it's like, it's not as easy to be back on top. And if you ask me who would do better, DRX or T1 in the lower bracket, actually, I think DRX might do better in the lower bracket in that sense, but hey, they don't have to worry about that at the moment since they do have a match coming up against RyuK in the upper bracket tomorrow. So for T1 though, as you mentioned, it's going to be a tough road indeed if they want to make it to another global, if they want to prove that they do can't stay on that global stage, right? Because as it looks, T1 right now, it's they are far from invincible.
There's just no guarantees. That after that 0-2, they're 19 and 19 in Pacific maps. They are literally just 50-50 in Pacific.
Ooh.
And they're like, I know a lot of people put them on this pedestal as this fantastic team. They are the current Masters reigning champions, but here in Pacific, it's 50-50 if they win maps or not. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can just imagine when T1 came back with that Masters Trophy, all of the teams in Pacific are looking at them like, okay, all right, well, we can do that too, you know? And especially for Boom and RyuK, right? But we gotta hand it to Bane right now. I just wanna, you know, just massive respect to this guy.
Bro was fighting T1 and his own appendix.
Yes.
And put on that kind of performance,
I mean,
so
it's
fair
crazy.
play.
It really impresses me. Like, I've coached a player who's gone through, like, chronic pain issues and things like that. It just is insane when you see somebody that's going through a lot, like, personally, and then they come to the game, no excuses, they do heavy lifting in the server. It gives you another level of respect for someone to be able to overcome all that adversity and still show up for the team and put up a good performance in an important game. Like, honestly, massive respect to Bane.
That's what makes you a professional. That's what makes you an athlete.
भाई appendicitis होते हैं.
Sure.
He knows what he
God,
has to do.
my God.
And if that means needing to, you know, be in pain for a couple of days, oh my God, Bane, I hope you're okay. I hope you get some rest after this. Of
भाई
course,
मतलब
we are seeing
भाई
them
कितना
again
पेन
tomorrow
होता है
as
पता है
we're
भाई
seeing
बहुत
Boom
ज्यादा
as
पेन
well,
होता है भाई
you know, take on
उस पेन में इतने हाई लेवल पे ऊपर से VCT मास्टर्स चैंपियन को हराना गॉड भाई
both of you. I played both of you.
गॉड लेवल पे बेन भाई ऊपर से मैच MVP भी होना भाई.
And anyway, it's gonna be a tough road regardless, because as we mentioned, all of these teams.
Pacific region का stage 1 Pacific region का भगवान भाई.
Playoffs gonna be really messy.
Tomorrow is the biggest day for all of these Pacific teams. You win tomorrow, you are going to Toronto. You're on that long flight across. So the stakes cannot be any higher than this. This is exactly what we're all here for. So
and it's going to be it could be amazing for one region or terrible for one region.
Yeah, true.
Or we could go 1-on-1. Like, see, you know, we're all hoping for 2 spots over in Toronto, but realistically, Korea could just come through and just see you later again. So we'll see what's going to happen tomorrow.
It's gonna be really crazy. But again, massive props to DRX for this. They were able to really, you know, hold their own and just be able to, you know, withstand T1.
कल किसके matches
everything
देखते
that
हैं?
they were doing. These two teams, they know each other so well, and I think it really shows in that series.
Sure.
We're gonna go over to our build diff rosters right now.
I think it's close today.
I actually don't know.
Oh,
This
okay.
is what we went
Yeah,
with.
yeah. These are our rosters. I think I'm feeling.
Hyunmin's done well for you.
Hyunmin's
Yeah.
been the best duelist. I think Freeing's probably the better pick on the Enit today. Foxy9 was a hell of a pick from you.
I'm
over
happy I
Meteor.
have Mako.
Yeah.
I'm happy I have Mako in
I
mine.
think you've got it, Mika.
Uh,
honestly, I think you might
Let's
have
hope.
got it.
Let's hope. I mean, it's been a tough stage for me with the talent predictions and with this. So we're gonna see right now as we wait with bated breath.
Yeah, Mika, well done. Well done today.
I deserve that. I deserve that.
The one day I copy Vic
After-
single flash.
After so long.
What is going on there?
Yes.
I've been scammed.
And you know what? I have been slowly closing in on Vic 2 or 3 points a time every single time, and I'm slowly crawling closer to that total. Where are we at? 537. I got 10 though. I got 10 to catch her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's doable.
It's doable, but it's gonna be
Oh my.
so close.
I'm at 497.
Yeah.
After all of those.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Should have done better before now.
Man,
I thought you said you were taking this one seriously.
I am taking this one seriously.
That's harsh.
I you know what? It's just a stupid game with stupid rules. I'm sorry. I love you.
You put Jesse Vash in your team.
You know what? That was on me. That was on me.
He did alright. He did
was
alright.
good.
Honestly, respect.
He did
Respect to
okay.
Jesse
He
Vash.
did okay.
He
Hi,
did
Bash.
good.
Hello. Yeah. Well, apparently I will need to work a lot harder for this. But of course, I'm not the only one who needs to work hard. We have a lot of teams that need to work really, really hard these next few weeks. As we take a look at our brackets right now, how are we seeing, the trajectory of our teams at the moment? Because we have
PRX और T1 होने वाला है. Oh भाई.
and T1 and PaperX in the lower bracket.
T1 PaperX.
That's such a hard game in the
Brother.
Elimination matchup.
That is unbelievable.
But I think it's lower bracket run time. For either Nongshim or Paper Rex, I think it's a fairy tale.
We got to put that away though for a second, because tomorrow, Boom and Genji and RyuK versus DRX for 2 spots over at Toronto, and it is C versus Korea in both matchups.
Can you imagine? Okay, I didn't think that we would have this as our Toronto qualifiers.
Yeah, if there is a day to show up and be biased for your region, it's tomorrow.
It is tomorrow,
Very
indeed.
true.
It is tomorrow. I mean, like, there has been this constant, SCA versus Korea, back and forth, right? This is it tomorrow. It's going to be so exciting. And I cannot wait to see what these teams have prepared for each other, especially since, you have 2 regions with such different play styles, and that can be so exciting.
Yeah, both Korean teams having to play back-to-back today and tomorrow. Boom and RyuK have a little bit more time to watch and do some preparation.
Yep.
So what are they going to cook up with? I mean, who knows at this point?
For sure they were watching today.
All I know is it's going to be fun.
Yeah, for sure. It is going to be so much fun. So don't miss it. That is it from us here today on the desk. We hope to see you guys tomorrow. If we didn't understate it enough, it is going to be a massive, very important day, and we'll be here for it. We hope to see you there. Same time, same virtual-ish place. See you guys tomorrow.
भाई साहब हैवी मैचअप है भाई. PRX और T1. भाई मैं चाहता हूँ PRX जीते, लेकिन जीते भी तो कैसे जीतेगी? ना T1 के अगेंस्ट है. कल बूम और जेंजी. बूम, जेंजी, DRX, RRQ. कल टेक्सचर वर्सेस नहीं, जेंजी में टेक्सचर है ना. टेक्सचर वर्सेस बूम होने वाला है. मोनिए वर्सेस वो होने वाला है. मोनिए जेमकिन और DRX का माको ह्यूनमिन. हेवी मैचअप है कल.
Genji just swatting Talon aside round after round.
Push out just being shut down.
Drake finds the hit. And again, stats having to backpedal. Salvo's nearly online, but Hyunmin slippery forward. Hyunmin instantly locks on, gets the headshot. T1 can just try to fill space on the back of this, and Buzz just towards A main finds one. Spring falls. Sylvan quickly gets into position, is able to find that kill. He'll get stunned in position. He will die. Shock should tell him that it's gonna be on the right-hand side, but Bane just goes crazy. What a snap to get the burst. Bows down stacks for the 3K overall.
चलो कल भी हेवी गेम्स है भाई, हेवी हेवी वेरी हेवी. ओह, तो अभी क्या करना है? पहले तो मैं लाइट्स ऑन करता हूँ, रुको. यहीं पे टाइम दो थोड़ा. उफ, हेवी भाई हेवी. थोड़ा सा लाइट एंगल में नहीं है. हाँ, सही है. चलो खेल खेला जाए अभी.
That's 10 fun rainy day activities in the city. Well, hey, huh?
बस एक सेकंड, एक चीज देखता हूँ. चलो बंद करते हैं वॉच पार्टी। अरे भाई बहुत खराब बहुत खराब। ज़्यादा ही मिसेस हो रहे हैं बे। नहीं बे, बहुत कम हो रहा है, पता नहीं why, बट कम हो रहा है, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। ग्रेट शॉट, ग्रेट फ्लिक करते। Is 667, 67. अरे भाई रुको, एक काम करते हैं ना, थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड में खाली खाली सा लग रहा है। ये क्या स्ट्रेट लाइन है? अरे बहुत है। बहुत कम होगा। हाँ तो भाई एक्यूरेसी कमते जा रहा है। क्या हो रहा है ये? हैं? ऑटोमेटिक? अबे ये क्या ग्लिच है बे? स्कोपिन स्कोप आउट हो जा रहा है। ये ग्लिच है। अरे तो ग्लिच हो रहा है भाई इसमें, पता नहीं, पकड़ के रखना पड़ रहा है, टॉगल नहीं हो रहा है। बग आ गया होगा मे बी। बढ़ रहा है थोड़ा थोड़ा। स्ट्रॉन्गमैन अनलीस्ड भाई, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हो? स्कव्ड एम LOL। ओके ठीक है भाई, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। हाँ ठीक है, चलेगा। फैन करता हूँ, रुको, गर्मी लग रहा है। आ गया। पानी भरने गया था गाइस, पानी भरने गया, देखा बॉटल में पानी नहीं है तो सोचा भरी आते। अर्नब भाई वेर आर यू? पानी भरने गया था घर, पानी भरने। कैसे हो अर्नब भाई? वेलकम बैक। नाइस। T1 जीत गई? नहीं, T1 हार गई, DRX जीत गई। हु इज द बेस्ट टीम इन कोरिया नाउ? अब DRX। एमलास वालों के पास भाई सस्ती शरीफ है। जी, सस्ती शरीफ बोलते हैं भाई इसको। ऊपर से एक भी मैप नहीं जीती T1, 2-0 में हारी। क्या झंडू है भाई? आप प्रेडिक्ट कर लिए थे ना कि T1 जीतेगी, इसलिए हार गई, समझ रहे हो? आप झंडू हो। एक सेकेंड भाई, कंसिस्टेंसी देख रहे हो भाई? एक्यूरेसी का कंसिस्टेंसी देखो, 86.5, 0.4, 0.6, 0.6। कंसिस्टेंसी देखो एक्यूरेसी में। एक्सक्यूज मी, व्हाट आर यू ट्राइंग टू से? मैं झंडू हूँ? मैं कब बोला कि आप झंडू है? आपके प्रेडिक्शन झंडू है, मैंने वो। Wait, 63, 60. अरे वो जैंडर भी था ना, ट्रेनिंग वैलोरेंट। जैंडर था कि सीनेड था वो? आई गेस जैंडर था। हाँ जैंडर था। Bueno. चलो ब्लेंडर भी हो गया। एक सेकंड, वो था ना ग्रिड शॉट्स। नहीं ग्रिड शॉट नहीं, 6 शॉट था। 6 शॉट था ना? हाँ 6 शॉट। चलो अबे वो वाला ये है ना, मोशन ट्रैक है ना? हाँ नहीं नहीं मोशन ट्रैक नहीं है। अरे Hmm. Switch track. अच्छा ये वाला नहीं, ये वाला नहीं। अबे वो वाला कहाँ गया? हम भूल रहा हूँ मैं। हाँ, स्ट्रेफ ट्रैक। Oh, nice, nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. चलो आज का और करते हैं गेम शुरू। गेम शुरू किया जाए, है ना? चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं। एक सेकंड। ऐसे करने से आंखों में आ रहा है क्या? देखो मैं ऐसे करके देखता हूँ। ऐसे करने से आ रहा है ना? हाँ, तो इतना ऊपर उठाऊंगा तो ठीक।
Match found.
यार फालतू मैप क्यों आता है पे दिन के पहले में, जब मेरा एम पता नहीं कैसा आएगा। थैंक गॉड डॉज हो गया भाई, लेकिन फिर से पल आ जाएगा।
Match found.
चलो स्प्लिट आया है, इसने तो एक पेज ले गई, कर नहीं सकते। कूल लगता है इसका एंट्री। स्लैशर एक ही है ना?
Let's do this.
का डेडलॉक है, वो डेडलॉक बीटी देगा बहुत। रीमेक हो जाएगा। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली, नॉट श्योर।
Let that phoenix run his mouth. We'll shut him up soon enough.
उनका जेट का भी हाई पिंग, और ओमेन तो ओमेन लिखा है, ओमेन लिखा है, ओमेन का नाम है चला जा बीएचडी के, और उसी वही चला गया।
Net deployed. One suppressed. Enemy spotted A. Flashbang. Kill confirmed.
एक साइड लास्ट
One enemy remaining.
अरे भाई
30
क्या
seconds
फालतू में
left.
इतना मेहनत किया मार दे रुक जाओ क्या पता हो गया नहीं नहीं नहीं
Survivors rest. I'll clean up.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet? Reloading.
नहीं कर रहे हैं
Explosives ready, Raze.
लास्ट सेकंड में पहले हम स्टोर में क्या आया देखते हैं फिर VCT बोल रहे हैं है इसमें क्या लिखा है अनस्टॉपेबल इनवर्टेबल अनवर्टेबल इसमें क्या लिखा है ये बोल बढ़िया है आई एम ग्रूट ये अपना ग्रूट है क्या तो ग्रूट को तुमने एक्सेप्ट करके रखा था ग्रुप में एक्सेप्ट कर रहा था दूसरा ग्रुप है पता नहीं कौन सा ग्रुप है एक सेकंड वो ये देखना अपने को क्या देखना था मैं भूल गया अभी तो देखना था क्या देखना था हाँ ये आज है ये देखेंगे अपन आज ये देखेंगे एक सेकंड रुको तो एक सेकंड गाइस हाँ अब ठीक है मेरे को कितने करियर विंस चाहिए इस सीजन में 8 चाहिए कितने दिन बचे हैं 4 दिन बचे हैं क्या बात कर रहे बैटल पास एंड्स इन 4 days ना बट ये सीजन 29th को होगा हाँ भी 4 दिन ही है शिट 4 दिन में 8 विंस हो जाएंगे हाँ हो तो जाएंगे आज ही कल 7 हो गए थे तो जाना चाहिए आज एटलीस्ट 3 तो लेकर जाता हूँ क्या बोलते
Match found.
हैं क्या बोलते Ascant साइफर है ना सोवा, चलो बढ़िया है। फ्लैशर नहीं रहेगा ना अपने पे। फ्लैशर नहीं रहेगा तो मेरे को ब्रीच के अलावा मैं कुछ नहीं खेल सकता। अगर मैं स्मोकर खेल लिया वो जेट लेगा तो पॉइंट ही नहीं है, और रेना का फ्लैश में फ्लैश मानता नहीं हूँ।
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Stand in my way. I dare you. आज रात को अगर नेमेसिस वाला ग्रुप आया तो बहुत मस्ती होने वाली है। नेमेसिस वाला ग्रुप क्या, नेमेसिस और महारथी आएंगे, मैं रहूंगा शायद से, 3 मैन खेलेंगे।
Scanning ahead. Reloading. Plant the spike. Here.
Trevor! Shadows traveling.
I have retrieved the spike. Revealing area. Found them.
That's not ready.
Perfect.
Enemy spotted mid.
Our carrier's dead.
Spike down mid.
66 Sova.
One enemy remaining.
Sova A66. He was a
30 seconds left.
Heaven.
You were barely worth the effort.
It's the spike. I feel the strain. Block it out.
चलेगा। मेरे को बुलडॉग का एक स्किन लेना पड़ेगा। ये ऐसा बुलडॉग देख के बहुत पक गया भाई। तो स्किन चेंज करना है रुको।
I am everywhere.
I am everywhere.
Reloading. Reload.
Spike down A.
कब
I
गया
have the
ये?
spike.
किसी ने देखा कि नहीं सुना कि नहीं? वो हील तो है।
Reloading.
My ult.
Tripwire destroyed.
Accept. वापस गया वो फ्री की तरफ.
Revealing area. Right here. Cage triggered.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted. Okay, they're dead. Take what's useful. Keep them in our sights.
पीछे तो हो रहा है. सोहा का नाम पढ़ो. साइफर शेरिफ दे सकते हैं अपना.
Eyes up. Well done.
Reloading.
Right there. Here. Yes.
Someone is mid.
Phoenix है market.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted mid. Going out.
Timing देखो. फ्लैश पिक लेंगे और ये मरेंगे.
Reloading.
मार्केट स्विच.
30 seconds left.
Cage trigger.
One city. 2 city.
Planted. Shadows traveling. Stealing sight.
3 bullets है तेरे को.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice try. पीना जी वेलकम द स्ट्रीम. आज खेल सकते हैं साथ. आज मैं अपने मेन आईडी से ही खेल रहा हूँ पीना जी. रात को देखते हैं. रात को अगर मेरे दोस्त आए वो सिल्वर वाले तो उनके साथ ऑल्ट आईडी में खेलूंगा. अगर स्लॉट हो तब आपको बुला लूंगा. लेकिन अभी तो मैं अपने मेन आईडी से ही खेल रहा हूँ.
I need this.
Arena, can you drop?
No. I'm no.
Well done. Well done.
Scanning ahead.
Stealing sight.
Stealing sight. Shadows traveling. Enemy blinding.
My camera is destroyed.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
कोई एंट्री देगा भाई हमारे साथ. देखो कहाँ पे.
Breach. I took a servo from your arms for my tripwire.
भाई डेज ये तो इधर 2 बंदे थे. ये 3 मैन खेल रहे थे भाई.
Cut their walls down.
Reloading. Enemy spotted mid. I have the spike.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Phoenix mid ult किया है, मत जाओ.
Someone is mid. Reloading.
Nowhere to run!
अबे क्या?
Reloading. Stay down.
सोआ भी.
120 सोवा फिनिक्स 160 फिनिक्स मर गया.
Can you all? बॉम्ब लेने का ट्राई करो और ऑल करो.
I have the spike. Watch them run.
सोवा 120 है.
Spike planted.
बहुत आ रहा है.
Last player standing.
मेन और गार्डन.
कितने बजे तक? 10 पता नहीं वो कब आएंगे, तो ऐसा कंफर्म टाइम नहीं बोले. अब वो जब आएंगे, अगर ज़्यादा लेट हुआ तो मैं चले जाऊंगा.
Don't give them time to reposition.
बिकॉज मैं भी 1 बजे स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, तो ना फिर कल 1 बजे फिर से आना है, तो मेरे को सोना पड़ेगा. वैसा मैं वैसे भी वॉच पार्टी वाले डेज में लेट नाइट नहीं करता स्ट्रीमिंग. अलग शॉट नहीं लग रहे, थोड़ा सा टाइम चाहिए. पुश कर रहे होंगे.
I have retrieved the spike. Careful here.
This is watching. Someone might be vines. Okay.
Careful. हाँ ये vines.
Cutting their vision.
Vine check कर रहे ना?
Camera team.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
I'll stun the right side. One is on the right side. Okay. This.
Take flight.
Last player standing.
ऐसे भी क्या push कर?
Spike down A. Flawless.
थोड़ा सा रुक जाओ. Focus.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
फेक करना है क्या? मैं उधर साउंड दूं क्या है? तो
सेव राउंड कर लो अभी तो.
Iniha, Sheldon.
इनके साथ रहता हूँ.
There they are. Reloading.
Reloading.
Cover going out.
60.
My ult's ready.
Weak.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
पीछे लोग भागे हैं क्या? वो लग रहा है लोग भागे.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
कुछ तो हवा है.
third land.
Freak!
इधर ही वो स्नाइप कर रहे हैं. चल 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 यही कुछ यहाँ आ रहा हूँ.
Fire in the hole! Last player standing.
भाई पहले ही कर देता.
Where will they go this time?
कोई भी साइड चलो सोवा के ड्रोन के पीछे एंटर करता है ना.
कर सकते हैं. वो लोग दो इधर खेल रहे, एक इधर खेल रहा है.
हाँ तो चल ए चलना है. चलो ए चल.
साइफर
पहले सोवा रिवील करेगा फिर सोवा ड्रोन करना और रेना.
मैं अल्ट करता हूँ.
फ्लैश. हाँ अल्ट.
Reloading.
पास करना पर अब या तो उन्हें अगर
Revealing area.
पहले वो फेंक रहे तो फेंकने देना.
Wait, Alton.
Cover going out. Scatter.
Land करो, come on.
Last player standing.
मैं पीछे गया वो और मार दिया.
हील तोड़ो यार.
Stay taut as a
पहले
ghost
में
stream. The fight commences.
वो तो अल्ट है. फिर ऑल्ट लाइन से ऊपर हेवन 2 डे. स्लो खेलते हैं. फिक्स पे.
No prisoners. I have the
Tremor!
Red cypher.
Blinding!
Enemy spotted me.
मार ही लेता भाई.
Down. Spike drop. Revealing area. Cutting the vision.
enemy spotted mid. I have retrieved the spike.
2 मिड है फिनिक्स में. हाँ दोनों मिड थे. मार के डाउन. मार.
Planted the spike.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Last player standing.
Obvious. उमन भाई ये वाला आप स्मोक दो. हम लोग ये एंटर करते हैं.
Blind them to strike. Yes.
Bandits के देना.
I need this. For you, hermanita.
Concussing!
ultimate is ready.
Shadows
Where is
traveling.
everyone hiding?
आएगा जब
ओमन इधर है मेरे पे स्पाइक है क्यों है साइड पे था क्या वो
हाँ
हाँ
तो
बोट हाउस
ए पे था एक और ए पे था सोबा भी था साइड में राइट साइड
One enemy remaining.
सीटी लास्ट
बात कर आ रहा है वो
Spike planted.
Nowhere to run!
My ult is ready. No one escapes my sight. No one.
मार कहाँ रहा था ये
Last round before the switch.
Spend what you got.
सेम वो वाला स्मोक दो इधर से पुश करो ये वाला स्मोक देने के बाद ये स्मोक देना मिड पिज्जा के ऊपर वाला अरे स्मोक तो जाने दो साइफर भाई
Dead.
Right here.
Shadows traveling.
Trevor.
Nice one. Cypher was.
One enemy remaining.
Blinding.
आ जाओ स्पाइक लेके भी आ जाओ स्पाइक लेके भी आ जाओ
सिटी
Stealing sight.
I have the spike.
Flash out. That's not ready.
Reload. I am the hunter!
Switching sides.
I can't see them yet. But I can feel them getting
ब्रेकन में तो गोश्त चाहिए वहाँ पे डेज हुआ था क्या अमन जहाँ पे दूसरा पर मारा था
Hit them back.
क्लियर
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Got you. Reloading. Well done.
Last player standing.
भाई वो हाफ शील्ड बाय किया था
Usually distracted once I reveal them. Make sure to take advantage.
मैं अभी क्या ही खेल रहा हूँ
Snuff them out. Yes. I'm saving. Well done.
अबे क्या नसीब रहता है अभी अभी मतलब
Spike planted.
Right there.
Cross kill, cross kill.
Last player standing.
Too late.
Rio!
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
Cypher random kill there. Cypher.
Don't look up. Thank you.
Odin ले रहा है ये रेना.
BB.
My camera is destroyed.
Cover going
Deploy
out.
destroyed. Enemy spotted mid.
Concussing!
Easy. Reloading.
Bullseye.
Reloading.
Cypher ने करता.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Cypher BB था.
इधर.
Peek मत ले. Let him plant.
30 seconds left.
उसको ये आना पड़ेगा.
Last player standing. Ten seconds left.
My quiver is never full.
पीक नहीं लेने बोला, लेट हिम प्लांट बोला, इसका मतलब ये. शशांक भाई आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग भाई. क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हो?
Track them down.
I know exactly where you are.
Still in sight. Enemy spotted.
Worthless.
अरे
Spike planted.
मैं भी हग रहा हूँ. रेडी नहीं लग रहा मेरा. One main, one Jenny.
Last player standing.
ओडिन क्या ले रहा है बिरेना होकर?
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns.
पॉइंट क्या है वैसा?
Crime scene.
भाई मैं इधर रहता हूँ भाई. मैं जिधर जा रहा हूँ उसको अपोजिट आ रहा है. भाई करना है आपको वैलोरेंट अकाउंट? भाई नहीं ब्रो, राइट के रूल्स के अगेंस्ट है ये सब, तो कांट डू दैट. बीइंग एन ऑफिशियल को स्ट्रीमर आई कांट go against the rules that Riot has said or mentioned in their rule book.
Camera taken out. Tripwire destroyed.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Nowhere to run!
Left, 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 left.
Going.
Okay. Walk, Cypher, walk.
Trevor!
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Side generator last.
अरे रायट की MKC ओके भाई चलो
My ultimate is ready. Spike defused.
लव यू बाय बाय
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
जिसके बदौलत खुद पैसे कमा रहे हो उसी को MKC बोल रहे हो भाई उससे बड़ा मतलब कल को देश के खिलाफ जाओगे ये तो फिर क्या ही है, छोड़ो People like you are the disgrace for the IGC. 50 रुपए में क्या भाई दूँ?
Scanning ahead.
A. Multiple.
Spike down A.
Where is everyone hiding?
One enemy remaining.
Tripwire destroyed.
Reloading.
Flawless.
The man who dies meaningless.
Reloading.
Gun here.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
सेंटर के लूंगा जहाँ आएंगे वहाँ जाऊंगा भाई ये साला अमन भाई आप ये चले जाओ या तो रेना भाई आप ये चले जाओ
There they are.
Last player standing.
ये प्लांट हो रहा है तू फिर आ गया अरे एरोगेंट राइडर भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम क्या हाल है भाई कैसे हैं अरे भाई कैसे ओडिन चला लेते भाई पूरे पैसिफिक रीजन में एक ही प्लेयर को मैंने देखा है ओडिन चलाते हुए वो DFM का 8 ऊपर है मार्केट जाके मारेगा अरे भाई
Match point.
They will scurry. And then they will die.
ओडिन लेके मिड क्यों कर रहा है भाई एक साइड पकड़ फिर बैठ के क्राउच करके पेलते रहे नहीं तो इधर बैठ के पेलते रहे इधर बैठ के पेलते रहे मिड में जाके कैसे पेलेगा भाई 3-4 कॉर्नर देखने पड़ते कैसे पेलेगा दिमाग नहीं है भाई भगवान दिमाग दे दिए लेकिन दिमाग में असली का जो दिमाग होता है वो चलाने की क्षमता नहीं दी है भाई जहाँ जा रहा हूँ उसके ऑपोजिट आ रहे हैं भाई दिमाग का और
Fire in the hole!
Reloading.
दोनों उधर है
40 over.
One enemy remaining.
छी 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 छी।
I will take back what is mine.
No prisoners. Enemy spotted me. Enemy spotted. Nothing. Finished.
Tripwire destroyed.
Right here.
वापस गया वापस गया।
One enemy remaining.
Flash out!
Spike spotted.
We bring enough body bags? Just swapping in new fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
क्या हाल है सर जी?
एक दो मैच खेलना है बस। पढ़ाई करने जाना है।
मैं भी ज़्यादा नहीं खेलूँगा वैसे भी, जल्दी सीना है।
Found them. Country point destroyed.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Nowhere to run!
Let's go!
किधर मारूं?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Scatter!
Attackers win.
स्टार्ट करो सर। कितना 25 चाहिए। अगर ड्यूलिस्ट लेके खेला मैं 25 प्लस तो नहीं होगा, 24 प्लस में अटका देगा। भाई ये एक फ्री स्किन दे देता आउटलॉक का, मजा नहीं आएगा।
क्या क्या?
आउटलॉक का एक फ्री स्किन दे देता, ये वाले
दिया है ना पहले तो।
हाँ
हाँ पहले दिया है।
कहाँ पे कब?
बैटल पास
है क्या
हाँ
बात?
Match found.
अब शायद मैं नहीं खेल रहा हूँ, पता नहीं मेरे को। स्प्लिट है। केजे ले रहा है या वाइस डेडलॉक?
तो ये लौड़ा सेज ले रहा है, वो देख पहले।
एक तो वो 100 थीव्स खेल दिया कल, एक सेज अपना
लंड खेला भाई, लंड खेला।
मतलब खेला तो लैंड, लेकिन भाई उसके बाद लोग समझने लग गए कि भाई
सेज
आज
का यूज ही क्या है वो, कुछ क्रायो कुछ यूज नहीं किया है सेज का।
क्यों लिया
पूरी तरह को
पूरा?
डिस्प्ले में यूज दिख रहा था सेज, खाली वॉल कर रहा था, वॉल टूट रहा था, खत्म। गाड़ी का लंड है, साइड सेज किधर है?
एक काम कर,
सुबह ने ले लिया।
मैं ब्रीच ले लूं क्या?
खेल खेल रेस कर मेरा फ्लैश पर, और ले लिया उसने के को।
आता कैसे नहीं है बे लोगों को? एक बेसिक ओमन बेसिक नहीं आता होगा क्या?
खेला नहीं होगा।
अबे कैसे लोग है भाई? भाई सेज खेले लेकिन हम दूसरा कुछ नहीं खेलेंगे। अरे भाई तुम खेलोगे तब ना आता होगा, आएगा। पहले से ही साला हाथ खड़े कर दोगे तो ताली बजाते रहोगे जिंदगी भर। आता नहीं है इतने। फ्लैट लॉबी में आके अगर कोई बोलेगा मेरे को ये एजेंट खेलना नहीं आता,
क्या? Once killed a man with a tree branch? इनको जॉन विक क्यों कर रहा है इधर?
वो इसको बोल रहा होगा बे भाई ट्री ब्रांच किस अपना कोई एजेंट का वैसा उसको बोल रहा होगा, आई गेस रिलेट करके। ट्री ब्रांच किससे ज्यादा रिलेट होगा? एक तो ट्री ब्रांच तो किसी ज्यादा रिलेट नहीं हो रहा। अबे नहीं वाइस तो है ही नहीं इंसान।
साउंड तो दिया नहीं है तो।
मर गया।
हेवन देखो, हेवन देखो।
साइफर वाज मेन।
हेवन से डिंग डाउन मैन।
रोटेट किया हम लोग।
बी जाएगा ना वो लोग।
हां बी।
स्पाइक प्लांटेड।
मैंने डाले होस्ट।
चल
हेवन
Blinding trap. Flashing.
Enemy spotted near you.
Retrieving flash. Reloading. Last player standing.
आजा किसको देखा?
Gear up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
Reloading. Reloading.
क्या बे हेवन वाला इतना इजीली कैसे पिल गया हमारा?
दो बंदे पिले ऊपर से।
चला साइट ही होल्ड नहीं हो, साइट होल्ड कर लूंगा। हेवन आ जाएगा, हेवन से फिर वो लोग बी भाग जाएगा।
वही
क्या फायदा होगा?
There.
एमएन
Go away. Go, go, go. Grenade.
Molded.
I'm out of here.
रेज is also there.
Dizzy has targets.
One enemy remaining.
रेज भी इधर ही है।
Spike down A.
Get him, buddy.
वो वेंडल पड़ी उधर कॉर्नर पे वेंडल।
Cover going out.
I'm smiling.
Now we're talking. Don't jinx it though. Stay humble.
बी खेलता हूँ मैं ये।
मिड पे वॉल लगा ले अपनी, क्या नाम है भाई?
कहाँ पे?
मिड
हाँ मिड।
अबे मिड पे वॉल नहीं रहे। फिर क्या फायदा होगा मैं अकेला एंकर कर रहा हूँ साइड पूरा।
तो फिर एक काम करना, वो गेको को साइड खेलने तो तू मिड ही खेल।
मैं वाइस लेके क्या मिड खेलूंगा।
हाँ इधर स्मोक्स आया मैंने के।
चले जाएगा रोटेट करते।
वाइस रुक, तू इधर ही रुक।
हाँ
हाँ ये वाले पीछे रहो, पीछे।
हेवन रेंज
मिड घुस गया है।
मल्टीपल हेवन, 3 बंदे हेवन।
एक बी हेवन या मिड पे होगा, देख के। बी साइफर मिड हेवन बी जा रहा हूँ लोग। बी साइड इन।
हेवन देख।
Spike planted.
चल मूवमेंट है तो करे।
Bomb buddy out. Satchel out.
Rip and tear.
Satchel out.
Last player standing.
लेफ्ट साइड देखो।
One enemy remaining.
मेन
एंटर। अरे तू लेफ्ट चेक नहीं किया था, इधर ही बैठा था वो।
मैं यहाँ पे बूमबोर्ड किया, वो डायरेक्ट
तेरे को वो बोल रहा सिटी से आया ना, उसको चेक करना है।
बूमबोर्ड ने रेस से फुट जाता ना, मजा आता।
साइड मत छोड़ो भाई, वो रोटेट करेंगे वो। और मरो मत
भाई, मैं अकेला साइड नहीं होल्ड कर सकता हूँ, किसी एक को हेवन तो खेलना ही होता है।
हेवन पे वॉल, उधर वॉल करो, मिड पे वॉल करो।
अबे मिड वॉल यूजलेस है भाई, कोई मिड नहीं खेल रहा, वॉल करके चुपचाप आगे आ रहा है।
देखते रहे हाँ देखते रहे।
अरे यार योरू 102 है।
चले जा
102 है।
मैं देखता हूं हेवन।
योरू 102।
Spike planted.
ठीक ही नहीं हुआ।
प्लांट हो गया।
Retrieving flash.
Thorns are
alive.
Dizzy's up. Dizzy's down. Y'all, you boss. Gotcha.
What?
Duel. एक हेवन। रैमसी है वो।
Last player standing.
अच्छा दोनों हेवन थे। साइफर अकेला प्लांट कर रहा है, बाकी सब मिड खेल रहे।
I demand what I'm owed.
गेको आप एक खेल लो। अच्छा
Let's see how it goes.
अरे क्या मत मारो रेस। रोटेट कर ओमेन, रोटेट कर।
Who's next?
वॉल तो दो भाई, कुछ कि क्या हो रहा है।
Spike planted.
I know exactly where you are.
हेवन हो सकता है, देखते।
हेवन ही है जैसे उसी को देखा। 67 लो है वो तो। हेवन 1 आगे। सुबह 67।
Last placed.
लाइन कर रहा हूँ।
Last player standing.
अपना उड़ा। क्या हो रहा है भाई ये पे?
भाई ये पहले मत पी लो तो प्लीज।
ठीक है, नहीं चल रहा भाई, पीछे खेलो।
पीछे खेलो ना भाई, 4 राउंड हो गया, पहले ही पिल रहे हो।
Hey Neon, Mosh kinda likes you.
सेव करो।
Reloading.
भाई सेव कर ले सेव।
यही हो रहा है, वो यही आ रहे हैं।
मिड देख ना, मिड देख तेरा।
स्पाइक गिराया इधर।
जा भाग के जा रोटेट करो लोग सब एक पे।
अरे मारो ना रे, कौन है हेवन? अरे भाई
Stealing sight.
हाइपर हेवन।
Gotta go.
Nowhere to run.
Spike planted.
दो मेन, दो साइड में।
गन का
One enemy remaining. My ultimate's
इसका
ready.
पता नहीं।
करो मेन था शायद।
Last player standing.
राइट
Launching thorns. Thorns activated.
लेफ्ट गया।
आप डिफ्यूज कर दो।
Clutch.
दिखाई नहीं मेरे को तो।
This is where someone says something
Yeah,
pivotal
yeah,
and we
that's
pretend to
जहाँ
tolerate.
जा रहा हूँ उसके ऑपोजिट।
कोई एक बस ये हेवन खेल लो और मैं अकेला साइड खेल रहा हूँ। मिड और बी देख लो फिर।
अरे गेको इधर आ जाना, बी हेवन। हाँ बी आ रहे।
रहो ए पे रहो भाई, एक बंदा तो रहो। आ जाओ, एक बंदा आ जाओ। अरे
ब्लाइंड
साइफर है हेवन।
अरे क्या कर रहा है भाई? अरे बोल दो आ गया अंदर, रेज आ गया।
Last player standing.
तो मैं जब बोला मैं अकेला साइड खेल रहा हूँ, एक हेवन। तीन बंदे भी खेल लो ना प्लीज।
Spike down B.
प्री राउंड में मैं कॉल दिया कि एक बंदा बी आ जाओ, कोई आया नहीं। एंड यू एक्सपेक्ट अस टू से कि भाई रेज यहाँ पे अंदर घुस गया फाइट के बीच में।
चला जो साइड जा रहा हूँ मेरे ऑपोजिट आ रहा है वो लोग।
Check your posture.
ये आएगा इस बार।
ऐसा हूँ। हेवन मत मरना प्लीज।
Who's next? I know exactly where you are.
Get out of here.
लगा मेरा लौड़ा।
सिटी से साइफर आ रहा है।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
80 है सोवा।
दोनों ऑन साइड।
दोनों साइड।
Blow him up, man.
लेफ्ट साइड है।
One enemy remaining.
ऑन साइड।
Wingman's defusing.
देखा बॉक्स। नाइस। भाई हेवन वाला मत मारो रे।
भाई जब आप देख रहे हो एक बंदा मर रहा है तो नियॉन भाई आप पीक क्यों ले रहे हो इधर?
Wingman for the win.
मैं तो भाई इसमें था इधर।
नहीं उसका ठीक है। ओमन पीछे आ ना उधर ना, आगे क्यों खेल रहा है?
अरे ब्लाइंड दिया रे, खा जाता ना, 2-3 बंदे खा जाता।
चलो कोई ना, खा तो जाता बट खा गया उल्टा।
Reloading.
केविन के लिए मैं स्लोअर डालता हूँ। ए ड्रोन
इधर होल्ड कर
Spike down A.
Bring me the arsenal! Here we go!
अरे इधर कॉर्नर पे
अरे मार दो रे इसे, क्या कर रहे हो?
छोड़ दो होल्ड करो, मरेगा वो भी। रुक जा भाई, छोड़ दे, होल्ड कर, मैं भी प्लांट देखता हूँ।
गया भी गया शायद।
Last player standing.
105
Spike planted.
मिड से आएगा रेज।
हाँ मिड आएगा।
नहीं बे,
उसका मिड मतलब सैचल आया था इधर साउंड।
हाँ उसे पता है जो।
One enemy remaining.
Blinding.
हेवन लगा
है नहीं।
अच्छा
क्या ही करूं बे,
मेरा गलती था ये ला तो।
भाई लोग अब जब वो लोग साइट में आया तुम लोग पूरा क्यों बी छोड़ रहे हो? एक बंदा भी साइट में आया था, मैं तो कुछ कॉल भी नहीं दिया कि ए घुस गया, कुछ इधर ही मंडरा रहा है वो लोग, पूरा बी क्यों छोड़ दिया?
बी
Mosh pit. All you, little homie. Go.
एक कोई मिनट देख लो।
Fresh I'm out of here.
वाह भाई वाह।
हेवन
बॉल भी नहीं हुआ, नहीं चले आ गया भाई ये।
हेवन से आ गया क्या?
हाँ इसलिए मिड बॉल के बारे में बोल रहा भाई।
तुम लोग 4 लोग खेल रहे हो भाई बी पे,
हेवन से
बड़वन क्या
आया
कर रहे हो तुम्हें?
हेवन से आया,
हेवन से आया वो भाई।
हम तो सर खड़े हैं और कहाँ से घुसेगा पीछे से?
Last player standing.
भाई तुम 4 लोग खेल रहे
भाई
हो पता है,
मैं
उसमें भी
इधर
मिडवॉल
देख
चाहिए।
रहा हूँ, इधर एक बंदा इधर देख रहा है, वो कहाँ से हम लोग के पीछे से आके मारेगा ऊपर, मेरे को बताना।
खेलो ही मत बेंचोद गेम, अगर 4 लोग बी खेल रहे हो, एक मिड नहीं देख सकता है।
देख तो रहा था, हेवन तो था बंदा एक।
मैं अकेला साइट होल्ड कर रहा हूँ पूरा ए पे, तुम लोग 4 बंदे उधर खेल रहे हो।
मैंने तो होल्ड किया। हाँ वही ये योरू को पकड़ा ना।
Swords activated. Enemy A.
वो 48
Spike down A.
Fall back.
रुक जा देखो, अपना बैक स्टेप आ रहा है, रुक जा।
Swords activated.
मैं भी हेवन घुस नहीं रहा हूँ।
Enemy spotted A.
साइट इन
देख के हेवन से खाएगा।
Flashing. Good hit.
बुम्बट डाल, घुसेंगे अंदर।
Bomb buddy out.
लेफ्ट चेक कर।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
राइट साइड, अबे राइट देख बे, राइट तो देख।
मैं नेड फेंक के राइट दिखने वाला था, वो नेड फेंक के फिर से।
Last round in the half.
No sense in saving
जीते
now.
रहेंगे उधर जाऊंगा तो।
Spend.
Enjoy the arsenal.
नियॉन तू किससे मारा बे?
योरू को मैंने डैमेज दिया बट मार गया वो। मेरे पास शॉटगन थी और लॉन्ग रेंज में मार गया यहाँ से। मैं यहाँ था, यहाँ पे योरू आके मार गया।
पिछले सब भाई इनके लिए यूटिल डाल के खेलना, पिक करके मारो पे चोट।
I will be their nightmare.
एरिकॉन
Shadows traveling. Enemy spot. Swords are alive.
एक एचपी है वो योरू।
Grenade. Satchel out. Satchel out. Here comes the party.
नाइस वन बे।
Spike down A.
सुबह 123 है। इसमें भी कैसे हक सकता है ब्रो तू? गॉड लेवल
एक होगा मेरा एप्स के तरफ
123 है वो।
One enemy remaining.
उधर ही है।
सुअर्स
साथ जाओ 1 मनी ग्लिच भाई वेलकम द स्ट्रीम भाई। आज मैं 9-3 कमबैक जीता, तुम भी 9-3 कर लो जीत जाओगे। लो कर दिया 9-3। लेट्स सी
148 कैसा लग सकता है वो ठीक है।
हाँ मैं 30 में मारा मतलब वो वर्ल्ड पे।
बैठ
स्लो खेलो थोड़ा फिक्स में। साइफर मिड।
अरे आ जाओ। रेस स्क्रीन सा
ऊपर गया वो।
ऊपर है। हेवन आउट साइड में
Last player standing.
तो 60 है बारे।
क्रेजी है भाई। ओपन प्लांट है।
Go get him.
नहीं कर रहा। नाइस भाई। साइड में कौन प्लांट देके मरा है यहाँ पे जरा बताना।
प्लांट तो मैंने भेजा भाई। साइड पे घुसा था ना कोई, इसने देखा नहीं शायद। मेरा तो मेन से प्लांट है।
क्या मजाक कर रहे हो? वो प्लांट हो चुका है, वो बंदा इधर बैठा हुआ है तब से।
भाई वो तो ठीक है, मारा तो मारा। ये लास्ट में 3v1 में 2 बंदे एक साथ कैसे लड़क गए भाई?
अरे मैं 10 HP था, मैं ऊपर से मार गया था तो 10 HP था। वो मेरे अंदर से गोली लगी और इसके लग गई।
क्या मजाक कर रहे हो? कैसे हम लोग वो राउंड थ्रो होने वाला था।
Now we wait.
फायर हो गया यार।
वो ऐसे मत घुसो।
फायर है
वो कटने पे।
लमाओ।
Right there.
हाँ वो स्पॉन देखिए। रुक
साइफर का
अकेले मत फाइट ले ब्रो।
अरे निकल।
व्हाट?
भाई देख रहा तेरे से हो नहीं रहा है, फिर भी अकेले फाइट लेना है।
क्या गन थी तुम पे?
मेरे पे बुलडॉग है, वो नहीं ले पाएगा।
ले गया बुलडॉग। ओ RyuK देखा कि नहीं देखा?
नहीं मैं इसको अबे
भाई वो सैचर मार गया उसको, उड़ते हुए हेडशॉट मारो।
शिट मैं नहीं देख पाया।
बहनचोद।
Thanks little man.
सोवा थोड़ा सा लो है।
भाई क्रेजी खेलते होगा तुम लोग।
साथ चलो नहीं, तुमको तो हीरो बनना है।
तू कैसा हागा है वो बोलना मेरे को पहले। सोवा पे
वो इधर आया, वो टपली मार दिया। आया टपली मारा, मैं क्राउच करके बैठा था, उसको मारूंगा। और बुलडॉग
Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
भाई उड़ते उड़ते वन टैप खाया है वो मेरे से। उड़ते उड़ते वन टैप खाया है।
स्लो खेलो, पिक्स पे खेलो।
Need a drop. Come on, let's go.
भाई उड़ते उड़ते वन टैप कैसे मारा होगे, मजा आ गया मेरे को।
Reloading.
ये रिकॉन
हो गया, कर लिया।
Cover going out.
ट्रिप है क्या?
तोड़ दिया, रुक जा बस होल्ड कर।
एक और पूछो।
नहीं नहीं नहीं,
एमएन पुश है, साइफर भी खेल रहा है।
साइफर आ गया। योरू का ट्रिप है मतलब।
Reloading.
अबे नेट वेट डाल के ट्रिप तोड़ ना उसका।
ट्रिप तोड़ चुका हूं मैं।
Grenade. Satchel out. Satchel out.
40 सोवा मिटा रहा है। सीधा हक गया।
Player standing.
अमन भाई ये वाला थोड़ा फ्लैश कर दो ना घुसने टाइम। फ्लैश
तो सही करता हूं मैं सब कर।
घुसा ना मैं, घुसा तो ऐसे घुस के इधर तक गया तो मार दिया ना मेरे को। राइट साइड ही गया मैं।
अरे क्विक कॉल देना होगा ना, कर देता मैं।
ए आ जाओ ना, ए आ जाओ। ए इजी एंट्री, ए पे कोई नहीं। ए तो अकेला ओमन यहाँ खेलता और एक सोवा है खेलता है बस।
देखो भाई स्पाइक लो।
मैं हेवन पे जाऊं या फिर मेन जाऊं, यूं बताओ पहले।
आप साइड जाओ।
मेन जा, मेन जा। तू भी मेन जा बे।
ठीक है।
I'm out of here.
Cover going out.
Enemy A. Launching bullets.
घुसो घुसो उसके साथ घुसो।
नीड आया था, नीड आया था।
Satchel out.
अबे ये कैसे मर रहा हूँ? साइफर ऊपर है हेवन।
Thanks, wings.
दो ऊपर है।
लौड़े लग गए।
हाँ। अबे गन है, वैंडल था।
गांड मारा है वैंडल, जिंदा हूँ मैं। बैकस्टैब
दो आएगा।
78 है साइफर।
130।
One enemy remaining.
एक गोली साइफर 1 is 2।
Last player standing.
78 लो था। कितना मारा उसको?
साइड पे है, साइड पे है, साइड पे अच्छा साइड पे।
हाँ ठीक है वो ठीक है। तो कितना लो मारा वो तो बोल। नाइस वन।
Go, go, go. Fight till the end. No matter what.
पवन हेगड़े जी आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग। क्या हाल है भाई? लेनोवो एलओक्यू और एसएस टफ विच इज बेटर? तो डिपेंड करता है ना, एसएस टफ का कौन सा मॉडल ले रहे हो और लेनोवो एलओक्यू का कौन सा मॉडल ले रहे हो। ऐसे थोड़ी कि भाई डायरेक्ट कंपैरिजन कर देंगे।
Launching thorns. Placing wall trap. Thorns activated.
चलो अरे रुक क्या गया है भाई?
अरे यार
Satchel out. Satchel out.
ये दूसरा
नाइस लो था वो। दोनों
दो हेवन, साइड क्लियर साइड क्लियर।
Last player standing.
वाह 130 है वो।
Spike down A.
उसको मार देगा तो गेम जीत सकता है। नाइस।
I know
बाकी सब एक-एक गोली
exactly
का।
where you are.
इधर ही है वो राइट।
नहीं बे।
3 killed.
One enemy remaining.
4 dead. Cover going
स्पाइक ले और बी चले जा।
I have the spike. Watch them run.
अगर इधर वो बैठा हुआ तब तो भाई एंटी रे टीपी डाल के रखा था वो।
Match point.
गेमर्स भैया वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। RyuK भैया को लाया जाए। यस यस लाते भाई। मेरे पे गन होता ना वो साइफर डेड था भाई। क्या ही सुन नियन ते अल्ट मार, ठीक है? अल्ट मार के साइड घुस इधर। मैं
कहाँ जा रहे? ए जा रहे हो कि बी जा रहे हो?
Go, go, go.
अल्ट मार।
Shortcut.
बी टॉप।
Grenade. Satchel out.
बी पुश किया दो लोग।
I have the spike.
क्या कोई ए पे हो सकता
आ रहा
है?
है, इधर से आ रहा है, रुक।
खेलता इधर, तू उधर देखा कि मैं वो उधर देख अंदर वाले पे।
भाई आके तो मेरे को खेल देगा। देखा
Last player standing.
अरे यार
Who's next?
भाई यार देख रहा था सही जगह। पहली बार नियॉन खेल रहे हो क्या भाई आप?
एम नहीं लग रहा यार, पैनिक हो रहा हूँ मैं, पता नहीं क्यों।
कोई बात नहीं भाई। चलो वेल
भाई
प्लेड
मेरा
गाइस।
एम लगने लग जाए भाई, मच बेटर खेल लूँ मैं। एम नहीं लग रहा, उस चक्कर में मारने ट्राई करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ चीज़ों को।
Defenders win.
भाई ये बंदा एम नहीं लग रहा है तो भाई यूज अ बेटर
दिमाग से भी
जज लेके तू करेगा तो कहाँ से एम लगेगा भाई? तू डिफेंस में एक बार भी अल्ट ही नहीं मारा, अल्ट आ रहा तू फिर भी जज से खेल रहा है। जितना राउंड वो राइफल से निकला उससे ज्यादा तो जज से खेला है। क्या बोलेगा इंसान? अरे सॉरी स्टार्ट कर, मैं सोचा मैं हूँ लीडर। यार मेरे को 8 विन चाहिए और 8 विन्स, 4 आज हो जाएंगे या 3 हो जाएंगे भी तो यहाँ नियॉन हरियाणा से, हरियाणी एक्सेंट है थोड़ा सा, मैं भी नोटिस किया वो। विच यू प्रिफर फॉर मीडियम गेमिंग, RTX 3040 और 4060? वो अगेन डिपेंड्स ऑन द कूलर।
Match
कि
found.
4060 में क्या कूलर लगा है, 3040 में क्या कूलर है। 3040 कब आया? सॉरी 3050, अच्छा 3050। भाई मैं 3040 में एक सेकंड कहाँ फट गई मेरी। हाँ तो डिपेंड्स कूलर क्या लगा है, कितना रैम है, वो भी डिपेंड करता है भाई। खाली जीपीयू अच्छा होने से थोड़ी होता है। यू नीड अ गुड सीपीयू, अ गुड कूलर टू कूल द सीपीयू, होल पीसी, ठंडा टेम्परेचर वैसा। RTX 4060 is better. Not in every case, गेमवर्स भाई। अभी आप RTX 4060 लोगे और वहाँ पे B400 सीरीज का कोई मदरबोर्ड लोगे तो नॉट बेटर। मैं भी हरियाणा से हूँ भाई, मैं हरियाणा से। अरे भाई हरियाणा के लोग हमारे चैट में, जॉट मनी ग्लिच भाई गेमवर्स, जॉट लव्स यू गाइस। लेकिन मुझे नहीं राजस्थान का लगा। हाँ राजस्थान भी हो सकता, मतलब मेरे को ना देखो, मैं राजस्थान में 4 साल पढ़ा तो मेरे को राजस्थानी जो बोलते हैं ना वो वैसा एक्सेंट लगा नहीं मेरे हिसाब से, बट पता नहीं, नॉट श्योर दो। जैसे मेरे दोस्त लोग प्रॉपर राजस्थान से थे, उनका एक्सेंट जब वो बात करते थे खणीगम्मा बोलते थे अपने मतलब पापा जी बाबूजी बोलते थे, तो ऐसा जब वॉइस उनका नहीं लगा। अनरियल अक्षु जी आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है। चैनल पर आप भी नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। क्या हाल है? हेलो बडी।
Match found.
गाइस हमें 4 सब्सक्राइबर्स चाहिए आज का टारगेट पूरा करने। कैन वी हैव 4 subs? 1 2 3 4 subs। नाइस बॉक्स अवेलेबल। आज सैटरडे है ना? हाँ राम राम भाई सारे आने। राम राम अनरियल अक्षु भाई, राम राम। नहीं भाई वो हरियाणवी एक्सेंट था। हाँ राजस्थानी तो मेरे को लगा नहीं, तो सुना हुआ है मैंने। टॉडलर टीवी जी आपका भी मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप भी नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग भाई। पीसी स्पेक्स भाई, पीसी के स्पेक्स मेरे डिस्क्रिप्शन में पूरा लिखा हुआ है। एंड अगर आपको पीसी स्पेक्स का एक वीडियो चाहिए तो अभी बहुत जल्दी उसके रिगार्डिंग भी एक वीडियो आ रही है मेरे पीसी स्पेक्स। एंड मैं और क्या चीज़ें यूज़ कर रहा हूँ, अपग्रेड्स एंड ऑल, समझ रहे, सब कुछ का एक वीडियो आ रहा है ओवरऑल। यस, ये मैं बता दिया कॉज बहुत लोग जो पीसी स्पेक्स पूछते हैं वो पूछते हैं कि एक वीडियो बनाओ भैया आप पीसी स्पेक्स के ऊपर, तो मैं इसीलिए बोल दिया। एंड अगर आपको चाहिए कि मैं ऐसा वीडियो बनाऊं आप लोगों के लिए कि ऐसा बजट में कौन सा पीसी बेटर हो सकता है, वैसा आपको ऐसा वीडियो चाहिए तो आप मेरे को बता दो, उस ऐसा वीडियो भी बना दो। मेरे फैमिली में बोलते हैं उसे पता लग गया ओके, बस मैं ही नहीं बोला मेरे फैमिली में हरियाणवी। अच्छा समझा। हवेन ये आर्थर मैं देखो सस्ता आरडीआर का चोंटी आ गया।
अबे कितनी बार मैच मेकिंग करोगे हमारे साथ, शर्म नहीं आ रही क्या?
क्या करें, नूब लोगों को बूस्टेड करना होता कभी कभी तो ऐसे ही करना पड़ता है।
ओ भाई बड़ी मेहरबानी, तुम जैसे लंड हमें बूस्ट करने आए।
क्या करें यार, तुम जैसे गधों की गांड के साथ करना ही पड़ता है।
अच्छा बाप को ऐसे नहीं बोलते यार, मां नाराज हो जाती।
क्या करूं यार, नाजायज की औलादों को तो ऐसे ही बनाना पड़ता है।
गाइस 12 लोग देख रहे हैं, प्लीज मेक श्योर टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम।
RyuK भाई वाइपर ले
भाई वो तो आइस बॉक्स में ले रहा था।
ओके
हाँ सो गाइस जो भी नए हैं प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा एंड लाइक भी कर दीजिएगा, फ्री है दोनों ही। अगर आप सब्सक्राइब नहीं करना चाहते तो लाइक कर दीजिए, ठीक है भाई। हाँ ये आइसो और रेना पार्टी में भाई साला एक भी अपडेट अभी तक आया नहीं है कि मेरा वो कहाँ पे अटका पड़ा है, कस्टम्स में पड़ा हुआ है या इंडिया आ चुका है मेरा सामान, पता नहीं भाई। इससे अच्छा तो मैं भाई उनके ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट से ही ऑर्डर कर लेता, क्या पता जल्दी ही आ जाता। भले ही $20 $30 एक्स्ट्रा देता शिपिंग के, बट जल्दी तो आ जाता। 2 हफ्ते हो गए भाई, कितना वेट करूं। अबे तू तो अभी घर पे है ना, तेरा कौन सा एग्जाम चल रहा है अभी?
ऑनलाइन कोर्स था।
एग्जाम के नाम पे कुछ और ही हो रही है।
Scanning ahead. There they are. Reloading. Reloading.
Focusing.
Shock dart.
रुको घुसो मत।
Reloading.
स्मोक दूं क्या तुम लोगों के लिए?
Got it. Obscuring view. Recovering it.
Enemy spotted A.
Our spike is down. Cypher buried.
Spike down A.
वो देखो बड़े वो देखो। रुक। वे तेरे पीछे जेट, तेरे लेफ्ट पे जेट। अबे
Shot down. Reloading.
रे 30 क्लोव 60 दोनों लो हैं, तुम तीनों भी लो हो।
Taking that back. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
अरे इनकैम कर
60 टैग है,
देख के
60 उसका 13 मेरा
73। चलो
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
Planted.
उसने शेरिफ ले ली।
सिटी से आएगा।
No wahala. I end the trouble.
Take out Cypher's cameras. He's weak when he's blind.
10 घंटे तक ये लिंक देखा जैसे छोड़ा बीसी हुआ आया।
Scanning ahead. Shock dart.
Enemy spotted B.
Enemy spotted me.
Reloading.
Jet 1 HP है।
Got blocking vision.
Timber आप पे स्पाइक है।
One enemy remaining.
शॉट है शॉट।
क्या शॉट है जानना क्या शिफ्ट कर रहा है भाई प्लांट हो चेंबर लॉन्ग देख के जरा
Spike planted.
Reloading.
They found my trap. Here. Making cover. Reloading.
Reina, just stay in your lane, yawa girl.
कैसे इनका लग जाते हैं ऐसे वन टैप।
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted C.
साइफर सी।
थोड़ा साउंड कट करो साउंड मत दो फायरिंग वायरिंग कुछ मत करो अरे यार
Need that back. I have the spike.
Enemy A.
Revealing area.
अरे यहाँ पे स्मोक करियो
Cutting their vision. I'm obscuring vision.
एक बैक ऑफ साइड है देख के इधर होगा
30 seconds left.
Reloading. Enough. My ult is
Reloading.
साइड पे दो
Concealment.
Neutralized.
I need a concussing it.
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Plant a spike.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Come here.
किधर है साइड आ गया अच्छा खेला प्लांट पे खेलना जरा
नहीं कर पाएगा डिफ्यूज।
Well, this suit is ruined.
कहता हूँ
They're starting to panic. I can feel their pulse.
Reloading.
दुनिया भर का टाइमिंग हो रहा है।
They're in our sights.
बे हट जा सुबह हट।
You lose.
बच गया साला।
I have the spike. Show me a target. Breaking them. Enemy down.
Blocking vision.
Reloading.
चाकू मार दिया।
Here. Spike planted. My ult is
That's
ready.
concealment.
Reloading.
With concealment.
One enemy remaining.
I set the punishments on them.
चाकू कैसे मारा?
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
इतना बड़ा अपमान मेरे दोस्त का मैं कतई सहन नहीं कर सकता। बोला ना दुनिया भर का टाइम।
Need a drop.
Thanks. Zero in.
Scanning ahead. Reloading. I have the spike.
Not your best.
Reloading.
रुक जा।
Take flight.
शॉट में।
Blocking vision.
One enemy remaining.
नहीं कैसे मारा?
Shot done.
प्लान कर। ऐसा मिलेगा ये।
Hold your celebration. We're not done yet.
Enemy spotted C. Got the spike.
78 जेट गराज।
That works.
Enemy A.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
लॉल 78 जेट। एक के अपना ISO।
Revealing area. And found them.
Stealing sight. One enemy remaining.
No
Last player
distraction.
standing.
स्टिंगर से मारेगा ये? हैं? क्या?
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used.
क्या हो रहा है भाई ये जिग्नेश? हम साला हमारे साथ तो ऐसा नहीं होता है। ये है क्या हो रहा है ये?
Reloading.
कुछ भी इस ऐप में कुछ भी लिखने को इतना टाइम लग रहा है।
Get out of my way.
What now?
मारो साला गलती हो गई।
I can't miss.
Right here.
Bro, plant. कल होगा क्या?
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
My turn.
Shot down.
Team Ace.
आज ही होगा bro.
Was never in doubt. Yeah, my people. Oh, yeah.
Sorry. ऐसे मारूंगा तो मजा नहीं आएगा ऐसे आपके सामने रख के हेडशॉट
I think we should go one by one. Got the spike.
Hunter.
Enemy spotted A. Zephyr's dead.
Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Spike
I
here.
have the spike.
Our spike's down.
Spike down mid.
Enemy spotted mid.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. Got the spike.
Distant. Well, settle.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
वैसे दुनिया भर का टाइम कोई बात नहीं झूल पे
Focus.
Now, eyes off me.
Over there.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted mid.
Nice.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Trinity, you're welcome. Ha! I am there. Feel.
I didn't bring a snack.
Bring a snack.
चार बुलेट 4 हेड्स खत्म
I need a gun.
समझ रहे हो 4 बुलेट्स एंड 4 हेड्स ये होगा टाइटल शॉट्स का
I need a gun.
No prisoners.
Thank you.
Revealing area.
Soul shots.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
मिड मैं तेरे को स्पेक्टेट कर रहा हूँ देखता हूँ तेरा क्या टाइमिंग हो रहा है
Show me a target.
Don't worry. Your life won't go to waste. The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story. Let's see now.
After you, Reyna. Enemy spotted C.
There they are.
Better. I have the spike.
Target down. My ult is
रेड
ready.
गराज
Still in sight.
सुबह नेक्स्ट टाइम आ रहा है बी
No
ये
distraction.
कहाँ मार रहा है बे तू
ब्रीच में एक्स्ट्रा है
Spike drop.
Well fought.
Spikes here.
क्या हुआ अभी प्लांट कर नेटी
सुगा लेफ्ट सिटी
Scanning ahead. I have the spike. Spike planted. Deploying drone.
सिटी आ रहा
Over there.
Last player standing.
पहला राउंड
One enemy remaining.
फाइनली वन राउंड
Last round before the switch.
Buy the best guns you can.
I need a gun.
Take them out. Spike down A. Spike down A.
I have the spike.
अरे यार इससे अच्छा पीछे था
Get out of my way!
I know exactly where you are.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
I have them. Teleport's ready. Spike planted.
कायन ब्रो वेलकम द स्ट्रीम क्या हाल है कायन भाई कैसे हो आज डिम मतलब समझा नहीं DIM
Off your feet!
Switching sides.
डायमंड आज डायमंड नहीं क्योंकि आज ज़्यादा मैचेस अपने मेन आईडी से खेलूंगा नहीं मैं मेरे अगर दोस्त आएंगे तो मैं उनके साथ ऑल्ट आईडी में खेलूंगा वरना मैं चले जाऊंगा तो आज दोपहर 1 बजे से अपन स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं ना तो
Up I go. About there.
Come into the unknown.
Concealment.
I stopped the race.
Found them.
कहाँ मार रहा है
Spike planted.
चला यार हाफ शील्ड बाय किया तो क्या बोलूं
No more secrets.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
3 gone.
अंडर इवन चेक करो
Enemy spotted.
Teleport's ready.
अच्छा मैंने मरा बच गया oh hell nah
Actually thinks that would work.
किस लिए बोले कैन ब्रो
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
याद आया ये
I hope this was exciting. Enemy spotted mid. Enemy spotted mid.
Last player standing.
There they are.
Spike planted.
अरे वो चेंबर नाइफ हुआ उसके लिए अच्छा चेंबर
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
हैवी नहीं चेंबर नाइफ वाइफ हो जा रहा है
Going astral, guys. Right there. That'll work.
मैं ना सी खेलता हूँ
Heading to the above.
कहाँ रे
Blocking vision. Taking that back. Concealment.
Spike planted.
दोनों उठा ले ब्रो बैक साइड दो है बे और क्या बैक साइड
One enemy
हमें नहीं
remaining.
है
You failed. Now flee.
Match point.
This has gone on long enough, I think.
विंडो स्मोक कर दियो इस तरह
ठीक है
I'll find them.
I'm going above. Got to target a star. Obscuring vision.
Enemy attacker spawn. My ultimate. They will cover.
Need that back.
Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining.
डी पे गया था वो देख के
Defenders win.
Yes! This is progress, my
तू
friend.
करेगा कैरी बैंड के लो
क्या 19 क्या प्लस हो रहा है साला छोटिया गेम 19 क्या प्लस दे रहा है लास्ट हाँ तब तक इसको पूछता हूँ कॉल करके
Match found.
Yes, I'm pumped.
Señora Mondragón, me alegro de verle. I have a gift for the children at the sanctuary. Remind me after this.
Placing sentry.
Chicago.
I'm playing mid. Someone play? Hello. Someone play. You guys mic. Hello. Mic one.
Yep. Mic.
Hello. Mic.
Out of charges. Out of charges. Out of charges.
Bro, A is open. What the fuck are you doing?
अरे VCT players आ गए, sorry. Man, chud.
No smokes.
There. Good. Killed my bot. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. B. Turret down.
सारे उधर है क्या?
हाँ, inside.
Spike planted.
I'm stunned.
थोड़ा सा रुको, 2 सेकंड 3 सेकंड.
One enemy remaining.
Got one.
Raise.
Reloading.
Raise.
बोलो.
Reloading.
Say that.
क्या?
कुछ नहीं इग्नोर
That
मारी.
should humble them.
शारिफ है किसी पे? Skin.
हाँ.
Next round देखो.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Bro, Clove, can you retard? Can you smoke here?
Pushing.
Enemy spotted. Mid.
Bro, someone watch. Come with me now. Heaven देख
Turret destroyed.
Main नहीं कोई.
नहीं उतरा अभी तक.
They're going A. They're going A.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
भाई दुनिया मर गई वहाँ पे आजा
Can't use that yet. Recalling my bot.
Spike planted.
Say that. What? What?
Oh, surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
Say that.
True.
Keep your heads on.
Grenade!
Out.
Smoke B. Arey fuck.
A multiple.
Spike planted.
Precision kill. Go get him. Grenade!
All missiles away.
एक heaven.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready. This is how it ends.
Screens होगा देखना.
Mierda.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
Placing sentry.
Bro, Rene, you saw gun, you run like doggy, bro. Why?
Who's next?
Smoke.
Go on my mark.
Heaven. Backside. Bro, one is still mid. Mid top. Heaven. Going heaven.
Enemy spot.
Spike down B.
Grenade! My ult's ready.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Smoking 12.
मैं A जा रहा हूँ वो B आ रहे हैं B जा रहा हूँ वो A आ रहे
This world
हैं
hurt me.
बहनचोद
It's mine. And I will kill to defend it.
इस बहनचोद की नजर लग गई मुझे.
Bro, I will not give smoke until unless you guys call for it.
क्या?
अगर smoke चाहिए तो मुझसे बोलना. Otherwise मैं नहीं कर सकता.
Okay.
Turret out.
इधर आ रही.
Cutting their vision.
Grenade!
Enemy safe. Still in sight.
Here comes the party!
Spike down A.
Tick. My ult ready.
Last player standing.
बहनचोद क्या कर रहे हो हेवन पे ऐसा
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight.
चल यहाँ से मिड पे जा करो प्रो मिड खेल ले ऐसे वीडियो सब जगह पे एक्टिवेट नहीं
हेवन घुस जाएंगे, ठीक है?
करो करो करो, जाओ इसको बुला लो, हमने देखो।
You want to play? Let's play.
Smoke B, smoke.
7-1.
Nice one.
He's out. I'm baiting everyone. I don't care.
Gotcha, fun. My turn.
Run run run.
Variable removed. Grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
One enemy remaining.
पीछे पीछे बैक साइड.
Bomb buddy out.
Back side, I charge.
You could have predicted this. All right, I did.
Spike is B.
We can stand around all day talking about killing them, or we just do it.
अभी तक नहीं कर रहे थे क्या? अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है ठीक है.
Who's next?
Enemy spotted B.
Grenade.
Spike planted.
Go get him.
क्यों नीचे जा, यूटिल लेना तेरे पास.
Ciao.
Last player standing.
भाई केजे की साइड पे कैसे खा रहे हैं वो लोग.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger. No one else can judge you.
तो इसको एंटी यूटिल खिलाना अपनी साइड पे, साथ में इसको ले जाके तेजो को.
वो तो वेट करेगा, बोल दिया ना, चैट पढ़ ले.
ब्रेन डेड ही आते हैं भाई, ब्रेन डेड ही आते हैं. गेम का कुछ नहीं होता, छोड़ लीव हिम, वैसे भी वो यूजलेस है. ए भाई कहाँ दिया है स्मोक?
Here, catch.
Boom.
एक क्लोज सीधा में इधर.
Right here.
ये मैन.
$85 chamber vents.
Spike down A.
तेरे पे आ रहा है वेंट्स.
Right here.
हेवन है क्या? लो प्लांटिंग भी.
Spike
हाँ
planted.
वो अकेले.
वो अकेला हमारा उसमें.
One enemy remaining.
डिफ्यूज कर, डिफ्यूज कर, डिफ्यूज कर.
Area's clear.
Grenade.
Oh no, you don't deserve my inventions.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they drop.
ड्रॉप देना कोई. रुक.
Turret out.
मिड है.
मिड कवर करो, मिड कवर करो.
वेंट रूम के अंदर बैठ जा क्लोज.
80 और B planting.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
like I never left.
नीचे गया नीचे 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 कूदो
Have one of these. Grenade. Headshot.
Grenade is live.
Got one.
साइड
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Satchel out.
भाई
भाई, ये
हेवन है
पहले
खोल दे।
बोलो ना भाई।
तेरे पीछे से ही तो मारा है
Stay alive.
मुझे लगा साइड से वो पीक ले रहा था,
Their
साइड से
life,
मारा
not
होगा।
yours.
मैं तो बूमबॉट गया ना, तो साउंड नहीं आया।
पेंडल का सीन है तेरे पे रुक
Can I get a drop? Thanks. Placing sentry. Quick peeks now.
Placing swarm grenade.
Who's next?
और एक नियॉन भी है।
Spike down A.
हाँ? लोग भी क्या था? योरू नियॉन नहीं है इधर, चेंबर का पता है।
Placing swarm grenade.
शूट दिया योरू रैम्स मैं जो देख रहा है फाइट ले रहा हूँ
Spike down
I
A.
spotted A.
दोनों सिटी
Gun here.
अपने पस्पन।
Turret destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
रैम्स आया।
मैं जो वेट कर रहा
क्या बोल रहे हो रेना भाई?
अरे ये भोसड़ी का ये तेओ बहन जो वहाँ फाइट ले रहा हूँ बैठा हुआ बहन कलंट देख रहा है
मैं पहले बोला था
मैं तो बोल ही बोला, क्या करे अब लोग भाई के पार्टी
Say
में
dada.
कुछ करना
यूजलेस है तू पूरी लाइफ में बनी हुई
Say dada. Say dada.
सबको बाप बोलता फिरता है क्या
Placing sentry.
बहन कलंट चूतिया
Say dada.
लोग भाई ये ऐसे दोस्त कैसे पाल के रख लेते हो? हो जाता है मतलब दिमाग खराब नहीं रहता रियल लाइफ?
किन्नर की पालते हो
कैसे मतलब ऐसे दोस्ती कैसे कर लेते हो? पहली बात तो
हो जाता है
अरे भाई ऐसे लंचेट लोगों के साथ मत क्या करोगे?
bro it's enough
किन्नर फ्रेंड्स
Here comes the
बहन
party.
की चूत तुम्हारी
This is how it ends.
You had your fun. My turn. Woo! Refreshing.
उससे मत मारना क्लोज से।
अरे एक नीचे ही है जस्ट
I'll take it.
97
Last
है
player standing.
अरे
ब्रीच को मार दे 97 है योरू
ब्रिज 31 लोग हैं?
जाना
Spike
भाई
planted.
यहाँ से तेरा हाथ
नाइस ट्राई लेना।
Last round in the half.
पहले पीक लेके रखता ना तो एक को तो उठा नहीं सकता।
Your money. Let me buy a shorty or two.
Placing swarm grenade. Turret out.
I'm here to stay.
You want to play? Let's play.
इसको करना, मैं तो म्यूट कर दिया अभी। करते रहने दीजिए।
Off your feet!
Spike down B. Reloading. One enemy remaining.
ऑपर है देख के। डैमेज है।
लास्ट वन ट्वेल्व पहले
Be grateful I killed you quickly.
Switching sides.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's
Run it again.
क्या हाल है?
तो शिफ्ट वॉक करो फिर एक साथ पूछेंगे ठीक?
Right here. Let's flush them out.
हाय
Turn out.
हाय
क्या हुआ?
That's a kill.
87 चेंबर।
You're done.
मेरे साथ खेलोगे बताओ?
कैसे खेलूंगा? मैच मेकिंग ही नहीं होगा।
शरीफ नहीं
मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करूं मैं?
क्या?
एक रिक्वेस्ट करूं?
क्या?
अरे मैं ओनी वेंडल आई है यार।
खरीद लो।
One enemy remaining.
87 is 87 लो। ये अगर क्लच कर दिया ना तेरा अच्छा। मनी ग्लिच भाई वेलकम बैक। या वैसे ये आपकी मेन आईडी है? हाँ जी मेन आईडी।
I flushed them out, you finished them.
मेरे पास सिर्फ 200 वीपी है।
अच्छा वैसे कर करके कितना 5-6 वीपी का और 200 करके हो जाएगा भाई। खरीद लो 2000 वीपी का तो है।
डायरेक्ट 2100 का लगता है।
अच्छा 2100। हाँ तो ये 2021 से एक ही बात है।
Get on with it.
पहले मैं तो
पुश करवा दो यार।
Placing swarm grenade.
हेलो
बोलो।
कर क्या रहा है तू?
केजे को रैंक पुश करवा दो यार।
Dropping smokes.
ले
टाइम भी नहीं।
Reloading.
और स्मोक स्टिक कर दो। रोटेट
कुर्सी दादा दारा एक तू। देखो
आपका एक दोस्त मिला है भाई मेरे को।
कौन था मेरे दिलो?
भुवनेश्वर।
कहाँ पे?
संकुल में।
अच्छा
का नाम शिवा शंकर महंती है।
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
आपका सरनेम क्या है? लहरी है ना?
हाँ मेरे दोस्त हैं जो मानती है।
ये वही तो दोस्त नहीं है?
नहीं
30 seconds
मेरे
left.
स्कूल में मेरे साथ पढ़ते थे वो कैसे होंगे?
तू हो सकता है।
I got the spike.
मैं कौन सा कैरेक्टर खरीदूं आप बताओ चलो।
कौन सा मतलब नाम?
ओमेन अस्त्रा।
ओमेन खरीदना पड़ रहा है तुझे?
Is everyone's tech still
Omen
working?
Astra,
Double check it
Arborec.
please.
ठीक है क्यों?
देख मैं तो
रोटेट करने में कितना टाइम लगता है हमें बोलो
भाई मैं कर रहा था वो रोटेट ही इधर से मार दिया।
मैं कितनी बार कॉल किया
Where's the spike?
अगर रोटेट करता कब हो जाता है?
स्पाइक तो मेरे पे था भी नहीं तो जो जिस पे था वो रोटेट कर रहा।
स्पाइक तो मेरे पे था। आप कैरेक्टर बताओ ना कौन सा खरीदूं?
एस्ट्रा ले ले।
स्पाइक लो कोई।
क्या नाम? ओमेन नहीं चलेगा क्या?
चलेगा।
बिना सोना मत कर इधर आ।
क्या बात कर रहे हो? चलेगा ना?
आरएनजी कर रहा है।
चलो टॉस कर लेते हैं भाई। 1 आया तो ओमेन खरीदेंगे नहीं तो बचा कुचा खरीद लेंगे।
Grenade. Reloading. Dropping smokes.
बॉट कहां है तेरा? रेस बैक से
Go get him.
मेरे पे गन नहीं है इसलिए मैं घुस नहीं रहा।
Locating targets.
अरे वैन का लड़ छूट के मेरे को ऊपर को करता।
Right here.
रिलोड आ गया। ऊपर हेवन 55। ऊपर है क्लो ऊपर देख।
अरे कवर कर ना।
Last player standing.
ऊपर क्या होता है?
Spike down A.
कि मैं कैसे मर गया? मैं मर के कवर करूं? तेरा ही टीममेट खेल रहा है उसको बोल।
टीममेट है ना? तू भी मेरा टीममेट है वो भी मेरा टीममेट।
मेरा दोस्त है।
अरे भाई तेरे पार्टी में है ना तो उसको तो बोल ही सकता है कवर देने के लिए।
भाई देख, अगर तेरे को खेलना ना तो तेरी पार्टियां बैठा है ये लंड का पिल्ला, इसको समझा दे कि मेरे पे यूटिल वेस्ट ना करे अपनी, वरना इसकी माँ चोतूंगा घर आके। माँ चुदाई ये गेम, माँ चुदाई ये लड़का।
तो मैं जाऊं खेलने?
ये बहन का लंड हिजड़े का पिल्ला, भूसड़ी का उसका वकील बनने के लिए आया क्या रंडी के? माँ की चूत में तेरी बहन के लंड भूसड़ी के हिजड़े का कुत्ते का बच्चा, बहन का लंड हिजड़ा। एवरेज एवरेज है भूसड़ी के तेरे, एवरेज है बहन के लंड, तू एक एवरेज
आ जाओ।
नहीं मरता है कुत्ते की तरह, नहीं मरता ही जाएगा भूसड़ी के रैंक के अंदर, उससे अलग कुछ नहीं कर सकता।
Missiles away. Ignition.
Reloading.
माँ की चूत इसकी लंडी के बच्चे की, मार ग्रेनेड बहन के लंड के।
Enemy spotted A.
Dropping smoke.
Placing swarm grenade.
Swarm grenade.
Reload.
तो एक तरफ आपको अपने से अल्ट आईडी है, ठीक है?
Nice one.
Cutting their vision. Reloading.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ चल चल जिग्नेश।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये अल्ट नहीं होता, ऑल्ट आईडी होता है।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं तेरी तरह अनएम्प्लॉयड नहीं हूँ, बहन के लैंड।
किसी ने पूछा?
Placing sentry. Enemy down.
30 seconds left.
Placing alarm bot. Placing spike planted. Go get him.
मैं इधर खेल रहा हूँ, तू उधर खेल।
बिठा दे।
बिठा दे। हाय।
ऑल्ट आईडी, ऑल्ट। ऑल्ट आईडी, ऑल्ट।
खराबी है।
तेरी नस्ल खराब है भाई, मुल्ला होगा तू पक्का। पक्का मुल्ला होगा तू, अभी चमार होगा। तो सुपर हट के तू कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि तूने पाले हुए किन्नरों के साथ वो ऐसे लोग घूम सकते हैं बस। खराब नस्ल, गंदा खून, कहीं कहीं की जुदाई का पैदा हुआ। ये तुम जैसे लोग ऐसे ही होते हो। क्या बोलूं बताओ, और क्या बोल सकता हूँ तेरे को?
छोड़ो ना भाई, छोड़ो ना यार।
म्यूटेड है,
तेरा बाप है।
छोड़ो ना यार,
रट्टी का पिल्ला।
म्यूट कर दो एक दूसरे को। चलो छोड़ो। क्लोब भाई आप म्यूट कर दो रेना भाई को, रेना भाई आप म्यूट कर दो क्लोब भाई को। चलो खेलो।
You want to play? Let's play.
कूल बन गया हूँ, लौड़ू। एंड का लड़का का भाई।
स्मोकिंग कर।
हाँ।
Grenade. No. Satchel out. Satchel out.
अरे यार मैं डॉज किया था, जिस तरफ डॉज किया उसी तरफ वो गया। योरू ऑन साइड। ये क्या हो रहा है भाई? पता नहीं भाई, ये आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, बताओ मैं क्या करूं? भव्य जी वेलकम, भाग्य जी वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है भाग्य भाई? आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, देखो क्या करेंगे बताओ। मेरे से कोई अच्छे, मेरे से दोनों ही अच्छे बिहेव कर रहे, इसलिए दोनों को म्यूट नहीं कर पा रहा। कॉल वॉल दे रहे हैं मुझे, क्या करूं? साला इंसान करे भी तो क्या करे? टॉक्सिक ना हो तो दिक्कत, हो तो दिक्कत। बड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड लाइफ है। लेफ्ट में नहीं है, राइट पे। योरू तो पिलर खेल रहा था। क्लोब भाई आप जाके प्लान कर दो ना। चलो क्या सेव कर लो।
Do what you're here to do. We won't have a problem.
वो योरू आके मार दिए।
यार तू तो ठीक ही है यार, ये चूतिया है ना। साला बाप की ईएमआई पे खरीदे हुए लैपटॉप।
अरे भाई ठीक है, छोड़ो ना भाई लोग, क्या कर रहे हो, छोड़ो।
अरे भाई लोग क्या बोलता है इन जैसे रंडो के बच्चों को? भाई लोग बोलेंगे बैंड के लंडो को। इनकी बहन नंगी पड़ी रहती है रातों रात रोड पे।
अरे मादर
गेमिंग चाहिए खेलने का सामान। ओ चढ़ी गई चूती।
Who's next?
चल मंगे
भाई ये ना ब्रिज टर्न देगा।
Right here.
Watching garage.
There.
घूमता रहे कोई दिक्कत
Right
नहीं।
here. Right here.
अरे यार
Spike down.
गन ले लो
Got the
हाँ।
spike. Enemy spotted me.
फ्लैश पिक लेगा।
Last player standing.
और एक आ रहा है। नाइस ट्राई।
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think.
क्या करेगा इंसान भाई, क्या करेगा। ये लड़ाई के चक्कर में किसी का एम नहीं लग रहा इन तीनों का। तीनों खेलते ठीक ठाक ही है, मतलब जीतने लायक मैच है। लड़ाई की वजह से
कूल बन रहा रंडी का बिल्ला ब्रेन डेड। रंडी 10 रंडियों से बिला होगा।
Placing swamp grenade. Enemy spotted A.
एक बार क्यों लाने तो लगता नहीं है। करता रहे
No peeking.
चल तेरी बहन की चूत में मारू बहन के लंडी।
नाइस वन भाई।
करता रहे।
Here comes the party.
अब आपने पैर
Spike down A.
भाई लॉल हो रहा है मेरे साथ।
ना जा
लो भी उधर ही है।
All missiles away. I got the spike.
अबे यार लॉल हो रहा है मेरे। ये
30 seconds left.
साले चमार लोग, इनके वजह से मेरी दिमाग का पेशेंस फट रहा है साला। मतलब एक बंदा कर रहा तो समझ में आ रहा है, तीन बंदे क्या करे। कोई ना भाई।
10 seconds left.
साला
Drop in a smoke.
सेव कर लो रहना भाई अब। ये देखो
मैच पॉइंट।
खेल लेते तो जीत जाते भाई।
अरे नाजायज की औलाद बहन चोद। चूती ऐड कर ले तो तेरी तो बहन चोद, तेरी बहन को चोद के जाऊंगा आज रात को घर पे। वीकेंड वैसे ही आ रहा है।
क्या कुछ बोल रहा है क्या?
जीबी रोड पे फेंक दूंगा रंडी की बच्ची को।
कुछ बोल रहा है क्या वो?
ये जिंदगी भर आंट की तरह इसी रैंक में लटके रहते हैं रंडी के बच्चे। पार्टी में क्या इनवाइट कर रहा है? बहन देगा क्या अपनी? बता एक रात के लिए।
आ जा रंडी के पिल्ले इधर आ।
हां देगा अपनी बहन।
स्पाइक डाउन।
मुंबई सर्वर। अरे रंगोली।
Reloading.
अरे यार क्या कर मेरा दिल। शॉर्ट्स कंटेंट मिल गया भाई, शॉर्ट्स कंटेंट।
My ultimate is ready. This is how it ends.
पीना जी मैं अपने मेन आईडी पे ही हूँ अभी भी।
Live munition.
Target down.
One enemy remaining.
Never left.
And now they're all.
नाइस वन भाई।
I'm all out. Killing them is easier than all these radio names.
कैजुअल भी अलग। क्यों जीत रहे हो? मत जीतो।
ऑडेसिटी देखो रंडी के बच्चे की ऑडेसिटी देखो। पैंचो म्यूजिक को
अभी वो कुछ बोल रहा है क्या? मेरे को क्यों नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है? ये किसको बोल रहा है? ऑडेसिटी देखो।
पापा को म्यूट करेगा बहन के लैंड। पैसा कहाँ से आएगा तेरी बहन के पास कपड़े पहनने के लिए?
रुक जा हरा। ए केजे बाड़ू।
Enemy spotted B.
140
Spike
Low.
down B.
लो 140 है पिलर।
See nothing. I got the spike. Reloading. Here, Time's up. You had your fun. My turn.
नाइस वन। ये दोनों इधर नहीं थे। हेवन।
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining.
Good waste.
हराम दादा
Well then,
140 खाता है।
Papaja, if you compromise your position,
थोड़ा सा
Can I get a drop?
बायसा हो जाता तो।
Thanks.
थैंक्स। देख रहे हो गाइस, मेरे से किसी का गिला शिकवा नहीं है। मैं मस्त हूँ। मैं अगर रेना को बोलूंगा तो वो भी मेरा बात सुनेगा, क्लोव को बोलूंगा तो वो भी मेरा बात सुनेगा। आपस में इनकी हो रही है।
Who's next?
On me.
मेरे पास है, मेरे पास भी। किस बहान की नजर लग गई मुझे। किस बांचोद की नजर लग गई मुझे साला। सस्ता भी रहना है। 1v5 मारा, मजा आ जाएगा।
Cutting their vision.
Spike planted.
अरे पैंच सच्ची में जीत रहे क्या?
Last player standing.
Heaven,
One
heaven,
enemy
heaven.
remaining.
हैं ये मरा
Heaven है
कैसे?
वो।
अच्छा अरे
Heaven है
नहीं,
वो।
सॉरी। अरे नहीं, वो मरा ना तो मेरे को लगा वो हेवन से मरा होगा। फिर मैं देखा तो आफ्टर शॉक से मरा।
ये बहन ऐड कर लिया वो ऑलरेडी क्या? आज रात आऊंगा तेरी बहन को जिद्द जला के मारूंगा रंटी की बच्ची को।
अरे भाई भाग गया आपके साथ। भाग गया भाई। वैलोरेंट मेरा साथ नहीं है। कैसी टीम आ रही है, कैसी टीम आ रही है। कैसी टीम आ रही है मेरे को देखो। भाई है साथ में, वरना ऐसा गाली देता बीसी उसका खानदान। ये तो मेरी मम्मी ने मना किया था इसलिए मैंने रुक गया। हाँ, वरना इन जैसों को तो इतनी गाली दूं। वो जो एक मीम नहीं है, ये तो गाली बोलना मना है। ये तो टीवी पे मैं गाली नहीं दे सकता इसलिए चुप हूँ, वरना इन जैसों को तो ऐसा गाली दूं। अरे भाई बाय 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 जिग्नेश भाई, बाय बाय। इस भांचोद की नजर लग गई मुझे। हैं? फैमिली, हाँ ये फैमिली देखती है इसलिए मैं गाली नहीं दे सकता, वरना इनको इनको ऐसा गाली, ऐसा गाली देता, ऐसा गाली देता है कि फिर उसके बाद एक गाली बोल देता है वो। भाई किस भांचोद की नजर लग गई। भांचोद, जिस मैच में सोचता हूँ कि हाँ भाई टीम अच्छी है, मारने वाले मिले हैं टीममेट्स, वो साले आपस में लड़ते हैं। अरे सामने वालों से लड़ो, आपस में नहीं लड़ो, सामने वालों से लड़ो। लाइफ ऑफ अ स्ट्रीमर, लाइफ ऑफ अ पोलाइट वैलोरेंट प्लेयर जो पिसता रहता है। चलो एक और कॉम कॉम तो खेलेंगे, मैं देख रहा हूँ मेरे दोस्त लोग आएंगे तो पूछ लेता हूँ, तो फिर उनके लिए मैं रुकूं कि नहीं रुकूं, वही एक सेकेंड पूछता हूँ पहले। पूछता हूँ, रुको इसको क्या नंबर था इसका। अच्छा रुको सर्च ही कर लेते हैं ना। आ रहा है दोस्त, आ रहा है गाइस, दोस्त आ रहा है। किस साला एकदम किस बांचोद की नजर लगी है। रैंक पुश ही नहीं हो पा रहा है। डायमंड से जो गिरा हूं मैं, हैं आज एक ही जीता हूं, 7 विन चाहिए। डायमंड से जो मैं गिरा हूं एकदम अलग किस बांचोद की। रुको पहले साइन आउट करके आईडी में साइन इन करने दो। मैं खेलूं साथ में, ब्रॉन्ज हूँ। रुको मैं एक बार दूसरा आईडी से ही वैसे भी खेल ही रहा हूँ, देखता हूँ कितने बंदे आ रहे हैं मेरे दोस्त वाले। अगर स्लॉट रहता है तो पीना भाई भी बोल रहे थे, आप भी हो तो 2 स्लॉट अगर रहते तो दोनों को बुला लेता हूँ, वरना फिर देखना पड़ेगा। पहले देखता हूँ क्योंकि इनके लॉबी पे मैं जा रहा हूँ, मैं मेरे लॉबी पे ये नहीं आ रहे, दिक्कत वो है। अरे सिड भाई क्या हाल है? अरे बड़े कैसे हो सिड भाई, वेलकम वेलकम द स्ट्रीम। भाई सिड भाई आप 15-20 मिनट पहले आते ना, इतना फुल एंटरटेनमेंट पैकेज मिलता ना आपको, हंस हंस के आप पागल हो जाते भाई। ठीक है बताता हूँ क्या हुआ, रुको पहले ये लॉगिन कर देने दो। साला दूसरा आईडी कहाँ है मेरा, हाँ हम्म बढ़िया बढ़िया। लगता है आज मैचेस खत्म कर दिए रात के पहले ही। नहीं एक्चुअली आज जल्दी स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट किए थे, तो मतलब मैं और कल भी 1 बजे ही आना है, तो मैं वॉच पार्टी वाले दिन ना थोड़ा जल्दी स्ट्रीम बंद कर देता हूँ। एंड अब मैं मेन आईडी पे ही खेल रहा था, बस अभी दूसरे जो अपने मेरे सिल्वर वाले फ्रेंड्स बुला रहे हैं तो मैं उनके साथ खेलने के लिए मैं सेकंड आईडी पे लॉगिन करके खेल रहा हूँ। सैटरडे संडे एक बार हो जाने दो वॉच पार्टी, फिर नॉर्मल वीकडेज पे अपन रात को जैसे खेलते हैं पूरा लेट नाइट तक वैसे खेल सकते हैं, वैसा कोई सीन नहीं है। बस क्योंकि मेरे को ना फिर नींद पूरी नहीं होती, फिर मेरे को नींद आती है वॉच पार्टी के टाइम में, तो दिक्कत हो जाती है, समझ रहे हो? हाँ, हमें लगा रात में खेलोगे। अरे मतलब खेलूंगा, मतलब वैसे भी अभी 1-2 मैच ही खेलूंगा, ज़्यादा नहीं खेलूंगा। एक सेकेंड, ये मेरा ऑल्ट आईडी है ना? हाँ हाँ हाँ, चलो एक तो दोनों का नाम सेम है, कभी कंफ्यूज हो जाता हूँ कि मेरा ऑल्ट आईडी है ना। भाई जो एंटरटेनमेंट पैकेज है ना भाई, अरे भाई मैं कल आ सकता हूँ, मैं तो बकचोदी कर रहा था। अच्छा कल आ सकते हो? तब तो देखना पड़ेगा भाई, क्योंकि मैं हर दिन नहीं खेलता अपने मेन आईडी से। कोई बात नहीं, आराम से खेलो, हमारी तो बाकी आईडीज भी अनफॉर्चुनेटली प्लेट पे है। अच्छा मैं इनके लिए एक आईडी अपना रखता ही हूँ कि भाई इनके साथ खेल सकूँ, बकचोदी हो सकता है, समझ रहे हो? इसलिए कल कितने बजे खेलोगे? कल तो अपने 1 बजे से वॉच पार्टी है, तो कल वही 7-7:30 को वॉच पार्टी ख़त्म होगा, तो फिर अपने जैसे नॉर्मली वही 7:30 बजे खेलूँगा। मेन आईडी से ही खेलता हूँ, मतलब बहुत कम ही अपने इस आईडी से खेलता हूँ। ये वो कल दोस्तों से बात हुई थी तो बुला लिया इसीलिए। और सिड भाई क्या हाल, कैसा गया दिन? है मेरे दो वर्ल्ड कप दोस्त है, बट वही है कि उन्हें जीतने का शौक है, तो करके प्लेट आ गए दोनों। अच्छा नाइस नाइस नाइस। और बताओ चैट। भाई पानी पियो, भाई पानी पियो, पानी पियो। आई नो आप लोगों ने पानी नहीं पिया, पानी पियो, सेहत के लिए अच्छा होता है। रुको, फिर आज सेंटिनल्स का मैच भी तो है, सेंटिनल्स का मैच देखेंगे भाई। दिन तो मस्त, अब रात देखते हैं कैसे जाएगा अकेले वैलो में। अच्छा यार सिद्धांत भाई माफ करे यार, थोड़ा वॉच पार्टी वाले दिन ना वैसा सीन हो जाता है मेरा। मैं तो अभी स्ट्रीम बंद करता हूँ, मतलब आप देखोगे यूजुअली मैं 10 बजे वॉच पार्टी वाले दिन 9-10 घंटे हो जाते हैं, मैं स्ट्रीम बंद कर देता हूँ फिर, क्योंकि मेरे को बाद में बाकी के वो एडिटिंग भी करने होते हैं, शूट भी करने होते हैं। ये तो दोस्त थोड़ा बुला लिए तो इसलिए खेलने आ गया। भाई यहाँ कोई ब्रॉन्ज सिल्वर का क्यों नहीं है भाग्य जी? ये तो थोड़ा सा ब्रॉन्ज सिल्वर का मेरा एक दोस्त है, ये देखो ये आयरन में बैठा हुआ है, इसके साथ आप खेल सकते हो। ये फिर दोस्त की आईडी से ही खेल लूंगा मैं। मेन को कौन दिमाग खराब करे? हाँ वो भी है, मेन को जब कल परसों अपन साथ खेलेंगे तब खेल लेंगे। अरे जल्दी आ। हो थोड़ा सा सिगरेट फूकेगा गाइस ऑन स्ट्रीम? सिगरेट फूकना है? बिग डैडी हूँ मैं, सिगरेट फूक रहा हूँ। वो अलग बात है, स्वीट दिख गया था। इसे इसका डीसी मांग के दे दो। डीसी हाँ मांग के देता। अरे टेंशन नहीं है, कल दिन में तो भी नहीं हो पाएगा मेरा, प्रॉब्लम बाहर रहूंगा अब तो, फिर परसों रात में ही खेलेंगे साथ। यस परसों रात खेलते। भाई सिगरेट ऐसा ना बोलो, स्पीकर पे है पीसी, सुन लिया ना अगर किसी ने तो जिंदा नहीं कुछ। अरे माफ करो सिरम भाई, सॉरी। क्या हाल है?
आ गया भाई।
बुला भाई, मारुति को बुला।
रुक जा, मारुति बोला वो, और 15 मिनट में आएगा, तू तब तक डीएम लगाए। चल
डीएम 15 मिनट में आएगा या आधा घंटा लगेगा?
आधा घंटा तेरे पकड़ ले। चल ठीक है, कॉम्पी ही लगा दे। चल या एक डीएम लगा दे पहले। हाँ
अरे कॉम्पी डायरेक्ट क्या, तू भी
ठीक है भाई। हाँ मादर चौदह, ऑल्टरनेट अकाउंट है तो कॉम्पी डायरेक्ट ना।
अरे
अच्छा
जिताता हो ना तुझे, रुक क्यों टेंशन लेता है।
और बता भाई, आज कैसा चल रहा है स्ट्रीम?
बढ़िया चल रहा है मेरा तो सब।
कौन जीता आज मैचेस?
मैच फाउंड।
आज DRX और T1 का था वो मतलब बोल सकता है VCT पैसिफिक का इंडिया पाकिस्तान के क्रिकेट मैच जैसा है। तो उसमें
अच्छा।
DRX जीत गई। पिछली बार T1 जीती थी, और T1 जीत के ना वहाँ पे DRX के मुंह पे बोलती है हु इज द बेस्ट टीम इन कोरिया नाउ, ऐसा। तो भाई वो ना इसलिए बहुत हेवी राइवलरी थी, और इस बार DRX जीत गई 2-0 से।
तो तेरा मतलब पूरे एपैक में तेरा फेवरेट टीम कौन है? पूरा एपैक में अगर तुम बोलेगा।
पूरा ऑल ओवर VCT।
हाँ
ऑल ओवर VCT तो सेंटिनल्स।
नहीं ऑल ओवर VCT नहीं, मतलब एशियन सर्वर।
अच्छा पैसिफिक का खाली।
हाँ
पैसिफिक में तो पेपर एक्स।
अच्छा।
और मतलब थोड़ा सा इंडिया के लिए ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स, लेकिन ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का जिस दिन रोस्टर ठीक आ जाएगी।
हाँ मैं सुना वो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का एक प्लेयर है वो एसके रॉसी, वो अच्छा खेलता है।
हाँ वो उसको निकाल दिया ना, जिस दिन उसको निकाले उसी दिन से तो मैं ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स को थोड़ा सपोर्ट बंद हो गया मेरा भाई।
क्यों?
पता नहीं क्यों निकाले भाई, मतलब उसका फॉरेन प्लेयर साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं बैठ रहा था अकॉर्डिंग टू द ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स स्टाफ मेंबर्स। उसको और लाइटनिंग फास्ट दोनों को निकाल दिए, दोनों इंडियंस।
Select your agent.
क्या लू मैं लू क्या?
ऐसा गंवार लोग ना जो लोग लास्ट मिनट में चेंज करते हैं, मेरा झांड जलता है। रखा तो था खुशी अभी नहीं फेड गांड चाटेंगे।
भाई तू इसके पहले ना मेरे स्ट्रीम पे आता ना, एंटरटेनमेंट पैकेज मिलता भाई। 2 बंदे आए थे, मतलब 3 बंदे थे, और मैं एक मेरे दोस्त के साथ खेल रहा था, ठीक है। उसमें से वो 3 में 2 पार्टी में थे और एक अलग था सोलो। साला उससे आपस में ना उनकी लग गई। हाँ और लगी कैसे, वो जो 2 डुओ थे उसमें से एक बंदा मेरे साथ चढ़ा था। हाँ और रेना फिर पता नहीं आउट ऑफ नोवेयर मेरे को बचाने के लिए ऐसा बोले के लिए, अरे छोड़ना वो चूतिया, तू खेल अपना, ऐसा। हाँ वैसे में फिर उन दोनों का शुरू हो गया भाई। वो तीनों सुन, हम लोग ऐसे स्टार्ट हो रहा राउंड है, तेरी माँ का है, तेरी माँ का MC BC DC RC जो बोल सब बोल रहे भाई। ये वो जो तेव लिया था वो रेना को अपना ही मोली डाल रहा है, रेना स्पाइक लेके खड़े हो जा रहा है भाई। मैं भाई और भाई। दोनों मेरे को, हाँ भाई मैंने रेज लिया था, रेज पुश करेगा क्या? रुक मैं तेरे को स्मोक देता हूँ, रेना फ्लैश देता हूँ, रुक में। भाई मेरे साथ सब ठीक चल रहा है उनका आपस में, लेकिन लड़ रहे हैं भाई अलग।
अच्छा है भाई, एंटरटेनमेंट भाई
पूरा भाई। तू
बी
पूरा तू स्ट्रीम देखता ना भाई, तू भी हंस के पागल हो जाता भाई।
बी पे बंदे
आ रहा।
Blinded.
Focusing.
भाई मेरे को शॉक डार्ट लगा है, वो मेरे को चोट दिया है मेरा है।
पीक क्यों ले रहा है? फिर बेटर है
भाई वो शॉक डार्ट में
अभी नहीं, अभी पीक मत ले, अभी पीक मत ले, अभी बेटर है, इनको बेट कर। ग्लोबल esports का तो अलग ही है भाई, इतना गंदा रोस्टर रहता है और ऊपर से अजीब से लोग। नहीं मतलब ये वाला रोस्टर भी सही है। इवन आप देखोगे ना, मोनिये टेक्सचर वाला जो था पिछले बार वाला,
45 वोमेन
मोनिये टेक्सचर जब थे ग्लोबल esports में, वो भी सही था। लेकिन अभी देखो मोनिया कैसा खेल रहा है, टेक्सचर कितना अच्छा खेल रहा है। मेन दिक्कत है ना, उनको टाइम नहीं दे रहे हैं। एक सीजन खराब हुआ तो भाई प्लेयर चेंज करवा दो, तो वैसा थोड़ी होता है भाई, तुम थोड़ा टाइम।
वो तो है भाई, मतलब एक बार टीम को देखने बनने दो कि मतलब।
हाँ, क्योंकि और ऐसा भी नहीं है ना कि वो पांचों प्लेयर्स पहले से साथ खेल रहे थे, सब अलग अलग से ही आए हैं। तुम टाइम तो दो। अब पता है वो मोनिया टेक्सचर जो ग्लोबल esports के लिए खेलते थे, वो अभी RRQ और जेंजी के लिए खेल रहे हैं। टॉप फ्रैगर ऐसे ऐसे कि अकेले 1v4 क्लच करते हैं, जिताते हैं टीम को, ऐसा।
अरे बाप रे।
तो भाई वो प्लेयर सोच हमारे ग्लोबल esports में थे और उनके वजह से वो टीम अभी जीत रही है। तो भाई वो ऐसा प्लेयर लाने के बाद वही ना, मतलब ये तो वही बात हो गई, साला टीम में सचिन तेंदुलकर है लेकिन फिर भी हार रहे हो।
हाँ, साइफर क्या कर रहा है? ए तेरी कौन?
Hawk out.
Show me a target.
बंदे लो स्मोकर 40 साइफर। वो चूतिया लौड़ा, तब से देख रहा बंदे हैं वो खड़े हो के मुठ मार रहा है। वो देख भाई, क्लोव अपना साइफर का कैमरा पे मार रहा है।
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
इसका ये है।
छोड़ लेने दे क्या
here.
अरे कुमार।
मरपिंग।
अरे वो आते गए मेरे क्रॉसर में। मैं तो शील्ड तक नहीं लिया था।
मरपिंग और चिचवाटा।
वही है ना भाई, ऑल फ्लाइपर्स भी अगर बहुत अच्छा खेले तब भी ये लोग पता नहीं क्यों सबको इधर उधर करते रहते हैं, टीम में सिनर्जी ही नहीं बन पाती है। हाँ वही सिनर्जी की इशू है, क्या ही करेगा इंसान।
अरे यार चूतिया लड़क लोग।
मिड टॉप होगा, पूछना
मिड पे बंदे।
Not bad.
ओमेन पे ऑफ है।
Focusing.
अरे साला
No peeking.
तीनों उधर है,
I'm a cage trigger.
तीनों उधर है भाई।
They found my
Where are you? Hawk out.
मार बे।
reload.
Right where I thought. Hawk out. Blinded.
छोड़। हाँ अंडर हेवन जज है।
One enemy remaining.
अंडर हेवन जज।
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
अबे अच्छा जज था।
बोल रहा हूँ साले अंडर हेवन जज।
Reloading.
अच्छा मुझे सुनाई दिया अंडर हेवन है।
अच्छा
Side of this gig.
अरे यार ऑफ उठा लेता।
As many days later.
भाई मेरा ना स्पीकर भाई मेरे को स्लो रखना पड़ता है, क्यों पता है? अगर मैं ज्यादा जोर कर दूं ना फिर आवाज फट जाता है।
अच्छा तो ईयरफोन्स क्यों नहीं लगाता?
बहुत मेहनत लगता है भाई।
चुप साला। मेहनत लगता है, कितना मस्त सा आवाज आएगा, सब पता चलता रहेगा। मेहनत लगता भाई लोग, वो भाई, ओ भाई, ओ भाई।
हाँ ये बी रश हो जा रहा है भाई, ये सोवा की माँ का।
Show me a target. No distractions.
Last player
भाई
standing.
ये सारे मर गए।
ये से साइड
भाई वो पूरा ऑफ एंगल पे आ गया था
भाई, मेरे को पता भी नहीं, सारे मर गए। मैं आराम से इसलिए अपने स्पॉन पे मार रहा हूँ ताकि जिंदा रह सकूं।
नहीं नहीं ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। अबे ये लोग आगे चल जा रहा है ना, और एक क्लोज सारा स्मोक भी नहीं कर रहा है मेन पे।
लो भाई, आप जब आ रहे हो तो स्मोक कर दो।
हाँ
एस के बदले एस।
मेन पे स्मोक कर रहे, अगर बंदे आ रहे हैं तो स्मोक कर। ये हो सकते देखिए,
उधर ही है।
Someone is A.
Not enough.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
अरे माँ कसम, चाकू निकाल के मार।
Reloading.
Oops. No one to interrogate.
मारो साला, दो ही गोली।
Reloading.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait. Okay. It's fine.
भाई ये वाला तो मेरा अगर अभी ये वाला जीत गया तो गोल्ड हो जाएगा गलती से। शिट।
गोल्ड और ब्रॉन्ज भी खेल सकता है, वैसे कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
खेल सकता है ना, वरना 5 मैन करना पड़ेगा। मोटा आजकल क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है?
मार है लौड़ा, बोल रहा हूँ कुत्ता करने दो, वो अपना दो बंदे भी मेन पे। पीछे आ जा फिर।
Heal.
I stopped their raise. Focusing.
अरे इधर छिपा हुआ है।
One enemy remaining.
मार। क्या
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
भाई तुम ले भाई, अंधा पूरा सब स्किन खरीदना, क्या जाएगा।
अरे मेन है कि मैं अभी थोड़ा पार्ट्स अपग्रेड कर रहा हूँ ना, जैसे अभी देख माउस किया, फिर एक कीबोर्ड करूंगा तो उसमें सारे पैसे
भाई स्किन सारा खरीद ले भाई, मजा आएगा।
एक दिन इतना बड़ा स्ट्रीमर बनूंगा कि ऐसे सारे खरीद लूंगा। पेड कैन यू बाय?
हाँ भाई।
Thank you.
ब्रॉन्ज वाले सिर्फ आयरन एंड मैक्स सिल्वर्स के साथ खेल सकते हैं, गोल्ड के साथ नहीं। क्या बात है, शिट, तो हारना पड़ेगा।
My ult is ready.
Spike down A.
Show me a target.
One enemy remaining.
अरे बेटे,
I guess that's it.
Well, I reckon morale's gonna be pretty low over there.
लौड़ा नाम भी हार्ड रहता है लोगों का। लौड़ा मेरा में एक बंदा है, उसका नाम है भड़वास।
These attacks aren't very professional, huh?
The hunt begins.
सोवा बी पे कैंप कर रहा है, ठीक है आराम से।
No chance. Show me a target.
Where is everyone?
Spike
I
down
know
A.
exactly where you are.
चलो ये जाएगा।
There, take them! Mark one. You're blind with fear.
Right.
Left.
Have a kick.
सोवा मिनट पे दो।
भी जा रहे हो। हारना पड़ेगा बोल के सीधा 3K। अरे वो तो अब
Spike
जा रहे हैं।
planted.
साले क्रॉसर में क्या ही करूं।
Reloading. Where are you?
भाई का सोवा शॉट मार रहा है भाई तब से एक।
No peeking.
Last player
कौन सा
standing.
शॉट मार रहा है?
80 टाइम सोवा। Not house me.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in between
Oh,
us
yeah.
and victory.
मार छोड़ना पड़ेगा। ऑफ कर लाहिरी क्या लौड़ा
करूँ क्या? नेड करता हूँ आप।
दो बंदे बी।
Spike down mid.
अरे यार
अरे बाल।
Try again.
वहीं पे ही हैं दोनों, वहीं पे ही हैं दोनों।
Just सामने।
Back like I never left.
Last player standing.
120 raise.
Spike planted.
रेस चूदिया उनका तो आराम से ले शुरू कर दो।
अरे माय बैड। पता नहीं कहाँ मेन पे।
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
वही ना, मैं ऑफ करूँगा ना तो गेम स्लो हो जाता है, दिक्कत वो है।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं, आराम से खेल।
मैंने ऑफ शॉट्स मिस भी की, बहुत की।
Focusing. No distractions.
Spike planted.
Found one. Time to hunt. They're concussed. Bring them down.
भाई
Last player standing.
बम मारा था।
Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
सुबह से गलत ही मर रहे हैं, हाँ ना?
Yalla, Sheena.
हारना पड़ेगा बोल के सच्ची में हारेंगे क्या? चलो बी आ रहा है।
बी में स्मोक कर।
तो कर ही नहीं सकता, ऑफ कर रहा है मुड़ पे।
ओमेन अंदर टीपी क्या शायद साइड के अंदर।
Breaking them.
Spike down mid.
माथा चुप। वहीं पे है, वहीं पे है।
Making cover.
One enemy remaining.
80 lower is.
I'll find you.
थोड़ा लगना भी तो चाहिए कि मैं स्मर्फ नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
I knew your every move.
Last round in the half.
Don't find anything.
Last chance to use
रेज
that
लेना
stuff.
चाहिए था मुझे। उड़ के मारता मुंह में पूरा।
I need a gun.
थोड़ा सा
Thank
बाय
you.
सा हो जाता तो। थैंक यू।
Where are they?
Where are you?
क्या रिवील दे रहा है? अपने आप को रिवील कर रहा है ये।
Drop in a smoke. No peeking. Reloading.
मेन पे डाला ना।
ये मेन पे बंदे हैं।
हाँ ये देख। हाय
Show me a target.
अरे अरे अंदर आ गया।
भाई ये क्या
Player standing.
लकी मर रहा हूँ, नो स्कोप मर गया मैं।
Omen killed.
30
My ult
seconds
is ready.
left.
There, take them.
Spike planted.
Nice try.
ठीक है, 6 हो जाएगा।
Switching sides.
Where will they go this time?
बात तो सही है, स्मर ज्यादा नहीं करना चाहिए। हाँ ना, फिर बैन दे देंगे।
क्या हुआ?
तो ज्यादा स्मर होने से फिर लगता है ना बैन।
बैन स्मर से?
हाँ, ज्यादा अच्छा मारने लगेगा। सोच रहा अभी 35 किल कर दिया, अभी 12 राउंड पे तो लग जाएगा।
क्या मजाक है?
ये तो ऐसा लग।
Enemy mid.
चल यहाँ पे
साइफर का ट्रिप है लेकिन क्या है, तुम मर गया? क्या मजाक है भाई?
थोड़ा मरना पड़ेगा।
ये भरोसे खेल रहे हैं, क्या
अरे
मजाक कर रहे
जीतेंगे
हैं?
जीतेंगे, टेंशन क्यों ले रहा है? जीतेंगे, तू आराम से खेल, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। किसी बहन चोद की नजर लग गई है।
Enemy spotted. Our spike carriers down.
Spike down.
वो कहाँ
Attacker
spawn पे
spawn.
पिल रहा है बे?
Bring them down. Reloading. There. I have the spike.
गाड़ में घुस जाएगा वो भाई।
मार धोती खोल नेमेसिस।
Last player standing.
मेन टाइम पे आया भाई।
ये दिक्कत है वैलो की, अगर दोस्तों के साथ खेलना है तो लो आईडी आना पड़ता है। अगर दोस्तों लो रैंक के हैं तो हाँ वो तो है। वो एक्चुअली देखोगे हर रैंक वाले गेम का ही वैसा है। आप मतलब BGMI का ऐसा अलग है, वो तो छोड़ दो, बट नॉर्मली ऐसा ही होता है और वो होनी चाहिए भाई, वरना भाई मैं अभी इमॉर्टल, मैं अभी दोस्त को लेके खिला रहा हूँ, उसका भी रैंक अप हो गया, समझ रहे हो, या वो मार नहीं पा रहा तो वो गेम में फ्रस्ट्रेट हो रहा है, वैसा आइदर और सिचुएशन होगा।
भड़वा है भाई, मेरे को बॉडी ब्लॉक कर रहा है।
Enemy mid.
अरे हाँ, क्रॉसर मेरा।
Last player standing.
और एक है, मार और एक, इसोबा को मार। थारा भाई जोगिंदर। अब मारेगा देख।
बी चलो बे, बी चलो।
Just a good crime scene etiquette.
बी चलो भाई। अरे तो इसका मैच देखा है ये एनआरजी और 100 की?
हाँ कल ही तो देख रहा था।
बहुत खराब खेलता है भाई वो
एफएनएस खराब नहीं खेलता है वो, अबे वन ऑफ द लेजेंड्स है वे गेम के, सीएस और ये सब।
भाई लेकिन हाँ अभी नहीं देख रहा तो बेकार में हेड मिल रहा है मेरे को लगा।
हाँ
गेम में थोड़ा टट्टी है भाई। अरे कुत्ता मेरा कुत्ता फंसा दिया भाई। है बंदा आगे, बंदा है। चलो चलो चलो।
अरे अटका दिया यार बॉडी।
क्या मजाक है भाई, वो कुछ भी मार रहा है
भाई। नॉर्मल गन चलाओ ना भाई, क्लोव।
Planted the spike.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
चला दे, गन चला।
ओ भाई
मेरे को 19 पॉइंट और चाहिए एसेंडेंट होने में। जॉर्ड
कौन एसेंडेंट हो रहा है?
एक चैट में दोस्त मनी की क्लोव भाई, गन से मारी नहीं जा रही।
अरे भाई भाई
क्या बोल रहा है?
लोग भड़वा
अबे ऑप से उसको 3 शॉट्स मिले, वो मैंने साइफर किसी एक को भी मार देता, दोनों उसके पीओवी पे थे तो जीत गए थे।
0N.
फेड बेचारा इतना ट्राई हार्ड कर रहा है। ऑप होगा देख के साइफर।
Got the spike.
बहन जो दो बंदे सामने भाई। ऑप
Spike down A. Last player standing.
वो जैसा भेज किया तेरे को भाई कि तुम मरेगा कब हो जाएगा।
Thinking out loud.
बाद में पीक करो। अच्छा
सुन फेड, यहाँ पे खड़े रहे, तू प्रॉलर कर, ठीक है? मैं घुसता हूँ एंड फिर यहाँ ये वाला मेन जहाँ पे लिखा वो पोजी लूंगा मैं, फिर अपना स्काई फ्लैश करेगा साइड, फिर मैं घुसूंगा, ठीक है? प्रॉलर कर।
Bring them down. Bring them down.
पीछे आजा।
चलो चलो ज्यादा
यहाँ चलते भाई। भाई रेस जस्ट मुंह के सामने है
भाई। हील कर दे ओए, नेमेसिस हील कर।
हील कर दूं उसको।
और हील कर।
Stopping fire.
अरे मार। अबे
down A.
हाँ तू गन चेंज कर, शॉपिंग कर तू वहाँ पे, तू साले
भाई
शॉपिंग
मेरा भाई तुम नहीं जानता भाई, मेरा माउस की तो दिक्कत दे रही है भाई।
Breathe. Then commit.
भाई स्लो खेलो, ऐसा डायरेक्ट मत घुसो भाई। एक टीडीएम खेलने गया और यहाँ पे तो सही में हारने लगे। वही ना बोला ना, हारना पड़ेगा, मैं मारूंगा तो दिक्कत हो जाएगा, इनको मारने दो पहले। स्काई एक मिड पे फ्लैश दियो, यहाँ फुटेगा, यहाँ पे फुटना चाहिए, देखिए सेंटर पे ऊपर फुट गया।
Spike down B.
You're finished.
साइफर पीछे आजा।
Our spike is down.
Spike down B.
One over, one
Our
पीछे देख।
spike is down.
अबे पीछे आ गया।
I know exactly where you are.
Marked one.
Focusing.
Smoke है भाई।
Who else?
Last player
अरे
standing.
यार
हो जाएगा।
2 बुलेट मारा वो, पता है, एक वो हेड पे।
भाई सच बता रहे हैं, मेरा एम नहीं है, पर मेरा गेम सेंस है कि अंदर नहीं जाना। ये साइफर और ये क्लोज दोनों का गेम सेंस भी नहीं है।
When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that
मैं
weight.
लोग मुंह पे जाके मर के आ रहा है।
क्या बोलेंगे, रुक मैं इसको उठाता। ऑपर को उठाता हूँ मैं यहाँ पे, रुक, ये वाले को ना ऑपर को उठाता हूँ। साला वो गांडू कैसे चिरांडू फटेगा, देख उसका भी।
कर मैं तेरा बॉडीगार्ड।
Focusing. No distractions.
नहीं है उधर।
I got the spike.
Enemy spotted. Mid.
Making cover.
Back like I never
मैं
left.
जा रहा हूँ, बीच पे जा रहा हूँ।
अरे क्या चिप ट्रिक्स खेल रहा है। साइफर उधर है ए पे, डोर तो दे दे।
Enemy A.
ये भी बोलना पड़ेगा ब्रो।
अरे कभी डोर मैं बंद करता।
हाँ वाह।
Spike planted.
फिर तू मेन खेल, आएगा तो अल्ट मारना। मार्केट आए, वो स्नाइपर ले लेके आ रहा है, ठीक है, देख के पिक मत ले। होल्ड कर तू। लेफ्ट साइड से आ रहे।
One enemy remaining.
नाइस।
The last of them. Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead.
Just take a recap.
आ जाओ ये आ जाओ।
Reloading.
Time to mobilize my.
प्रॉलर करके घुस। अरे स्मोक तो दे दे यार क्लोव, आप देगा मुंह पे। एक ढंग का स्मोक नहीं आ रहा, ना खेल पा रहा है, किल कर पा रहा है।
Where is everyone hiding?
The hunt begins.
महारथी को बुला दे।
Enemy down.
तब तक तू कॉल कर महारथी को।
Reloading.
अल्ट मार के घुस जा।
Nightmare, take that. I'll find you.
देख के ट्रिप होगा।
30 seconds left.
Carrier is
Last
killed.
player standing. Spike down A.
3 out of 5.
ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
क्या हुआ? नहीं आ रहा।
One enemy remaining.
4 out of 5. I have retrieved the spike.
लेफ्ट साइड था, लेफ्ट साइड था।
Defenders win.
हाँ क्या बोल रहा है वो? नहीं आएगा?
अरे उसकी दादी का थोड़ा कुछ इशू है, वो नहीं होगा।
अच्छा, और कोई दोस्त है क्या तेरा?
कोई नहीं, मोटा को तो बुलाएंगे, चूती देगा एक तो आएगा नहीं।
क्यों नहीं खेलता आजकल?
क्या
क्यों नहीं खेलता आजकल वो?
पता नहीं भाई, उसको बोलेंगे तो मुचोदी देगा भाई।
क्या बोलेगा?
नहीं भाई सोना है ये वो, तो उससे बेटर मैं नहीं बोलता हूँ।
तो सोता है इतना जल्दी तो उठता कब है?
सोता पोता नहीं है, पता नहीं कुछ तो करता है लौड़ा रात भर बैठ के, पर वो ऐसे ही पड़ा रहेगा बिस्तर पे।
अच्छा,
तेरा ये भी बंदा अंदर है क्या?
नहीं मेरा तो कोई दोस्त नहीं है। तू एक बार पूछ देख कि आएगा क्या, मैं खेल।
किसको? मोटा को?
हाँ मोटा को पूछ, 1-2 मैच खेले पूछ, क्या पता है।
ठीक है रुक पूछता हूँ।
हाँ
हाँ हाँ हेलो।
बोल।
ये वो वही बोला कि उसका किच किच हो रहा है, वो मुझे दिया तो नहीं आएगा। लगा तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं, अपन दोनों खेलेंगे भाई। अरे तुझे पता है नाइट मार्केट में ओनी फैंटम आया है?
ओनी आया है? क्या बात।
हाँ ओनी आया है और सोवरेन ओडिन आया है।
सोवरेन ओडिन अभी, हाँ इसका नाइट मार्केट में देखते हैं क्या है। अबे ये दोनों में सेम क्यों आ रहा है मेरा?
और भाई मेरा रिकॉन का चाकू भी आया है, बटरफ्लाई नाइफ।
अच्छा अबे ये अभी ऐसा कुछ कर दिया क्या दोनों अकाउंट में सेम ही होगा अगर डिवाइस सेम है तो?
नहीं वैसा कुछ नहीं है।
तो मेरा वो मेन आईडी का ही नाइट मार्केट इधर दिखा रहा है।
कोइंसिडेंस होगा।
तो तू कुछ ले रहा है क्या स्किन?
नहीं रे भाई। देखते हैं, लेने दे अभी कौन क्या ले रहा है।
क्या लूं?
स्मोक्स नहीं है
मेरे पे। ओमेन अनलॉक नहीं, रुक इसके बाद ओमेन अनलॉक करता हूँ। स्मोकर
हाँ,
में
तुम स्मोक्स में ओमेन खेल लो, ओमेन मजेदार है भाई।
खेलते इसके बाद देखते हैं अनलॉक भाई कि नहीं। किस्मत का खेल है नाइट मार्केट। यस नाइट मार्केट तो भाई हैवी किस्मत का।
वो तो है भाई। थोड़ा सेंटिनल ही एक अच्छा ले लेता बड़वा।
Okay, mia familia. Leave the fireworks to me. Should be plenty loud.
बता
for you to
जीतना
have
है कि
some
हारना
fun.
है ये मैच?
जीतेंगे भाई, जीतेंगे।
जीतना है ना, चलो तेरा ब्रॉन्ज 1 हो गया ना, ब्रॉन्ज 2 करवाते हैं।
भाई मैं आज तक जिंदगी में भाई ब्रॉन्ज ये के ऊपर आ नहीं पाया। पता है आज मेरे एक में एक असेंडेंट का बंदा आया चैट में, तेरे को दिखा भाई, उसे मैं कुत्तों की तरह मारा, पर भाई मेरे को समझ नहीं आता ये गेम क्लासिक में क्या
होता है क्लासिक में मेन है कि वो रहता है ना। नहीं चाहिए। अच्छा तो मैं तो उधर हूँ नहीं। क्लासिक में मेन बहुत सिचुएशंस रहता है ना कि ये यूटिल वो यूटिल।
Multiple enemies A. Enemy spotted A. Enemy. Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted.
Adieu.
Got one.
अरे यार कितना कॉर्नर बैठा हुआ है, चेक किया।
Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining.
There only. Outside.
Another death.
Last player standing.
Reload आ गया।
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
चेंबर भी लौड़ा तो तुम देखा कि वहाँ पे तुम जहाँ मरा वो जा रहा है ट्री।
हाँ वही तो पता नहीं चलता बे, माँ बोल भी दिया फिर भी।
Come on, let's go.
क्या?
Enemy spotted A.
Sage chamber C.
Enemy spotted A.
मेरे पास स्मोक
Last player standing.
लगा ही नहीं।
Goodbye. When Reina gets started, it's hard to stop her. I'd like to avoid that, please.
अब तो इनको दिखाना पड़ेगा फ्लेक्स निंजा गेम। चल तेरे हिसाब से बेस्ट कंट्रोलर कौन है वीसीटी में?
मतलब प्लेयर या एजेंट?
अरे प्लेयर
वीसीटी में बेस्ट कंट्रोलर मेरे को तो बोस्टर लगता है, नहीं तो कैरन भी बहुत अच्छा खेलता है अपने पैसिफिक रीजन का। मंचकिन एक है।
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Hey!
Reloading.
Walled.
There. One enemy remaining. Spike down. Defender spawn.
Time for them to live.
ओ 100 चिप्स का खरीदा हुआ है ये। क्या कहता है वॉइस पूरा लो आ रहा है।
मेरे को तो ईडीजी ही पसंद आ रहा है भाई।
EDG वो भी अच्छी टीम थी जब बूस्टियर था उधर।
EG नहीं बे, EDG।
अच्छा EDG। C coming C।
अबे
Bring them down. Still waiting.
वाह क्या है वो?
Spike planted.
एक और है। क्या पकड़ा है?
OP।
I'll find you.
ले भाई।
Last player standing.
सिटी आ रहा है पीछे से। मतलब जिद है हम आगे ही देखेंगे।
हाँ लौड़ा।
पीछे वाले को मार के आगे देख।
I mark them, you shoot them. It's a good arrangement.
चेंबर तुम बी पे अपना ट्रैप लगा दे।
मैंने सेव करता इसके लिए।
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Shadows traveling.
इतना दूर क्यों लगा रहा है इसमें?
तेरे स्मोक और ले रहा है।
The hunt begins.
You had your fun. My turn.
अरे अरे पीछे से आ गए। क्लोव मर जाएगा, क्लोव मर जाएगा। लाहिरी तेरे सामने होंगे दो जन। रेना मार मार साइड पे एक ही बंदा है।
Boom.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
क्या है रेना भाई?
Go get him. I'm all ready.
Nice. हाँ ये उठा दे।
मेरा भी लग गया गेम ऑल्ट से ना सिद्धांत भाई। जो ये तो जीतो रैंक अप नहीं है। हाँ
I
ये तो
open their mind. Find the weakness.
प्रेमोडियम अभी मेरा नेक्स्ट होगा वो चैंपियंस आ रहा ना। चैंपियंस का पूरा बंडल लेने वाला हूँ इसलिए मैं भी कुछ ले नहीं रहा। और प्रेमोडियम साल कुछ आ ही नहीं रहा अच्छा कोई।
कब आएगा?
चैंपियन सितंबर में आ रहा है ना।
अच्छा।
और मतलब ऐसे जो अच्छे स्किन कुछ नहीं आ रहा है मेरे इस पे। पता नहीं किसका नजर लग गया।
Spike down C.
Dropped. Down, buddy.
One enemy remaining.
Was that their best? How embarrassing.
Reloading.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
हाँ प्रॉलर कर रहा है ना। सीकर्स कर रहा है। ओके
There.
Get some out of here.
Grenade. Where are you?
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy B.
लेफ्ट साइड रबल पे क्लोव है।
You will not kill my ally. One down.
वापस
कोई नहीं है मेरे को नहीं लगता।
हाँ लाओ।
सॉरी। ओ फक ब्रो यार, इतना क्या वेव हो रहा है मेरा।
उधर है सी गाइस सी
पे।
मेरे को फुट आया ही था क्लोव का चेंबर का।
Spike planted.
प्लांट हो रहा है बोला मैं बोल।
ये प्लांट तो नहीं हो रहा था तो साइट के अंदर नहीं आया था।
नहीं जब हम मर गए उसके बाद, क्योंकि तब दौड़ेंगे ना ये लोग प्लांट का बोलने से 3 सेकंड पहले। ऑन साइड एक है, मैं मार्क कर रहा हूँ वहाँ पे। जेट मेन सेज ऑन साइड।
Last player standing.
तो भाई
One enemy remaining.
This is less than ideal.
20 था भाई।
Dreams are a funny thing. One little
थोड़ा
twist.
जल्दी करो ना ब्रो, जब से मैं कॉल दे रहा हूँ इधर घूम रहे हो।
दो बंदे इधर थे ब्रो, उसने वो डाला था।
भाई प्लांट हो रहा है तो प्लांट पे आओगे या बंदे मारने के लिए
प्लांट
जाओगे?
का कॉल नहीं दिया था ना
भाई मैं बोल दिया कि सी प्लांटिंग ब्रो। लास्ट में नहीं, उसके पहले ही बोल दिया था भाई।
ठीक है भाई।
You want to play? Let's play.
Mark 3. Mark 4.
इधर ही आ रहे।
Cover going out.
There.
अबे उधर मत दिया कर, इधर दिया कर, क्योंकि फिर वो घुसने में।
Enemy spotted A.
भाई मैं सी जा रहा था।
ठीक है
जब सारे ये आ जाएगा बता देना।
ओके।
Pathetic.
नाइस वन।
Spike down A.
बे मरेगा तू, चेंबर के ऑफ है।
अरे पीछे से जेट आ गया। जेट उधर है।
ठीक है।
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
ऑफ उठा लियो। वापस भागा मेन से।
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
अरे चेंबर भाई सी प्लांट हुआ है।
सी पे क्या?
अबे नशा किए हो क्या? किधर देख रहे हैं?
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
सिटी खेल रहा।
Last player standing.
अरे भाई क्या खेल रहे हो
भाई? चेंबर तो हार्ड है।
नशा कर रहा है। चेंबर सी पे हो गए तू, तेरे को पता नहीं चल रहा है कहाँ पे प्लांट हुआ है।
नहीं पता चला यार।
गेम खेल रहा है तू?
नहीं भाई, गेम तो खेल रहा है भाई वैसे।
ठीक है चिल कर।
रेना को पता चल गया बी पे मंडरा रहा है वो।
No prisoners. Mark 2.
यहाँ
Gotcha.
यहाँ स्मोक दे।
Sleep.
Kill my allies.
Last player standing.
चेंबर सी
क्या अनलकी मर रहा हूँ मैं।
Whatever
Run,
happens, Sakin, don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim.
फिर आना मेरे से। अपना वो क्यू है ना, क्यू दबा, क्यू इधर फेंक।
There.
चेंबर को सीखेंगे।
We'll come back. I can feel it. Where are you?
अरे क्यों बोला ब्रो, ई दबा रहा है। क्या बोलेगा ये लोग कैसे खेल लेते हैं भाई। मतलब मैं सोच रहा हूँ इतना बिना ब्रेन के गेम कैसे खेलने लग जाते।
हाँ ना लाउडा
भाई मैं उसको क्यू बोल भी दिया की बाइंड की भाई क्यू दबा के उधर मार, वो अपना रिवील डाल रहा है और जहां पुश कर रहा है वहां पे रिवील डाल के क्या करेगा भाई।
बी में आया
चेंबर सी
Out of charges.
सी देख रहा हूं भाई।
Still in sight.
बन सी जा सकते हैं।
सीधा सीधा
देखो क्या मर रहा हूँ मैं, देखो
30 seconds left.
मत ले दो हैं उधर, गन ले लेते। गैस ही गया
You had your fun.
Spike planted.
तेरे पे आ रहा है वो क्लोव।
Last player
अरे
standing.
बहन चोद भाई गन निकाल दे।
My ult is ready.
इधर कहाँ अल्ट मार रहा है।
Where are you?
भाई मैं तो मारू क्या, मैं तो स्मोक थ्रू खा जा रहा हूँ।
Keep fighting. Rest is over.
मैं यहाँ खड़ा था, स्मोक में स्मोक थ्रू खाया, इधर स्मोक हुआ, इधर का
मरा कैसे मादर चोद, दुश्मन तो दिखा नहीं लाउडा।
छे
कोई दिक्कत नहीं,
स्मोक थ्रू की भेड़ की करता हूँ भाई। फेड अभी तो क्यों दबा दे, क्यों मार दे उधर।
Got him. Grenade. Bring them down. Ready for me.
अरे इसका टाइमिंग है भगवान, इसको टाइमिंग का शक्ति दिया है।
अरे यार उधर वो ऊपर वो है ना, जोश में आ गया।
Last round before the switch. Done.
वो ऊपर अटक गया, वरना मैं उड़ के जाता तो मार नहीं पाता ऐसा। ये साला ऐसे टाइप के ना, वो मंदिर जैसा अटका दिया। मंदिर जैसा मतलब मंदिर के वो शेप का है ना, ऐसा भाई। फिर ये इसकी वजह से चैट में मेरे को डिलीट करने लग जाएंगे। इधर आ रहे, स्मोक कर जल्दी।
The hunt begins.
Get out of my way.
नहीं
Grenade.
Cover going out.
जेट अंदर घुस चुका है सिटी। ओके गाइस
get him.
अरे इतना जल्दी वो अंदर कैसे आ गया?
जेट अंदर घुस चुका है बोला सिटी में, लेकिन था कहाँ पे मेरे को दिखा नहीं।
नहीं गुच्चर को मारा किधर?
साइड से मारा।
नहीं मतलब कौन सा साइड के अंदर से मारा?
हाँ साइड के अंदर से, इधर से, इधर नहीं तो इधर कहीं था।
रीलोड।
मैं बोला ना सिटी घुस चुका है वो जेट।
नहीं मेरे को लगा वो आगे चल गया होगा रोटेट, इसलिए मैं जब रोटेट देखने गया तो मेरे को लगा लड़ पीछे से मारा था।
Last player standing.
ना पे है।
Cutting their vision.
One enemy remaining.
ये भाई चाकू खा गया बेचारा।
You will not kill my allies.
Switching sides.
My burden never ends.
स्लो खेलो थोड़ा। If possible.
In we go.
Get back.
मिड सी पे एक बंदा जल्दी चल। आ गया मैं। मिड पे था चैम्बर मिड पे।
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
नाइस।
Ah,
भाई आवाज आ रही है ना
now
मेरी?
that was a work of art. You say something? Sorry, ears still ringing.
ए फास्ट घुसना है कि सी फास्ट घुसना है? फास्ट बोल के रुक गया।
भाई स्लो ही अब एक ये वाला राउंड फास्ट घुस। ए फास्ट घुस रहा है।
Cover going out.
I have the spike.
Multiple enemies A.
Bomb buddy.
Reloading.
वैंडल उठाओ, मेरा वैंडल उठाओ।
Enemy A.
मैं वैंडल पड़ा था बे। भाई
क्या मजा।
Last player standing. Thrifty.
नाइस।
भाई वो चेंबर तो प्लांट करता, वो कर क्या रहा था टीम में?
फेड भाई
Stay alive.
ये फाइट
I want
लेने
their
जाने के
life,
लिए
not yours.
आप पीछे रुक जाते हैं ना, चेंबर को कवर देके। फाइट करने का शौक है क्या?
Saving.
सेव कर लेते हैं।
कौन सा है भाई?
I have the spike.
ए इधर कैसे मैं विफ कर रहा हूँ शेरिफ? बैकस्टैब आ रहा है जेट।
Last player standing. Spike down. C. Flawless.
भाई यहाँ पे फ्लैश पिक लो, ठीक है? सी घुसते चलो।
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
अरे मैं बोलता हूँ यही चलते हैं, अगर हो रहा है फास्ट यही करते हैं।
सी में
बेटर
जॉब
हो
है
जाए।
उनके पास।
बी भी कर सकते हैं, हम बी नहीं गए।
बी पे भी है भाई, वो तो हो जाएगा ये। मानना पड़ेगा।
Bonne chance, mes amis.
फ्लैश पिक लो जहाँ पे भी पिक ले रहे हो।
जेट आया, आ गया।
अबे
Carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
रुक जा।
Shadow is traveling.
अरे यार दो ऑफ कर रहे हैं।
वो ऑफ कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
हाँ एक सेज एक रेना।
पीछे देखना ना, फिर होल्ड करके खेलते हैं। उधर देख तो।
पिक्स लेने पड़ेंगे, साइड जाओ।
हाँ ए रेना का तो ऑफ गिर गया।
हाँ इधर से इधर एक फ्लैश डाल और इधर टीपी कर तू।
तो यहाँ पे स्मोक कर और अपना ब्लाइंड फ्लैंक।
Cover going out.
हाँ
Blinding.
टीपी कर। हाँ तेरा राइट पे होगा क्लोज।
Last player
अरे
standing.
मादर चूत।
Spike down C.
पूरा हो गया मेरा भाई।
30 seconds left.
कोई ना।
पीछे चाकू मारेगा इसको।
Team Ace.
भाई रेना भाई फ्लैश करके पीक लो ना।
Match point.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
RNG on top।
आओ अभी आओ ए और सी वो कर रहे हैं अब। यहाँ पे एक फ्लैश करो, ठीक है ये वाले पे, और दूसरा फ्लैश इधर करो। एंड जैसे ही वो फ्लैश होता है फेड बाय आप प्रॉलर करो। अभी से प्रॉलर करो, इधर से खड़े होके प्रॉलर करो। रेना भाई आप अपना फ्लैश साइड पे देना। प्रॉलर कर जल्दी। अरे कर दे।
ब्लड करेगा।
अरे भाई
Spike down B.
अबे खेलते क्यों हो भाई तुम लोग?
The spike is down.
एकदम कैसे हो गया?
I have the spike.
Enemy down.
Planted. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
अब ले लो।
कहाँ था?
We're
तेरे
here
पीछे
because we're the best.
रेना
Don't any of you forget that.
रेना सी या फ्लैश।
Does anyone have fun?
लास्ट राउंड दे दो भाई अगर
लास्ट राउंड
भाई दे दो भाई। अरे भाई अगर हार गए तो मतलब भाई
दे दे।
फेड भाई दे देना। तो फेड वो घर लेके जाएगा आप।
Let's make some chaos.
चलो फ्लैश दे यहाँ पे।
There.
दे।
Cutting their vision.
Get out of my way.
Reloading.
अरे बहन
Spike down C.
था वहाँ पे।
Reloading.
भाई बड़ा चीप एंगल खेलते हैं भाई। हो गया। मैं टिल्ट हो गया भाई।
I have them.
पीछे आके
अरे मारो भाई 120 भाई वैंडल इतना ही क्यों जा रहा है?
चल
आजा
ए पे प्लांट कर दो, ए पे प्लांट कर दो। हो सकता है।
एक इन घुस जाओ, अंदर घुस जाओ। ये चेंबर तो थोड़ा अंदर साइड ले, एरिया ले।
ठीक अरे करना। बैक स्टेप
आए दोनों से उधर से यार। एक बैक स्टेप आ रहा है रेना।
One enemy remaining.
स्टेयर्स ओपन।
Last player standing.
हाँ ठीक है। के लिए प्लांटेड है। मार उसको मार। मेरी किस्मत फट गई थी, मेरे को नहीं मार पाएगा।
I'm too far.
वो आप डिफेंस के लिए छोड़ देता तो ये मर जाता।
Be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
यार मेरे को थोड़ा ताना मेरा ना वो एक ये तुम खत्म होता है एक साइड। तो एक टेक्निक आता है।
जेट पुश कर रहा है, मैं देखता हूँ उसे।
ब्लाइंड दो क्या?
अबे
नहीं
अबे तू साला मेरे पीछे ब्लाइंड से ऐसे हराम ज्यादा नहीं है इधर। रबल मार दियो।
टीपी कर लूं क्या अंदर? देख लूं।
प्लेट 2 गया, आ गया ऑल्ट। अब नाइस नाइस। टीपी नहीं रुक। ये देखो लंच शर्ट को देखो।
One enemy remaining.
मिस्टर नोबडी भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है नोबडी भाई, कैसे हो?
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun, whichever.
It begins.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Goodbye.
Defenders win.
You will not kill my allies.
आज तेरा भाई चौको देकर आया है। किसको चौको देकर आए हो?
कौन किसको चौको दे के आ गया वे?
पता नहीं वे। अबे लिखते आज तेरा भाई।
अरे ये अपना वो तेरा वो दो वो कहाँ गया वो बंदा, वो जो भाभी रशियन भाभी थी?
अरे हाँ ना, वो आ नहीं रहा आजकल चैट में। हेलो।
अरे ये कौन है?
दोस्त है मेरी।
अच्छा ठीक है, चलो खेलते हैं।
खेल रही हो?
हाय। हाँ जी।
ओके स्टार्ट करूं?
योर विश
ओके
एट योर ओन रिस्क।
चलेगा, मेरा ऑल्ट आईडी है।
हाँ तभी।
जीजी's फेयरवेल में चोको देकर आया है। हेलो। अबे मेरी दोस्त है मतलब। कुछ नहीं है, नॉर्मल है ये, सब चिल है। मेरा भी ऑफ ही है, माइक ऑफ है अभी। ठीक।
ब्रोस लॉबी में तो कुछ भी।
क्या?
ब्रोंज लॉबी।
हाँ क्या खेल रहा है बताओ? खेलूं क्या वाइपर?
नहीं कुछ भी खेल लो, मैं अपना बता रही थी।
अच्छा आप क्या खेलते हो आजकल? लाइक मेन क्या है आपका?
कुछ भी रैंडम।
अबे डेडलॉक ले लूं क्या सेंटी के लिए?
ले जो मैंने ले, मेरा तो लाइनअप्स है, मैं उस पे खेलता।
आइसबॉक्स के लिए केजे एक्चुअली नहीं है मेरे पास। केजे ही एक प्लेयर है जो मेरा ब्लॉक नहीं है। डेडलॉक है, वाइस है। आइसबॉक्स तो चलेगा नहीं यहाँ पे।
No one can hold their breath forever.
जी सिद्धांत भाई अब आप अभी खेल रहे हो या चले गए? फेयरवेल में मिस्टर इवेंट इज हेयर। वो मिस्टर इवेंट क्या? नोबडी भाई मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ आप क्या बोल रहे हो। और लाइफ कैसे चल रही है म्यूसा जी?
जस्ट फाइन, तुम बताओ।
ठीक ठाक मेरा भी, कुछ खास नहीं कुछ बुरा नहीं। मैं तो खेल रहा ऑल्ट पे, गेम खत्म हुआ बस अब स्ट्रीम देख रहा। अच्छा ऐसा सीन है।
The crisp air, the crunch of ice reminds me of home.
कौन सा? क्या नाम बोल?
Until Dawn, Until Dawn।
अच्छा हाँ उसका ट्रेलर में ऐसे कुछ देख रहा था, आया था। भाई मैं हॉरर मूवी से डरता हूँ भाई, मेरे को मेरी फटती है भाई, मैं नहीं देखता।
क्या भाई
मैं अबे तेरे को पता नहीं क्या नाइट के में तेरे को मैं देखता ही नहीं ये सब। ट्यूटी पटूटी हूँ भाई मैं नहीं देखता ये सब। मैं देखता हूँ रोम कॉम, मजा आता है।
अरे रॉन्गटन का नया पार्ट आ रहा है।
देखे
रॉन्गटन का नया पार्ट आ रहा है।
अबे रॉन्गटन नहीं रोम कॉम बोला भाई, रॉन्गटन सुन।
वो रोम कॉम। अबे
यार मेरे पीछे कैसी टीम है बहन के।
अरे अरे अरे
स्टन हो गई थी, मैं स्टन हो गई थी और ये कोई भी नहीं आया भाई आगे, पीछे पीछे खेलेंगे।
अरे अरे कोई बात नहीं। देखो भाई यहाँ प्लान देना मेरा लाइनअप है।
अब बैक का है।
अरे मैं वैसे ही लो चलो एक बॉडी के लिए।
Last player standing.
मारोगे को भाई, मारो धोती को।
एक एक करके मरो।
अरे चलो चलो मैं रहता हूँ आपके पीछे अभी। अभी आप स्टन होंगे अभी मैं मारता हूँ। चलो
अरे अरे हम भी एक्चुअली स्टन हो गए थे इसलिए।
Make no mistake, their breach hides. I'm out of here.
भाई आपकी दोस्त दिल्ली से है। अरे क्यों दिल्ली वाले ही सिर्फ गाली बोल सकते हैं? ये कैसा माइंडसेट है?
कौन है यार अभी लौटा है?
हाँ ये कैसा सिड भाई? व्हाट इज दिस बिहेवियर?
कौन सिड? हमारे इसका नाम सिड है।
नहीं इसका नहीं, चैट में एक बंदा है।
अरे तो मैंने तो पार्टी में ही बोला था, तुमको तो बोला ही नहीं।
समझा नहीं ये नियॉन इतना भाग क्यों?
लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो क्या?
हाँ आपको चलेगा चलेगा कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
Spike down A.
अरे बैक
75
भाई डेडलॉक। ये बैक स्टेप कैसे आ रहे वो?
अरे वो साउंड सेंसर से ये शिफ्ट करके आया होगा ना।
ठीक है मैं देखता हूँ अभी बैक स्टेप देखता हूँ।
भाई डेडलॉक का बैक स्टेप वाला बहुत अजीब है। साइफर और केजे का क्या है वो देख लेते हैं।
तुम लोग प्लांट करना मैं बैक स्टेप देखता हूँ। ना बोल तो सब सकते हैं। अच्छा वैसा
ये चलते हैं ना, बी चलते हैं।
जहाँ जा रहा है मैं तुम्हारे पीछे पीछे, तुम मेरे आगे आगे। म्यूसा यहाँ प्लांट करना।
Break's over. I'm out of here.
यार मैंने तुम्हारा YouTube चैनल का भी देखा है, मैंने देखी।
अच्छा रुको मैं बताता हूँ चैनल का नाम।
जोश में है भाई
पूरा भाई, भाग ही जा रहा है वो, रुक ही नहीं रहा है।
Enemy B. Too slow.
Toxin screen down.
यार मेरे को दिखा नहीं रहा, फ्लैश थी।
Somebody's there.
मां का भाई
Poison orb emitting. Enemy B. Last player standing. Poison's off. One enemy remaining.
अरे 104 है वो ऑलरेडी। उसने स्मोक में मतलब पिट में बैठ के वो 104।
Combat is a means to an end.
उसको तुम लोग एक भी बुलेट नहीं मारे थे क्या?
हमारी टीम में जो केको है ना,
हाँ
वो बहुत अजीब खेल रहा है।
अच्छा
I'm out of here.
मतलब कैसा अजीब, मतलब कैसा क्या कर रहे हैं?
Not good.
स्टन भी आया, वो हेडशॉट भी दे रहा है, क्या सीन है?
Dizzy has target.
उसको डिलीट करना है।
Enemy spotted A.
Pop है यार।
तेरे राइट पे।
My wingman's down.
Go.
Oh, Gecko, how can you win this?
So that's
हमेशा कपड़े इसको मारो।
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं,
Another fight?
कोई बात नहीं, किसी ने कुछ नहीं देखा हमेशा।
Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
ऐसा कुछ हुआ भी नहीं।
अच्छा ठीक है, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
I'm out of here.
ए नेमेसिस, तुझे क्या हो गया? तू क्यों ऐसा खेल रहा है?
पता नहीं
Go.
भाई, वो ओपन बैठा भाई, तू देखता है भाई,
Make it happen.
अच्छा चिल चिल।
I have the spike.
I'm out of here.
The hunt begins.
I'm out of here.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Spike carrier killed. Spike down B. Last player standing.
I got the spike.
भाई वो यूटिलिटी यूसेज है भाई, वो मुंह पे गाड़ मार रहा है भाई।
Why can't we just hug it out?
चिल करो चिल करो।
मेरा फ्रेंड भी टॉक्सिक हो गया।
नहीं नहीं
भाई लोग
आराम से
रहा है भाई, तुम देख रहा है, ब्रीन का स्टन, फ्लैश, रेना का फ्लैश, मादरचोद रेव का नेट।
अरे 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 चिल करो
भाई हम लोग खाली यूटिलिटी से चूज जा रहे हैं भाई, तुम एम तो बात का बात, हम मारे क्या?
अरे
Got your back, Neon.
ठीक है, रुको।
Enemy spotted B.
अरे मादरचोद भाई, मैं बोल रहा हूँ जेट की मां चुप भाई।
अच्छा रुक, कोई ना होल्ड करो गाइस, बी आ जाओ।
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
ये देखो यार, इनकी रहना
Rain is gone.
एक ही साइड
रेस में बैठ था।
दोनों बैक होंगे।
One enemy remaining. 3 down. I have the spike. Scatter.
हाँ
बी चला ना।
अल्ट है तेरे पे।
30 seconds left.
लिनर्ड का पॉइंट नहीं है, 1v1 है ना, कहीं से भी आएगा। ओके हाँ, स्मोक किया है, लास्ट सेकंड में करूँगा।
Ten seconds left.
करके
planted.
Nice.
You only thought that was close.
Round है.
Thank God.
Viper, to be honest, that was kind of dark.
Finally.
अभी भी उनपे एक और आपका भाई होगा वो
अपने चैनल का नाम बताना.
चैनल का RyuK गेमिंग मारो आ जाएगा ऊपर.
Go, go, go. Move. I'm out of here.
भाई नियॉन को टांगे काट ली.
Toxins going up. Don't get in my way.
प्लान करो.
Enemy B. Right there.
Up the way. Toxin screen down.
आराम से. ये लौड़ा नहीं.
मार.
Nothing there. Seek them out.
अरे भाई बाजू में आ गया.
Problem solved.
एक बैकस्टैब है देख के.
Last player standing.
Off your feet!
Off your feet. हाँ लौड़ा उड़ने लगा मैं मादर चूत.
अरे चिल कर भाई तू तो हेवी.
भाई वो बेशरम को देख भाई वो एक बंदा के लिए अल्ट मारा पहन का लौड़ा.
ये क्या हो रहा है. कुछ भी हो रहा है भाई मेरे को खुद को पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है. मुस्कुराहट तो देखो भाई इस मुस्कुराहट की चमकान को पहचान. आपको क्या पैसे तो नहीं है बोल.
नो पैसा.
हाँ पैसे तो
रेज 111 खाया था. शिट. हाउ इज दिस पॉसिबल.
I'll show them.
मिडो फ्लैश करके को.
Get out of my way.
Somebody's there.
Dead.
Run, little man.
हाँ यार ये लोग कैसे एकदम हेड मार रहे यार.
Enemy down. Crash got a hit. 3 down.
अरे शिट यार.
बेचारा गेको अपना कीप ले रहा है.
उधर ही है दोनों.
Last player standing.
उधर
One
रैम्स
enemy remaining.
स्टेयर्स. हां
गेको बीच में जाती.
नाइस वन. और बेटा
नाइस क्लच.
नाइस क्लच. साले स्टार्टिंग में 3 मारे मैंने. इसको नाइस क्लच.
क्लच किया तो भाई.
शर्म है कुछ. शर्म वरम है.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
ये जो तुम्हारा क्लच द बेस्ट था.
क्या तेरा वॉइस नहीं आ रहा नेमेसिस. लो आ रहा है. एक तो इसका माइक रखो के.
Get out of my way. Target spotted B. Get out of my way. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
I got the spike.
Toxin screen down.
क्या ओके.
क्या हुआ.
We move as a unit, okay?
मेरा गेम चल नहीं रहा था.
Gotta go.
काय मेरे को फैंटम की स्किल
Go, go, go.
स्किन है किसी पे. तुम
हाँ
स्काई पे है निशा? कौन सा स्किन है?
I can buy. Who needs what?
कौन सी चाहिए बताओ?
अरे अभी तो मैं स्नाइपर यूज कर रहा हूँ, तो नहीं चाहिए।
स्नाइपर के तो नहीं है।
अरे
Help a girl out, would you?
Dizzy's up. Someone's there.
अरे नियॉन भाई, या तो तू मार ले या तो मेरे को मार लेने दे भाई।
Gotcha. Good, cuate.
जेट पे ऑफ है वो, देखे
फ्लैश पिक है। प्रो प्लेयर को आना चाहिए क्या? अरे प्रो प्लेयर ऑलरेडी खेल रहा है
नीचे।
करो मिशन।
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Hawk out.
निकलो।
Blinded.
Last player standing.
अरे
Spike down mid.
क्रॉस है।
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
देखो तू मेरे को मिड फ्लैश दे, ठीक है? मैं पीक लेता हूँ। अच्छा नहीं मिड मत नहीं जाता। आओ भी आओ।
Neon, can you buy? Neon, can you buy?
एक प्रो प्लेयर एक एचवीएल आ जाते तो नहीं एचवीएल को पढ़ना है तो वो क्या है? हाँ क्या बोल रहे हो?
I've dropped the spike. Put down.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
I'm out of here.
Spike's digging. Thanks, little man.
Go.
मेरे आ गए कि
Toxins going up.
Fire in the hole.
Enemy and attackers. Go.
Toxin screen down.
I'm out of here.
अबे
अरे यार ये कब आया?
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets.
Last player standing.
नहीं हो रहा है।
One enemy remaining. Clutch. Last round in the half.
Don't save anything.
Last
Need a
chance to
drop.
use our stuff.
एक बंदा खाली पता चल गया ना, अल्ट से उठा दे।
अल्ट से उठा देगा? अच्छा तेरे को इधर आ, मैं बताता हूँ वर्ल्ड से कैसे उठाना है।
बोल ना बंदा मेरे को स्पॉट कर, मैं ये कर।
म्यूसा एक काम करो, तुम मेरे साथ आओ स्पाइक ऐप पे।
देखो जेट पर
Enemy B.
तो यहाँ पे होल्ड करो, यहाँ पे होल्ड करना, ठीक है? बस वहीं पे होल्ड करो, पिक मत लो कुछ भी।
It's all you, little homie.
Gotta go.
Toxins going up.
I got eyes here.
अरे यार मैं जो प्लान कर रहा था। जेट मिड पुश किया है, जाओ बी प्लांट करो, जाओ चलो खाली है, पूरा खाली है।
मुझसे प्लांट कर दो
खाली है। हाँ प्लांट करो कहीं पे भी। गाइस उसको हेल्प चाहिए, जाओ जल्दी।
Spike planted.
जेट आ रहा है मिड से।
Enemy A.
उस पे जेट चढ़ गया है, नियॉन प्लांट हो चुका है।
One enemy remaining.
नाइस, चलो रेना उधर है। नाइस ऑन नेमी। राइम्स थोड़ा सा शर्म है थोड़ा सा इतू सा भी। अबे जा, जीत गए। ये आखिरकार लेके ही गया।
शिट यार,
Switching sides.
क्या?
You're all more important than
हाँ
words.
स्पाइक से मारा तेरे को किल नहीं मिला.
Go, go, go.
यार वहाँ पे कितना मस्त प्ले बना रहा था. अरे वो जेट ने सारा प्लान बिगाड़ दिया. कोई ना राउंड तो जीत गए.
Find the weak point and break it.
ये आने से बोलना वॉल अप करूंगा.
Toxins going up. Sensor destroyed.
घुस गया तेरे लेफ्ट में.
हाँ अरे वो बहुत फास्ट आया. मैं वॉल कर दिया.
ये सब बीच में जेट. अच्छा तो मेरे पीछे आया क्या? मारो. नाइस.
रेस बहुत लो है.
Last player standing.
120.
Buried.
ब्रीच मुंह पे आएगा.
Find है तेरे पे.
चाकू हो सकता है.
That's 3.
Close over right.
Spike planted.
Hawk out.
उधर ही जान.
I'm out of stuff.
सही देख रहे थे. नाइस ट्राई.
Var försiktig. The battlefield changes with every play.
बे नेमेसिस तू पहले मत मर. सेंटिनल है. भाई तेरा वॉइस पूरा सप्रेस हो गया है. एक तो तेरे को मैं बोला ईयरफोन में खेला कर तू साले.
नहीं अभी ठीक आ रहा है.
हाँ अभी ठीक आ रहा है.
अब लोगों का ब्रीच में बहुत अच्छा है.
ये आ रही क्या?
हाँ ए.
Toxins going up.
B है.
Toxin screen down.
मिड पे स्प्रे.
ट्यूब में क्या?
किचन घुस गया देख के.
Poison orb emitting.
रहना मिड का देख के.
रहना तो इधर है साइड.
Spike planted.
Someone's there.
रुको.
ईको का बच्चा थोड़ा सा. इस पे गन क्यों नहीं है?
ईको राउंड था. आराम से भाई आराम से. ट्रेन नहीं जाएगा.
Scratch one.
ये लो.
One enemy
ओह
remaining.
नेमेसिस जॉर्ड ये डिफ्यूज कर रहा है. इसको कवर दे. अरे बेटा.
अबे छोटू को बिठा.
अरे भाई तू पहली बार किको खेल रहा है क्या?
अरे नहीं वो मैंने राइट क्लिक ही किया था बट हुआ नहीं था.
ब्रो राइट क्लिक ठीक किया था लेकिन हुआ नहीं.
हाँ.
आई वांट टू से कंप्यूटर गलत कर दिया और ह्यूमन सही किया.
कोई बात नहीं
कई
यार.
बार
उसे नहीं
जैसे
आता.
स्पाइक के ऊपर नहीं गया होगा ना. एम जैसे वो प्लांट करते टाइम भी आता है ना प्लांट का ऑप्शन. नॉर्मल रिलीज हो गया. डिफ्यूज पे नहीं हुआ.
इतना मारूंगा ना. नॉर्मल रिलीज होएगा ही नहीं. राइट क्लिक पे लेफ्ट क्लिक पे नॉर्मल रिलीज होता है. इतना मारूंगा ना. ये मेरे को गेम सिखा रहा है. ये मेरे को गेम बुला देगा भाई.
जेट टैग्ड है. मदर चोद. भाई स्पैम मारा कुछ. भाई को स्पैम. भाई मैं नहीं खेल पाया ये गेम.
थोड़ा होल्ड करो भाई, मैं बैक स्टैप दे रहा हूँ।
Toxin screen down.
थोड़ा सा रुक जाओ।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Dude, their breach. Actually में भाई उनका breach मार चल रहा है भाई। देख लिया।
Backstab.
डिफ के लिए तो लगा।
One enemy remaining.
3 down.
भाई clutch. चुम्मा।
Unfortunate.
Thank you.
एक नंबर भाई।
Clutch. I almost broke a sweat.
Hi, fight's not over, you know. Gotta go.
Wish me bye.
हाँ sure. Why not?
मेरे को भी बाय दे दिया कर कभी कभार।
साले कभी मांग लिया कर। ऐसे RyuK कैन यू बाय जो बोले हैं ना मैडम जी ने, तो तू भी कभी बोल लिया कर RyuK बाय दे दे।
Let's go.
इधर आ रहे।
Poison orb emitting.
Spike down B.
भाई नियोन को बहुत जोश है भाई। उन इस साले का बहुत
आराम से छोड़ दे भाई, तू छोड़ दे। अरे MSS येलो बॉक्स है।
Spike spotted.
Cool. Very cool.
Ingat ka, don't get stabbed. Bad way to go. Need a drop.
भाई वो गेक्को लेकिन तेरे को पूरा मरने दिया भाई।
हाँ मार सकता था।
मैंने बोला वो थोड़ा अलग खेल रहा है स्टार्टिंग से।
सही बोले। मैं तब
Keep them back.
ऐसा विश्वास टाइप नहीं किया, बट मूसा का बात मान लेना चाहिए था गाइस।
Get out of my way.
वे मिड
Enemy spotted mid. Toxins going up.
Fire in the hole.
भिंडी का बच्चा उड़ के आ गया।
रुक जा
फायर इन द होल। बूम।
स्पॉन में जेट मिलता।
Toxin screen down.
लहरी तेरे पास ब्रीच होगा।
जेट था ना।
बता पर तेरे आसपास ब्रीच हो सकता है।
Spike planted.
Toxins going up. Breach killed.
Finish.
Last player standing.
78 लो।
One enemy remaining.
मेन डिफ्यूज करो हाफ डिफ्यूज करो पूरा।
कर डिफ्यूज।
आगे। अरे मारो। अरे गन रिलोड।
टाइम ही खाएगा वो।
एंटी यार, ये तो बैड लक था यार। रिलोड आ गया। वो भी एक अलग गवार। उसका सीकर तो तोड़ ही नहीं रही है।
क्या?
अरे नहीं आपको नहीं, वो रेना को बोल रहा था। स्पीकर्स को तोड़ ही नहीं रही है।
हाँ मेरे को लगा वो पीछे का ही है, वो अभी तक पहुंचा ही नहीं उस पे।
रेना क्राउच करना छोड़ दे अब।
बी मल्टीपल स्टेप्स है।
सिर्फ रहना है पे।
देख के मिड में हो सकता है।
Spike planted.
Can you send your bot for the
One enemy remaining.
Diffuse.
Ace, ace, ace.
जाओ जाओ जाओ। ए ओ मैंने इधर
चलेगा।
We do what we do.
Get back to
कुछ
chilling.
भी टैग नहीं था क्या?
Go, go, go. I could use a drop.
मारा कौन उसे? हो तो घूम कर है। हाँ देख
You
दिया कि
carry
नहीं?
excuses.
हाँ वही ना, खाली एक्सक्यूजेस। अरे मेरे विजन पे था कहाँ, मैं तो बी में था।
Isolate and exterminate.
इनके ब्रीच का नाम है चटनी।
Toxins going up.
मैं आ रहा हूँ, रुको बे। रेस फिर से घुसा है।
गेको मार दे भाई।
ओले ओले।
गेको तेरे पीछे जेट उड़ के आया।
थोड़ा रुक जा
भाई स्टन था, मैं स्टन था ब्रीच से।
ठीक है
आने दे, रुक नियॉन रुक।
भाई नियॉन कितना चोदू जैसा मरा तू दिखता बे।
हाँ मेरे सामने।
फ्लैश करो, फ्लैश करो।
One enemy remaining.
साइड के अंदर है।
राइट साइड।
Last player standing.
यहाँ था, यहाँ था, यहाँ था।
अरे भाई मैं ही खेल रहा हूँ। दो बी जा, डेडलॉक बी जा। यहाँ वॉल लगाना एक जगह, या तो कोई एक जगह वॉल लगा देना। लेकिन अब देखना वो लोग बी आएंगे सारे।
Toxins going up.
ये ना
मिड है।
Mid, mid.
Time to hunt.
भाई ये कुछ भी
Kitchen
मजा।
mid.
वो मैंने आ रहा है नियॉन तेरे पे।
किचन है क्लोज।
प्लांटिंग।
Spike planted.
बैक साइड है, एक बंदा बैक साइड है।
Last player standing.
तुम्हारे
तेरे ऊपर है, तेरे ऊपर है।
One enemy remaining.
वो भी किचन ही था मिड। अरे हेवन आ सकता है उधर स्पाइक में।
स्मोक करके डिवोर्स कर दो।
अल्ट पे है वो अल्ट पे। दरी
स्मोक।
Off your feet!
ये अच्छा था लेकिन राउंड नहीं करेगा। इनका आइडिया था कि वहाँ पे प्लान करेंगे और लर्ट करेंगे।
हो जाता वो थोड़ा।
Don't embarrass me like that, please.
एक सेकंड लेट आता।
मेरे पास तो कंगाली है पैसों की यार।
सेम।
सेव करना पड़ेगा ये राउंड, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
अभी सेव नहीं कर सकते ना, उनका राउंड 12 हो गया।
ए मादर जो
एक बंदा इधर आओ।
Don't get in my way.
और बंदा स्मोक आया ये पे।
ए कुछ।
अरे यार ये स्पैम में कैसे?
Spike down A. Last player standing.
अरे नेमेसिस इसको अच्छे से मार देता।
भाई मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई, चिल्ली कर पानी। अबे भाई तेरे को क्या बताया भाई, तेरे को दिख रहा है ना, मतलब मैं एम हेड पे रख रहा हूँ, मेरा जब फायर हो रहा है वो रिकॉइल करके ऊपर चल जा रहा है पिन की वजह से।
कौन सी गन चला रहे हो?
मैं घोस्ट पकड़ा था तभी।
तो घोस्ट में रिकॉइल कैसे हुआ?
मेरा हाई एवरेज पिंग रहता है हमेशा।
इधर नहीं है, इधर है, इधर है, इधर है।
फुल बी।
Sensor down. Target, no surprises. Back off.
जेट मिड।
गेको साइड
ये जाएंगे।
One enemy remaining.
नाइस।
Go. Hawk out.
हाँ उधर ही है मिड।
Blinded.
छोड़ दो भाई।
छोड़ दो।
Last player standing.
50.
मार दे। अंदर ट्यूब पे।
भाई मेरे गोटे मुंह में आ गए थे।
Want to go again?
If you lose focus, you die. Breathe when it's over.
Y'all need a gun?
मेरे को बाय देना।
Funds to spare?
नियॉन भाई आप मिड पे लगाओ वो जो आप अंगारे लगा रहे हो। मैं यहाँ पे वॉल अप करूंगा, कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं रहेगा। अरे अंगारे मतलब वो उसमें से अंगारे निकलेंगे ना, एक शॉट में एक डेड वैसा। भावनाओं को समझिएगा। अरे कोई ना।
Toxins going high.
I'm out of here. Enemy dead.
Enemy A. Ultimate ready.
जाओ म्यूजिक जाओ। हाँ पीछे से जाओ।
मैं निकाल सकता हूँ एक को, ये लोग अगर आराम से थोड़ा।
डेडलॉक एक अल्ट पे निकाल।
Pull them to their grave. Reeling them here.
नाइस वन। रुक जा नेमेसिस, रुक जा।
50 range.
Last player standing.
Save you.
हमारी लड़ा।
3 down.
ऊपर रे। हाँ अबे ऊपर नेक्स्ट में।
हाँ देखा।
हाफ डिफ्यूज मार। अच्छा उसके पीछे से जाएगा। नाइस ट्राई
यार वो 1 HP था।
Attackers win.
तो हील कौन दे दिया? हो जाता।
को कोई रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा है ज्वाइन करने के लिए।
कौन?
क्या? हाँ बुला लो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, 5 मैन हो जाए।
कौन? मेरा दोस्त तो भी नहीं है।
-24 यार।
किसका दोस्त है?
एक और बंदा बुलाना पड़ेगा।
ओ हम 4 लोग नहीं खेल पाएंगे।
हाँ एक और बंदा।
ये कौन है?
अरे हेलो।
SMK और ये Z4 कौन है?
पता नहीं है।
हाँ आपके दोस्त नहीं है म्यूसा?
ये शायद इसका फ्रेंड है।
ज़रफ का।
किसका?
ज़रफ
अच्छा नहीं, ये ज़रफ किसका फ्रेंड है? जो भी ज़रफ
ये मेरे
इंक्रिप्शन रखा है नाम पे।
अच्छा तो स्टार्ट करना है क्या?
Hold on.
मैं बड़ा कंफ्यूजन है, कौन किसका दोस्त है समझ में नहीं आ रहा है।
Hold from a moment.
सबका दोस्त है, ठीक है?
अरे भाई इतना अच्छा नसीब कहाँ है मेरा।
Z4 कह रहा है hold for a bit. I'm having my diet milk.
अच्छा ऐसी बात है। पहले मैच सोच रहे थे रैंक अप ना हो जाए, डी रैंक पे आने वाले हो। अच्छी बात है ना, नेमेसिस के साथ अच्छी।
बेटी चोद बोल रहा था गोल्ड हो जाएगा, अब खेल नहीं पाएंगे। मैं बोला अभी दिखाता हूँ इसको।
ओके देख लो।
क्या हुआ?
Want to play or not?
हाँ हम लोग तो खेलेंगे।
क्या क्या
आपको खेलना है कि नहीं?
एक सेकंड, म्यूसा किसको बोल रही हो? हेलो
हेलो, मेरा आवाज आ रहा है? किसी को आ रहा है मेरा आवाज?
आ रहा है।
चलो कथा ए सामिक
अच्छा
यस ब्रो, जरा रेडी?
अबे
आफिर इधर कर
रुक, वो आपस में बात कर रहे थे।
कौन दोनों आपस में बात कर रहे हैं?
साफिर इधर कर
ज़रीफ और SMKH
देखिए भी इनके साफिर दी साफिर की टाइप से
भाई ये कौन सा लैंग्वेज है?
हमारा बाइक कर दी बड़े
हैं
ये जो ना साफिर रैंक अप ये जो ना कोई से
अरे
और कुत्ता मत पूछा से जो ना
हमें तो साल दिन को जाते हैं वाला
कितना चेता है खेली
अरे दादा खेलो किचु হবে না
ओके ओके ओके
किचु হবে না सब खेलो।
अरे बांग्ला नाকি
यस यस
হ্যাঁ আমি বাংলা।
আইছে বাপ রে বাপ
আমি কলকাতা।
अरे भाई
সুন্দর সুন্দর
আমি কলকাতা बोलता है भाई।
অ্যাকসেন্ট তো কলকাতা বলে না।
না অ্যাকসেন্টে বোঝা না, অ্যাকসেন্টে হাফ কলকাতা বা হাফ ইয়ার মনে হয়।
আরে আমি
না,
একটু বাঙালি বলতে পারি।
আমরা কলকাতা
तो फ्लुएंट
ये
ना।
सब तुम्हारी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे चल रहा है क्या?
हाँ पता है। अरे ज़रफ भाई हम कोलकाता से नहीं है, हम मतलब होम टाउन अपना उड़ीसा में है, बट मैं हूँ बंगाली वैसा।
गुड टू नो।
यस
Guys,
আমি দাদা আমিও বেঙ্গলি।
हाँ म्यूसा जी आप बोले गाइस क्या?
हाँ मैं बाद में खेलती हूँ, तुम लोग खेलो। I have to play with a friend.
अरे वाह, यहाँ पे 5 मैन बुला के म्यूसा निकली अपने दोस्त के साथ खेलने, हम 4 मैन क्या करें यहाँ पे?
किसी को आना है तो आ सकता है।
हाँ किसी को अगर
हाँ।
अच्छा कितने लोगों के साथ, मतलब कितने लोग हैं वहाँ पे?
I have 1 to 3 people can join.
3 कैन ज्वाइन।
Yeah.
आ रहे हैं फिर क्या
देखो
करें,
मैं और नेमेसिस तो आ रहे हैं, अब ज़ेरेफ और SMKH भाई में से कौन आ रहा है बताओ।
You guys figure out.
रुको एक काम करते हैं, अपने दोस्त को बुला लो और फिर एक 5th मैन देखते।
हाँ चलो चालू करो और क्या।
अबे रुक, वो अपने दोस्त को बुला रही है।
हाँ मतलब वो अपने फ्रेंड को बुला ले। Zaref has requested to join.
रुक एक पहले वो अपने दोस्त
ज़ेरेफ को बुला लेते हैं, एक और बंदा मूसा का फ्रेंड आएगा तो हो
हाँ
जाएगा।
अब ज़ेरेफ को बुला ले, अब बुला ले ज़ेरेफ को।
हाँ चलो चालू करते हैं। डकैत बाप रे हिब्बी नाम है भाई।
अभी इसकी आवाज सुनना।
क्या हो गया भाई?
अरे भाई
ऐसा क्या भाई?
अरे भाई
अरे
कैसे हो भाई?
सब बढ़िया
सब बस भाई, आप कैसे हो?
दगे अपनी असली आवाज में बात करो।
कौन सी वाली?
क्या?
नाइस वन।
इसकी काफी सारी आवाजें, यू फिगर इट आउट।
वॉइस आर्टिस्ट हो क्या भाई?
क्या?
वॉइस आर्टिस्ट?
नहीं भाई, कॉर्पोरेट मजदूर है भाई हम।
अरे आप भी
ये सब छोड़ दिया भाई हमने।
कोई ना भाई, कोई ना, हम भी बनने को खोज ही रहे।
नहीं मतलब आधी दुनिया, आधी से ज्यादा दुनिया है
आजकल। बस थोड़ी सी उम्मीद है और थोड़ी सी खुशियां जाग रखी, क्योंकि अप्रेजल टाइम चल रहा है।
कहाँ पे होता कैसा है, कहाँ रहते हो?
भाई नोएडा में।
ओ दिल्ली के हो?
नहीं भाई, जहाँ का हूँ भाई सुनकर डर जाओगे भाई। इसलिए भाई कश्मीर से हूँ भाई।
नहीं मैं स्ट्रीम चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं इसके आगे कुछ नहीं, इसके आगे एक शब्द नहीं, खत्म यहाँ पे।
हो गया भाई।
मैं भाई
अरे
सवाल।
अरे भाई मैं कश्मीर से भगाया हुआ कश्मीरी हूँ भाई।
अरे भाई
अच्छा मतलब हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो?
अरे भाई क्या बातें चल रही है, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, क्या फर्क पड़ता
मैं
है?
हिंदुस्तानी हूँ भाई।
क्रिश्चियन हो, सिख हो, हिंदू हो, मुस्लिम हो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? इंसान है वो।
पूछ रहे जनरल नॉलेज।
साला तुम बड़ा कौन सा यूपीएससी पेपर देगा क्या? डकैत का रिलीजन क्या है? जनरल नॉलेज। साला तुम भी अलग।
तुमने मेरे से तो नहीं पूछा मेरा क्या धर्म है।
वही यार जनरल नॉलेज। साला
ले लो जो
भाई मेरा
जिसको लेना है।
भाई मेरा धर्म भाई KFC है भाई।
चलो
दूसरा का
भाई
धर्म
ठीक है।
मोमोज है।
तब आप मेरे ही धर्म के हो और क्या सेम है और क्या मेरा भी।
अरे वो
भाई
छोड़ो,
बस
धर्म छोड़ो, पहले एजेंट लो। साला यहाँ
कश्मीरी
पे-
फ्राइड चिकन।
अरे भाई मैं बैन होने वाला हूँ आज। यूट्यूब मेरे को कल कानिए बैन हुआ था ट्विच से, आज मैं
अबे
बैन होने
नहीं
वाला हूँ।
होगा बैन भाई, नहीं होगा बैन भाई। यूट्यूब पे इतनी जल्दी नहीं होते भाई।
हाँ और
कोई
कश्मीर
टेंशन
तो
नहीं है,
अच्छी
कोई
जगह
टेंशन
है।
नहीं है।
अरे
सही
पहले
बात है
एजेंट
यार।
पिक करो, मैं फिल कर रहा हूँ।
अरे हम तो प्यार बांट रहे हो। क्या लेगा तुम बोल, तुम क्या लेगा?
अरे मैं फिल कर रहा हूँ, मैं क्या लूंगा? पहले तुम लोग लो।
अच्छा तुम फिल कर रहा है, ठीक है मैं तब सेंटिनल ले लेता हूँ। जरफ भैया तो लिए हैं इनिशिएटर।
सब लोग खेल।
मैं तो तेहो नहीं लेने वाला हूँ।
हाँ हाँ जरफ भैया आप जो ठीक लगे आप खेलो, कोई टेंशन नहीं है। जरफ भैया आप कहाँ से हो? हेलो
ये
जरफ।
सरहद के उस पार से है भाई।
Select your agent.
क्या मजाक है? जरफ भैया आप कहाँ से हो? हेलो हेलो।
इग्नोर।
It's fixing my.
They have no idea
Fixing
how
my weight.
heartless I am.
समझ से जुड़ा
अभी पता है मेरा -24 हुआ था क्या यार, पता है?
भाई डिजर्व करते हो भाई तुम।
केकेआर? ये केकेआर कौन है? कोलकाता नाइट राइडर्स।
क्यों डिजर्व करते हो यार, इतना अच्छा खेल रहे थे हमारे।
तो मेरे से क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रही हो भाई? फिर मैं क्या बोलूं?
ये
अरे
वाला
भाई
मैच जीतना है।
देखो मैं तो अपना बेस्ट दे रहा हूँ भाई, 30 किल किया था मैंने। इससे आगे तो
कोई बात नहीं भाई, मैं भी अपना बेस्ट दूंगा भाई और एक किल जरूर करके दिखाऊंगा।
Remember, everyone, she can only suck our souls.
हाँ चलो, कहाँ मारना है कहाँ घुसना है बताओ।
भाई तुम एक मैसेज के बाद कहाँ गायब हो गए थे?
मैं मुझे
ठीक है
पता
भाई।
तुमने गेम के लिए मैसेज किया था, मैं खेल नहीं रही थी।
भाई गेम के लिए नहीं कर रहा था भाई,
ओ पूल के लिए कर रहे थे क्या?
पूल के लिए कर रहा था भाई।
ओ
क्या भाई?
अरे तो लिखना था पूल, मुझे लगा तुम
भाई
game के
इतना
लिए
बड़ा
पूछ रहे
बड़ा
हो।
तुम्हें मैंने मैसेज कर रखा है, ऊपर मैसेज देखो भाई तुम।
अच्छा एक काम करते हैं, कल चलते हैं, उसको भी ले
भाई
आना।
उसका तो ऑफिस होता है भाई, कल मेरा भी ऑफिस है। देखते हैं अगर 5 बजे के आसपास, क्योंकि कल 3:30 तो मेरा ऑफिस खत्म होगा।
अरे
ये मेरे को फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट कौन
भी
भेज
आ
रहा
रहे।
है अभी?
Cutting their vision.
You need to suffer.
Where is this is fixing my.
जरफ भैया तो माइक छोड़ो, गेम ही नहीं।
मैं 90 लो टावर।
थोड़ा स्मोक है।
टार 90।
Spike planted.
Opponent's killed.
यूरो टार।
क्या भाई?
One enemy remaining.
One of my camera is broken.
They have no right to do this.
क्या था ये?
भाई मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा जरफ कहाँ गया?
That was good, but
तूने ऐसा सवाल पूछ दिया
Fixing
कि वो बोला कि नहीं मैं अब जाता
बाइक
हूँ।
लेने गया क्या बस स्टैंड?
जरफ क्या तुम लोग दोस्त है क्या?
और ज़रीफ चला गया AFK?
ऐसा क्या माइक फिक्स कर रहा है
और
भाई?
5 स्टैक में तो वो भी नहीं होता ना।
अब होगा भी नहीं वो तो।
रीमेक
I saw here.
भाई तेओ भाई क्या छोड़ो भाई, रहने दो, तुम स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो भाई।
ये छोड़ना
ए
मत।
साउंड
कहाँ से है भाई?
Camera taken.
Still in sight. Still in sight.
ओमन ऊपर है।
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
ये तो बी पे था, अपने स्पॉन से आएगा।
दूर का खाया।
तेहो है ना, तेहो स्पॉट कर लेगा।
वेट क्या
क्या हो गया? अबे इसकी तो क्या हो गया? ये क्या?
मैं कह रही थी वेट आई एम कमिंग।
तो बोलो किल करना भाई। ये
Nah, bullets are quicker.
भाई टॉप फ्राई कर रहे हो भाई। अपना रियल गेम प्ले दिखाओ भाई, तब मजा आएगा।
ज़रीफ आएगा तब दिखाऊंगा।
चलो कोई ना, ज़रीफ के लिए बचा रखा है।
ज़रीफ गया कहाँ यार?
You're mine right now.
Enemy down.
तेरी तो ऐसी की तैसी ना। अबे भाई।
Enemy spotted B.
अबे इसकी मैया। ओमन -170।
That's a kill. Enemy spotted.
ओमन लो है, ठीक है। मर गया भाई सेज।
एक बंदा बैकस्टैब आ रहा है, बोल दे रहा हूँ। फुल बैकस्टैब।
कमेंट आ रहा है, दोनों इधर है।
बोथ बी।
बक्से के पीछे प्लांट कर रहा है कैप्टन है बक्से।
Spike planted.
मेन गया।
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
Right.
One right, one main. मेन देख पीछे तेरे।
ऐसे डरा है।
अरे पीछे है वो योरू, देख। है डेरे में बोला।
They will scurry, and then they will.
साइफर ले ले। म्यूसा ले लो, अल्ट आएगा और ले लो।
इधर आके ट्रिप पे
तू सारा
यार ये ज़रीफ कहाँ है यार?
हाँ भाई, हम लोग प्लेयर डाउन है बेंचो।
हमने प्लेयर डाउन करके टीम बनानी थी।
जीत जाएंगे भाई, इजी पीसी भाई।
आ गया।
You disappoint me.
Welcome back.
भाई 1 बजे तक मैच खत्म करो भाई जल्दी।
Cutting their vision.
B.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing.
इधर क्यों अल्ट मार रही है मूसा?
नहीं करना चाहिए था।
फिर चला गया भाई।
अरे यार उसकी माँ का भोसड़ा रहना।
अरे भाई चिल।
अबे भाई। ओ बाय।
मनप्रीत भाई वेलकम। क्या हाल है?
अरे रेला को ट्रिपल डैमेज हो गया था, ट्रिपल मारे।
नींद तो आ रही है मूसा।
It's you and me.
ये आ गए।
They found my wire.
अपने पीछे रोप्स में,
रेज लो।
रोप्स में म्यूसा पीछे तो देखो। अब मेरे को
Spike down A.
अपने पास स्पाइक पड़ा है।
कोई ना, वो चले गया, वो मर गया। डोर से आएगा नेमेसिस, राइट वाला डोर से आएगा। हाँ आया। लेके भागा।
बी चला गया होंगे।
2v3 है।
30 seconds
बॉक्सेस
left.
बेटर है ना। हाँ बस बेटर है।
ये दोनों इधर है यार।
इधर रुक प्लांट हो रहा है इधर।
रेज 139।
इसको प्लांट करने दे, इसको प्लांट करने दे। अच्छा नहीं मत करने दे, मार। अरे डिफ्यूज। अरे यार
स्टिक
नहीं हो पाएगा, मार देंगे आपको।
स्टिक वो जीत गया भाई।
अरे मेरे चाकू निकल गया भाई। मार देता साले को।
अबे नहीं, तू उसको पहले ही मारता ना तो प्लांट ही नहीं होता।
हाँ अरे मेरे को साउंड नहीं आया ना, मेरे को लगा वो ये टीपी कर गया।
चलेगा, स्लो खेलो। मैं टार खेल रहा।
रेज 139 डाउन था।
ज़रफ़ कहाँ है?
He is trying to connect but not able to.
The hunt begins.
लेकिन मैं इधर ये आईसो का शील्ड का है, देखे।
Full A.
My eyes are down.
Spike planted.
Diff.
Last player standing.
जीत गए।
You really expect that
भाई
to
लोग
work?
जैसा खेल रहे हैं।
ओ भाई।
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Can somebody buy?
Thank you.
No prisoners.
They will cover.
Fire in the hole!
The rush.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
अरे इधर ही है, इधर स्मोक के पास
Last
कैंप
player standing.
35 लो। उठा दो ना, बेड रेस
तेज
कर।
भैया आपका गेम है।
अबे यार भाई तुम लोगों ने डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर दिया मेरे को भाई। एक ने बोला उठा लो भाई।
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बोलेगा नहीं नेक्स्ट टाइम ऐसे मूवमेंट।
हाँ
क्लोज राउंड था ना।
क्या मजाक है ये?
Embarrass them.
कोई बात नहीं भाई, सबको बारी मिलेगा हगने का भाई।
मरना मत, अब पीछे रहना।
अरे तेहो भाई कहाँ चले गए यार?
रुको मैं आ रहा हूँ। रुक जाओ मिसा।
Spike planted.
रुको।
Enemy spotted.
Still in sight.
Enemy spotted A.
Still in sight.
Last player standing.
मुंह में आ गया मेरे मुंह पे खेल रहा है वो 0 पॉइंट।
हाँ मुंह पे आ गया
I can't see them yet.
ये जेड को बुला ले, आराम से जीतते हैं, आराम से होता है।
अच्छा खेलता क्या वो?
नहीं हमें ज़्यादा सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत है, थोड़ा सा एक और चाहिए।
लक्ष्य गौतम जी आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। भाई रैंक तो मेरा डायमंड है, बट ये तो मैं अपने ऑल्ट आईडी से खेल रहा हूँ दोस्तों के साथ। इधर आ रहे बी आ रहे
छुप जा रीटेक खेल लेंगे।
अबे भाई ये तो साइड में घुस गए।
Back like I never left.
There's everyone hiding. Spike.
Spike down B. One enemy
Damage है?
remaining.
योरू टावर था।
Cutting their vision.
Oh nice one.
Nice guys.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Average, high average, bingo average.
I will find you.
The hunt begins.
बाउन क्यों रहने का कितने अल्टा?
Who's next?
It's you and me.
वो मेरे को ले गया भाई वो।
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
अबे इसकी मैया को।
Spike planted.
Cutting their vision.
ऑफ कर रहा है वो।
Last player standing.
कुछ भी भयंकर रेस का मैच होगा
More than we did before.
दिखा रहे हैं।
Let's use that.
कोई बाय कर सकता है मेरे।
Where to set up shop? Can someone get this?
वाह भाई।
स्मोक कर रहा है मैंने मुझे।
क्या?
रेज ऊपर है रेना को 84 टैग्ड है।
Spike planted.
क्या मरा मैं ये?
भाई तेरे को स्पैम में निकाल दिया भाई।
भाई मैं क्या मर रहा हूँ पता नहीं सुबह।
Last player standing.
मेरा गन उठाया हुआ है इसने।
Last round before the switch.
Nothing will be saved after.
My ult's ready.
Use it.
उन पे लेकिन सेंटिनल नहीं है, हमारा अटैक इजी होगा।
4 ड्यूलिस्ट है।
हो जाएगा अटैकिंग में, तो पहले ये राउंड निकाल लो एक।
मूसा अगर ए नहीं आए यहाँ का और लेना।
ए साउंड
रुक जा नेमी।
Reload.
On a left side.
ए पे से क्या है?
स्पाइक मेरे पास है।
Spike down, attacker
ए पे
spawn.
रेस भी है।
Spike is in attacker spawn.
अबे यार मर गया। बी जा सकता हूँ, बी जा सकता है, एक बंदा बी चला जाओ। रहीना।
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike down B.
Nice, nice. Easy, easy.
Thrifty.
It'll be hard. I'll try.
Switching sides.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
सुनो, अपने पे हाफ शील्ड्स हैं, आराम से स्लो खेलो। साइफर इधर वॉक करेंगे, यहाँ पे अपना कैम ये वॉल पे लगाना, ये वाले वॉल पे, और देखना। इधर आ ओए। अच्छा साइफर इधर आ, जल्दी आ।
ओए
यहाँ पे वॉक करके यहाँ पे कैम लगाना और देखना।
हाँ ठीक है, आगे ना, यहाँ ना।
एक मिनट वेट करो।
भाई वो छोड़ दिया।
होल्ड करना है यहाँ पे।
तीन पुश थे। तीन पुश थे, जाओ ना। प्लांट करो।
देख लेना।
अरे सिटी साइड प्लांट करते हैं।
Spike planted.
तुम्हारे सामने
कहाँ से आ रहे हैं?
Last player standing.
गया है तो।
Headshot. Eliminate.
एंटी ब्रो हो जाता।
As much as this world hurt me, it's
यार
mine.
अपन विन कर दिया
I
करो
will
अगर।
kill to defend it.
क्या?
एक काम करते हैं, स्पेक्टर लेके हार्ड पुश करते हैं यहाँ से। क्या बोलते हैं इसको?
स्पेक्टर क्यों लेना है? इको करना है।
स्पेक्टर ले लो। अरे इको क्यों करना, अपने पास वो नहीं है, अपने पास भाई आता रहेगा, तो स्पेक्टर ले लो भाई। यहाँ से आ जाओ सबके सब, हार्ड पुश करते हैं।
We win, we survive.
जा साइफर उनके साथ जा।
हार्ड पुश करो, आओ सब आओ। स्मोक करो।
दो जन स्टेयर्स है।
नाइस। ना कोई नहीं, यहाँ पे स्मोक बस।
यहाँ पे आ जाओ।
प्लांट देख लो कहाँ है।
बस वहीं रुके रहो।
होल्ड करो।
वॉल 30 दिया यार मैंने डायरेक्ट।
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
ये बस
Last player standing.
होल्ड करना।
अरे
कहाँ था?
मेरे को देखना।
उसे तो कब आ रहा तू लो था।
अरे यार फक।
मेरे को रहना खत्म करना चाहिए था।
कोई ना।
Clutch.
यार ये बंदा कहाँ चला गया यार, ये हम जीत जाते नहीं तो।
हाँ वही तो मैं कह रही हूँ, हम बहुत मार्जिनली हार रहे हैं। एक जना और होता
Their
तो आराम
lives
से
are
जीत सकते
so
हैं।
meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
काम करते हैं, एक साइड को दोनों तरफ से स्प्लिट करते हैं, वो बेटर रहेगा।
बी आओ।
बस स्प्लिट खेल लो यार।
तो थोड़ा पिक्स पे खेलो, रुको।
और फर्स्ट राउंड से गायब है वो, उसने एक राउंड भी नहीं खेला है।
वो अपने दोस्त के साथ खेलने चले गए वो जो SNKH।
You're nothing.
Spike down B.
ए आ जाओ सब, ए आ जाओ, ए आ जाओ भाई, ए आ जाओ। बी चला गया वो, ए आ जाओ, ए आ जाओ।
अरे
ए रोटेट कर,
ए पे अभी ए रोटेट नहीं कर सकते भाई। इधर तुम बैक स्टेप दे ना उनको, बैक स्टेप दे, बैक स्टेप।
My ultimate.
भाग जा भाग जा भाग जा,
तो टाइम लगेगा, मरना मत भाई।
हां हां
अबे यार तभी बोल रहा था।
डिफ्यूज कर रहा है वो।
अबे यार
जा मार उसको।
मार उसको।
Last player standing.
84 टैग।
One enemy remaining.
Wall.
Thank you.
Nice.
Your tactics failed. All right, lucky socks.
भाई
Fail me now.
साहब भाई बड़ा केओटिक हो रहा है यार।
अपने पे इनिशिएटर नहीं है ना, वही दिक्कत है।
जो था वो भी चले गया।
फ्रैक्चर की एक साइड डेजर्ट है, एक साइड ग्रीन है।
यस
होल्ड करो, थोड़ा होल्ड करो।
राउंड उनके पास बाय नहीं होगा तो आराम से मार सकते हैं।
Enemy
You're right.
spotted B.
बी जा रहे हैं लोग, बी जा रहे हैं लोग, बी जा रहे हैं लोग।
Enemy spotted.
बी जा रहे हैं तो ये आओ ना, तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
आजा 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 आजा। तुम लोग एंट्री हाँ साइड लो। जाओ
No peeking.
लोग जा, लोग जा।
देखिए उधर आएगा। नाइस।
ले लो भाई, ले लो।
वॉल टूटेगा तो बताना
भाई, थोड़ा पीछे आना, थोड़ा आगे साइड में आना। साइफर
Raise there.
यार
स्पैम करो तुम लोग।
117 ओमेन।
One dead. Enemy spotted A.
टाइम वेस्ट करो, बस बचाइए थोड़ा सा।
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
हो गया।
निकल जाओ।
भाग जा।
ये फ्लैश किसका था मेरे को वो जानना है।
गन उठा ले रहा।
नाइस।
मेरे पास है तो अबे वो भी आ गए थे, वो भी आ
What will
गए।
it be this ready? Have any patterns emerged yet?
आ गया क्या?
पता नहीं, शायद से आ गया। एज कृष्ण भाई आ गए क्या?
हेलो।
आ गया
भाई
कहाँ थे भाई?
My game has been lagging for the last 30 minutes.
बैड लक।
Come on then.
उनके पास फिर अभी फिर क्रेडिट।
Reloading.
लोग रुक जाओ, ऊपर देख रहा हूँ मैं। रेना है। हाँ दोनों, हाँ रेना पीछे से आ रहा है रेज।
पीछे प्लान कर।
Barrier created.
मेन पे, दूसरे मेन पे वॉल करता हूँ। ड्रैगन एल भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है ड्रैगन एल भाई, कैसे हो?
अरे यार साइड में सिटी देख लो।
एक ही तो जाना रह गया है।
अच्छा
तो
1v3 कर गया तो
सेव ही करेगा।
कॉन्फिडेंस तो है नहीं सर।
You are a boulder. I am a mountain.
क्या रहा था?
वो रोप से आया होगा।
The symphony of death. Don't worry.
ओह जरेफ भाई अभी तुम चल ले भाई, बहुत देर तक खड़ा रहा।
सेज भाई
Need a drop.
बाय।
हाँ भाई
चल भाई चल जरेफ।
Thank you.
हाँ भाई हिल, तुम तेरे को हिलने देखने के लिए कितने आंखें तरफ।
हाँ ये फाइनली चलने लगा।
चलने लगा भाई,
चलने लगा।
चलने गांव वालों।
हाँ तुम बताने वाले थे कि तुम कहाँ से हो, तुम्हारा क्या रिलीजन है?
किसका भाई?
इसका तेओ का।
अरे भाई
गुरु है उधर देखे।
You're done.
नाइस।
हाँ
स्मोक लो। ओमेन है इधर क्लोज कॉर्नर पे बैठा हुआ है राइट साइड में।
ए आ जाओ ना भाई, अपने पास बहुत टाइम है, एक रोटेट कर।
Our spikes down.
Spike down B.
Cutting their vision. Reload.
One
प्लांट
enemy
करो
remaining.
मूसा, प्लांट करो।
Healing you.
ये कहाँ पे?
प्लांट में
इधर ही था।
Cutting their vision.
जस्ट ऑन टाइम मेरे को असिस्ट मिला, मैं नहीं मर जाती मैं।
किसका असिस्ट मिला?
अरे इसकी तो ऐसे
कैंप कर रहा है मेरे ट्रिप के पास। हाँ आ रहा है ये वो तेरा किधर।
मत जाओ रहने दो।
Drop in a smoke.
It was their life or mine.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Tenemos hermanos.
नहीं चल रहा है भाई।
They will cower. Shoot. Blindfold. The hunt begins. The rush.
नाइस प्लांट मुसा दौड़ के आ जा।
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Grenade is live.
Drone going out.
भाग रहा हूँ।
Suppressed.
Scatter.
Be at
One enemy remaining.
रेना कैंटीन था।
क्या हो गया भाई?
I'll walk it off.
Reload.
This is why we are a team.
क्या डकैत भाई, इतने गुमसुम गाने क्यों सुन रहे हो?
भाई गुमसुम कहाँ है भाई? क्या हो गया भाई? अबे यार
क्या हुआ भाई, बंदी उंदी छोड़ के चल गई क्या?
नहीं भाई ऐसा मत बोलो भाई, गंदी बातें नहीं करते भाई।
कब हो रही है तेरी एंगेजमेंट?
भाई अभी तो मेरी बंदी की बहन की शादी हुई है, 1-1.5 साल बाद ही होगा कुछ ना
It's
कुछ।
you and me.
जरेफ वॉक ब्रो वॉक।
140 क्या होता है भाई?
ये
Reyna in front of me.
Last player
Player is
standing. Spike down B.
Reyna killed.
मरेगा
Fuck no, 149 भाई, 149.
बढ़िया.
Killing them is easy.
अबे यार.
This radio night business.
म्यूसा स्किन देना.
कौन सी?
जो भी फैंटम वैंडल जो.
फैंटम वैंडल.
जो फैंटम कौन सा है?
आई एम फैंटम वैंडल रिवर.
रिवर वैंडल. वैंडल दो.
Could have a drop.
मेरे पास मस्त स्किन्स है भाई.
दे गिरा ओए गिरा.
भाई मेरे से भी कोई स्किन्स मांग लिया करो यार.
वैंडल मांगो.
मेरा कर क्या
मजाक है
यार, ये थोड़ा जल्दी करना था.
आने दो. दे
अबे
Fire in the hole.
गया रहा हूँ. चलो भाई गन करो और तुम्हें मिल गई गन.
आने दो.
Don't resist.
बाय बाय.
यार.
भाई ये तेहो भाई ऑफलाइन ही है भाई.
साथ रहे.
मेरा प्यार तेरा प्यार. पीछे आ रहा बंदा तुम्हारे. रिया पीछे आ रहा. हाँ. पीक दो.
Insecto.
ओ भाई डर गई मैं.
ना भरे मैं जितना तुम्हें सोचूं.
होल्ड करो म्यूसा रुको.
दर्द है भाई डकैत को, कुछ तो दर्द है, बोल नहीं रहा.
भाई दर्द नहीं है भाई.
वो सिंगर
क्या
है,
चल रहा
सिंगर.
भाई सब भाई. दर्द नहीं है भाई.
तुम्हें पता नहीं अभी.
अच्छा सुन लो भाई यार.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
भाई आपका एज कितना है?
24 भाई.
कितना एज कितना है?
24 भाई.
24. अच्छा 29 सुनाई दिया.
I reckon I'll take a cap after this. I've earned it.
इसकी बहन की शादी हो रही है. वो कहाँ पे हो रही है, मतलब किससे हो रही है, वो कहाँ से है?
मूसा.
दिल्ली से है वो. मतलब उसकी शादी हो गई. उसकी बहन की शादी तो हो गई पिछले हफ्ते थी.
ओहो नाइस.
और अब गरिमा ने अपनी मम्मी को भी बता दिया हमारे बारे में.
नाइस ब्रो. नाइस. चलो भारत मिशन आ रहे हैं.
वन बैक स्टैप.
एक बैक स्टैप है.
Adios.
यूरो बैक स्टेप.
क्या यूरो बैक स्टेप? यूरो तो मर गया.
इजी है अपना राउंड.
सेज तेरे पे ओमेन.
अरे यार मैं मार देता उसको. मैंने हक दिया. तो
रेस कहां है?
One enemy remaining.
रेस कहां है?
रेस लास्ट मेन से देखा रहा आते हुए. आराम से खेलो.
Nice. And I'm still hungry. My ult's ready.
Match point.
It's been grand, but I've got
Places to avoid and people to ignore, so let's spin it down
अच्छी वॉइस है.
धर्म भैया ने तारीफ की वैसे. हाँ
आगे मुझे गाना नहीं आता.
ऐसे ही पटाया था ना.
रुको म्यूसा.
enemy spotted.
ये चलेगा ठीक है गाइस. अरे इसकी तो मार दिया मेरे को.
3 बंदे हैं यहाँ पे. निकलो.
कोएंगे.
जाओ तेव जाओ. उसके साथ जाओ.
Ignition.
झूला साएगा हमारा.
बंदा है.
Who's next?
Still in sight.
भाई क्लच कर दो यार ये राउंड। अबे यार
नाइस नाइस नाइस।
एक वहां पे है एंड क्या बोलते हैं
यूरो मेरे पीछे था।
One enemy remaining.
अबे भाई
नाइस नाइस नाइस।
अपने पे स्मोक कर दो रिया, अपने पे स्मोक कर दो।
काउंटडाउन है।
सैंड से आया, सैंड से आया।
Attackers win.
I thought they'd have more to offer.
Whoa, let's go.
जा रहे हो सिर्फ
जो तू मेरा सुहाना दर्द है।
चलो लगाओ एक और। अरे
खेल रहे हो आप?
एक स्विफ्ट प्ले लगा लो यार लास्ट भाई।
चलो ना कॉम्पी खेल लो डके।
कॉम्पी ले लो क्योंकि मेरा भी 2 बजे आने हैं तो मैं भी जाऊंगा।
6:30 बजे ऑफिस है मेरा भाई।
6:30
एक स्विफ्ट प्ले लगा लो यार।
ठीक है लगाओ।
लगा दो एक स्विफ्ट प्ले खेलते हैं।
मीसा आपका भी ऑफिस है या आप खेलोगी?
भाई संडे को हर किसी का नहीं होता।
मेरा तो संडे है भाई मेरा ऑफिस।
संडे को
हाँ भाई
ऑफिस?
कल संडे है।
संडे को ऑफिस?
Found.
भाई फ्राइडे सैटरडे वीक ऑफ होता है भाई।
अच्छा भाई हम क्या जाने, हम तो साले कॉर्पोरेट वाले हैं ही नहीं।
हम तो भाई हम तो मजदूर बनना चाहते हैं, हमें बना नहीं।
नहीं हम नहीं बनना चाहते, मतलब मैं।
अच्छा जरा भाई आपकी उम्र क्या है? भाई वो
फिर से सवाल
अच्छा,
पूछा, फिर से एफ के होगा देख।
नहीं नहीं
पता नहीं क्या बोला भाई।
अबो
ज़ेरेफ को जब मैं स्क्वाड में देखता हूँ मुझे ट्रॉमा हो जाता है भाई। तू ये
मेरी पीसी पे थोड़ा इशू हो रहा था पीसी पे।
भाई क्या एज है आपकी भाई?
22।
भाई तुम दोनों की क्या है? RyuK
हमारी भी 22।
अरे भाई
मूसा आपकी कितनी एज है? हेलो
इग्नोर।
मूसा में भी एफके हो गया।
गई क्या ये? गई क्या ये? हेलो म्यूसा।
भाई 42 इयर्स के मूसा भाई।
वो नेमेसिस जेट कुछ पूछ रहा है।
दादी माँ
क्या 52 है म्यूसा भाई। मेरे को वॉइस कट के आ रही है या
भाई मजाक कर रहा हूँ भाई।
You have good taste.
मारेगी
भाई
नहीं वैसे
अच्छा बाय द वे लड़कियों को एज नहीं पूछना चाहिए, थोड़ा शर्म है नेमेसिस तुझे?
भाई वो सब पुराना जमाना है भाई, वो सब अभी क्या।
Never ask a woman her age.
यस देखो ज़ेरेफ भाई एकदम सही सोच है आपकी। यू आर अ मैन ऑफ कल्चर आई सी।
So now here is a man of principle.
अरे मैन ऑफ प्रिंसिपल बोल दिया भाई।
Yes.
टाइमिंग
तो है
भाई। चेंबर को यार वापस वैसा बफ कर देना 2 TP वाला, मजा आ जाए।
पागल है क्या
भाई? बहुत मजा आता था खेलने में।
अभी तुमने स्पाइक नहीं रखी हो ठीक है, पर मेरे को क्यों दे रहे हो?
ये कॉपर स्किन किसकी है?
I got the spike.
A gift.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
30 लोग है।
आने दो आने दो।
स्मर्फ कर रहे, हाँ थोड़ा सा स्मर्फ कर रहा।
Last player standing.
अबे धुएं में से मार दे।
कभी कभार ना सेल्फ सेटिस्फेक्शन के लिए स्मर्फ करना जरूरी है। जब मारते हो ना बंदों को लगता है कि हाँ मारो सालो और मारो, मजा आता है। ये लोअर लॉबीज में बंदे मारते हैं। ज़रफ भाई वो देखा नहीं था आपको।
ज़रफ भाई ये तो बहुत क्रेजी हो गया।
Clutch.
मिसाइल चाहिए था।
The sun is so bright. Don't worry, I'll kill him.
भाई मेरे को पता नहीं कॉपीराइट लगेगा कि नहीं, बट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि ना लगे।
भाई
इसमें
ये जो गाना थोड़ा थोड़ा आ रहा है ना,
मोनेटाइजेशन ऑन है क्या तुम्हारा?
हाँ
कितना सबसे भाई?
4.5 के। हाँ के मिलियन भाई। अरे
भाई फिर क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हो?
फिर क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हो?
All missiles away.
अरे
कॉपीराइट क्लेम ही तो आएगा यार।
मादर चोद उसको भाई।
Last player standing.
Nice try.
नाइस ट्राई। क्या यार म्यूसा, एक क्लच वैच मारो 1v4 में देखना चाहता हूँ। 1v4
भाई कॉम्पी में हो गया भाई।
कब की
भाई वो सब तो ठीक है। हेलो मूसा, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हेलो हेलो।
मूसा नहीं है, म्यूसा है वो।
हाँ मतलब
मूसा
वही भाई। अरे मतलब
मूसे वाला है भाई।
अरे तुम्हारी उम्र कितनी? उम्र
ले
फिर से सेम क्वेश्चन, तो एक ही क्वेश्चन में अटक जाता।
Time to fly.
अरे मेरे को आंसर जानना है।
ले भाई
भाई म्यूसा के 16 नहीं होते हैं।
अरे यार मैं नहीं खेल रही।
भाई 140।
तुम गेस करो, मैं बताती हूँ कि तुम।
अरे म्यूसा का तो 24 है।
Last player standing. Flawless.
भाई ज़रफ भाई ये क्या था?
म्यूसा का 16 है भाई।
Last round in the
16
half.
तो नहीं है
नहीं पता यार तुम्हारी
इतना तो कंफर्म है। 16 तो नहीं है, अंडर 18 तो है ही नहीं। वॉइस से पता चल रहा इतना तो
चैट से पूछो।
नहीं चैट बताओ आप कितने मतलब एज की लग रही है म्यूसा? ये लाइक 22, 24 और 19, 20।
Let's crack them open.
मेरे को तो 24 लग रही है। मेरे को 24, 23 लग रही है।
Scanning ahead.
All missiles
Enemy
away.
spotted mid.
My ult is ready.
क्या? वो देखो
चैट
हमारे लुरकर को देखो, लुरकर।
बहन चोद दोनों मेरे ही क्रॉस फायर में बैठे हैं। वाह दोनों अलग अलग साइड स्प्लिट कर रहे हैं। उधर ही एक
यार ये कैसे हेड मार रहा है यार।
Behind me. In B. One in B. Phoenix in our spawn. Ours. Go.
One enemy remaining.
Now hold.
Revealing area.
I survived.
ओह
Nice. That was nice.
क्या मेरा प्राइम वापस आने वाला है?
Switching sides.
कभी आएगा?
चेंबर प्रो।
This
अरे
is
हिमांशु
just the
भाई
beginning.
हूँ तो मैं हूँ थोड़ा सा बचपन से। चैट तो कुछ गेस नहीं कर रही है, जितना कर रही है वो तो छोड़ दो। 70 कर रही है, गेस छोड़ो।
70 तो नहीं है यार।
यार इतना तो नहीं है उससे।
हाँ
हेलो हाँ तुम्हें चैट भेजा मैंने, एक बार देखना यार।
देख लिया मैंने।
Am I right?
माइट भी या
Okay.
भाई 3 लोग मिड पुश कर रहे हैं। ए पे स्प्रे।
All missiles away. Drone going out.
वो बात।
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
वॉली पे गया, म्यूसा तुम्हारे सामने मिलेगा। राइट देखो अपना। अरे म्यूसा।
अबे यार
हमारा योरू के फेक की तरह की मूवमेंट है भाई।
डिफ्यूज
मॉली
भाई तुम लोग कहाँ से हो यार? रियू
मतलब मैं तो हम लोग तो उड़ीसा से हैं, लेकिन मैं फिलहाल रहता महाराष्ट्र में।
And I need a recharge.
और रियू का
रिफ कहाँ से है?
चैनल है स्ट्रीम।
रियू का?
हाँ
भाई मैं भी स्ट्रीम वगैरह किया करता था भाई।
नाइस यार, बहुत बढ़िया।
क्या मजा आता है स्ट्रीम करने में?
भाई पैसे मिलते थे भाई, मेरे को मजा आता था भाई तब।
कितने पैसे मिलते थे?
भाई 12वीं क्लास में था, लाखों में कमा रहा था भाई तब मैं।
क्या बात कर रहा है यार?
और क्या भाई
यार तो आप तो यार
भाई WCC रियल क्रिकेट वाले मेरे स्पॉन्सर थे भाई। पर वीडियो 15,000 रुपए लेता था मैं उनसे 2017।
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
ठीक है ज़रफ भाई।
143
मेरे पीसी में बैठ के मुझे गाली दे रहा है कौन?
I still can't get over that owl, Silva. It's too cute.
मेरे पीछे में बैठ के
Why
मुझे
is it
गाली
so
दे रहा है कौन? हिमांशु राइन्स की बात कर रहा है क्या?
भाई और फिर मेरे को YouTube छोड़ना पड़ गया था।
क्यों भाई?
क्यों?
अबे 12th में था ना यार, पेपर आ गए थे, घर वालों ने बोला भाई से। भाई गेमिंग चैनल था यार, तुम्हें अभी तक यही नहीं पता है भाई। और तुमने बोला भाई तब मैं क्रिकेट गेम अपलोड करता था, क्रिकेट गेम।
अरे तो 12th के बाद कंटिन्यू करते हैं।
भाई फिर शौक ही खत्म हो गया।
तो वही तो गेम है, गेम तो कंटिन्यूटी का है।
उसके बाद
You want to play? Let's play.
कम कर दिया था।
Drone is down.